Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Spare Me by Tara Sivec, narrated by Tim Page and Kelsey Navarro. Chapter 1. Ryan. You're a nutjob. Nice ringtone. The comment from the woman standing in line in front of me is followed by a snort as I pull my ringing phone out of the back pocket of my khakis. It's from Grease 2. You haven't seen it? She keeps her back to me and doesn't answer, which is probably for the best. I noticed her as soon as I walked through the door of Giovanni's Pizza when the end of the long line was punctuated with her butt. A very, very nice butt in a pair of curve-hugging skinny jeans, which was put on display as she bent over to grab a $20 bill she'd dropped. With an armful of colorful tattoos peeking out from under the t-shirt she's wearing, a nose ring, bright red streaks coloring the ends of her long black hair, and an apparent general disdain for cheerful ringtone music, I noticed her in the way someone at the zoo would notice a polar bear. It sure looks cute and cuddly from behind, but you know if you get close and it turns around, it will rip your face right off. As soon as she stood back up when I got in line, she spent the next 15 minutes, while the line didn't move, muttering under her breath about murdering people if she didn't eat soon, proving my point. Engaging in any more conversation with her would probably kill me. Realizing I'm still staring at the woman's assets, I quickly cut off "Score Tonight" in the middle of the "Let's Bowl and Rock and Roll" chorus and bring my phone up to my ear. "What's up, loser? Long time no talk." I try not to groan when I hear my old friend from college on the other end of the line, wishing I wouldn't have been distracted by a cute butt and looked at my caller ID before I answered. I'm not usually the type of man who does something unkind, like send a call right to voicemail just because I don't feel like talking to someone, but Tristan Brewster sometimes brings out the worst in me. Remembering that I'm a nice guy, and he is one of my oldest friends, I put a smile on my face and love in my heart. "Hey, buddy, how's it going?" "Never better, man, never better. Hey, sorry about that cheerleader you were dating forever who dumped you for Quinn Bagley." Tristan chuckles, making me close my eyes and sigh. "Saw it all over the tabloids a while back. I should have called, but you know how it is. God, that must have sucked." "She didn't actually. She sure was a hot piece of ass," Tristan interrupts. "Tough break. It's too bad you couldn't handle her." "That's not how. Anyway, you're probably wondering about me and why I'm calling." I should be used to Tristan's rudeness and general carelessness about anything that doesn't directly relate to him. He's been like this since I met him in college. I was his RA, and he never loved talking about anything more than himself. I don't even know why I'm still friends with him, although I use the term friends loosely. He only calls me when he needs something, but he can be nice at times, and I'm not going to stop talking to him just because he can be a little self-centered. I know we're 32 years old, but I'm still hoping some of my kindness will rub off on him someday and he'll change. "I need a favor." I laugh under my breath, knowing today is definitely not the day that anything will be changing with Tristan, as he goes right into the explanation for his call. "Remember my kid sister Tinsley? She's off the fucking rails, and my parents are about ready to lose their minds. She quit her job at our dad's company, skipped out on her wedding, and left town. I talked to her about 20 minutes ago and finally got her to admit where the hell she is. When she said she was on this little island in the middle of nowhere, I was like, ding, 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 I know someone who lives in that shithole who can talk some sense into her." I ignore his comment, just like I ignore it every time Tristan insults where I live. I actually don't remember his sister that well, and I don't really know how a stranger could talk sense into anyone. I think I met her once toward the end of junior year when we had a family weekend at school. I only remember it because out of everyone on my floor, Tristan was the only one whose family never came to visit the 3 years we'd been there. They never moved him in on the first day, never came and got him on the last, and they never attended any other family weekend before. I don't remember how much younger Tinsley was than us, but she was definitely underage and too young for me to even look at twice back then. The only thing I remember is that she was a carbon copy of her and Tristan's mom, from the long, straight blonde hair to the fancy designer clothes that looked like they came right off the set of one of my favorite shows, Gossip Girl. They both looked completely out of place in a dorm filled with people wearing basketball shorts, hoodies, and slides with socks. I don't really know how much help I'll be, but I guess I can try, I tell him, my eyes going right down to the butt in front of me when the woman puts her hands on her hips, jutting one hip out as she shifts to her other foot in the line that never moves. She's staying at the hotel over there right now, but she's running out of money fast since she's suddenly too good to use her trust fund. Tristan scoffs, and I'm reminded again just how different our lives are. He grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth, and I grew up with a plastic one from the dip and twist. You can let her crash with you until she gets this out of her system and comes back to Chicago, right? Hopefully just a few weeks, tops? Sure. I nod distractedly when the woman in front of me reaches back and gathers up all that hair hanging down around her shoulders. She pulls it up above her head and holds it there with one hand while she fans herself with the other. This place is packed and hot as heck with all the pizza ovens running. My own polo shirt is stuck to me like a second skin, but everything gets even warmer in here when I see she has a tattoo on the back of her neck right under her hairline. Small, cursive script that reads, "Even angels fall." You're the best, man. I told her the only way I'll keep my mouth shut and not tell our dad where the hell she's hiding out is if she stays with you, so I'll know she's safe, Tristan continues, while I blink out of the daze I was in and realize I think I just agreed to let his little sister stay at my house. I know you're still a Boy Scout who's so trustworthy and full of virtue. I'm surprised you're not still a virgin, so I don't have to worry about you trying to hook up with her, especially after a professional quarterback stole your girl from you. You'll probably be feeling like shit over that for a few years, huh? I don't even know what I'm offended by the most in his comments. I'd have to say the laughter coming through the line is at the top of my list right now, but of course I don't say anything or correct his misinterpretation of what happened between me and Emily. It's not like he'd listen anyway. I'm a nice guy who treats people respectfully. That doesn't mean I always have to follow the rules or that I'm always a perfect man. I have my faults, like suddenly getting turned on and distracted by tattoos when they've always turned me off before. Anyway, just work your nice guy magic, get her to see how immature she's being, and get her back to Chicago as soon as possible. Her little vacation is over, and we need her back here immediately. Tristan tells me he'll message his sister my address and phone number before I can even think about all the reasons why this is a bad idea, and then he's ending the call before I can change my mind and tell him no. If this line doesn't start moving, I'm going to start throwing hands, the woman in front of me mutters as I pull the phone down from my ear. I wouldn't do that. That will just make them kick you out, and then you'll never get pizza. It's best to just be patient. The line will start moving soon, I'm sure, I reply, wishing I could take the words back as soon as I say them. She slowly turns around to look at me with a little bit of annoyance, and I realize she was talking to herself and did not expect me to answer her comment. Going by the black t-shirt she's wearing that has one of those red and white "Hello, my name is" stickers printed largely across the front with the words "Not interested" written in the name section, she's definitely not a people person who wants to chit-chat with a stranger in line. Now that she's fully facing me, I notice all the black eye makeup she has on makes her blue eyes stand out even more, and with her lips pursed in annoyance, she's got an adorable dimple in one cheek. She's really pretty underneath all that rage and impatience. My stomach chooses that moment to growl very loudly, and she raises one perfectly sculpted eyebrow at me. "Hungry, Diane?" she asks in a deep, manly voice that makes me bark out a laugh. "Police Academy, too." I nod in approval, knowing that quote very well since the entire Police Academy franchise is another one of my favorites. So he doesn't just listen to musicals. Good to know you're not completely a nerd. Her blue eyes trail down the front of me, taking in my blue polyester bowling shirt with a bowling alley design on it, tucked into the khakis I paired it with, and ending with my bowling ball bag sitting on the floor by my feet. "I take that back," she smiles. I've been made fun of for bowling almost my entire life, so I'm pretty used to it at this point. Even as the varsity bowling coach, algebra teacher, and a fully grown adult, I still get teased at school. Teenagers are jerks, but adults can be even worse. There's something about the way she smiles at me that doesn't immediately put me on the defensive, though. Like she's not trying to be mean, she's just stating the obvious. I am kind of a nerd, I love bowling, I like watching musicals, and I never throw away any of the Sudoku puzzle books I complete because I like flipping through them and studying the combinations I used. I like to stump my students with punny math jokes every day. I play Dungeons & Dragons once a month with friends online, and I still put together Legos in my spare time. I like all of that about myself, but sometimes I just wish I had the guts to do something a little wild, like maybe get a tattoo or... Are you fucking kidding me? How did that person get their pizza already? Her smile falls, and it's replaced with rage again. That quite honestly scares me a little, as she points to a guy who came in after us. His name was just called, and he's currently walking away from the counter and past the long line of people in front of us with his box of pizza. I understand her frustration. Giovanni's has the best pizza anywhere. It's on the mainland at the ferry dock, and the small pizzeria is inside the building where you can purchase your tickets for the ferry. You have to walk through here when you're going to ride the ferry, or if you're just getting off of it. The smell alone makes it hard for anyone to resist, which is why it's always packed. I feel like I'm cheating on Island Slice, the pizza place over on Summersweet Island, but you just can't beat Giovanni's homemade sauce and fresh toppings. I read an article that the owner of this place spends 2 months in Italy every year to hone his skills and bring back new recipes, I inform her, trying to get the look off her face, stating clearly she's about to tackle the man and steal his pizza. You can definitely tell the article wasn't exaggerating. I get a slice or two every single time I come over to the mainland. I usually grab it before I get on the ferry so I can scarf it down on the ride back to the island, like I'm doing today. I would kill my entire family for just one bite right now. I laugh, even though a part of me wants to find out who her family is, give them a call and tell them to run. I've been looking forward to this pizza all day, and now my stomach feels like it's eating itself. I commiserate with her as we lean toward the guy who just got his pizza as he walks by, both of us inhaling deeply and then groaning in misery before he disappears out the door. It's always busy like this right before the next ferry leaves. Bending down on one knee to stow my cell phone in my bowling bag, I notice a text from Tristan that says, "Anytime you need a favor, just ask, bro. You're the best." Knowing Tristan wouldn't lift a finger to help me if I called and told him my head was on fire, I just sigh, shoving my phone in the side pocket of my bag and zipping it closed. "Oh my God, yes, I will marry you." I look up from my bag when my hungry partner in line suddenly shouts at the top of her lungs, to find her looking down at me with a big smile on her face and her hands crossed over her heart. "What the heck?" is all I have time to mutter before the 40 or so people packed in this place all turn around. They see me kneeling in front of a woman who has clearly lost her mind, and they lose it right along with her. They start screaming, clapping, and cheering, while a few of them quickly pull up their cell phones and aim them in our direction. Since I seem to have lost all ability to move or speak, she leans over and grabs my hands, tugging me up from my knee amid the chorus of well-wishers who all crowd around us. Before I can ask her what the freaking heck this time, her hands are grabbing my face, she's tugging it down, and then my mouth is suddenly on hers. The cheering and clapping disappears in an instant, and all I hear is the blood rushing through my ears and my heart thumping in my chest. Her lips are softer and warmer than I imagined, and the smell of her perfume that reminds me of spicy cinnamon and sweet honey overwhelms me, making me hungrier than the scent of garlic and cheese. I feel someone pat me on the back in the crowd when her tongue pushes past my lips, and then I forget where I am and what my own name is as her tongue swipes against mine, and I realize she tastes like honey too. My stupid knees get weak, and my arms quickly wrap around her waist before I find myself down on the ground in front of her again. The kiss starts off slow, but as soon as I'm holding onto her and she's pulled up against me, I hear her moan into my mouth, and the sound goes right to my nether regions. With a boldness I absolutely expected just by looking at her, she holds my face in place so she can kiss me harder, deeper, until I'm kissing her right back. Making out with a stranger in the middle of a busy pizza shop, tightening my arms around her because the feel of her soft, curvy body pressed against mine makes my head spin, and I like it. Wondering if I've been a bad kisser all my life because nothing has ever felt this amazing. Or maybe I've just been kissing the wrong people. The taste of her, the smell of her, the way her lips move against mine, it makes my heart beat faster and a beast inside me roar, and I seriously contemplate bending her over the closest table, which is definitely not the way a gentleman should behave, especially in public. The kiss ends just as quickly and shockingly as it began. She jerks her mouth away from mine, panting hard and looking up at me with the same "what just happened here" expression that's probably on my own face. My eyes drop right down to her lips, and when her tongue darts out to wet them, some sort of sound comes out of me that resembles a growl. I don't even know what is happening to me right now. I feel like I was just hit by a truck. My brain is definitely not firing on all cylinders while neither one of us moves, her hands still pressed against my cheeks and my arms still wrapped around her. Lips, tongue, kiss, hot, more. Random words are flashing through my head while the room feels like it's tilting, which just makes me tighten my arms around her like I never want to let her go. Because I don't. Yes, I do. This is nuts. Let go of this complete stranger, you weirdo. The crowd that's gathered around us is cheering even louder now. Before I can catch my bearings or my breath, the two of us finally stumble apart when people start pushing us toward the counter. "Fresh pizza on the house for the happy couple. Congratulations, you two." The owner leans over the counter with a huge smile on his face when we get there, handing me a large box of pizza, while his staff on either side of him whistle and clap. When I make no move to take it because, what the heck, the woman who's the cause of all this chaos quickly grabs it out of his hands. She gives him a gushing smile and many words of polite thanks, but not one curse word or complaint about how long she's been waiting or how many people she wants to kill. Wrapping her hand around my arm and snuggling against my side, she turns and moves us back through the crowd. They all part for us while they continue to clap, cheer, and pat us on the backs as we go, while my fiancé eats it right up. "Thank you so much. You're too kind. It was a total surprise. Isn't he the best? I'm the luckiest girl in the world." My brain fires back up long enough to bend down and grab my bowling ball bag when I walk by it, while I stupidly smile and nod in a daze at all the congratulations we receive, like a man who really did just propose to someone in the middle of a crowded pizza place. I've clearly now entered the twilight zone, and I let this woman lead me out of Giovanni's and out onto the sidewalk without saying a word. Because I can still feel her body pressed up against mine, and the way her lips moved against mine. I can still taste her and smell her and hear her moaning and panting, and the probability that I passed out from heat exhaustion hit my head, and all this is just a dream where I didn't really just have the best kiss of my life is a really big freaking number that I can't even calculate because I can't math, which definitely means this algebra teacher is broken. It's not until the horn for the ferry blasts through the air that I wake up. I blink a few times as I look down at her when she drops her hand from my arm and spins to stand in front of me on the sidewalk. "You're a nut job," I finally mutter, even though I feel like the crazy one right now when I can still feel her and taste her, and I want more. She just laughs at me as she pushes the box of pizza against my chest. I quickly grab it before it falls when she lets go, my heavy bowling bag hanging down by my side in my other hand. "Yeah, well, this nut job just got us a free large pizza without having to wait in line for another hour." With the pizza box held in my hand in front of me, she flips open the lid until it smacks me in the face. Grabbing 2 slices from inside and piling them on top of each other, she pulls the lid closed again. "You're welcome. See you later, nerd." She smiles at me before taking a big bite out of her double-stacked pizza, and then she turns and leaves me by the ferry dock to head into town.
Chapter 2. Danica. I feel like I was just mom-bombed. Me. Are you really sure this is okay? My brother can be annoying and pushy. You wouldn't be the first person who wanted to murder him because of it. Ryan. LOL, it's fine. I swear. I've never actually had a roommate before, though, so are you sure? Leaning my back against the wall of the elevator as it slowly makes its descent to the lobby, I look up from my phone and sigh as I stare at my reflection in the doors. With my jet black hair and bright red tips, full sleeve of tattoos and nose ring, it will probably be a miracle if Ryan doesn't take one look at me and then slam his door in my face. He's friends with Tristan, which immediately puts a black mark on his record. I'm sure they share the same judgmental, selfish douchebag brain. Am I sure about moving in with a complete stranger? Although I guess technically Ryan Hutton isn't really a stranger. Tristan said I met him before. Too bad I remember nothing about it. It happened the one and only time we went to visit him in college when I was 15, because our dad had just made a hefty donation to the school. He only showed his face so everyone could kiss his ass. I spent my life being completely numb, constantly told what to do, where to go, what to wear, who to be friends with, who to date, and how to behave. I was a puppet, created in my mother's quiet, dutiful image, and my time was mostly spent feeling nothing and not giving a shit about anything. It's no wonder I don't remember much about that time. I do know I'm annoyed as hell that my idiot brother blackmailed me into staying with this guy. Even though the idea of my father actually coming out here to drag me back home once he finds out where I am is laughable. He'd have to actually give a shit about me first for that to happen. And it's definitely suspicious that Tristan even offered to help me with something for the first time in his life. But it's costing me a small fortune staying at the Summer Sweet Island Hotel during their busy tourist season until a cottage becomes available for me to rent. I sent Ryan a text last night when Tristan gave me his phone number and address, and Ryan assured me that it's fine for me to move in. Regardless, I had to ask him again today, after he had more time to think it over. I still feel like I'm imposing, especially now that I know the guy has never had a roommate before and this was sprung on him at the last minute. But I'm out of options and almost out of money, so I really can't be picky if I want it to work out here. I've only spent a few days on Summer Sweet Island, but I already know this is the place I want to stay for a while. I've spent my time since I blew up my life, according to my family, trying to find a place where I fit in. A small-town island in the middle of nowhere, where everybody seems to know each other, doesn't exactly scream open-minded and welcoming to a new person. But I just felt different as soon as I got off the ferry. Lighter, happier, not so full of anger and resentment. With a sigh, I look back down at my phone and fire off another text. Me. As long as you aren't a serial killer, I'll be fine. Ryan. I can assure you I am not. But I am, however, a serial killer. Cinnamon Toast Crunch is life. Oh, God, he's got dad jokes. I mutter when the elevator doors open. My phone dings with another text from him. I look back down at it and hold more tightly to the stack of canvases tucked under my arm as I step out into the lobby. Ryan. Here's a question, though. How many serial killers would actually answer that question honestly? As of today, it's believed there are 25 to 50 active serial killers living in the United States. They only make up about 1% of the population, but those are only the ones we know about. There could be as many as 4,000 that authorities aren't even aware of, which brings that number up to 13%. Going by the statistical average of people who tell the truth, that's going to bring it down to 2%. 2% of serial killers would answer that question honestly. What a nerd. I laugh to myself, and then my feet stutter to a stop next to a potted plant. See you later, nerd. My skin instantly gets warm and my lips tingle when I'm reminded of what happened at that stupid pizza place 2 days ago, when I ran over to the mainland to check out an art supply store I found online. Although it's not like I needed a reminder. I've been thinking about that damn kiss since I walked away from that guy. The nerd sure did have a mouth on him. My God. I was just looking to have a little fun to break up the boredom and annoyance of waiting in the longest line ever. I saw the fake proposal thing in a video online once. It happened between two friends at a bar who wanted to see if they could get any free drinks out of it. They got rounds bought by everyone in the place the rest of the night. I just wanted some free pizza because I was hangry. And it's not like he was a troll. He was really good looking. In that clean-cut, I help grandmothers cross the street and rescue kittens from trees kind of way. I still assumed it would be a quick, sloppy, awkward thing with our teeth clashing together, where no one knows where to put their hands, but I figured it would be worth it for the possibility of free food. I did not expect that man to wrap me up in his arms that felt much stronger and muscly than that loose bowling shirt suggested, and kiss the hell out of me right back. It only took him 3 seconds to get with the program and be an active participant. And then I completely forgot we were doing it for show, and it just felt real. The way one arm stayed locked tightly around me, while his other hand slid up my spine and under all my hair to wrap around the back of my neck. The way he took over that kiss, changing the angle, turning me on in the middle of a pizza place when he kissed me harder and gripped the back of my neck tighter. It was hot as hell, and I suddenly didn't care if I ever ate again. My phone dings with another text, saving me from replaying the memory of that kiss in my head again. My brain already stored it away in the diddle drawer for safekeeping anyway. Ryan, sorry, I like numbers. Didn't mean to freak you out with all my serial killer knowledge. I swear I will not murder you in your sleep. Or while you're awake, for that matter. Unless you use the last of my coffee creamer without telling me. Me. Oh, I'd let you murder me for that. No one fucks with my coffee creamer. Hazelnut, French vanilla, or Italian sweet cream? Hazelnut. Obviously. Ooh, wrong answer. The reply we were looking for was Italian sweet cream. The judges have decided you will now sleep in the shed. I laugh out loud in the middle of the lobby, and my laughter echoes around the cavernous empty room as I keep walking. My footsteps are a little lighter, and a little more stress leaves me at his mention of a shed. I know damn well my brother wouldn't even think about asking a potential roommate if they had a place I could use as a studio. Just like my parents, he pretends my art is a bad fever dream he'll wake up from soon. It's never mentioned out loud unless I'm being made fun of or being put down for it. I didn't want to be pushy with this guy and ask him for yet another room to use at his place when I'd already be borrowing a bedroom. But I'm about to start climbing the walls if I can't get what's in my head out onto a canvas soon. A shed sounds like the perfect place to be alone, blast my music and lose myself in my work, without worrying about a little paint getting on anything or waking anyone in the middle of the night when the inspiration strikes. My body suddenly slams into a wall, and my phone and all of my canvases go tumbling to the floor. Oh my God, I am so sorry. Okay, not a wall, but another person. The 50-something-year-old woman I just crashed into quickly squats down with me to help me pick up what I dropped. It was my fault, I tell her, grabbing my phone as she starts stacking the 5 canvases. I was looking at a text and not paying attention to where I was going. Wow, these are amazing! I feel a blush heat my cheeks, and I dip my head, mumbling out a quiet thanks as we both stand back up, while she continues to hold all my paintings in her hands, staring down at the one on top. I've been drawing and painting for as long as I can remember, hiding it from everyone after the first time my parents turned their noses up at something I created that I was so proud of and couldn't wait to show them. Now that I've started selling my art and sharing it with everyone, it's scary as hell. I still don't take compliments very well, and I don't know if I ever will. I am my own worst critic after a lifetime of being told that my art is a waste of time and embarrassing and will never get me anywhere in life. I'm serious. They're so colorful and eye-catching and imaginative. My goodness, the amount of creativity you have is just amazing. Are any of these for sale? I have to have one to hang in our living room. How much? Do you take cash or card? Ooh, do you like ice cream? I can even throw in a few pints to entice you into saying yes and letting me buy one. The woman's excitement is infectious, making some of my shyness over her compliments disappear. and the speed in which she talks makes me chuckle, and I can barely keep up. My name's Laura Bennett, by the way. Danica Brewster. I introduce myself, holding out my hand. Oh, I'm a hugger, Tins Danica Brewster. Laura laughs softly with a big warm smile, setting the canvases down on the sofa table next to us. Then she swats my hand out of the way and yanks me into a hug. My arms remain down at my sides, wondering why in the hell I'm letting a stranger hug me. I don't do hugs. I barely do handshakes. I'll stick my tongue down someone's throat for free pizza, but I draw the line at a warm embrace. This woman is kind and friendly, and her hug feels really nice, though. I imagine this is what it's like to get a hug from a mother who actually loves and cares about you. I quickly pull out of her hug before I do something stupid, like get emotional. Tinsley is actually my real first name. I explain the slip-up. But I hate it. I go by my middle name now. You can just call me Danny. All my friends call me Danny. I have no idea why I said that. I don't have any friends. Not anymore. And they sure as hell would have never called me Danny, even if I asked them to. It would have been too basic and boyish for them. Well then, Danny it is. Laura smiles at me. I wonder if this woman is ever not smiling. So, how much for this one? I have to have it. She grabs the top canvas from the sofa table, and my heart races, watching her look down at it in admiration. It's one of my favorites, with a silhouette of the back of two little girls sitting together on a swing, splashes of color surround them, with the words, "Love is all we need," written like graffiti above them. Showing your art to someone is what I imagine it feels like when you show someone your new baby for the first time. You want them to love it and appreciate it as much as you do, but that doesn't always happen. Sometimes some people will just think you have an ugly baby. I don't know, maybe, like, $50? I still haven't gotten the hang of what I should price my paintings. I change my mind almost every day, along with the prices on my website. Too small of an amount, and I won't break even on the supplies I had to buy and the cost of shipping it to a customer. Too large of an amount, and people will laugh in my face, and I'll never make another sale again. Laura just raises one eyebrow at my suggestion, so I quickly give her another one. 40? She clicks her tongue at me and shakes her head, setting the painting back down to dig her hand into her purse hanging off one shoulder. If I go any lower, that won't even cover the cost of 2 tubes of paint. And on this canvas alone, I used 10 different colors, plus 2 cans of spray paint, not to mention the amount of time it took to create it. You know, whatever you think is fair, I quickly tell her with a shrug, fiddling with the bangle bracelets on my arm. An uncomfortable laugh comes out of me as I try to make a joke to fill the silence. My parents always said no one would pay good money for something that looks like a toddler painted it. Oh my God, you suck at this. Now she'll just want it for free. Laura pulls a wad of cash out of her purse, grabs my hand hanging down by my side, flips it over, and sets the money in my palm. My eyes widen as I look down at all the $20 bills and try to quickly calculate in my head just how much she's given me. It's easily over $200. I just have one little piece of advice for you, Laura says as I look up at her. She takes a step toward me and her hand comes up to rest against my cheek. Know your worth, sweet girl. Don't ever sell yourself short, or everyone around you will too. I'm not a crier. I didn't cry when my dad found my hidden art supplies when I was 12 and threw them away. I didn't cry when he ripped up my acceptance letter into art school. I didn't even cry when he had security escort me out of his office building the day I quit, telling them dragging me through the building in front of everyone like a criminal would humiliate me enough to make me change my mind. But right now, My eyes are filling with tears when this woman I just met seems to know exactly what I need to hear. She's shown me more kindness in 5 minutes than anyone in my family did in 26 years. Are you planning on selling these at the art gallery on the island? I clear my throat and swallow a few times to keep the tears at bay when Laura drops her hand from my cheek. That's actually where I'm headed now, I tell her. I called the owner and she didn't seem too interested, but she told me to bring some of my stuff by this morning for her to take a look at. Ah, Gretchen. Yeah, she has a stick up her ass at times. Don't worry. She owes me a favor after I hooked her up with her fiancé. I'll give her a call. I try to tell her she doesn't have to do that for me. We barely even know each other, but she won't hear it. She immediately grabs her phone out of the back pocket of her shorts and pulls up the owner of the art gallery's contact information. I stand here in complete shock while she makes a call that lasts less than 2 minutes. By the time she hangs up, I have some space that will be waiting for me on one of the walls at Island Art to display my work on consignment. We make plans for me to stop by tomorrow evening at the ice cream stand Laura owns, so I can drop off her painting after I get it framed for her, and before I'm supposed to move in with Ryan. And then she gives me another hug. Pulling back, she straightens the trucker hat on my head that had gone askew when we bumped into each other. You look pretty today. Laura smiles at me as she cocks her head, while I try not to fidget under her perusal in my ripped skinny jeans, flannel knotted at my waist, and my well-worn Doc Martens. Don't forget to eat breakfast. It's the most important meal of the day. Stay hydrated and mind your manners. Then she's off, rushing across the lobby toward the front desk and disappearing inside the small room next to it, where the lobby snack bar is. I feel like I was just mom-bombed, and I can't wipe the damn smile off my face. Grabbing the canvases off the sofa table and tucking them back under my arm, I look down at my phone again when it dings twice with incoming texts, and the smile stays where it is. Ryan, I was just kidding. You don't actually have to sleep in the shed, but I will be giving you the side eye and judging you a little for your creamer choice. Italian sweet cream is clearly far superior than hazelnut. Ryan, but I swear to all that is holy, if you like chocolate Pop-Tarts more than strawberry, I will fight you. But like with words, because I'm not really much of an actual fighter with fists and stuff. Walking out of the hotel into the bright morning sunshine, I stop on the sidewalk, tip my head back and close my eyes, letting out a contented sigh as the sun warms my face. Yep, I think I'll definitely be okay here. I might even like having a temporary roommate.
Chapter 3. Ryan. 100% of people killed die every time. You went back to Giovanni's and paid for the pizza, didn't you? I just sigh, and my best friend Spencer chuckles as he takes his large coffee from the barista at Island Brew. The most exciting thing that's ever happened to you, and you just couldn't let it go and enjoy it. He shakes his head at me as I step up next to him when my name is called. I would have never been able to enjoy pizza there again. I would have felt too guilty. Guilty pizza doesn't taste the same as honest pizza, I tell him, putting all the change left over from my bill into the tip jar and grabbing my tray of coffees. Besides, it's not like I came clean and told them it was all fake. I just told them I felt bad not paying for it. I'm still living on the edge. Spencer just laughs again as we move over to the condiment station, taking the lid off his coffee to dump an ungodly amount of sugar into it with a sprinkle of cinnamon. Spencer Marshall moved to Summer Suite a few years ago, taking the classroom next to mine when he was hired as the new history teacher. For the first time in our friendship, I actually had something exciting to tell him about my weekend. I probably shouldn't have admitted the part about returning to Giovanni's. It makes me look less cool. You definitely get bonus points for making out with a hot stranger in public. I can't believe you didn't even get her name or her number. You've been single for the first time in your adult life for far too long now. You should be fucking anything that moves. With a shush to Spencer to keep it down and a quick glance over my shoulder, I let out a sigh of relief that no one in the packed and noisy coffee shop heard him. "I've dated plenty," I remind him, setting my tray down while he grabs a drink stir. "You've gone on nothing but awkward and polite first dates that only got you a thanks for the evening at the end of the night and blue balls." "You know I like to get to know someone better before we jump into bed," I mutter as he finishes stirring his coffee and puts the lid back on. Although if Giovanni's would have been empty, and that nut job had kissed me for any longer, I would have thrown my 5-date minimum rule right out the window and her onto a table. Tell me you at least jerked off when you got home to relieve some tension. You don't just get a kiss like that and not go home and jerk off. I need to yank it if a woman so much as shakes my hand. Spencer suddenly looks away from me with a beaming smile. "Good morning, Mrs. Fillmore. Lovely day we're having, isn't it?" My face heats in complete mortification when Spencer greets our librarian at Summer Sweet High, who quickly drops her hand she was holding out to him when she walked over here to say good morning. She's in her 80s, still makes all the students use a handwritten card catalog, and should have retired a long time ago. But she's a lovely, church-going woman who is currently looking at my friend and then up toward the ceiling like she's waiting for God to strike him down. I try to apologize to her, but she just huffs, hugging her coffee to her chest as she quickly shuffles away and out of Island Brew. Nice. I roll my eyes at Spencer. She'll get over it when the new shipment of young adult books comes in this week. I read one of those a month ago. They are spicy. A few of them have even been banned in other school libraries. Mrs. Fillmore is a freaky little thing. Don't let her fool you. Now back to jerking it, Spencer trails off. No, not back to that. I shake my head at him, lowering my voice to a whisper as he reaches over me to grab a few napkins. I prefer doing that to porn. Women I don't know or who I've never made eye contact with. It's more respectful. There is nothing respectful about tugging your tool. It's all about being a disgusting pig who can't control himself, Spencer snorts. While I absolutely do not think about how much I wanted to relieve some tension as soon as I got off the ferry and back to my place the other day, I made a cup of tea with honey to try to relax, and as soon as I took the first sip, I was quite aroused, remembering what that crazy woman tasted like. I know you're sick of me asking this, but you're not still hung up on Emily, are you? I laugh as Spencer waits for me to grab some napkins, packets of sugar, and a handful of Italian sweet cream single-serving cups, piling them in the middle of the drink tray. You know I'm not. I like Quinn. He's a good guy. And Emily is now happier than she ever has been, I tell him, for probably the 100th time in the last few months. Does it sting a little that a professional quarterback has made her happier than I ever could? Maybe a tiny bit, but not because I'm still in love with her. Because I'm a guy, and my ego took a hit, all over the news and tabloids. Good. Then after school we can discuss getting you laid, and then you can bore me to death telling me about the new bowling ball you picked up before Tattoo Girl rocked your world. Spencer holds the door open for me and then follows me out onto the sidewalk. I laugh because Spencer is never really mean about my love of bowling. He just likes to make jokes about me boring him. He'll still give me all his attention and act interested while I rattle on, even if he isn't, because he's a good friend. Annoying at times, but still a good friend. Walk faster, I gotta get to class. Just because some people get to dick around first period doesn't mean the rest of us do. He's sure got jokes this morning. Spencer is known as the teacher who does nothing but mess around. Most of his class periods are spent telling funny stories about his life that have absolutely nothing to do with world history and everything to do with his own. I still don't even know how our students learn anything from him. It's not my fault I was lucky and got a planning period first thing in the morning. I smile at him as we pick up the pace, nodding and waving to a few people we know as we make our way down the street. The administration is pretty lax with the staff when it comes to first period planning times. We can come into school and do our work or stay home and just come in for our first class if we want. Since I try to put together all my lesson plans on the weekends, it usually leaves me an extra hour every morning before school. But I've been summoned to the castle today, so I don't even get to enjoy my free time. My smile drops as I lift my tray of coffees in reminder. What does the King of Summersweet want to talk about now? Spencer asks as we take a right at the first street and head in the direction of the school and City Hall. My phone dings with a few incoming texts, and I carefully balance the drink carrier in one hand while I pull my phone out of my back pocket with the other. Tinsley. Of course I like donuts. For fuck's sake, are there people out there who don't? Give me their names. Tinsley. My favorite color is red. Wait, is this for the skin suit you're probably going to make out of me when you kill me? Well, I guess all the blood will make it a very pretty shade of red. 100% of people killed die every time. I'm not as good at math as you, but I used a calculator, and the number checks out. I chuckled to myself before quickly darkening the screen of my phone and shoving it back in my pocket before Spencer sees anything. I haven't told him just yet I'm going to be getting a roommate later this evening. First off, he hates Tristan. If he knows I agreed to do him another favor, I'll never hear the end of it. And second, I'm not ready for all the pushing he'll most likely do to get me to sleep with her. That is something that will definitely not be happening, and I'm just not in the mood to argue with him about it right now. She's clearly going through something at the moment. I need to just be a good friend and somehow get her to clean up her life and go back to it. I'm sure my dad just wants to talk about what I want and what makes me happy, I reply to Spencer's question. We pause for a beat to look at each other as we stop at the crosswalk for a few golf carts to go by, and then we both throw our heads back and laugh. That's the absolute last thing my father would want to talk to me about, and Spencer knows it. Stay strong, my friend. Meet me in the gym after 8th period. He pats me on the back, and then we go our separate ways once we cross the street. I'll tell him later that I need to skip our one-on-one basketball game. I just need to come up with a good reason other than wanting to run to the store to pick up a few things for Tinsley before I head over to the bowling alley for practice. It's why I've spent the last 24 hours asking her what her likes and dislikes are. I want to make sure she's as comfortable as possible while she works things out. I'm honestly surprised she didn't send me a list of demands like a typical spoiled princess would. She's different than I thought she'd be, different than how Tristan has talked about her over the years during the handful of times he's mentioned her in passing. Little Miss Perfect is being a bratty bitch again. Can you believe how spoiled she is? She was handed everything and she still wants more. She's completely ruined the Hamptons for me with all her whining about her life being unfair. The Tinsley I've started to get to know seems thoughtful, considering how many times she keeps asking me if it's okay that she moves in. She also makes me laugh, and she's got the mouth of a trucker. It makes me wonder what else about her Tristan might have gotten wrong while I scroll back through our text messages as I walk. Take a look at this chair. Isn't this a great chair? You'd look good sitting behind this desk in that one. I take a sip of my coffee to stop myself from sighing loudly as my dad pushes a furniture catalog toward me across the top of his desk at City Hall. It's nice, definitely sturdy. I nod, picking a piece of lint off my pants instead of looking at the picture he's pointing to. You need to get serious about this. My term will be over in less than 6 months, he reminds me. And picking out a great chair is how I'm supposed to be getting serious? My dad slowly pulls the catalog back toward him. Grabbing his coffee I brought for him, he takes a drink before speaking again. What's going on with you? You've been acting different. I know he's annoyed with me and my lack of interest, and a part of me feels bad for how much I've been dragging my feet and how not excited I am to talk about this. Becoming the mayor of Summersweet has been the plan my entire life. You're a legacy, Ryan. Your great-great-great-grandfather was the first mayor of the island, and a Hutton has been voted into that position by city council every 4 years since then, my dad speaks, narrowing his eyes at me when I silently mouth the words right along with him, and mine flicker to the paintings hanging behind him of each of my grandfathers sitting behind this very desk. I've heard this statement from the great Ted Hutton at least once a month since I was a toddler. It's why my major in college was education, but my minor was political science. The only reason he was even happy about me wanting to become a teacher was because he thought it would make me more well-liked in the community in preparation for becoming mayor. My future was mapped out for me before I was even born, and suddenly I don't want to take that path anymore. I thought I did when we started discussing it a year ago, knowing my father would be retiring after this term. But I'm quickly realizing I have no other choice than to want it. I was never asked. It was just assumed I would do what all the other men in my family have done before me. Leave the boy alone, Ted, or I'll punch you in the throat. I smother my laughter with one hand, setting my coffee down on the edge of my dad's desk. Thankful for the interruption, I quickly get up from my chair. "You can't talk to me like that at work, Dottie," my dad whispers loudly as I greet my grandmother with a kiss on the cheek when she gets to me. "Fine, I'll type it up in a memo so you can read it later." She rolls her eyes at me, and this time I let the laughter come tumbling out of me. She's one of my favorite people, and it always puts me in a better mood when I see her. "You're late, again," my dad complains to her when I pull back, grabbing the coffee I got her out of the drink holder on his desk and handing it to her. "Eat shit, Ted. I run this place. You're lucky I even show up at all." Dorothy Dottie Wilson is my mom's mother and my father's mother-in-law. She's been the administrative assistant to the mayor of Summersweet Island since my grandfather was in office. It's actually how my parents met. Back then, Dottie lived on the mainland and brought my mom to work with her one day when my dad was interning here during his summer break as a file clerk. Dottie has no plans to ever retire, even though my dad has wished for it on every single birthday when he blows out his candles. She and my dad have shared a love-hate relationship for as long as I can remember. Nothing changed after my mom shocked us all a few months ago and asked my dad for a divorce. She left him, as well as this island, to travel the world and see what's out there other than being a mayor's wife in a small town. If anything, Dottie and Dad bicker even worse now, since my mom isn't here to act as a buffer, and her random phone calls checking in don't put nearly enough fear into either one of them to behave. With her short, wavy bob that she gets dyed blonde every 6 weeks, work uniform of Victoria's Secret pink leggings, and a matching hoodie that she owns combinations of in every single color and style, flip-flops on her feet, and her insistence that I call her Dottie instead of Grandma, she's a sassy thing who will never act her age. She does whatever makes her happy without apologies, and I wish I could be more like her. She's also the most unprofessional assistant ever, but she's right, she runs this place. My dad won't so much as send an email without checking with her first. City Hall would fall apart without Dottie Wilson keeping everyone in line. "So what are we talking about this morning?" she asks, both of us sitting down in the chairs across from my dad's desk. "Your grandson making smart choices." I wince, knowing I probably need to tell them about Tinsley sooner rather than later. This is a small island, and everyone is always in each other's business. If I don't tell them now, they'll hear it from someone else, and that would not be good for me. At this point, I'd rather talk about anything other than being the next mayor. About that, I pause, still undecided if this choice I made was smart or not. I'm going to have a roommate living with me. It's a favor for a friend, and hopefully it's just for a few weeks. "That's nice of you. Anyone we know?" my dad asks, flipping through the furniture catalog again. Rubbing my hand over the back of my neck, I fidget a little in my seat. "Remember my friend Tristan from college?" "Tristan Brewster? He's coming to stay on the island?" My dad's eyes light up immediately when he stops picking out furniture to look up at me. Every time I mention Tristan, my dad practically wets his pants. The Brewster family owns one of the biggest real estate development firms in the United States. My father has always encouraged my friendship with him, thinking more about what it could do for me than whether or not he's a good friend. It seems to have escaped his attention that after all these years of friendship, I'm always the one doing things for Tristan. Yes, well, not him, but his younger sister. I guess she has some personal stuff going on, and Tristan wants me to help her out until she's ready to go back to Chicago. "Ooh, a young woman living right down the hall? This sounds like a romance novel waiting to happen, and just the kind of excitement you need in your life." Dottie winks at me. I just shake my head at her while my dad voices both our thoughts. "Oh, no, that is not a good idea." "Exactly," I nod. "She's my friend's little sister. She's off limits. And you'll never get Emily back if you start something with another woman," he adds, now voicing his own stupid thoughts. He has never forgiven me for breaking things off with Emily. No matter how many times he's seen her with Quinn around town, or all over entertainment news when they attend an event together. And also, no matter how I've told him I'm blue in the face that I do not want her back just as much as she doesn't want to come back. "Oh, give it a rest, Ted. Emily isn't going to happen again. You need to let that go and move on. They were not right for each other. They never were." "Thank you." I turn my head and smile at Dottie when she sticks up for me. He needs to get laid. I want to hear more about the best friend's younger sister you're going to do dirty things to when you bump into each other, getting a glass of water in the middle of the night in your skivvies." Now I drop my head in my hands and groan. "Oh my God, Dottie," Dad complains. "Can you at least tell me if this new roommate is the girl in the video you were sucking face with at Giovanni's the other day?" My head whips up from my hands to stare in horror at my grandmother as she presses something on the screen of her phone with a big smile on her face. All of a sudden, the sounds of whistling, clapping, and cheering fill my dad's office as she turns her phone around so I can see it. Sure enough, there's me sucking face with a nutjob who rocked my world over the weekend. I'd like to ask Dottie to send me that video so I can study it in more detail later, but I'm too mortified right now that she even has that thing on her phone, and she's watched it. I think I might be sick. "Ryan, what the hell is this?" my father demands, standing up from his chair to lean over his desk so we can see her phone screen better. "It's hot is what it is," Dottie pipes up, quickly turning the screen of her phone away and cutting off the video. "It's nothing, I swear," I reassure him, giving my grandmother a look of betrayal. "Sorry, kid," she shrugs. "He would have found out by lunchtime. Ann Salem's granddaughter saw it online, and she sent it to Ann, who sent it to Beth Chavis, who sent it to Tina McNeil, who showed it to me this morning at Zumba." Welcome to life in a small town. It was just a joke. She's a complete stranger I'll never see again. I didn't even get her name. I try to smooth things over while my dad begins to pace behind his desk. Even though it felt nothing like a joke, and I can still feel her lips on mine, and I can still smell her skin every time I close my eyes. "That's even worse!" My dad stops pacing long enough to throw his hands up in the air. "What will people on the island think if they see that video? City council doesn't want a mayor who can't control himself or keep it in his pants and goes around making out in public with any trash off the street." Before I can tell him to knock it off with the judgment, Dottie just keeps going. "Too bad this little firecracker isn't going to be your roommate." She smiles down at her phone, and I can see that she's watching the damn video again, but at least she turned off the sound. "It would do you some good to not keep it in your pants with this one." "You're fired." My grandmother doesn't even look up at my father. She just lifts her hand in the air and gives him the finger. Okay, on that note, I need to get to class. I push up from my chair, grabbing my coffee from the edge of the desk, and make a hasty retreat to the door. "We'll talk more about our plans for the next 6 months at dinner on Sunday," my dad shouts after me as I step out into the hall. "I'll send you this video so you can have your own copy," Dottie adds. "Why the hell does he need his own copy?" I hear my dad question her as I pull the door closed behind me. For porn, Ted. My God, keep up," she replies just as the door clicks shut, and I can finally let out the sigh I've been holding in.
Chapter 4. Danica. Go eat a dick. Cock-sucking asshole. This has gone on long enough, Tins. It's ridiculous. Just come home. Cock-sucking asshole. You made your point, okay? If you come back to Chicago now, we can just forget this ever happened. Tristan. Asher said you're still not replying to his texts. Will you give the guy a break? You ruined his life. At least answer him. I know you two can still work things out. You have to work it out, Tinsley. Rolling my eyes as I walk down Summer Sweet Lane, I try to tamp down my irritation as I look away from my phone. The sun set about an hour ago, and all the colorful lights from the business fronts are flashing and shining up and down the main drag. Island music is playing from a speaker mounted above the tourist information booth across the street, while people are laughing, talking, and taking in the sights all around me. The bells and whistles from Hang 5 Arcade ring out as someone opens the door when I walk by, and golf carts putter by on the street. My stomach growls when my nose catches the scent of greasy fried foods, and my mouth waters when I walk by a funnel cake booth. Everything about the sights, sounds, and smells of this small vacation island should put me in a good mood. But the texts sitting on my phone make it feel like someone just put 500 pounds of pressure and anxiety on my shoulders. I love your hair and tattoos. The compliment from a random woman walking by me on the sidewalk throws me for a loop. She's almost a block away before I can shout an awkward, "Thank you," back to her over my shoulder. Everyone on this island is so nice. Deciding to actually listen to my brother for once, I click back on the last text from that cocksucking asshole, and I finally reply to him after the countless texts he's sent me that have gone unanswered. Me. Go eat a dick. Smiling to myself after I hit send and feeling like some of that weight lifted off my shoulders, I shove my phone back in the pocket of my shorts. And then my feet stutter to a stop in front of the ice cream stand where I'm supposed to be meeting Laura. It looks like a huge party is happening under the awning of the outdoor seating area, and I feel a little weird walking up there when I don't know anyone. The picnic tables are filled with happy, laughing people who chat over plates of food, along with a ton of other people standing around in groups, deep in conversation. I shift the large framed canvas under my arm while I scan the crowded area, looking for Laura. "Hi, Danny! We're back here!" I nod to Laura at one of the far back picnic tables when she shouts to me, with her hand waving up in the air. Stepping under the awning, I turn my body to the side and shuffle through all the people, careful not to hit anyone with the large glass frame under my arm. I slowly make my way through the crowd in Laura's direction, smiling and nodding at everyone I pass as they greet me like they know me and as if I've just shown up to celebrate with them. I get stuck behind a guy standing in front of a picnic table, talking to everyone seated around it, and I let out a little sigh that he's blocking the aisle and I can't get around him. Something about him seems familiar, but I'm assuming I've probably seen him around town somewhere the last few days. Reaching my hand up to tap him on the shoulder and ask him to move, he turns around to face me before my hand gets to him. Nerd? The nickname flies out of my mouth before I can stop it. Holy shit. It's the guy from the pizza place. What are the odds? Nutjob? He replies in just as much shock, making me smile as his eyes scan my face. My entire body heats when his eyes drop right to my mouth and just get stuck there. Warm, soft lips, his grip on the back of my neck, the smell of his cologne, his strong arms holding me against him, the fucking growl that came out of him when he looked down at my lips after the kiss ended. Everything from that moment the other day comes rushing back as I stand here staring at him, half tempted to throw myself at him and make him kiss me again. "Do you two know each other?" Laura asks from the table on the other side of this one. "Wait, is this your girlfriend that we're finally meeting?" Girlfriend? What the shit? This guy has a girlfriend? And he goes around kissing strangers like that in public? I don't know why I'm even surprised. All men are cheating bastards. He quickly turns around to face Laura while I glare at the back of his head. "What? No, oh my god, no. Haha, that would be crazy. No, definitely not." He quickly answers her with an awkward laugh. This motherfucker. What's so crazy about me being his girlfriend? Aside from the fact that he already fucking has one. Sure. He looks like a clean-cut Boy Scout who wouldn't hurt a fly in his neatly pressed khakis, polo shirt, and perfectly styled dirty blonde hair. And I'm seriously contemplating smashing the frame under my arm against the edge of the closest table and stabbing him with a shard of glass. But still. Never seen him before in my life. I finally mutter, wishing I could make someone's head explode from the power of my stare alone. He just looks like a nerd. The man sitting next to Laura at her picnic table barks out a laugh, and Laura quickly hushes him with a smack to his arm. I don't even know why I'm covering for this jerk. I should be screaming at everyone. This asshole cheats on his girlfriend. I repeat, this asshole is a cheater. Well then, Danica Brewster, this is Ryan Hutton. Ryan, this is Danica. Laura introduces, and my goddamn stomach drops right into my feet. Although I believe she said her first name is actually Tinsley, but she goes by her middle name. It definitely suits her better. Wouldn't you agree? Oh, fuck, I mutter. You're Ryan Hutton? No. This cannot be happening right now. Someone freaking kill me. You're Tinsley Brewster? He replies, quickly starting to back away from me, tripping over the leg of one of the picnic tables in the process. He's acting like I have cooties. I will end him. Wait, what am I saying? I need to end myself at this point. I made out with one of my brother's friends, who has a goddamn girlfriend, and who I'm supposed to be moving in with in an hour. Oh, God, I think I'm gonna be sick. Before I can shout something after Ryan like, "You're a piece of shit and I will cut your dick off," he's already out from under the picnic table awning and taking off down the street, practically sprinting away, like the cheating coward he is. Arms are suddenly wrapped around me, and I realize Laura got up from the table and pulled me into one of her mom hugs. Come on, let's go stow my beautiful painting inside the stand. Laura pulls me away and grabs my hand. As she tugs me with her to the back of the building, I follow blindly behind her, wondering why my luck just keeps turning to shit. Handing her the painting as soon as we're inside the building, surrounded by shelves of styrofoam cups, bowls, and plastic spoons, I momentarily forget all about the fact that Ryan is a jerk when Laura's eyes light up as soon as she sees the painting again. I almost forgot how much I love this. Her eyes fill with tears as she reverently runs her fingertips over the silhouette of the two girls on the swing. I have 2 daughters, and this reminds me of them when they were little. Well, 4 daughters, actually, since I took on a few strays. Thinking about adding a 5th one. Laura laughs softly as she looks up from the painting at me, and I smile right along with her, even though I have no idea what she's talking about. So, you and Ryan? Butterflies start flapping around in my stomach, and I wave her away. It's nothing, really, just a mix-up. I don't want to cause any problems. The last thing I need right now is for everyone to find out the new girl on the island is a homewrecker. I just got here. I like it here. I really don't want to have to leave already. Oh, sweetie, Laura just laughs, gently setting the painting down on a counter next to her. She reaches out and rubs her hand up and down the side of my arm. You're definitely not going to cause any problems. From what I saw, you're going to cause nothing but fun. Once again, I have no idea what she's talking about. She obviously missed the part where Ryan told her I am not his girlfriend. Fucking Ryan Hutton is the nerd who kissed me senseless, who I've been texting with the last couple of days. How is this even happening to me right now? Why can't I just catch a break for once? All I know is I need to get the hell out of here and figure out what I'm going to do next. It's not like I can move in with him now. Shit. Where the hell am I going to live? Laura reaches up and readjusts a white flower tucked behind her ear. And for the first time since I got here, I take a good look at her. She's wearing a very pretty and sexy short white dress, with her long blonde hair laying loose and wavy all around her shoulders, and what definitely looks like professional makeup applied to her face. She looks absolutely stunning. And the man she was sitting next to out at the picnic table was wearing a dress shirt and a tie, and looked pretty damn handsome for a guy in his late 50s. Remembering I saw a Harley in the parking lot in between all the golf carts, with a sign on the back that said, "Just married," makes all the pieces click together in my brain. Oh my God, I crashed your wedding, I mutter. I look down in disgust at my tattered jean shorts with some old paint splatters on them that never came out in the wash, my oversized racerback tank top I threw on over a lace bralette, and the scuffed and dirty Doc Martens on my feet. At least the trucker hat I'm wearing on my head with a picture of a tow truck and the words camel towing on it is turned backward. No, you didn't, Laura chuckles. I invited you, remember? A bubble of laughter comes out of me, and once it starts, I can't stop. The last wedding I attended was for the mayor of Chicago. The dress I wore to that event cost as much as most people's yearly salary. And now I'm at a wedding wearing dirty jean shorts and scuffed boots with my bra showing. I'm sorry, I tell Laura in between my laughter. If my mother saw me right now wearing this to a wedding, she would have a coronary. Danny, my husband wore jeans to our wedding, and we had a 20-minute argument about whether or not he needed to wash them for today. My daughter is wearing flip-flops, and we're going to eat ice cream for dessert right out of the cartons, because fuck wasting styrofoam bowls. Believe me, you're fine. You fit right in. Wrapping her arm around my shoulders, she starts guiding me back toward the door. Come on, let's go get you some food and I'll introduce you around. It takes me 5 tries before Laura finally accepts my answer that I would love to stay but have somewhere else I need to be. Like back at the hotel so I can scream into a pillow for the rest of the night. Very important stuff. I don't even try to argue with her when she grabs the to-go container from one of the shelves before we walk back outside. She takes it out to the picnic tables, piling it so full of food she can barely get the lid closed. She adds a styrofoam bowl filled with lobster bisque with a lid on top, along with plastic silverware and napkins before handing it over to me. I wrote my number down on one of the napkins, Laura tells me as I take the food. Call me if you need anything. Or just to tell me how it's going. I'm leaving for my honeymoon tomorrow, but if I don't hear from you in a few days, I'm going to track you down and check in on you myself. I barely know this woman, and yet I know she's serious. Not wanting her to miss out on any part of her honeymoon because of me, I promise her I'll check in. And then I walk away from Laura Bennett, once again feeling like I was just run over by one of those perfect TV sitcom moms I didn't think existed in real life. I'm a few blocks away from the dip and twist when my phone dings with a notification, pulling me out of my daze. Seeing it's a new text from Ryan just brings the butterflies in my stomach back, along with a whole bunch of rage. He fucks up, and now I have to deal with the consequences? This is bullshit. Knowing his stupid text is just going to tell me the roommate situation isn't going to work out anymore, I start to put my phone back in my pocket, fully planning on ignoring it, and him until the end of time. But then another notification dings, and I figure maybe telling him off will make me feel better. Stopping in front of a souvenir store, I unlock my phone screen and click on his text. Ryan, I'm sorry. I'm really, really, really sorry. I shouldn't have run away like that. That was a little bit of a shock, wouldn't you say? Ryan, this one time when I was 8, I heard about this movie called Saving Private Ryan, and I really wanted to watch it because, it was about a Ryan. And my dad kept telling me no, saying I was too young to watch it, but I didn't believe him. So I found it on our TV on pay-per-view, and I snuck my dad's credit card, and I rented the best movie ever. And then a few minutes into it, I realized I had rented something called Saving Ryan's Privates instead. What happened today was way more shocking than that. Who does he think he is? Trying to be all cute? I mutter with a shake of my head. Even though I can't stop smiling, I quickly wipe the grin from my face and remember I'm pissed at him, and I fire off a reply. Me. You have a fucking girlfriend. I watch the 3 little dots show up, disappear, show up and disappear again. Right when I get ready to send him another text with every curse word I know, another text comes through. Ryan, it's complicated. Me. I'm going to punch you right in the face. What's so complicated about it? You either have a girlfriend or you don't. It's a yes or no answer, Ryan. Ryan, I promise you that I absolutely do not have a girlfriend. I swear on the Bible, my grandmother's life, and the Ghostbusters Firehouse Lego set that took me 12 hours to complete. Me. Why did you say it was complicated? Ryan. Okay, not complicated. More like super embarrassing and completely mortifying. Me. Well, now you have to tell me. Ryan. I will. I swear. Are you still coming over in an hour? We can talk then. Me. You're kidding, right? Ryan. No, I'm not. I already got the guest bedroom already. It won't be weird, I swear. We're adults and we can act like it, right? Fuck. Looking up from my phone, I spend a few minutes people watching. I don't know if I believe him, but do I really have any other choice? The hotel is sucking my bank account dry. I need to start painting again. I need to start making money and feeling like myself again. All this time without being creative, and I feel off kilter. No, absolutely not. I can't move in with him. He's my brother's friend, and I kissed him, and he has a complicated girlfriend situation. I'll just have to figure something else out. But I guess I can at least give him a chance to explain. He's right. We're adults, and we can act like it. I can be just as mature about this as he is. Me. Fine. I'll be there in an hour. Your explanation better be a good one, or they will never be able to find your body. Chapter 5. Danica. Cocaine's a hell of a drug, man. Pausing in the middle of the walkway that leads up to the cottage, I double-check the numbers on the side of the house next to the front door. Then I pull up my brother's text again with Ryan's address. 324 Dolphin Lane. Yep, I'm definitely at the right house. Taking another look at the front of the cottage, with the porch light shining brightly as I walk the rest of the way up the sidewalk, I'm a little surprised that this is where Ryan Hutton lives. It's definitely a nice cottage, but it's so dark. On a street filled with brightly colored cottages, from pink to purple to yellow, this one I'm currently walking up to is the only one on this street painted black. Black siding, black trim, black roof, black portico along the front of the house, and a black front door. It's also the only house without one colorful flower or bush planted in the rock landscaping, or one potted plant under the portico. It does, however, have a whole bunch of questionable scorch marks on the grass of the front yard. The only splash of color, if you can call it that, comes from a wreath hanging on the front door covered in black and white artificial flowers, with a white wooden sign in the middle of it that says, "Fuck off." And down at my feet is a tan-colored welcome mat that says, "Go away." It's definitely not the most inviting home I've ever been to. I hardly know Ryan, but the polite, nerdy man I met at the pizza shop and the kind dad joke-telling friend of my brother's I've been texting certainly doesn't seem like the type of guy who would live here. He seems like he should live in a mini Disney World, driving the neighborhood crazy with It's a Small World constantly playing from a speaker on his front porch. Knocking on the door, I start to wonder if I've gotten Ryan Hutton all wrong. Maybe he really is a serial killer. The door is immediately flung open before I've barely removed my hand from the wood, and the fuck off wreath bounces against the door when it's jerked to a stop before it hits the wall behind it. I'm greeted by someone who is not Ryan, as he stands in the doorway, holding on to the handle. The man looks like he just came in from the beach after a day of surfing. He's shirtless, wearing a pair of brightly colored board shorts with the bronzed skin of his lean, muscular body on full display, and flip-flops on his feet. He swipes one of his hands through the wavy blonde hair on his head as he smiles hopefully at me. "Hi, are you selling Girl Scout cookies?" No, I laugh, looking around him and into the house at the interior. which is just as black as the exterior. I'm looking for Ryan. Ryan Hutton? The man asks, and I nod. Nope, not here. You sure you don't have any cookies on you? I could go for some cookies. Sorry. I just shrug, wondering where the hell Ryan is when he told me to be at his place at this time. This one time when I was in Vegas with my friend Millie, I got into an argument with a UFC fighter over Thin Mints. He knocked out 2 of my teeth, but we hugged it out after. Then we snuck into a show at Excalibur, stole a sword from one of the actors on stage, took a shit in the fountain at the Bellagio, and I woke up in a church in Idaho 2 days later without my pants. But my 2 missing teeth were in my shirt pocket, so that was cool. What? I whisper in shock as the guy stares somewhere over my shoulder in a daze. Cocaine's a hell of a drug, man. A hell of a drug. He nods with a smile on his face. Blinking a few times, he shakes his head with a chuckle and looks at me expectantly. Right, I mutter, shaking my head as well to try to erase everything he just told me. I'm sorry, do you live here? Yep, sure do. The man smiles. Great. Ryan already has a roommate. Something else he failed to mention to me. What's with all the burned grass in the front yard? I point over my shoulder with my thumb, wondering what else I'm going to add to the reasons why there's no way in hell I'm going to live here column. Oh, that? The guy laughs. That's just what happens on Wednesdays. Who were you looking for again? Bodhi, who's at the door? A woman shouts from somewhere in the house before I can say Ryan's name again. Jesus, how many people does Ryan live with? Oh, your tattoos are badass. A woman with short, bright blue hair pops up behind the guy I now know as Bodhi. When she steps out from behind him and into the doorway, I see she's holding a tiny sleeping baby in her arms. Sorry, wrong house. I immediately turn and start walking away from the cottage, not even caring if I'm being rude. I'm not living with a weirdo and a woman with a baby, no matter how good Ryan's explanation is, or how desperate I am. Is this what he meant by complicated? Because his baby mama lives with him? Wait, you're the one who stopped by Laura and Dean's wedding at the Dip and Twist earlier. I pause on the walkway when the woman shouts after me, slowly turning around with a sheepish smile. These people must be friends with Laura. I don't want to piss off anyone who's friends with her. She's nice, and she's the first sort of friend I've made since I got here. Aw, shit. I knew she looked familiar. Bodhi snaps his fingers and points at me. You're the one who called Ryan a nerd. That was hilarious. He's a nice guy, but definitely a little nerdy. The woman laughs. Hi, I'm Tess. This idiot is my husband, and this little sleeping nugget of perfection is Nora. It's Danica, right? Okay, I feel stupid now. As I take a few steps toward the front door, Tess steps outside under the portico. Shifting the sleeping baby up to her shoulder, she reaches her hand out to me. You can call me Danny. I smile at her, shaking her hand. I'm sorry to bother you. I was just wondering when Ryan would be back. Oh, yeah, she's looking for Ryan. Bodhi nods from behind Tess. I thought she was selling Girl Scout cookies. Why the fuck would a grown woman be selling Girl Scout cookies? Well, that's just age discrimination, and I will not allow it. If Nora wants to sell Girl Scout cookies when she's an adult, Nora can sell Girl Scout cookies when she's an adult. How many pot brownies did you eat while I was in the shower? What? None. Bodhi. Okay, 2. Bodhi. Fine, 4. God. My head bobs back and forth between the couple like I'm at a tennis match. Wait, you wanted to know when Ryan would be back? Tess finally looks away from her husband and at me. I don't think he's ever been to our house. Was he supposed to be here? Okay, now I'm confused. So Ryan Hutton doesn't live here? This is 324 Dolphin Lane, right? I look back at Tristan's text, making sure for the third time I read it correctly. Yes, but Ryan lives at 423 Paradise Lane. It's one street over. Tess points to her left. Fucking Tristan. I am so sorry to bother you. I quickly tell her, shoving my phone back in the pocket of my jeans. Someone gave me the wrong address. No worries. You want some pot brownies for the road? Bodhi asks. You cannot offer pot brownies to everyone who comes to the door. It's called being neighborly, Tess. This is why we never get invited to the potlucks. No one wants to eat a shitty casserole that's been sitting out in the sun all day making small talk with morons. Okay, I'm just gonna get going. I interrupt their arguing, starting to back away from the house. Sorry again for the interruption and the confusion. Wait, give me your number, Tess orders, handing the baby over to Bodhi when she wakes up and starts to cry. We're due for a sip and bitch soon. You should come, and I can introduce you to the girls. A sip and what? I ask as Tess pulls her phone out of the pocket of her shorts, typing in my number as I rattle it off. Don't question it, Danny. Just let sip and bitch happen. It's safer that way. Bodhi tells me before walking back inside the house, singing softly to the baby to get her to quiet down. It's just an excuse for us to get out of the house and away from our men so we can complain about them, Tess explains, sending a text to my phone so I have her number as well. What happens at Sippin' Bitch stays at Sippin' Bitch. Tess assures that she'll text me about this sip and bitch thing and tells me to say hello to Ryan for her. And then she rushes back into the house when we hear a crash from inside, followed by Bodhi muttering, We're just gonna tell your mom that you broke this, okay? You'll cover for me, right? I walk back to my golf cart parked at the curb, happy that I seem to have made 2 more friends. Tess seems cool. Bodhi's a little odd, but I'm sure he's harmless. Come on, not my favorite hat, I hear Bodhi shout as soon as I start up my golf cart. Looking up, I see him following Tess outside as she marches over to the middle of the front yard. She clicks a lighter in her hand a few times before a flame flickers out of it. Then she lights the hat in her hand on fire and tosses it down to the grass to watch it burn. Huh. So I guess this really is just what happens on Wednesdays, I muse, pulling away from the curb. Less than a minute later, I'm pulling up to the front of 423 Paradise Lane, turning off my golf cart and climbing out of it. I'm unable to hide my smile when I see a cottage that fits Ryan much better. It's Tiffany blue with white trim. The lawn is perfectly manicured, and there isn't a scorch mark in sight on the lush green grass. The landscape is filled with yellow and blue flowers, and hanging baskets overflowing with even more colorful flowers hang down from the ceiling of the large front porch. The glow of a strand of Edison lights hanging along the outer roof of the porch highlights the beautiful home this evening. And as I make my way up the stairs of the porch, I see there's an actual welcome mat on the floor that says, Welcome, Friends, on it. There's even a seating area off to one side, with white wicker chairs and blue and white cushions on them. A table in front of the chairs with a potted plant in the center filled with the same blue and yellow flowers that are out in the yard makes this house much more inviting than the last one. Lifting my hand and knocking, I take another look around while I wait. The street is dim and quiet. Antique street lamps along the sidewalk light the way for a couple out walking their dog, while 2 kids go flying by on bikes. I can just barely hear the sound of the waves crashing to the shore from the beach on the other side of the house. Of course, Ryan's home has an ocean view. My most favorite thing in the world, and it's being dangled right in front of me, trying to entice me into living here. When no one comes to the door after a minute or 2, I try knocking again, louder this time. And for the second time tonight, I am greeted by a man not wearing a shirt when the door is quickly flung open while I'm still rapping my fist against it. Oh my God, I whisper, my fist still suspended in midair, my eyes dropping right down to the well-defined abs with beads of water dripping down over them right in front of me in the open doorway. They're even more impressive than Bodhi's, since the man standing in front of me easily has 30 extra pounds of cut wet muscle on him. My head cocks to the side as my hand slowly drops, fully appreciating the beauty of the V-shaped indent by his hips and lower abs, since he's wearing just a pair of black basketball shorts hanging low on his hips. Everything around me suddenly slows down, and I feel like I'm in the middle of an Axe body spray commercial, where I'm standing in front of a hot guy who just got out of the shower, sexily pulling his shirt on in slow motion, with porn music playing in my ears as he confidently puts on a backward striptease. Hi, sorry, my head's stuck. I look away guiltily from ogling all the muscles when I hear Ryan's muffled voice. The slow-motion, sexy bubble immediately bursts when I find him struggling to pull his shirt on while he opened the door. Stupid wet skin and dry cotton. Ryan's muffled voice comes through the material of the shirt again. I can't help but laugh as his body twists from side to side with his arms flailing above his head, tangled in the bunched-up t-shirt covering his face and shoulders as he struggles. A few seconds later, his head finally pops through the opening, and then he tugs the shirt down the rest of the way over his wet skin with a frustrated grunt. His short, dirty blonde hair is mussed on top of his head and still looks a little damp from a recent shower. And there are a pair of square, black-rimmed glasses on his face that are currently askew from his battle to pull his shirt down. Pushing the glasses back up on his nose and straightening them, he finally looks at me with a big smile on his face. He looks like a hot accountant who just got home from the gym, and I want to screw his brains out while he does my taxes. You're here. Sorry, it took me a minute to answer the door. Practice went a little late and I'm running behind. Ryan looks so happy to see me that some of my annoyance with him disappears, as well as my irritation that Tristan sent me to the wrong address. The urge to climb Ryan like a jungle gym, however, stays right where it is. This is not good. It's fine. I almost didn't make it. Tristan gave me the address of Tess and Bodhi's house. I even asked Tristan 3 times if he was sure it was the right address. Tess says hi, by the way. She and Bodhi are a little insane, but seem nice. Ryan's smile falls. Tristan gave you the wrong address? He also told me, and I quote, he's like a volleyball coach or something, I don't know. He's not the most observant man, I inform him. Going by the 2021 Virginia State Bowling Tournament t-shirt he's currently wearing, along with the fact that he was carrying a bowling ball bag at the pizza place and wearing a flashy bowling shirt, and all the bowling trophies I can see right inside the door displayed on an entry table, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say he has something to do with bowling. I've sent him a Christmas card every year with a newsletter. How does he not know my address or what I do for a living? I feel a little bad that he looks so dejected, but I laugh once again. He's friends with my brother. He should know damn well how self-centered Tristan is. Sorry for laughing. It's just, you send my brother a Christmas card? The image of Tristan kicked back on his couch, happily reading through someone's newsletter because he actually cared about what was going on in someone else's life is just too funny to ignore. Ryan's lucky Tristan probably threw them in the trash every year without even opening them. Knowing my brother, he would have taken a picture and posted it on social media just to make fun of him. I know, Tristan's a jerk, Ryan sighs. But I can't just send all my friends a card and not send him one. It would be rude. I just shake my head at him, wondering how in the hell someone like him ever became friends with someone like Tristan. Well, come on in, and I'll show you around the place. Ryan steps back into the house and holds the door open for me. After closing it, he walks around me in the entryway, his shoulder brushing against mine as he goes. The smell of soap and some kind of yummy, manly body wash is left in his wake. and my stupid mouth waters as I follow him. And when he shoves his hand into the front pockets of his shorts while he walks, I have to force my eyes not to stare at how good his ass looks in those butt-hugging basketball shorts as he leads me into the living room. A gorgeous living room that looks like something right out of an Island Home magazine. There's one whole wall of windows that faces the ocean and the beach, and the room is all white with touches of different shades of blue. From the blue and white striped love seat to the blue nautical decorations hung on the walls, and island-themed knickknacks on the coffee table and bookshelves. The living room opens up to the kitchen, and the all-white with blue accents theme continues in there, with white marble countertops, stainless steel appliances, and dark walnut high-back chairs pushed up to the kitchen island, with blue and white striped cushions tied to them. From what I can see from here, it's absolutely beautiful. With a chenille blanket tossed over the back of the couch, a candle lit in the middle of the coffee table, framed family photos adding a personal touch on the end tables and across the mantel, and a fireplace just waiting for someone to light a match when it gets cold, I can already see myself curling up on the couch with my sketch pad and enjoying the homey comfort I felt as soon as I walked through the door. All right, explain yourself and the complicated girlfriend comment. I get right to the point of my visit, not wanting to fall in love with the place any more than I already have, when I'm still not sure I trust this guy. I stop walking and stand behind the couch, crossing my arms in front of me. Ryan slowly turns around to face me a few feet away and then shifts back and forth nervously on his feet as he stares down at them. I refuse to think about how adorable he looks with his bare feet sinking into the carpet, while he takes one hand out of his pocket to rub it against the back of his neck. Or how hot he looks in that fitted white t-shirt that clings to all those wet muscles that I got an eyeful of when he opened the door. He looks good wearing something other than a polo and khakis. He looks really good. He looks like he could be another hot Hemsworth brother. I noticed it at the pizza place, but I'm noticing it even more now, seeing him dressed so comfortably in his own home. And now that I know this nerd is buff as hell underneath those clothes, he clears his throat and bites down on his bottom lip before his eyes finally meet mine. And I just want to close the distance between us and kiss his damn mouth again. Which cannot happen, whether I live with a guy or not, no matter how good he looks. Any friend of Tristan's is forever off limits for the ick factor alone. I'm just gonna blurt this out and get it over with, so we can move on and never speak of it again, okay? Rolling my eyes, I rotate my hand in a hurry the hell up motion and wait for him to continue. I never had a girlfriend. I lied about having a girlfriend because I didn't want to look like a loser. He spits out all in one breath. I just stand here blinking at him for a full minute, trying to process what he said. I'm sorry. Come again? I finally ask after an embarrassed laugh comes out of him to break the silence, and his cheeks get a little flushed. His eyes look away from mine to stare at his feet again. It sounded like you said you lied about having a girlfriend. Ryan lets out a sigh, closing his eyes for a moment and making me want to hug him. The adorable jerk! Look, it was months and months ago. I was dating someone off and on for a while. She started liking someone else while we were off, so to make it easier on her, I told her I had a girlfriend, so she wouldn't feel guilty or something. Ryan explains, making everything inside of me melt into a puddle of goo. And then, in an anxious ramble, he says, I blurted it out without thinking, and I sort of never went back and explained it to everyone. So it's just been going on for a while, because I get nervous every time someone asks me about this fake girlfriend and when they're going to meet her, and I'll just look like an even bigger idiot if I come clean now. So I just keep telling them she travels a lot for her job, and I figured the next time she's mentioned, I can just tell them we decided it wasn't working and we've parted ways. But she's still a lovely woman and we're going to remain friends. But not that good of friends where she'll ever need to meet them. He finally stops to breathe and then shrugs, looking like the grimace face emoji. See, this is why I don't lie. It's scary. He lets out a deep breath, and all I can do is laugh. That long-winded explanation is just crazy enough that I know he's telling me the truth. And he's so embarrassed telling it to me that he looks like he might throw up. I highly doubt anyone would put themselves through that kind of mortification just to convince someone he doesn't really have a girlfriend, so it's okay to live with them. The fact that I still want to kiss that mouth of his, and now I have the sudden urge to wrap my arms around him and give him a comforting hug, tells me it's still not a wise decision to stay here. He might not have a girlfriend, but he's still off limits. Can I show you the rest of the house before you decide I'm a complete loser? I guess, I reply, even though I'm still on the fence about staying here. And now I want to punch him for calling himself a loser. For fuck's sake, I need a drink. Leading me into the kitchen, he pulls open the fridge. I cleaned out that middle shelf for you. You're welcome to anything else I have in here, but I just thought you might like your own shelf. I promise I won't touch your cheese. I don't want to die. I jokingly told him in one of our text exchanges that the last man who touched my favorite cheese without asking is now at the bottom of Lake Michigan. I laugh, even though there's a damn lump in my throat. Currently on my shelf is a jug of hazelnut coffee creamer, my favorite garlic and herb Boursin cheese, and a bottle of honey mustard, my favorite condiment. I can't help but smile, thinking about the 20-minute text argument we had about how disgusting plain yellow mustard is. Ryan shuts the fridge door and we move on to the pantry, where I also have my own shelf. It has my favorite cereal, my favorite chips, a box of my favorite flavor of Nutri-Grain bars, and a few boxes of my favorite fruit snacks. Before I can get choked up again over how thoughtful he was, when I haven't even decided if I'm going to stay here, Ryan quickly moves right along with a tour. He opens the door next to the pantry to show me where the garage is. And then we walk back into the living room and step out onto the deck so he can show me the view and the small shed off to the side of his property. My hands immediately itch with the need to escape out there and set up my painting supplies. But I keep my cool, just smiling and nodding at everything he shows me. I'm honestly the most surprised at the cleanliness of this place. Considering he's a single guy living alone, it's even more impressive than the beautiful decor. Moving back into the house and down the hallway, he opens the door to his bedroom, and the first thing I notice is a bookcase filled with the biggest Lego displays I have ever seen. There's a giant Titanic ship, the house from the movie Home Alone, and the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars, just to name a few. They're awesome, and I have the sudden urge to start playing with Legos. Sorry about the bed. I didn't have time to make it today. Before I have time to comment on the Legos, my eyes fly right to his king-sized bed, and I have to struggle to push away thoughts of him naked on top of the navy blue comforter that's bunched up on one side of it. Okay, next room. We move on to the spare bedroom down the hall, and once again, he rubs the back of his neck nervously as I step inside. I got you a red comforter, since you said your favorite color is red. And those are new pillowcases and sheets, too. I also thought the red and black throw pillows were cute, so I grabbed those as well. If you don't like them, you can just toss them in the closet. He rambles adorably again, making my heart beat faster in my stupid chest. Come on, I'll show you the bathroom. He's out the door and across the hall before I turn around and walk out of the room and into the doorway of the bathroom to join him. It's still a little hot and steamy in here from the shower he must have jumped out of right before I got here, and I'm suddenly hit with the smell of his soap again. I'm so distracted by how good it smells and noticing a red bottle of Old Spice body wash sitting on a ledge in the shower wondering when in the hell Old Spice started smelling so fucking delicious that I missed the first part of what Ryan says. A half bath off the kitchen. Sorry, we'll have to share a shower. He clears his throat and then looks away from me to point out a few things, while I'm still stuck on the part about us sharing a shower. I'm fairly confident he didn't mean it in the way my dirty brain interpreted that statement, but the image of his naked body standing under the spray while I soap him up is now in my head and stuck there forever. I got you some new shampoo and body wash, and a new loofah and toothbrush. But, if you don't like any of it, you don't have to use it. Oh, and I put this basket of stuff here. But if I forgot anything, let me know and I'll go back to the store. I look at the white basket on the back of the toilet, filled with a few boxes of different brands of tampons, several bags of different sized pads, Midol, a pink packet of feminine cleansing wipes with a matching bottle of freshening spray, a brand new heating pad still in the box, and a little stuffed animal dog. My heart starts racing like it's about to run right out of my chest, and I have to blink away tears before I start crying like a baby. My grandma, Dottie, got me that dog when I was little. Ryan explains while I wonder how it's possible a man this thoughtful actually exists in real life. He's filled with flaxseed and dried lavender, and you put him in the microwave, heat him up, and put him wherever you hurt. I know, it's silly and a little juvenile. I just thought you might want to borrow him while you're here. Sometimes that little guy works better than a heating pad to take away your pain. It's not silly. It's really nice. He smiles at me, and butterflies start flapping in my stomach. Asher would have thrown a fit if I asked him to run to the store to get me tampons. If I so much as winced with a cramp, he would roll his eyes and tell me he didn't need to know about the gross shit that was happening to my body. Ryan just happily filled his shopping basket with every feminine hygiene product on the shelf at the store and gave zero shits about it sitting out on the back of his toilet for anyone to see. Needing to get out of this bathroom before I start weeping because of some damn tampons and a stuffed dog, I quickly turn and leave the room, walking down the hallway and back out into the living room. What do you say? You still want to be roommates? It is reassuring that there weren't any dead bodies in your closets, I tell him, turning around to face him and crossing my arms again when he joins me by the couch. Oh, I keep those out in the shed. He says it with such a straight face that the laughter just flies right out of me. I don't know about this. I trail off, looking around the room again and noticing a plate of homemade chocolate chip cookies in the middle of the kitchen island I missed before. Jesus, the man even bakes. Is it because of the kiss? Here we go. Time to discuss the elephant in the room like rational adults. It does make this situation a little awkward. I nod. You don't have to worry about me crossing the line again. He quickly reassures me, like that kiss in the pizza place was his idea. That will never happen again. Trust me. He laughs like it's the most ridiculous idea in the world we would ever kiss again. I try not to feel a little rejected as he continues, even though I have absolutely no business feeling any sort of way toward this guy. You're Tristan's sister, and I'm his friend. I have no desire to cross any boundaries with you, so don't worry about that at all. It wouldn't be respectful for anything to happen between us when I'm supposed to be helping you. Right now, you just need a good friend. God forbid Mr. Good Guy do something disrespectful to me, like bend me over that bathroom sink and... Wait, what am I saying? He's right. Anything happening between us would just be bad and wrong. It still doesn't mean I should pack up my shit at the hotel and move in here. I can already tell this would be another complication in my life I really don't need. Right, I nod, backing up toward the door. I need to think about it. I'm paid up at the hotel for a few more days anyway. Okay, sounds good. Ryan happily nods, walking me toward the door and holding it open for me. Do you want me to follow you back to the hotel? I don't mind. Stopping when I get out onto the porch, I just stare at him. He doesn't seem to mind anything very much at all. Must be nice not having any worries in life. Promising him I'm perfectly fine getting back to the hotel on my own and that I'll text him with my answer when I make a decision, I walk back to my golf cart and quickly drive away. Wondering if I could actually live with a guy I'm stupidly attracted to, who seems completely oblivious to me, even if it is only temporary.
Chapter 6. See you in 5 to 7 business days. Ryan, did you make it back to the hotel okay? Danica, I did. Shocking considering all of the evildoers and sinister things happening in this sprawling metropolis. I actually drove by someone holding a door open for another person. It was horrifying. I barely made it back alive. Okay, so Summer Sweet Island isn't exactly Chicago. That doesn't mean I'm not going to worry. Well, thank you. I'm not really used to people worrying about me. You're welcome. Now ask me anything. What? You're nervous about living with a guy you don't know. Totally understandable. I just want to make you feel comfortable, so ask me anything. I'll tell you whatever you want to know, so I won't feel like a stranger anymore. What's the biggest regret you have in life? Geez, going right for the big guns, aren't you? Go big or go home. All right then, I guess. Going along with things I don't really want to do just to make other people happy. I'm going to assume letting a stranger stay with you is at the top of that list. So glad you said it before me. What a nightmare she's going to be. Ha ha, you're hilarious. Okay, my turn. That's not how this works. This is all about you, buddy. You don't think I'm nervous about living with a stranger too? You're very murdery. I'm already worried about the things you do now when you aren't living under the same roof as me. I see your point. You may proceed. Do you like fisting in the rain? Jesus, talk about coming in hot. I gotta say, that doesn't sound very pleasant at all. OMG, no, walking. I typed walking. I swear to God I did not type that. Uh-huh, sure. Don't look me in the eyes for at least 5 to 7 business days. This is mortifying. Only on business days? So Saturdays are a go for eye contact and rain fisting. Got it. You're such a comedian. I also enjoy walking in the rain, as long as it isn't freezing cold. Ask me another question before I die of embarrassment. What's your middle name? Theodore. My dad's name is Theodore Ryan Hutton, and I'm Ryan Theodore Hutton. My mom wasn't a fan of having a junior, but still wanted my dad included in some way. Speaking of names, what should I call you? If you call me Tinsley, I will not respond. Danica or Danny is fine. Noted. I'm assuming you don't coach volleyball. Freaking Tristan. No, I do not. I'm the bowling coach for Summer Sweet High School, and I also teach algebra. Ew, math. I think I just found the one thing I can't stand about you. Only one thing? That's encouraging. Give it time. Sorry, I just have to get something off my chest. I have been an algebra teacher and a bowling coach since I graduated from college and moved back home. That's 10 years of Christmas newsletters your brother never even read. When I told Tristan I wanted to go by Danica now, he asked me where in the hell I got a stupid name like that from. Our parents? When I was born, he had no idea it was my middle name. Welcome to Tristan Hell. I even put a different Christmas border on it every year. I never should have listened to Shepard and started using glitter last year. It probably turned some people off. You're just gonna have to let this go, man. Fine. But I'm going to think long and hard about sending him a Christmas card this year. Of course you are. Next question. Who is your favorite person in the world? Are you fishing for a compliment? I barely know you. At this point, you're probably like my 75th favorite person. I wasn't fishing for a compliment, but now I'm curious. 75th favorite person out of how many? 76. You just barely made the cut above drunk David Hasselhoff. Do you have a favorite person in the world? It would have to be my grandmother Dottie. She's fearless and amazing. I'm sure you'll meet her soon whether you want to or not. She comes in like a wrecking ball. See what I did there? Miley Cyrus, wrecking ball. It's not as funny when you have to explain it, my friend. Whatever, my turn. After a long day, do you like taking anal? Where exactly am I taking it? No, why does my phone hate me? Taking a nap, taking a freaking nap. I swear I am not some perverted creep. My God, man, your autocorrect is just failing you left and right. This is exactly why I prefer picking up the phone and actually calling someone. I was on board with fisting and anal, but my hard limit is talking on the phone. Now I'm definitely not comfortable with you. I think it's best if I stop texting for the night. I'm just gonna go put my phone in the corner and make him think about what he's done. Maybe scream into the void for a few hours. That's probably wise. See you in 5 to 7 business days. Chapter 7. Ryan. Who needs balls anyway? Is that my phone? Give me that. When I try to lean over the table to take my phone back from Dottie, she quickly scoots farther away on the bench seat with a laugh. It's your own fault for not locking your screen, she informs me as she continues looking down at my phone. I keep my sexting on full lockdown with facial recognition. Sitting down next to her at one of the concession stand booths at the bowling alley, I finally snatch my phone out of her hand. I wasn't sexting anyone. The fisting and anal says otherwise. Dottie smiles at me. Stop talking, just stop talking right now. My face is so hot it feels like it might catch on fire, and it's been this way since my phone betrayed me the other night, even though Danny made me laugh out loud with her responses to those unfortunate texts. My phone wasn't smart enough to use the words I actually typed, but it could obviously read my mind and all the dirty thoughts I'd been having about Danica since she walked through my front door. Who am I kidding? I've been having dirty thoughts about her since she was bent over in line at Giovanni's. I still can't believe the woman who gave me the most exciting weekend of my life is Tristan's sister. I'm just over the moon that the woman you were sucking face with really is your new roommate. What are the odds? I'll make sure to call first before I stop by from now on. Dottie winks at me and I sigh, stealing one of her fries from the serving basket on the table. I don't even know if she's going to move in. She's still thinking about it. If you were better at sexting, she'd probably already be there by now, she cheekily replies. I'm just here to hopefully give her some good advice so she can get her life back on track and return to Chicago with her family where she belongs. Popping the fry into my mouth, I grab another before Dottie pushes the basket closer to me. I'm supposed to try to be her friend, remember? I start shoveling the fries in faster when I think about her calling me buddy and my friend in her texts. It should have made me happy that she seemed to be warming up to me, but I hated it. I hated the thought that once again, a woman I'm attracted to is putting me in the friend zone. It's why I haven't had a second date with anyone in over a year. I'm just not the kind of guy women fall all over. It shouldn't bother me so much that Danny is just like all the rest. This should finally teach me the lesson that I need to stop being attracted to women who are out of my league. Danny is hot, funny, confident, and bold, the complete opposite of me. But honestly, she'll probably be a good friend to have to help bring me out of my shell. Too bad the things I'm thinking about her are anything but friendly. Seeing her in my home, thinking about her curled up on my couch while planning someone's murder, or leaning against my kitchen counter and drinking a cup of tea with me as we talk about our day. It does things to me. It makes me want to get her naked in every single room of my house. I had to keep my hands in my pockets through that tour just to stop myself from touching her. How in the heck am I going to live with this woman, if she even wants to after that epically bad texting fail? Did I mention she's engaged? The words leave a sour taste in my mouth as soon as I say them, and I drop the half-eaten French fry in my hand back in the basket and push it away. You said she skipped out on our wedding. That means the engagement is over. Dottie takes up where I left off with the fries. It's still a big thing that just happened to her. She's not in the right frame of mind for anything at the moment, and I don't need to complicate things even further for her. It's not like she wants to complicate things anyway. I made a promise to Tristan, and she needs my help, I continue, while Dottie finishes off the fries and takes a loud slurping sip of her soda from the styrofoam cup. I don't want her living in a hotel while she's here. It can't be comfortable, and I'm sure it's lonely. I want her with me, where I know she'll be safe and not alone. but I'm starting to actually want her with me, and that is not good. Not good at all. Because even through the embarrassment of those texts, she still made me laugh, and I had fun talking to her. And even though not looking her in the eyes for 5 to 7 days until this humiliation leaves me would probably be wise, I'm on the edge of my seat, just counting down the minutes until I might see her again. "Can we talk about something else?" I beg, waving to one of my seniors when he walks by us and over to one of the lanes to join the other members of the team who showed up a little early for practice. "Sure. When are you finally going to talk to your father?" "Can I veto this as well?" I plead. "Nope. I talk to him almost every day." I smile at her. "Everyone likes a piece of ass. No one likes a smart ass." Dottie narrows her eyes at me. "You know damn well what I'm talking about." Letting out a sigh, I look away from her and start ripping apart a napkin on the table. "I've tried. He doesn't listen. Acting disinterested every time he brings up you being the next mayor is not talking to him. Speak louder," Dottie orders me. It's not like I ever came right out and told my grandmother how I felt. She just knew. One morning I woke up in a cold sweat after having the worst nightmare about being mayor, and for the first time in my life, I just felt it in my soul that it wasn't right for me. I spent the next week in a complete panic until I met up with Dottie for lunch one day. She took one look at me and immediately guessed what was wrong. I wish my dad understood me as well as Dottie, so we'd never have to have this uncomfortable conversation. I don't want to disappoint or hurt him. He was devastated when my mom left. I'm all he has right now. Running Summer Sweet Island is the only thing he cares about other than me. If I tell him I don't want to follow in his footsteps, or in the footsteps of all my ancestors, and that running this island is not important to me at all, he will not take it well. I don't know if he'll ever forgive me, and I don't want to hurt him like that. "Ryan, you could never disappoint him, even if you tried. He'll probably be a little shocked and think this is coming out of nowhere, but he'll get over it. You're a good son, the perfect son. You're so perfect I want to punch you in the face sometimes," Dottie huffs. Thanks? I laugh. "I love you, but you don't always have to be the good guy who does everything everyone else wants him to do instead of what you want." "Well, I don't exactly want to be a bad guy either," I tell her. "Of course not," she scoffs. "But you need to find a happy medium, one that actually makes you happy and puts a little excitement in your life, like that one over there." Dottie nods toward the concession stand, and I have to do a double take when I look over and see Danny leaning forward to rest both her elbows on the counter while she talks to the owner of Wavy Lanes, Dale McIntyre. She's wearing black skinny jeans with rips in them, white Converse on her feet, and a black band t-shirt that's been cut off, showcasing her midriff. She looks so casually sexy, it makes my heart beat even faster just looking at her. This is a small island. I was bound to run into her somewhere at some point before we spoke again. I just didn't expect to see her in my place so soon. Seeing her here at the bowling alley is different than seeing her in my home. It's almost more personal. This is where I go to think, relax, and be myself. I feel the most comfortable at school in front of the smartboard, talking about numbers, and here at Wavy Lanes. With the crack of a ball hitting the lane when it's tossed, the crashing of pins going down when a ball hits them, the 80s rock music blasting from the sound system, and the smell of all the unhealthy fried foods coming from the concession stand. This is my happy place. And now Danny is invading that happy place, and once again all I can think about is sliding my hands around her waist against all that soft, smooth skin I can see, and getting her naked on one of the recently waxed lanes. My palms immediately get sweaty, and I have to clear my throat a few times when she turns away from Dale and our eyes meet. Even with her hair up in a messy bun, she's still the prettiest girl I've ever seen, multiplied by 1,000 since I know what her lips feel like on mine. When a smile stretches across her face as soon as she sees me, butterflies start flapping around in my stomach. "I already told you," I speak to Dottie as Danny starts making her way over here. "That's not going to happen. She's your friend's sister and you don't want to cross a line," she finishes for me. "I know, but I think you're forgetting that Tristan is an asshole. He's not your friend. You barely speak to him a few times a year, and it's only when he needs something. The last time he needed you to put in a good word for him with Quinn because he wanted tickets to the Super Bowl. And the time before that, he wanted you to introduce him to Palmer after he won the Bermuda Open to see if he wanted to invest his winnings in real estate. He's just using you. All things I already know. Who gives a shit about crossing any lines? Dottie continues. From where I'm sitting, the only line is the one you've invented in your head. You know it's a foul if you cross the line, I mutter. Piece of ass, smartass. You have got to get your priorities straight, Dottie complains. This is not a bowling tournament. If you don't run as fast as you can over that line, someone else will. Hey, Ryan. Danny gets to our table right when Dottie finally stops talking, thank God. My grandmother nudges me with her elbow to get me to move out of our seat, and I slide off the bench and stand up next to Danny. As soon as Dottie is standing next to us, she wraps her arms around Danny and pulls her right in for a hug. You must be Danny. I don't even know you and I like you already. We should go get tattoos together. Danny laughs, and the sound hits me right in the chest as she pulls back from the hug. Since when do you want to get a tattoo? I ask my grandmother. Since now. Eat shit. You must be Dottie. Danny smiles at her. Ryan has told me all about you. Was it all good things? It was. Danny quickly reassures her. Then he was lying. All three of us laugh. He did say you were his favorite person in the world, Danny adds, making Dottie smile even bigger. Of course I am. I'm amazing. Dottie then turns and grabs my upper arms, pulling me down so she can kiss my cheek. I'll leave you two alone now, she speaks as she drops her hands from my arms, telling Danny it was nice to meet her before giving me a wink. Don't behave. I'll make sure to call before coming over. That's not necessary, I yell after her when she quickly walks away, but she's already joined her bowling league on lane 7 and wouldn't answer me even if she heard me. With a shake of my head, I turn back to look at Danny. Fancy meeting you here. Oh my God, Ryan, could you sound like more of a dork? I had an interview with Dale. I shouldn't be surprised to see you here, though. She smiles at me. Are you here every day? Pretty much. I shrug, even though I'm stuck on the interview thing she just said. Even if I don't have practice or a match, I still like to come up here and hang out. You had an interview? I did. That Laura Bennett is a crazy woman. She laughs. Even in the middle of her honeymoon, she's helping me out. She set it all up and sent me a text earlier telling me to be here at 3. You know you don't have to get a job while you're here, right? That just seems kind of pointless. I certainly don't want you paying me for anything. The only job Dale is currently hiring for is someone to run the concession stand and bar. It's an honest living, but there's no way in hell Danny should feel the need to stoop to a job like that, especially not when she spent her days working with billion-dollar property deals at the Brewster Development Company, and I'm assuming we'll be returning to that as soon as she's done here. Danny frowns and looks at me in confusion. I already have a job that I came here with. This is just something to do on the side. She laughs awkwardly, and now I'm confused. Right, with your dad's company, but you left that, didn't you? Unless he's still paying you or something. Sorry, I'm being nosy. She lets out a sigh and shakes her head at me. There's no need to apologize, it's just... fucking Tristan. She sighs once more. I will never work for my father again, so there's no need to worry about that. I'm actually an artist. It still sounds weird to say that out loud. Anyway, that's what I do for a living, and that's what I get paid for. Well, when I'm actually painting. Dale wanted a mural done on the wall behind the concession stand, so Laura suggested me for the job. Wow, that's the coolest thing ever. I've never met an actual artist before. I can't wait to see your stuff. That is, if you want to show it to me. Danny shoves her hands in the back pockets of her jeans and stares down at her feet while she kicks the toe of one Converse against the floor. It's adorable that I found the one thing she might be shy about, and it makes me want to give her a hug of reassurance. I'm actually glad I ran into you, since that's what I wanted to talk to you about. She still won't meet my eyes, and I suddenly don't like this shyness anymore. I don't want her to ever feel nervous or timid around me about anything. I'm going crazy being in that hotel and unable to paint. I wanted to see if maybe I could use your shed as a temporary studio. I'll be out of your hair and you won't— You're not using the shed, I quickly interrupt her. I promise I'll clean everything up if that's what you're worried about. I always put down drop cloths anyway. No, that's not what I mean. I laugh softly. I don't care at all if you get the shed dirty, but it doesn't even have any windows. It's old and gross, filled with my lawn equipment and tools, and it smells like gas and oil in there. I'd feel much better if you use the garage. It's got plenty of natural light from the windows, and it's connected to the house so you won't have to keep walking back and forth outside. Her mouth drops open while I'm talking, and it stays that way long after I'm done. There's also tears suddenly shining in her eyes, and my stomach drops right down into my toes, wondering if I did or said something wrong. "Are you sure?" she asks quietly before I can ask her what's wrong. "Absolutely positive." After a few quiet seconds, she finally nods. "Then I guess you've got yourself a new roommate." She smiles at me, and whatever was bothering her before seems to be gone. "Perfect. I'll be home around 5 if you want to move in later." "I've got a late checkout tonight, so I'll pack my stuff and head over around 6, if that's okay." I nod, and she reaches her hand out to me. Wrapping my hand around hers, I ignore the way my heart starts beating faster as soon as I touch her again, wishing I was a different man, one who had the balls to just yank her against me and kiss her again. "See you later then, roomie." Danny smiles with a firm shake of my hand. Great, another friendly nickname. Who needs balls anyway?
Chapter 8. Danica. Who wants pot brownies? Well, that was an easy move. Ryan brushes his hands together after he rolls the last of my 3 suitcases into the spare bedroom. My mother would be appalled if she saw the state of the pretentious Louis Vuitton bag she got me for my birthday last year. She expected me to use it on a trip to Paris with Asher, but as soon as I opened the gift, all I could think about was packing them up and fleeing my life. So I did. And now that luggage is beat to hell, dirty and scuffed and covered with stickers from the places I've gone since I left Chicago. I put my boxes of art supplies in the garage, if that's okay. Of course. If you need help setting anything up, just let me know. You're welcome to use anything in there, like the tables folded up against the one wall, or the metal shelves. Ryan shoves his hands in the pockets of another pair of basketball shorts he must have changed into after his bowling lesson. Thank you. I smile politely at him. You're welcome. He replies just as courteously. I start chewing on my thumbnail while he looks around the room. Awkward silence fills the air around us, until Ryan finally breaks it a full minute later. I vacuumed before you got here. I see that. Nice, clean lines in the carpet. I nod. Jesus, you sound like an idiot. You must have a Dyson. Great suction. For the love of God, stop talking, Danny. It sucks harder than anything I've ever had in this house. A bark of laughter flies out of me, and I have to bite down on my bottom lip to stop myself from cackling hysterically. Especially when sweet, innocent Ryan looks at me in confusion at my laughter, not even realizing what he just said. We've been chatting easily since I got here a few minutes ago, going back and forth from the house to my golf cart in the driveway, laughing and joking about whatever, without 1 second of silence between us. But now that we're just standing here, alone in my bedroom, I suddenly don't know what to say to him, and everything feels weird. I've never lived with a guy before. I definitely spent plenty of nights at Asher's place to know what selfish pigs guys can be, but Ryan isn't like that. He's clean and tidy, and nice and thoughtful. Under normal circumstances, I'd ask him if he wants to curl up on the couch and watch a movie together. But he's not my boyfriend, and I don't know what I'm doing here. Does he just want me to stay in my room so I don't bother him? Do I need to ask him if I can take a shower? What about eating situations? Do we eat together and fight over who cooks, or do we just fend for ourselves? I am not a nervous person. I should easily be able to ask him any of my questions. But now that I'm here, in the quiet stillness of his home that smells like him, I'm freaking out. Because all I can think about is kissing him again. And it's not like the night he gave me the tour, where I could just leave and go back to the hotel when it got to be too much. I live here now. I knew this was a bad idea. So, That's everything you have, then? Ryan asks, rocking back on his heels. Yep. I mean, the rest of my stuff is in storage in Chicago, obviously. I don't need any of those things right now, but I'll need to have everything shipped to me soon. Ryan finally turns his head and looks at me for the first time since we stepped into the spare bedroom. That doesn't really seem necessary, does it? And probably a waste of time and money. He chuckles. I'm sure I have everything you'll need while you're on the island. I mean, he does, of course. But I'm not going to be living with him forever. As soon as the cottage opens up, I will definitely need my bed and all the rest of my furniture out of storage. He said something at the bowling alley earlier about me not needing to get a job while I'm here. He also had no idea I'm an artist, and now this. Why would he think I wouldn't need any of my things? Fucking Tristan. What exactly did... There's a knock at the front door that makes me pause from asking him what all my idiot brother has told him about me. Or not told him, for that matter. Hold that thought. Ryan says as he turns and leaves the room. Not wanting to just stand here and wait until he comes back, I follow him out and down the hall. I move over to the kitchen island and lean against it as he answers the door. Hey, Rye! What's up, Danny? I smile and wave when Ryan pulls the door open wider and Bodhi steps into the foyer. It's good to see you, man. What brings you by? Ryan asks him as the two share a quick handshake, and then they move farther into the house to join me by the island after Ryan closes the door. Heard you got a roommate. Thought I'd be neighborly and bring a dish over to say congrats. Ryan groans as Bodhi holds up a Tupperware container in his hand when they get to me. She just got here 15 minutes ago. How do you already know this? Bodhi just chuckles at Ryan. How long have you lived here, man? Dottie told Melanie at the barge, who told Gina at Starboard Suites, who told Adam at the golf course, who told Tess while she was bartending there. I also saw the video of you two making out at Giovanni's. Nice. Who wants pot brownies? There's a fucking video? Why do I suddenly want to watch it? Over and over and over again. I quickly grab the Tupperware container out of Bodhi's outstretched hands. Ryan just turns his head and cocks an eyebrow at me, and the corner of his mouth tips up into a grin. What? They help me be more creative, I tell him with a shrug. And hopefully a hell of a lot less nervous about living with you. Right on. Bodhi holds his fist out toward me, and I bump my own against it. If you need more of those, you know where to find me. I set the Tupperware container down on the island as Bodhi turns and starts heading back to the door. He quickly stops in the entryway and spins back around. You know what's funny? I stayed on Tess's couch when I first got here because I didn't have a place to stay. And now we're married and have a baby. He just grins at us, and I suddenly feel like shoveling that entire container of pot brownies in my mouth. Well, thanks for stopping by, Ryan quickly tells him, pushing him toward the door and holding it open for him. After they say goodbye and Bodhi is gone, Ryan joins me again by the island. You didn't tell me there was a video, I accuse, and his cheeks flush. And it's so adorable I can't handle it. Have you seen it? What? No. Huh? Why would I watch it? Definitely not, nope. Ryan quickly replies, not meeting my eyes as he rubs one of his hands against the back of his neck. He's totally lying. And I'm totally turned on at the thought of him sitting alone somewhere watching that video. Or maybe he's telling the truth and just freaking out that I'm even bringing this up, which is probably the more likely case. Fuck my life. I think I'll just go and unpack, I tell him. Sounds good. Let me know if you need help. I'll just go do something. We both step to the right and bump into each other. With an awkward laugh, we try again. Except we both just move to the left and run into each other again. We're standing so close our toes are touching, and I can feel the heat from his body and how damn good he smells. Knowing I need to get the hell away from him before I do something stupid, I let out a huff of annoyance at myself. How about you go left and I'll go right? Your left or mine? Just go that way. I point towards the living room. Got it. 1, 2, 3, break. Ryan shouts with a clap of his hands like the coach he is, making me laugh as he darts around me. He hurries over to the sliding glass doors without another word and disappears out onto the deck. Super, I mutter to myself as I turn and head down the hall. This isn't going to be awkward at all. It only took me 10 minutes to unpack my stuff and get it put away in the closet and dresser in the spare bedroom. I probably could have just lived out of my suitcases, since I'm hoping Stephanie at Sandbar Cottages will be calling me soon with an update, but I've been doing that for long enough. I'm tired of having to iron everything I want to wear and constantly having to dig through balled-up piles of clothes to find what I'm looking for. Besides, I needed something to do to kill time while I hid away in here until it was time to go to bed. I spent the next 5 hours trying to find things to do until I got tired. I paced for 20 minutes, reorganized my clothes hanging in the closet by color, got down on the floor and did some yoga, paced some more, pressed my ear against the closed bedroom door like a stalker when I heard Ryan come back into the house and move around in the kitchen. Watched a few episodes of a show I've been binging on my phone. Tried to sketch, but everything looked like shit. And then I finally changed into my pajamas of a tank top and a pair of cotton pajama shorts and flopped onto my back in bed to stare at the ceiling. It's now 11 p.m., and sleep is nowhere in sight. Rolling off the bed, I grab a hoodie I tossed onto the end of it and pull it on. Padding across the carpet in my bare feet, I press my ear to the door again. I haven't heard any movement in the main part of the house in a while, and I'm pretty sure I heard Ryan's bedroom door shut in the middle of the last episode I watched. Figuring the coast is clear enough for me to go grab the damn pot brownies I should have brought in here with me so I could actually relax and get some sleep, I quietly open the door. Peeking out into the dark hallway, I can just make out Ryan's closed bedroom door, and I quickly tiptoe out of my room and down the hallway. As soon as I round the corner to head into the kitchen, I run right smack into a wall that shouldn't be there. Ah! The loudest shriek ever flies around the quiet, dark room. When the bright overhead kitchen light is flipped on, I realize that scream didn't come from me, and I didn't just run into a wall. Wow, I forgot someone else was living here. Ryan laughs, holding one hand over his heart as he tries to catch his breath. I'm so sorry. I laugh right along with him. My God, you scream like a girl. You scared the heck out of me. I thought someone broke in. Our laughter trails off after a few minutes, and Ryan shakes his head at me. You know you didn't have to hide in your room all night. I won't bite. But what if I want you to? Sorry, I reply sheepishly, pushing away the stupid thoughts in my head. This is just a little weird. I didn't know if you'd want me out here or if you wanted your privacy or what I was supposed to do. This is your place too while you're here. You can do whatever you want, whenever you want. You can watch whatever you want on TV, help yourself to whatever food, or dance on the furniture. I don't care. As long as you're comfortable, he reassures me. And I know he means it. He probably wouldn't care if I invited half the island over here and threw a rager. He'd most likely just follow behind people with a smile on his face, making sure they used a coaster with their drink and vacuuming up spills with his Dyson with the great suction. I couldn't sleep and was going to make a cup of tea. Do you want one? It makes me feel a little better that he couldn't sleep either, but it's probably because he's afraid I might murder him while his eyes are closed. Not because he couldn't stop picturing me naked in bed. That just seems to be a me problem. I agree to the tea and follow him into the kitchen to lean my elbows against the counter while he grabs 2 mugs out of an upper cabinet. I like the glasses. Ryan adjusts the black frames on his face when he comes over to the island to grab 2 packets of tea out of a small basket next to the salt and pepper shakers. I usually wear contacts. I know I should probably get a more current style. They make me look even more nerdy. I quickly shake my head. No, they don't. You look really good in them. I clear my throat when he pauses, opening the tea packets and just stares at me. I mean, smart. You look really smart. Who's the nerd now? He doesn't move for a few seconds, and then he shakes his head to clear whatever was going on in there and smiles at me. Putting the tea packets into the empty mugs, he walks over to the sink, and I can finally let out the breath I was holding. Can I ask you a question? Ryan looks back over his shoulder at me as he fills a tea kettle with water, and I nod. I know you kind of walked away from your life recently. Did you make all of these changes that quickly? He sets the kettle on the stove, turns on the burner, and moves back to the other side of the island, mirroring my pose with his elbows on the counter across from me. Changes? He laughs a little uncomfortably, rubbing the back of his neck in what I now know as his telltale sign for being nervous. I have a vague recollection of meeting you in college. You were blonde and quiet and not so colorful. Realizing he probably thinks I quit my life, immediately went batshit crazy and changed everything about myself in the blink of an eye. It's my turn to laugh. I actually got the tattoos and the nose piercing in college, I tell him. I took the piercing out whenever I was around my family and kept the tattoos on my arm hidden with long sleeves, and the ones on my thigh with pants or long skirts. My hair was the only thing I changed the day after I left. Well, that makes me feel better. I was nervous you were even more of a nutjob than I was told. He smiles at me and I laugh. I don't remember really anything else about you back then, but I don't know. This seems to suit you better. You look good as a badass. And now it's my turn to blush. Especially when a rare swear word comes out of Ryan's mouth to really send his point home. I dip my head and start tracing circles against the top of the counter with one of my fingers when the tea kettle starts to whistle. The day I quit my job at my father's company, I decided to go in there as me. Who I really am, and who I felt really comfortable being, instead of the Stepford daughter they made me into. I put my nose ring in, threw on a t-shirt that put my sleeve of tattoos on one arm on full display, and donned a pair of skinny jeans and my Doc Martens. My father took one look at me and called me trash. It absolutely killed me. Ryan telling me this look suits me and that I look good brings me right back to life. After pouring the boiling water in both of our mugs, he asks me how I take my tea and then doctors mine up the way I like it, with a crap ton of honey and a splash of milk. He hands me my mug and we both take a drink. It's absolutely perfect, and I let out a moan after I take the first sip. When I see Ryan hasn't added anything to his own tea, I nod toward his mug as he brings it up to his mouth. You don't like honey? He immediately chokes on the sip he was taking, sputtering and coughing, and a little bit of tea dribbles out of his mouth and down his chin. Looks like I've got a hole in my lip. He chuckles with a little embarrassment, and I laugh at his dad joke as he grabs a napkin out of the holder in front of him and wipes off his chin before continuing. I really like honey. A little too much. I should probably stay away from it. That stuff is addicting. Very bad for you, but also very good. It's a conundrum. He's so adorably weird that I can't wipe the smile off my face as I take another sip of tea. We had a nanny growing up that used to bring me those Bit-O honey candies every time she came over, and I became obsessed with them. I order them in bulk online now. I'm like a little old lady who always carries hard candy on her. Well, that explains it, is what I think I hear Ryan whisper under his breath. But before I can ask him, he quickly changes the subject. Do you want to watch something on TV? I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to. But I figured since we both can't sleep, we might as well do something while we drink our tea until we get tired. I quickly nod. I like being with him now that things don't feel so awkward. He makes me laugh, and I'm nowhere near ready to go back to my room by myself to stare at the ceiling again. What do you want to watch? Anything you've been binging lately? Ryan asks as we move into the living room. He grabs the remote off the coffee table and takes a seat at one end of the couch, and I carefully sit down at the other, making sure I don't spill my tea as I curl my legs up under me. I was actually watching Gossip Girl in my room earlier, but you definitely don't have to suffer through that. I chuckle, but his head whips around to look at me. Shut up. What episode? I think I just finished season 3, episode 10, I tell him. When Vanessa kisses Dan in the play, we both say at the same time, making my eyes widen in shock. My, Mr. Hutton, do you have a secret Gossip Girl addiction? I smile at him as he turns on the TV and quickly pulls up the streaming service that currently has all the episodes. Oh, it's no secret. My love for Gossip Girl is strong, and I don't care who knows it. He informs me as he pulls up the next episode where I left off. After he presses play, he sets the remote back on the coffee table. Reaching back behind him, he grabs the chenille blanket off the back of the couch and then leans across the cushions to drape it over my lap. I will crush you at Gossip Girl trivia. He grins at me and then leans back into the cushions, kicking his feet up on the coffee table and crossing them at the ankles as the show starts. While I stare down at the blanket in my lap, wondering why my heart is racing over something as simple as a guy making sure I'm not cold. Bring it on, buddy. I finally mutter to him as I force my eyes up to the TV.
Chapter 9. Ryan. You clearly bored them to blowjobs. Tristan, how's it going in bumfuck nowhere? Did you get my sister's tiny brain to understand how much she's screwed up yet? Me, be nice. I'm getting there. Why didn't you tell me she's an artist? Tristan, because she's not. She sucks and she's delusional. Wait until you see the crap she tries to pass off as art. I've seen toddlers paint better. It's nothing but a waste of time. Let me know when we can expect her back. She has no idea what kind of shitstorm she created by leaving. Does she sleep naked? Lifting my head with a sigh, I roll my eyes at Spencer. Setting my phone down on top of my desk that I'm currently perched on the edge of, I decide to ignore Tristan's last text for now and reply when I'm not so irritated with him. What about parading through the house without a bra in a thin, see-through tank top? Spencer continues when I don't answer him. Or walking out of the bathroom after a shower dripping wet with a tiny towel wrapped around her that barely covers anything. Come on, you gotta give me something. What is wrong with you? Today, or just in general? Spencer smirks, and then he glares at me. Because if you're wondering what's wrong with me today, it's that I had to find out from Dottie that you have a roommate. Is there anyone my grandmother didn't tell about this? I mutter as the first warning bell sounds out in the hallway. Students go rushing by, lockers slam, and the principal, Mr. Arnold, yells at someone to stop running. You're lucky she didn't send it in a memo from the mayor's office, Spencer laughs. Stop changing the subject. At least tell me if she sunbathes topless on your deck. She has only been at my house for one night. Is sex all you ever think about? Yes, he quickly answers without hesitation. Don't act like you're immune to having a hot girl living with you. I've seen the kiss video. She is smoking. I'm being a complete hypocrite, and I know it. Spencer isn't the only one with sex on the brain 24/7. I've never experienced anything like this before. I feel like something is wrong with me, and I need to seek medical help. I tossed and turned in bed for 2 hours before I finally got up to make some tea because I couldn't stop wondering if Danny was naked in bed across the hall. I don't just pop random boners whenever the wind changes direction, but my God, the way that woman moaned when she took a sip of the tea I made for her had me doing complicated math equations in my head to stop myself from thinking about her making that noise during sex. The tea I made her, with honey, which she would have definitely tasted like if I kissed her again, and will probably always taste like now that I know about her honey candy addiction. Son of a... I cannot get a boner in third period. There's just something about a woman who looks like she'll slit your throat while she's fucking your brains out that's exciting as hell. Talk about living on the edge, Spencer adds. Will you keep it down? I whisper as a few kids from my Algebra 2 class start to file into the room. Spencer just chuckles, but at least he lowers his voice when he speaks this time. Dude, high schoolers are the dirtiest freaks. You should listen to some of the shit I've overheard during lunchroom duty. There was a threesome at Connor Michael's house last Friday after school. After the pep rally? Oh, there was a blowjob happening between Sarah Stanford and Tyler Olson during the pep rally, he informs me. I spoke to them about the upcoming state math testing at that pep rally. I grimace in disgust. Right? You clearly bored them to blowjobs. Hey, Mr. Hutton. I lift my hand and give one of my favorite students, Owen Bennett, a high five as he walks up to my desk. It saves me from using my hand to punch Spencer in the arm. What do you got for me today? Owen asks as he shares a fist bump with Spencer. Why is the obtuse triangle always upset? Owen thinks about my question for a minute while I wave to a few more kids as they file in and take their seats. No clue, he finally shrugs. Because it's never right. Spencer snorts and Owen laughs, shaking his head at me. Good one, Mr. Hutton. You're such a nerd, Spencer chuckles when Owen walks away to take his seat, which is evident by the fact that you're going to try to convince your hot roommate to leave the island and go back to Chicago instead of trying to convince her to bang you. I still can't believe she's Tristan's sister. And I still can't believe she's had those tattoos since college. Why is it suddenly hotter knowing she hid those things under stuffy good girl clothing all that time? You're thinking about banging her right now, aren't you? He grins at me. Shut up, I mutter, grabbing my phone as I slide off the edge of my desk when the final warning bell rings. Even if she was interested, which she's not, I have no desire to try to start something with someone who isn't going to stay here. And she's got complications I don't want to get in the middle of. She's got a fiancé. Or an ex-fiancé. Whatever. The point is she's a runaway bride and a runaway employee from her father's company who obviously doesn't want to settle down. And I do. Yeah, you're a hopeless romantic and you want the fairy tale. Spencer shoos at me with his hand. Good luck with that. I'll just stick to one-night stands. So you gonna try to talk to her tonight then? I instantly feel guilty I haven't tried to have a conversation with Danny about her life yet. That's the whole point of having her stay with me. I had the perfect opportunity last night, but I was too busy enjoying how nice it was to just hang out with her and watch TV. I've also been a little too distracted thinking about her naked. I need to get my priorities straight. I probably should before Tristan loses his mind even more. He's just so confident I'm going to be able to get her back to Chicago. And now I'm filled with guilt over Danny instead of not doing what Tristan asked yet. Something just doesn't feel right about his texts. He's making her out to be an incredibly selfish person, and I haven't seen anything like that from her. She doesn't seem like the kind of woman who would just screw her family over to go on an extended vacation from her life and pretend like they don't even exist. The problems nor her family. My phone dings in my hand with a notification, and I glance down at it as I walk Spencer to the door. Danny, your bed is very comfortable. I slept like a rock. I immediately have to push images of her in my bed out of my head when another text comes through. Danny, sorry about bothering you at work, but I just wanted to let you know not to worry about dinner tonight. I've got it covered. My way of saying thanks for letting me stay with you. Unless you have plans, then just ignore this message. Have a good day at work. Jesus, would you look at the smile on your face? Spencer laughs when we get to the door. I quickly darken my phone and shove it in the pocket of my black dress pants. I didn't expect her to be so nice. Did I tell you she likes Gossip Girl? I definitely crushed her in trivia last night. I haven't laughed that hard in ages. Every time she would argue with me about something and then Google it, only to find out I was right, she would shout out a curse and then accuse me of cheating. At least 10 times. Spencer shakes his head at me, lifting his hand to pat me on the shoulder. You're fucked, and not in the good way. Whatever, she's fun to be around, and I think we might wind up being good friends, I tell him, still liking the way that sounds just about as much as her calling me buddy again last night. As in, not at all. There's nothing wrong with me being happy to go home and see her at the end of the day. Friends can do that. Right, Spencer nods as he backs out into the hallway. You're so happy to go home to her, so you can talk to her about sending her away. Sounds like a blast that will not end in orgasms. Exactly. That sounds hideous. Shut up, I mutter, talking to Spencer and the voice in my head as I close my classroom door in his face. Sal, we've got a drunken disorderly down on the pier, over. Oh man, I just got a hot fudge sundae from the Dip and Twist. I'll be there in 5 minutes, over. Does Nancy know you're cheating on your diet, over? Shut up, Harold, or I'll tell Cynthia about the strip club last weekend, over. Jesus, Sal, you can't say stuff like that on here. Were you finished? You didn't say over, over. You know what, when you're done with the D&D, you can also go to Mrs. Franklin's house. She lost muffins again. Over, freaking over. You son of a bitch, you know that cat hates me. Over. This is positively fascinating, Danny laughs as she snuggles back into her chair on my deck. It's like listening to a Summer Sweet Island soap opera. It's fun, right? Some people think it's weird. I like to make a fire and sit out here listening to the island police scanner. Nothing much exciting really happens on Summer Sweet, but listening to Sal argue with dispatch is always a good time. I almost said the last girl I brought out here for a fire and to listen to the scanner told me I was a fucking weirdo, to be exact. And boring. Another first date gone wrong. Except this isn't a date. This is just 2 friends hanging out after dinner. Why do you even have a police scanner? Grabbing another log from the pile next to my chair, I lean forward and toss it into the fire pit when Danny shivers and pulls the blanket she brought out here around her more securely. I used to be an auxiliary sheriff's deputy for the island. She smiles at me as she shakes her head. Of course you were. I just knew you were the type of guy who helped grandmothers cross the street and rescued kittens out of trees. I laugh, resting my elbows on my knees to get closer to the fire. Now that the sun has gone down, it's a little chilly outside. Are you sure you're okay staying out here? We can go inside if you're too cold. Nope, it's absolutely perfect, Danny reassures me. I look back over my shoulder to see her resting her head on the back of the chair next to mine and happily staring out at the view. This is my favorite thing to look at. As the new piece of wood catches fire and the flames grow, I can perfectly make out her face in the glow from the fire. Mine too. Danny's eyes meet mine, and I quickly look away and back at the crackling fire before she realizes I wasn't talking about the ocean. Anyway, the deputy thing was just a volunteer job I had for a few summers during our busy tourist season, I finished explaining to her. I mostly just broke up fights between people who had too much to drink, and I only rescued 1 kitten out of a tree, thank you very much. That's why I now have a scar up by my hairline. She tried to rip my face off to show her appreciation. Danny leans forward in her chair until she's right next to me and our shoulders are almost touching. Let me see. I laugh as she turns on the flashlight of her phone and holds it up as I turn to face her. Pulling my hair off my forehead, I dip my chin and lean closer to her. See? Right there. Oh, you poor baby. My entire body freezes, and I stop breathing when I feel the tips of her fingers gently brush against the spot I'm pointing to. My chin tips up, and our eyes meet. She's leaning so close I can smell the bit of honey candy she popped into her mouth a few minutes ago, and I lick my lips, wanting another taste of her so badly I can't think straight. Neither one of us moves, and my heart starts thumping in my chest when her eyes flicker down to my mouth. There's no way she wants me to kiss her, right? The video on my phone I've probably watched 50 times so far flashes through my head, and the one part I kept rewinding to watch again and again was when we pulled apart and her eyes stayed glued to my mouth. just like she's doing right now, like she wants to kiss me again. I thought I saw her do the same thing last night when I was making tea, and she told me I looked good in glasses, but then she thought better of it and changed it to smart, and I figured I was just imagining things. The quietest of throaty moans comes out of Danny as she continues staring at my mouth, and I know damn well I didn't imagine that. Her hand slowly slips away with our faces still inches apart, her fingertips brushing against my temple as it goes, until my heart is beating a mile a minute. The scanner crackles to life where it's resting on the arm of my chair. "There wasn't anyone at the pier, Sal, and now my goddamn sundae is melted. Over." Danny quickly jerks her hand away and leans back in her own chair, while I try to calm my racing heart and remember how to breathe normally again. The moment is immediately broken like it never even happened when she starts chatting again.
"So you used to be an auxiliary deputy. Why do you still have the scanner?" she asks.
Knowing I probably really am imagining things because I'm an idiot, I lean back in my chair as well and stare at the fire. Because I never gave the scanner back when I quit, and they never asked for it back, so I kind of stole it. I smile sheepishly at her. I know it will come back to bite me one of these days. The only other time I stole anything was my dad's credit card for accidental porn, and I was grounded for a month, and scarred forever. Danny laughs, and I look over at her. There's something different about her today. I felt it as soon as I walked in the door after bowling practice, and she was dancing around the kitchen to music she had playing on her phone while she finished up dinner. "You seem happier," I say, finally putting my finger on it.
"I am."
Her smile gets even bigger as she stares at the crackling fire in front of us.
"I didn't have time to paint today, but I set up my studio in the garage, and I sketched out a few ideas for the bowling alley mural. Just knowing I can go out there whenever inspiration strikes is..."
She pauses and lets out a long, deep sigh.
"It just feels really good having my own space, even if it's just for a little while. Thank you again for letting me borrow the garage. I'm not really used to someone being so supportive of what I do."
I remember Tristan's text from this morning, and a burst of anger rushes through me. If he said those things to me, I can only imagine what he's said to her. Your family isn't supportive? I already know the answer to this question, and I immediately feel guilty asking her. Even though I've known Tristan for 14 years, I feel more like I'm betraying Danny's trust right now, and it makes my stomach roll with nausea.
"It's just not something that's done in my family's social circle."
The smile that was on her face instantly disappears when she starts talking about her family.
"What you do for a living is a status symbol, something your parents should be able to brag about to all their friends, and art they don't understand, and that barely pays the bills, isn't braggable."
"I'm sorry," I tell her quietly. She just shrugs it off, but she's not as happy as she was just a few moments ago, and I don't like it. So I decide to do something about it, like opening my mouth and letting out a bunch of word vomit. Did I tell you after 35 years of what everyone thought was a happy marriage, my mom asked my dad for a divorce out of the blue a few months ago, and then left the next day to travel around the world and find herself? And also, I'm supposed to become the next mayor of Summer Sweet Island soon, like in less than 6 months soon.
"Holy shit, what?" Danny exclaims, jerking forward in her seat to look at me. "I don't even know which of those statements to unpack first."
"Yeah," I sigh, folding my hands together over my stomach. My dad hasn't really been taking my mom leaving very well, obviously, and has put all of his time and focus into me being the next mayor so he doesn't have to think about her. My dad is the current mayor, as was his father before him, and his father before him, and so on. It's my destiny, and I don't want it. I just want to teach math and coach bowling, then come home at the end of the day and relax, not deal with problems and headaches, or have to make big decisions that will affect people's lives. But if I tell my father this, he'll be devastated, especially right after my mom told him she doesn't want him. I don't want to hurt him like that, but I also don't know how much longer I can keep pretending that this is going to be my future. A few beats of silence pass between us, with just the sounds of the crackling fire and the waves crashing to the shore in the distance.
"God, parents really suck sometimes."
Danny finally breaks the quiet. I laugh at her comment. Turning my head to look at her, we both share a smile. I don't know what surprises me more right now, that our lives seem to be so similar, with parents who just don't understand us, or the fact that I didn't even hesitate to open up to her. Spencer and Dottie are the only two people I've ever said those words to out loud. "And I'm sorry too," she adds softly. There's no pity or frustration with me in her eyes, like there usually is with Spencer and Dottie when I talk about this. There's nothing but understanding. It's addicting. It makes me want to tell her everything, share all of my problems, and have her make it all better with her smile. But I'm supposed to be helping with her problems right now. Her parents might not understand her art, but they still care about her. Tristan said they've been losing their minds since she left, and even though Tristan is a selfish jerk, he still cared enough to make sure she had a place to stay and has checked in with me about her. Now's your chance, Ryan. It's time to start talking about when she's going back to her life. Can I ask, We both speak at the same time, pausing to laugh. I gesture with my hand for her to go first. I was just going to say, I found an unopened box of Legos in your hall closet when I was grabbing a towel from my shower earlier. Don't think about her naked and wet in your shower. Don't think about her naked and wet in your shower. Right, I nod, clearing my throat and trying not to be embarrassed that I'm a grown man who has Lego sets stashed in his linen closet. Dottie got it for me last Christmas. Sorry about that. I kinda ran out of room in my own closet. Don't you dare apologize, Danny orders. First of all, this is your house and you can stash things wherever you want, unless it's dead bodies, and then I'd appreciate a heads up about where they are so there aren't any surprises. She gives me a cheeky smile, and I just shake my head at her with a chuckle as she continues. I mentioned the Legos because I wanted to see if we can build it. My laughter quickly cuts off and my eyes widen. You want to build Legos with me? I whisper. You have Van Gogh's Starry Night in Lego form. That would be a hell yes, she informs me. I don't even hesitate. I push up from my chair and quickly grab Danny's hand, tugging her up from her own chair and then pulling her with me as I walk across the deck to my sliding doors. This is the best night ever. Danny laughs at my excitement, and I wish I could bottle up that sound and listen to it whenever I'm feeling down. I know I should be talking to her about Chicago, but I just don't want to ruin the mood. It can wait for another time.
Chapter 10. You have a lot of balls. Ryan. Are you still mad? Danny. I'm going to burn this house to the ground. Ryan. Please don't do that. I've already sent a very strongly worded email to the company. Danny. And I already called the number on the box and told the person on the phone I would hunt them down and shit on everything they love. Ryan. Now we'll never get that missing Lego piece. Danny. Who packs up a Lego set and forgets one fucking piece? I won't be able to sleep again until that Starry Night is finished, and you'll be happy to know they're overnighting it to us. Ryan. Wow. Impressive. Danny. I was also told if I ever called that number again, they would have me arrested, but it was worth it. Ryan. I'll put a jar in the kitchen when I get home tonight so we can start saving our spare change for your bail money. Danny. That's probably wise. Danny. You have a lot of balls. Ryan. I don't know how to respond to this. In your closet in the entryway. I was looking for an extension cord and I found where you keep your balls. Oh, yeah, I do have a lot of bowling balls. There's a box of cords behind the 2 blue balls, but they're really heavy, so be careful. Got it. You have heavy blue balls I should be careful lifting, LOL. Right. That's what I said. Why is this funny? Read that again, but say it out loud this time. OMG. You can't blame your stupid phone's autocorrect for this one, my friend. Danny. How's Sunday dinner with your dad going? Ryan. He's only brought up me being mayor 10 times so far. I'm sorry. Just flip a table and walk out. Ha, don't tempt me. Also, don't be sorry. He's usually up to 20 by now. I feel bad I didn't bring you with me. What are you going to eat? You do realize I've been cooking for us, right? I think I can manage. You're eating cereal for dinner, aren't you? Ugh, whatever. Cooking for one is so pointless. Also, we're out of Cinnamon Toast Crunch now. I will poop on everything you love. You know, that just sounds funny instead of offensive, right? Well, now I'm going to send you a strongly worded email as well. Danny, do we have any Pop-Tarts left, or did you eat the last one this morning? Ryan, yes, in my panties. Well, well, Ryan. And here I thought you were more of a boxer briefs guy. Bikini cut or thong? Pantry. For the love of God, pantry. This is why I hate texting. I would never accidentally say the Pop-Tarts are in my panties if this was a phone call. So you say. This is all your fault for calling my phone stupid the other day. My phone heard you, and now it's taking out its revenge on me. Ryan, is Giovanni's good for dinner tonight? I'm almost done with his bowling match on the mainland, so I thought I'd just bring home some pizza on the way back. Danny, are you planning on obtaining this pizza the same way as last time? I thought we agreed to never speak of that again. I never agreed to such nonsense. Well, that would be a no, since you won't be there with me. I mean, no one will be there with me, not just you, so it won't happen again. I mean, it's not like you have to be there for that to happen again. It would probably be weird if that happened with another random stranger at a pizza place, but it's not like it could never happen. How about tacos? Tacos sound good. I'll just bring home tacos. Danny, Sal told Cynthia about Harold going to the strip club. He is losing his mind. No, you promised not to listen to the scanner without me. It's your fault for being late coming home. I had a parent-teacher conference. I don't know if I'll be able to recover from this type of betrayal. It's not like we can rewind this thing and listen to what we missed. I'm doing you a favor. How else would you have known that Harold found out when Sal told him to respond to a noise complaint at Harold's own home? Because Cynthia was screaming and tossing dishes. OMG, tell me everything. I thought you were in the middle of a parent-teacher conference. The kid has a C. It's not like he's failing. Look at you walking on the wild side. Okay, brace yourself, because there's glitter involved. Glitter really does ruin everything, not just Christmas newsletters. Chapter 11. Danica. Let's get you some summer sweet magic and a monster cock. He's got big dick energy for sure. I immediately start choking on the coffee I took a sip of. Smacking my cup back onto the counter in front of me, I have to cough a few times before I can speak. You're supposed to be giving me advice on how to make it easier for me to live with Ryan, not harder. My hand quickly flies up in the air in front of Melanie, my waitress at the barge, to stop her when she snorts. I heard it as soon as I said it. Don't you dare make a hard joke. Don't act like you haven't thought about it, too. She scolds me, wagging her finger in my face until I smack it away. The quiet ones always have something hidden up their sleeves. Or in their pants. Nerdy in the streets, freak in the sheets. You're the worst, I mutter. Order up! Melanie just smirks at me as the cook shouts and then smacks his hand against the bell. She whirls around to grab the plate he just put on the line and then takes it down to the other end of the counter to a waiting customer. I met Melanie Warner my first morning at Ryan's house. I walked into town for some fresh air after I woke up and stopped in to get some coffee and to sketch at a booth. We started chatting while she sat down at a table next to me to roll up silverware and napkins during a lull in customers, and she asked if I was Ryan's new roommate. I liked her immediately, even though it made me realize living in a small town really did mean everyone always knows your business. Melanie is only a year younger than me, is super friendly, and she is easy to talk to. She also just moved to Summer Suite not that long ago, So it's been nice to chat with someone who hasn't lived here their whole life but knows all the people. From the little bit she's told me, she has a fucked up family as well, so we bonded immediately over that. After that first morning, it kind of became my routine and something I look forward to each day. For the last week, I've walked up here to the barge for coffee and to sketch. Except I don't seem to ever get any sketching done. While Melanie is in between customers, we spend the whole time talking. About Ryan. I need an intervention. "You just need to make a move on him," Melanie says when she walks back down to me, crossing her arms in front of her and leaning her hip against the counter across from me. "That's exactly what I don't need to do. Have you been listening to me at all?" I complain. "We've fallen into a comfortable rhythm these last 2 weeks. It's nice, and I don't want to screw that up." And not only because I heard from Stephanie at Sandbar Cottages last night that it could be at least another month before a cottage might be available for me, but because I just really like Ryan, and I don't want to make things awkward now that they're so easy. I like that I can trust him and talk to him about anything and he'll understand, I continue. I like that he supports me, even though he hasn't seen my art yet. I like that he's genuinely a nice guy who just wanted to help out his friend's sister and doesn't have any ulterior motives. I like that he's sweet and thoughtful and always makes sure I'm comfortable. I like eating dinner together and listening to the police scanner together and fighting over who gets the Lego direction booklet first, and watching Gossip Girl while we drink our nightly cups of tea. Did I tell you I told him I'd just make dinner every night, since I'm home all day, but he wouldn't hear of it and made a schedule for us? He said it wasn't fair, since we're both working, that I always make dinner just because I work from home. And it just made me like him even more that he considered what I do work when no one else in my life ever has. I finish rambling, quickly tearing off a large piece of my blueberry muffin and shoving it in my mouth before I start getting emotional. "Jesus, you've got it bad," Melanie chuckles, reaching over and patting my hand. "No, I don't. I haven't known him long enough to have it bad." Pieces of muffin spray out of my mouth when I try to protest with it full. "And yet, you're already like an old married couple, but without the benefit of sex. If you keep going like this, you're going to be miserable and in the friend zone forever." Her words make the rest of the muffin in my mouth hard to swallow, and I quickly take a drink of my coffee while she continues. "I'm not telling you to rip your shirt off in front of him. That would probably give shy, sweet Ryan a heart attack. Something subtle, like leaning in close and grazing your hand across the top of his while staring into his eyes. If he doesn't pick up on it, no harm, no foul. You deserve to at least see if something is there, don't you?" Right. Except I tried that our second night together when we were out on the deck, and he showed me the scar on his forehead. I kept willing him to close the few inches of distance between us and kiss me, but he didn't move. I don't even think he was breathing when I touched him because I freaked him out so much. So, let's say I do this, and he actually picks up what I'm throwing down, and then he just thinks I'm crazy like my brother told him. It's not like he's given me any signs he's interested in me. I've seen the kiss video. Pretty sure that's all the sign you need. Is there anyone on this island who hasn't seen that video? I complain, resting my elbows on the counter and my head in my hands. That kiss was probably a complete fluke. Maybe it wasn't even as good as I remember, and I've just built it up in my head. What if we try it again and it's weird and sloppy and awkward, and then we can never take it back? I live with him indefinitely right now. I also casually brought up the day at Giovanni's during one of our text exchanges, and he freaked out so much he forgot to bring anything home for dinner that night. That kiss wasn't a fluke. I would bet good money on it. Melanie tries to reassure me, and I have no money, good or otherwise, to make a bet with. It was hot. I'd kill to have someone kiss me like that. You definitely have to threaten a life to force someone to kiss you. My head flies up from my hands when I hear a man join our conversation, and Melanie lets out a growl. Speaking of people I'd like to murder, Melanie glares at the man who flops down on the stool next to mine, swiveling it toward me. Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend? He asks Melanie, while he keeps his eyes on me with a charming smile on his face. He's a pretty good-looking guy, with dark hair, stubble on his face, blue eyes, and dimples in his cheeks. Melanie lets out a sigh, and I glance over at her to find her still glaring at the guy like she's about ready to pick up the butter knife in front of me and slit his throat. Dickhead Danny. Danny, dickhead. Melanie introduces, gesturing back and forth between the two of us while I try not to laugh. Most people just call me Spencer, but Melanie can't stop thinking about my dick. Spencer grins while holding his hand out to me while she scoffs. Yes, I can't stop thinking about how tiny and unsatisfying it would be. She rolls her eyes as I shake Spencer's hand. Ryan has mentioned his best friend a few times over the last few weeks. He told me he was a good guy, but Melanie's reaction to him says otherwise. It's nice to meet you, I think. I smile at him, looking back at Melanie with one eyebrow raised. Oh, it's definitely not. She shakes her head with a look of disgust on her face. So, you're Danny. Spencer continues to smile as I look back at him, not letting go of my hand as he looks me over. It's not creepy, just curious. After a few seconds, he drops my hand with a chuckle. Yep, I can definitely see it now. Oh, this is gonna be fun to watch. I have no idea what he's talking about. And before I can ask, Melanie tosses a styrofoam to-go container down in front of Spencer with a plop. Take your breakfast and go, before we get an STD just from breathing the same air as you. Spencer laughs under his breath, grabbing the container with dickhead sprawled across the top in black Sharpie. Pushing up from his stool and getting to his feet, he rests his free hand on the counter, leaning across it and closer to Melanie. Jealous? Of herpes? No. She rolls her eyes. Spencer just smirks at her before pushing off the counter with his hand and giving me a nod. It was a pleasure meeting you, Danny. He turns his head to look at Melanie. It's never a pleasure seeing you. Piss off. She smiles sweetly at him. As soon as Spencer walks away and out the door of the diner, Melanie's smile falls with a sigh. What the hell was that? I laugh. That was Ryan's best friend. I still don't understand how that friendship occurred or how it continues to thrive. She mutters as she grabs the coffee pot from the warmer next to her and tops off my mug. Good to know, but I already knew who he is. That's not what I'm referring to. How long have you had a crush on Ryan's best friend? Are you high? Melanie laughs, but her cheeks immediately get red as she moves 2 seats down to top off someone else's coffee. I can't stand him. He's a man-whore and a jerk. I stupidly agreed to go on a date with him the first week I moved here, and it was a disaster. He spent the whole night flirting with our waitress and I fucking the bartender. When the man whose coffee she's refilling starts to choke on his scrambled eggs, she rolls her eyes at him as she moves back down to me. Mind your business, Sal, she mutters, and I do a double take when I look down at the man, smiling when I realize he's one of the stars of the Summer Sweet Island soap opera Ryan and I have been listening to at night on the police scanner. Melanie puts the coffee pot on the warmer and waves away my question. Enough about me. We were discussing how you're going to put the moves on your BDE roommate. An incoming text saves me from having to pick back up where we left off with this ridiculous conversation. Scooping up my phone from the counter, I smile as I look down at it. Tess, I didn't forget about you, I swear. Everyone's been crazy busy, but we're finally getting together for Sippin' Bitch tonight. Meet us at the Dip and Twist around 7. If you don't show up, I know where you live, and I will come over there and drag your ass out of that house. See you tonight. Have you ever been to one of these? I don't know if I should go or not. Oh my God. You got invited to Sip and Bitch at the Dip and Twist? Melanie asks excitedly as I show her the text. You have to go and tell me everything. That's like being invited into the inner circle or the cool kids table at lunch. Those girls don't invite just anyone to a sacred Sip and Bitch. Do you want to go with me? Her mouth drops open and she leans across the counter to smack the side of my arm. Shut up! Are you serious? I laugh and shake my head at her. Of course I'm serious. I don't really know them, other than meeting Tess one time. It will be nice to have someone there I'm already friends with. Oh, this is gonna be fun. This will definitely help with your little problem. I've heard every single issue those girls have ever had in their life has been magically fixed with a Sippin' Bitch. It's probably island lore, but who knows? Melanie shrugs. Let's get you some summer sweet magic and a monster cock. Jesus, Melanie, I mutter, quickly looking around to see if anyone heard her. Sal just shakes his head as he looks back down at his plate and takes a bite of his toast. She laughs, grabbing her notepad and a pen out of her apron pocket and moving down a little ways to help another customer who just sat himself at the counter. Finishing off my muffin, I take a drink of my coffee before flipping open my sketchbook. I try to work on a sketch for an order that came through my website this morning while the diner fills with more people and Melanie gets busier. But now all I can think about is trying to subtly flirt with Ryan again, just to see if she's right and maybe there could be something there. I can't keep pretending like I don't want more, and it's honestly stupid I'm not taking this risk. I walked away from my life in Chicago without a second look back. I already made the first move and kissed him when he was a complete stranger. Since when am I such a wuss about something that scares me? It's either the best idea or the absolute worst. But I've never been the type of person to shy away from a challenge before.
I can't believe how selfish you're being. This has gone on long enough, Tinsley.
The good mood I've been in all afternoon and early evening disappears in the blink of an eye. I angrily slam the door to the dishwasher closed, biting down on my lip to stop myself from screaming. My first mistake was thinking I could actually live my life and be happy, assuming my family would leave me alone and just be glad I'm finally out of their hair. My second was allowing my good mood to distract me and not look at my caller ID when I answered my phone.
You need to come back to Chicago and you need to do it now. Get your fucking head out of the clouds and help your family, my father orders.
I can't believe I actually thought he was calling to make amends, or to just check in on his only daughter and see how she's doing. I haven't heard one word from him since I left, and all he's done since I answered his call is criticize me. Closing my eyes with a sigh, I lean against the counter with my phone pressed against my ear, tuning out my father's voice as he continues to tell me what a disappointment I am. I'm happier than I've ever been, and I'm surrounded by people who let me be myself without any apologies. I refuse to let his words make me feel bad for the choices I made to finally get to this point. Opening my eyes, I move over to a cabinet and pull out 2 plates with my free hand as I finally cut my father off. How are you doing, Tinsley? Is everything okay? Haven't heard from you in a while, and we were just concerned because we love you so much, I say in a fake cheerful voice as I set the plates down on the placemats I already put on the kitchen island, not even understanding why I'm bothering to try to make him see what an asshole he's being.
Now is not the time to make jokes,
he replies, proving what a waste of time this is.
You need to come home and you need to work things out with Asher.
This time, I let out a real laugh that comes from deep in my belly. It's nice to see you've still got jokes, Dad. That's now the 3rd time you've mentioned Asher. I don't know what your sudden obsession is with the 2 of us getting back together, but it needs to stop. You also keep mentioning I need to help the family, and yet you refuse to explain what is going on or why. This has been a lovely chat, but I need to finish making dinner.
Tinsley Danica Brewster, don't you dare hang up on me.
I hear my father shout through the line as I start to pull my phone away from my ear and, in fact, hang up on him.
Please, Tinsley, I'm sorry.
He continues when I regrettably press my phone against my ear again. His rare begging and apology give me pause. My father has never apologized to anyone in his life, and he would be caught dead before begging for anything.
You have no idea what's at stake here. If you're still mad over this little art hobby of yours, I'm sure we can work something out. I just need you to talk to Asher and get back to Chicago where you belong. He's a good man, and he still loves you, even after the way you hurt him.
Again with the fucking Asher thing. Rolling my eyes, knowing he's not actually sorry for anything, still doesn't give a shit about me nor my feelings and just wants me to do what he orders, like always. I walk over to the oven and bend down to check on the lasagna. Not going to happen. But thanks for your concern over my well-being and for asking me what I want, I tell him, slamming the oven door closed a little too aggressively when I stand back up. Give Mom my best. Let her know I'm still alive and that I've really appreciated all her messages and phone calls checking in on me. The sarcasm is thick in my voice, and I hear my dad sigh loudly through the phone as I continue. You can also tell your piece of shit golden boy son to stop messaging me about Asher as well. I walk over to the fridge and pull out the container of Parmesan cheese. I'm hanging up now, unless you want to actually explain to me what all of this is about. There's a few seconds of silence before he replies.
It's complicated.
Of course it is. I shake my head with a humorless laugh. You're now the second man in the past few weeks to give me that excuse. The difference is, he's actually a decent human being who cared and respected me enough to give me an explanation. There's a long pause that reminds me just how much my father cares about and respects me. That's what I thought, I mutter.
Tinsley, wait, I need...
Pulling my phone away from my ear mid-yell, I finally hang up on my father, not at all interested in what else he has to say or what else he thinks he needs from me, especially when he calls me out of the blue after all this time with nothing but criticism and demands. Quickly pulling up the music app on my phone, I click on one of my playlists, then grab the small Bluetooth speaker on the island and hit the power button. Turning the volume up as loud as it will go as the first song starts to play, I close my eyes and take a couple of deep breaths. I let the angry chick music flow through me and fuel my fire, so I can get this bad mood out of my system before Ryan gets home. Waiting for the timer to go off on the oven, I move around the kitchen, singing at the top of my lungs to A, B, C, D, E, F, U by Gale, while I finish setting our places at the island. After a few songs from my Angry as Hell playlist, I've pushed the conversation with my father out of my head, and the good mood I was in before I answered my phone returns. I've got some flirting to try with a sweet, wonderful man who is nothing like my hurtful, dishonest family, and that's all I want to think about right now. Dancing around the kitchen as I wait for the lasagna to finish and for Ryan to get done with bowling practice, I concentrate on nothing but the magic of Summer Sweet Island and laugh to myself like a giddy teenager when I also think about the possibility of that monster cock Melanie mentioned. That would be sure to take all of my troubles away. Maybe tonight will be my lucky night, and Ryan will give me the sign I've been looking for. Chapter 12. Danica. Thanks for the sign.
It smells good in here.
I look up from the island with a smile when Ryan shouts over the music after I set the lasagna down on the counter. I'm not even embarrassed that he caught me dancing and singing as I pulled the pan from the oven and walked it over here. Butterflies flap around in my stomach as I pull off the oven mitts, just like they have each time he's walked in the door at the end of the day. Except tonight, They're flapping around in there like they just snorted lines of cocaine.
I'm just gonna go change.
I laugh when Pink's "so what" ends right when he starts shouting to me, making him yell at the top of his lungs in the quiet room.
I just thought the neighbors should also know I'd like to change,
Ryan says in a normal voice, laughing with a little bit of embarrassment.
How was your day?
It was going great until my father called a little bit ago. I don't know why I blurt that out, other than the fact that Ryan just makes me want to tell him everything, because I know he'll understand. He raises his eyebrows, waiting for me to continue. There's no way I want to ruin my good mood and how happy I am that he's home by elaborating right now, so I quickly shake my head at him. It's fine. It's the first time I've spoken to him since I left, and it didn't go very well. I don't want to bore you with the details. Ryan opens his mouth to say something, but the silence in the room is quickly filled when a new song starts to play. Usually, I turn off the music on my nights to cook dinner right when I see him walk through the door so we can talk without shouting. But one of my favorite songs just came on. I'm not ready to turn off the music yet. And besides, the lasagna needs to cool before I can cut it. Quickly rounding the island when Ryan starts to head toward the hallway, I stop him by grabbing both his hands and tugging him back into the kitchen. Nope, we're gonna dance it out first, I shout to him, starting to jump up and down and swing his arms with me as I sing along. Ryan laughs as he shakes his head at me, but his knees start bouncing, and he gives my hands a squeeze. I can't dance, he continues to laugh, yelling over the music and my singing. No one dances to Just a Girl by no doubt. We just jump around and bang our heads. Ryan immediately gets with the program, jumping up and down with me in his kitchen, whipping his head all around until I'm laughing so hard I forget the words to the song. He really can't dance, and he has absolutely no rhythm, but I love that he didn't even hesitate to let loose and have a little fun with me. I laugh even harder when he starts belting out the song with me, shouting about being a girl as we jump around in a circle. Halfway through the song and our mosh pit dancing, he lets go of one of my hands to spin me around with the other, making me trip over my feet as I go, until Ryan has to quickly wrap one of his arms around my waist to steady me before I fall. We're still laughing until I realize he's holding me against him. The hand he spun me with is still gripping mine, and our joined hands are wedged between our bodies, resting against his chest, along with my other hand that smacked against him as soon as he quickly pulled me into him. We're pressed together from our stomachs to our thighs, staring at each other while we try to catch our breath from the dancing, while the music continues to play. My eyes flicker down to his mouth when his tongue darts out to wet his lips, and I swear I feel the vibration of a groan come out of him against my hand on his chest. My eyes move back up to his to find him studying me, and I can't tell if that's panic I see on his face that I haven't pulled away yet, or excitement. The song continues to play, and still, neither one of us moves. The cokehead butterflies in my stomach are trying to claw their way out at this point, and my heart is beating so fast I'm certain he can hear it. He smells so damn good, and his arm around me feels like heaven. This is it. Time for me to stop being a wuss. Take my chance and see what happens. I start to push up on my toes and close the distance between us when the No Doubt song ends. A slower, quieter one starts to play, setting the perfect mood for me to kiss this man again.
When are you going back to Chicago?
Ryan's sudden words when I'm a few inches away from his mouth feel like someone just poured a bucket of ice water over my head. My feet immediately drop back down to flatten on the ground again, wondering what the hell he's talking about. What? I finally managed to spit out after a few seconds.
I know you don't want to talk about it, but I think it's time." He quickly continues. "It's not good to just ignore your problems. Your family is really concerned. They love you and they just want you to come back. I mean, Tristan is a jerk, but he cares. And your dad called you today. That's gotta be a good sign that he wants to work things out. I promised your brother I'd help get you back home. And I know if we just discuss it and you let me help you, we can fix this mess and get your life back on track. I'm sure that together, we can come up with a way to get them to be more understanding about you being an artist." The butterflies in my stomach die a quick, painful death with every word he speaks, until nothing but nausea is left behind. I don't realize we're still pressed up against each other, and his arm is still around me until the heavy weight of it stops feeling good, and suddenly feels like a steel band I need to escape from. Yanking my hand out of his grip, I push against his chest and move out of his hold, taking enough steps back from him that my brain won't be distracted by how good he smells and the heat of his body. Reaching over to the counter, I quickly lower the volume of the music on my phone. Believe me, my being an artist is just a fraction of my problems with them, I mutter, crossing my arms in front of me. What do you mean you promised my brother? Really hoping I'm confused and that he's not saying what I think he's saying, I wait for him to explain. Ryan rubs his hand against the back of his neck, and it quickly stops being adorable and just pisses me off. You know, when he asked if you could stay with me. Because he knows I'm good at talking people down from a ledge, and he thought you'd probably listen to me more than you'd listen to your family. Don't be mad at him. He was just trying to help you. Ryan smiles at me when he finishes rambling. Smiles. Like every word out of his mouth doesn't feel like someone is stabbing me right in the heart or in the back. Tristan isn't worth my anger, I tell him, swallowing past the lump in my throat and blinking away the stupid tears in my eyes. Well, that's good news, Ryan exclaims, completely oblivious to who I'm actually mad at right now. You must understand how worried they've been that you just walked away from your life and came here, right? All I can do is shake my head at him, calling myself all kinds of names for having my head in the clouds, just like my father accused me of. Every bit of hurt after that conversation with him comes back, but it's amplified by 1,000 because I actually trusted Ryan. I trusted that he was a sweet guy and that he was just being a good friend by letting me stay here. I thought after all the days we've spent together that he understood me and knew I wasn't the selfish brat my brother made me out to be. But obviously I was wrong. And that hurts more than any words my father could ever say to me. So that's why you've been so supportive and nice to me. Not because you actually wanted to, but because my fucking brother put you up to it. Well done, coach. I clap my hands together a few times as the lump in my throat gets bigger. I gotta say, I didn't see that play coming. What? No, Ryan quickly speaks with a shake of his head. I'm probably screwing this up and saying it all wrong. Oh no, I laugh sarcastically. You're saying it just right. Do you want to know how concerned my family is and how much they care about me? I didn't walk away from my life right before I got to this island, Ryan. I left Chicago 6 months ago. 6 fucking months, and I haven't heard from them even once. It's quite obvious Tristan didn't share that little tidbit of information with him while they were chatting about me, going by Ryan's wide eyes and his dropped-open mouth. A mouth I wanted to kiss just minutes ago, and now I have the sudden urge to punch. Instead of trying to convince me how much my family supposedly cares about me, maybe you should be asking yourself why now, after 6 months of not speaking to me or giving a shit about me, they're suddenly up my ass and in panic mode, wanting me to come home. I'm sorry, Ryan quickly whispers. I didn't know
Right. I cut him off, nodding and swiping angrily at a damn tear on my cheek that wouldn't stay put in my eye. But you could have asked, instead of just assuming I'm a selfish bitch who doesn't care about anyone but herself, and instead of believing the bullshit my brother fed you. I quit that job at my father's company 9 months ago because I was tired of being disgusted by how he conducts business. Do you even know what the Brewster Development Company does?
Buys failing businesses and makes them better,
Ryan asks softly. Another humorless laugh comes out of me. Not quite. I shake my head. They make a bunch of shitty promises they never intend to keep to family-run businesses in small vacation towns, just like this one. They throw dollar signs in front of these businesses that might be struggling or just want to increase their earnings. They tell them it's easy. Just hand over a percentage of your profits and we won't change a thing. We'll just make it better and make you rich so you won't even know what to do with all that money. Ryan stays quiet while I speak, but he starts to look as sick to his stomach as I feel when I continue. My father tells them the Brewster Development Company is just going to oversee things while they retain full control of their own business. I explain, feeling like I might really throw up now with every word out of my mouth, knowing I turned a blind eye to how my father has done this for too many years. And these people, who just want what's best for their community and for their families, they believe my father and his lies. And as soon as they sign on the dotted line, my father says he's going to make a few upgrades, do a little redecorating. And when their backs are turned, he bulldozes all of those small businesses without even batting an eye, and then builds billion-dollar resorts and casinos in their place. The news praises him for boosting the economy of a small town, but he pays enough people that they leave out the part about how it doesn't benefit anyone from that small town, because he pushes them all out. He takes away everything sweet and quaint and wonderful about a small town, and he ruins it with his greed. And on top of that, he makes sure his top-notch lawyers really fuck them over by adding a tiny little clause in the contracts they never even notice. It cuts off any say they might have, or any money they were going to make as soon as their businesses come down. And sure, it's all technically legal, but that doesn't make it right.
Definitely not,
Ryan mutters, swiping a hand through his hair and shaking his head. Even though I couldn't stand what he did any longer, I still tried to make it work after I quit. For 3 months, I tried to be a part of that family, but they wanted nothing to do with me and made it quite clear I wasn't welcome there any longer. Ryan takes a step toward me, like he wants to pull me in and give me a hug. For a second, I remember all the sweet things he's done for me, and I almost let him. And then I remember he doesn't actually care about me. He was just doing all this to butter me up so I would listen to him. I quickly take a step back, watching his face fall and his shoulders droop when I move even farther away from him, immediately annoyed that it makes me feel like a jerk. He's the one who was so keen to talk about this right now, so I let him have all the ugly parts I never wanted him to know. Today was the first time my father picked up the phone, not to see if I was even alive, but to remind me what a huge disappointment I am. I continue, swiping another tear that falls. Do you know what he did the first time I showed him a painting I was proud of? He barely gave it a glance, and then he threw it in the fireplace and told me he had more talent in his pinky finger. I was 9.
I'm so sorry,
Ryan whispers when I pause, his quiet voice rasping out of him with so much emotion as he looks at me that it makes my stomach flop. But I ignore it and continue. I was 12 when he found my hidden art supplies under a floorboard in my room and tossed them in the trash. 14 when he found out I bought more and sold a painting to a friend's mom, and he sent me away to boarding school. 17 when he ripped up my acceptance letter to art school and laughed in my face when I got upset. 25 when he did the latter again when I tried to explain how unhappy I was. You want to go through all my texts and voicemails to see all the years' worth of messages from him telling me how worthless I am or how I'll never amount to anything without him? Ryan just shakes his head at me, and I ignore all the pain written all over his face with every word I speak. It's a little too late for him to start feeling bad now. My heart hurts looking at this man who had quickly become a friend and one of my favorite people, stupidly thinking there could be something more between us. You have no idea what kind of selfish pricks my family consists of, but go right ahead and tell me why I should go running back to them. Ryan's mouth just opens and closes without any words coming out, and suddenly, I'd rather be anywhere but here, in this cottage with him. Whirling away from him before I completely break down and start sobbing in the middle of his kitchen, I stomp around him and over to the key hooks hanging on the wall, snatching my golf cart keys off one of them. "Where are you going?" Ryan finally asks in a panicked voice when I head down the entryway and open the front door. "Out. Try not to choke on the lasagna. Thanks for the sign," I mutter, slamming the door closed behind me. She needs another boozy slush. She's had 5. She can't feel anything from the neck down right now. Has anyone checked to see if she's still breathing? I didn't even know the nerd had it in him to make someone so upset. Here, you want to light something on fire? With my cheek still pressed against the top of the purple picnic table at the dip and twist, I grab the Bic lighter out of Tess's hand when she pushes it in front of my face, while my new friends talk about me like I can't hear them. Clicking the lighter a few times, it finally flickers to life, and I set fire to the napkin Tess is also holding in front of me. Keeping my warm cheek against the cool wood on top of the picnic table, I watch it burn in her fingers for a few seconds until she has to drop it into a cup filled with water before it lights her hand on fire. That was fun, I mumble as Tess reaches over and pats me on the back. Sorry I'm late. What did I miss? I lift my head too quickly when a new voice joins us at the picnic tables under the awning of the dip and twist, closing my eyes when everything around me starts to spin. I've definitely had too much to drink. Ryan was a jerk and assumed Danny was a selfish bitch, conspiring against her behind her back with her douchebag brother to try to get her to leave the island and go back to Chicago, when all she wanted to do was make out with him. I hear one of the girls give a long-winded explanation to the newcomer. I have to open one eye and squint around the table to see it was Ren who gave the cliff notes. Since I'm still not familiar with all their voices yet, along with Tess, I finally met Laura's 2 daughters, Birdie and Ren, and they were all very welcoming to not only me but to Melanie when she showed up as well. And they have all been amazing since I got here and immediately unloaded on them as soon as I sat down right after introductions were made. I don't know these women at all, but I just feel comfortable with them. Have from the first moment I met them. They quickly got me a cherry slush filled with vodka and continued to feed me alcohol for the last hour while I cried about my life. Someone wants to make out with Ryan? Ooh, this just got interesting, the newcomer says as she takes a seat at the table across from me. Wait, doesn't he have a girlfriend? They broke up because she travels a lot for her job and they decided it wasn't working and parted ways, but she's still a lovely woman and they're going to remain friends, but not that good of friends that you'll ever come to the island. I quickly speak with my eyes closed, slurring my words but making sure Ryan's secret stays safe, even through the pools of vodka sloshing around in my brain. Yep, that sounds like Ryan. The new woman laughs. Hi, I'm Emily. I manage to open my other eye without tipping off the back of the picnic table bench as everything around me continues to spin, while I reach across the table and sloppily shake her hand. Emily was Ryan's girlfriend off and on for ever until he finally broke things off. She's an expert on all things Ryan and will definitely be able to help. Ren tells me as I quickly drop the woman's hand. You're Ryan's ex? The one he broke up with so you could... Because he... Oh, fuck, I mutter, dropping my head back down to the table with a thunk. Of course she looks like that. Melanie grabs the back of my hoodie and yanks me back up. Why didn't you tell me his ex looks like Malibu Barbie and Ariel fucked and had a baby? I complain as soon as I'm upright again, flinging my arm in the general direction of the absolutely stunning redhead sitting across from me. Thanks? Emily laughs. Even her fucking laugh sounds like a choir of angels singing. You knew his ex used to be a professional cheerleader, is now the coach for the Virginia Sharks cheerleaders, and is dating Quinn Bagley, the quarterback for the Sharks, right? I mean, everyone knows this. Melanie leans over and whispers in my ear. Nope. This is brand new information, I shout back, wondering why I'm shouting because it's making my head hurt. And in case you're forgetting, I just got here a few weeks ago. You didn't have to live here to know this. It was all over the news a while back. Did you seriously not Google Ryan before you moved in with him? Melanie laughs. Why would I complain, looking around the table for my phone and then groaning when I remember I left it back at Ryan's cottage when I stormed out. Quickly grabbing Melanie's phone, I squint at the screen as I try to type his name into her search engine. He's my brother's friend. I had no reason to Google the guy. Oh, for fuck's sake, I should have Googled the guy. After the 5th attempt of trying to see through my vodka goggles, I finally get Ryan's name typed in and hit search. 3 pages of articles immediately pop up, each one mentioning the poor sap Emily left brokenhearted when she started dating the famous quarterback named Quinn. I hate sports and never followed anything about them, but now I'm wishing I would have at least paid attention to sports entertainment news. Technically, I know she isn't the one who broke up with him, but I'm sure he was really brokenhearted, and probably still is. It says they dated off and on since freaking high school. I thought it was really cool that a few professional athletes live here on the island, and I was hanging out with their significant others. Now I just feel like a loser, thinking I could flirt with a guy who's probably still in love with his ex, who probably really doesn't want anything to do with me now after how badly I handled things tonight. No wonder he won't make a move on me. Well, this fucking sucks. I shove Melanie's phone back at her and grab the styrofoam cup in front of me. My mouth opens and closes, bobbing around in the air a few times, until I finally find the straw and wrap my lips around it. I'm in the middle of taking a huge slurping sip of nothing but the straight vodka that's left at the bottom of my almost empty cup when Emily leans across the table and snatches it out of my mouth. How much did you guys give her to drink? She asked the table. Mom might have overpoured. Bertie nods, leaning forward and around Tess to reach over and pat my head. Ryan is definitely not still hung up on Emily. I can promise you that. And before it even gets inside that head of yours, she's not hung up on him either. Nope, definitely not, Emily says with a shake of her head and giving me a kind, sympathetic smile that just makes me like her dumb, pretty face. I'm gonna guess that's not really a problem right now, is it? Ren asks from next to Emily on the other side of the table. Because in case you don't own a mirror, you're hot. And you're badass hot, which is hotter than normal hot because it means you're confident and don't give a shit what anyone thinks. It's science. Tess nods next to me. I, too, have been blessed with the same badass genes.
It's a daily struggle to look this good while also hating everyone. Fine. So I know I'm not exactly a troll. Whatever. I think I was too hard on him, I whisper, finally admitting what's really bothering me, wishing I could go back and do everything over. I wouldn't have been so quick to get angry with him when he was just trying to be a good friend to my dipshit brother, having no idea how corrupt and awful my family really is. I told him not to choke on the lasagna I made before I left. See, that was nice. Ren tries to encourage me. He kind of deserved it, Bertie shrugs. He should have had this conversation with you from the very beginning, and then there wouldn't have been any misunderstandings. Pot, meat, kettle, Ren snorts, making Bertie glare at her sister. Palmer and I got there eventually. Shut up. Or I should have had the conversation with him, I say, ignoring the sisters and their stare down with each other. I just liked being with him and not bringing the mood down by talking about how truly shitty my family is. It's embarrassing how long I put up with it, and I didn't want him to think I was weak. I suck. Melanie clutches tightly to the back of my hoodie again, stopping my head from thunking on the table when I try to drop it forward once more. You don't suck, she scolds me. Tonight was a lot. You had to talk about a lot of personal things that hurt and that you maybe weren't ready to talk about yet. With a guy you have a crush on. Even if you were a little hard on him, Ryan's still a really good guy, and he's going to understand why you're upset. Everyone around the table nods eagerly in agreement, and it just makes me feel even worse, because I know they're right. I was mean to a really good guy. Laura comes out to the picnic table area then with a tray in her hands, putting new boozy slushies in front of everyone, except for pregnant Ren. I hate all of you right now, Ren mutters, looking at us with jealousy as we take a sip of our new drinks, and she's stuck with the bottle of water Laura placed in front of her. Before she goes back inside the stand, Laura pauses behind me and kisses the top of my head. Everything's gonna be okay, I promise. Sippin' bitch always fixes everything. She whispers next to my ear. But if you find yourself accidentally in the summer sweet pond after you leave here, just give me a call and I'll get you out in a jiffy. Realizing I'm a hell of a lot drunker than I thought when I understand nothing Laura says to me, Melanie finally lets go of the back of my hoodie, taking pity on me and letting me drop my head back to the table when Laura walks away. Tess at least quickly shoves her hand under my face before it smacks against the surface, gently pulling it out from under my forehead once she's made sure I don't give myself a concussion. The silence lasts for exactly 10 seconds before everyone around me starts talking. Can we discuss the wanting to make out with him part now? Yes, I want to know more about you wanting to do dirty things to our sweet Ryan. Wait, you guys haven't seen the kiss video? Holy shit, let me find it. Jennifer Burke sent it to Leanne Whitting, who sent it to me and told me not to show anyone. But you know, this is summer sweet and sharing is caring, bitches. We're going to need more slushies for this. Mom, get a few more drinks on deck. You should just walk in the door and get naked. That will show him you're sorry for leaving and get him to make a move on you. That will give him a heart attack. Are you kidding me? Yeah, you're probably going to need to take it slow. You'll definitely have to make all the moves. He's not exactly the aggressive type. No one wants to hear about the shitty, boring sex you had with Ryan, Emily. That will just make her vomit. I think she's going to vomit tonight regardless. Found it. Look at the way he grabs the back of her neck like he wants to devour her. Swoon. Ow. What the hell, Tess? Never say swoon out loud again unless you're giving stage directions for a play. Jesus Christ, how am I even friends with you? You want to watch it again, don't you? Almost more than I want to light your hair on fire.
I retract my previous statement. Walk in the door and get naked.
Chapter 13. Ryan. Fuck you, you fucking fuck. Oh, you fucked up, Spencer whispers with wide eyes and a nod from the bar stool next to mine in my kitchen, making me feel even worse than I did before he got here. Gee, thanks, I mutter while he takes a sip of one of the beers he brought with him. I'm so glad I called you. I panicked as soon as Danny walked out the door and slammed it behind her, and I immediately called my best friend for advice. He showed up 10 minutes later with a six-pack and let me talk his ear off for the last hour. If I'm being honest, I actually started panicking right after I spun her around while we were dancing, and she ended up in my arms pressed up against me. Dropping my head back into my hands with my elbows resting on the counter, I let out a huge sigh, wondering if Spencer would punch me in the face if I asked him to. I can't believe I let Tristan get in my head, I scoff, wishing I wouldn't have allowed the last 2 weeks of his incessant texts asking me how my talks with his sister were going to completely ruin what I'm pretty sure was seconds away from happening. I think she was going to kiss me again. That last part comes out of me on a choked whisper because I still can't believe it, or that I completely screwed it all up because I had to go and open my mouth when I should have just opened it to freaking kiss her again. The way she was looking at me, the way she didn't move out of my arms and just pressed in closer to me, and how she was inching her face closer to mine, it all felt like a dream. I wanted it so badly I could barely breathe or think straight, and then Tristan's stupid texts flashed through my mind, and for 1 second, just one tiny second, I doubted her and everything I learned about her since I met her. And now all I can see when I close my eyes are the tears falling out of hers when she unloaded everything on me. She's always so strong and confident, and it absolutely kills me that I did that to her, that I made her talk about something she probably wasn't ready to talk about and relive all the hurt and pain her family has inflicted on her. Every word she said, hearing all that heartache in her voice and seeing it on her face, felt like someone knocked the wind out of me, and I couldn't get the words out to tell her how sorry I was for screwing up so badly. I just stood there and let her walk away from me while she was hurt and upset, feeling like I betrayed her trust. Because I did. "What is this god-awful shit you're making me listen to?" Spencer complains. Lifting my head from my hands, I glanced down at Danny's phone she left behind, still hooked up to the Bluetooth speaker and playing songs from her playlist. I feel 1,000 times worse that this is the song that started playing when she walked out the door, and for some reason it got stuck on repeat mode, playing nonstop for the last hour just to torture me. It's This Is Me from The Greatest Showman. "Of course it is," Spencer laughs. "You and your show tunes." It's Danny's phone. I roll my eyes even though I have this entire album on one of my own playlists, and it's one of my favorites. Grabbing the phone and sliding it closer, I'm surprised to see it isn't locked. I quickly hit pause on the song, knowing if I hear those lyrics one more time, I'm going to start crying like a baby. The house is immediately filled with silence for the first time since I got home from bowling practice, and I think I hate that even more. I just want to go back, walk in the door again, and feel as good as I did watching Danny sing and dance around my kitchen like she's always been there. One of my favorite memories growing up was being in my room doing homework and then hearing the radio in the kitchen turn on. I always knew that meant my mom started dinner. I loved food as much as anyone, but that's not why it's one of my favorite things to remember. It's when I would quietly make my way down the hall, stand in the doorway of the kitchen, and watch my dad come home from work. My mom would immediately grab his hands and make him join her. The two of them would sing and dance together around the kitchen like fools to whatever classic rock song the local radio station was playing until they'd stop to kiss, which would gross me out and send me back to my room until I was called. Even though things with my parents are a complete mess, it's probably time I stop putting their relationship on a pedestal. It's still all I've ever wanted. Someone to come home to and have fun with at the end of a long day. And I had it tonight. Until I went and screwed it all up. "I think you need to..." Spencer stops mid-sentence when Danny's phone chimes rapidly with a few incoming texts. Since I'm still looking down at it, I can see them flash across her screen. My self-pity party quickly slides to the back burner to simmer, while each text that comes through makes my anger grow. It builds and it builds, swirling around inside me until it boils over and I'm seeing red, clenching my fists so hard my arms start shaking. Tristan, you are such a bitch. Tristan, I can't believe how shitty you were to Dad. Tristan, do you even care about this family at all, or are you too busy fucking up your own life to worry about us? Without even thinking about what I'm doing, I snatch Danny's phone from the counter, clicking on Tristan's last text, and quickly type a reply to him from her. Danny's phone. Fuck you, you fucking fuck. I immediately hit send and then smack the phone back on the counter instead of hurling it across the room like I want to. Damn, son, Spencer chuckles, leaning over to look at the screen and what I just typed. I didn't even know you could spell that word. Son of a crap-hole shit-ass damn. I throw my head back and shout at the top of my lungs. Nope. Spencer shakes his head at me, reaching over and sliding Danny's phone closer to him and out of my reach. Let's maybe not try that again, okay, buddy? You're not very good at it. As I glare at him, he smacks the top of my hand when I reach for her phone again. Sending her father the same text won't make you feel any better either, he informs me, reading my mind. What the heck am I going to do? Some of my anger dissipates when I look back over my shoulder at the front door, just wishing she'd walk through it right now. I don't even know where she is or if she's okay. She'll come back after she cools off. I mean, all of her shit is here. She's not going to go far, Spencer reminds me, not making me feel any better that she'd only come back because of her things and not because of me. Because why would she? I'm a jerk. How did I not even know what her father's company does? I mutter with a shake of my head, turning back to face Spencer. What you really should be concerned with is how the world doesn't know this information, he says with a curl of his lip in disgust. That is some shady shit right there, and now I really want to know why they suddenly want her to come back to Chicago after all this time. You know they're probably trying to cover something up. Do you think she knows something and they're afraid she'll release it to the public? Maybe they're going to put a hit out on her if she doesn't comply. Have you noticed anyone following you lately? Getting any hang-up calls in the middle of the night? What about a stranger loitering by your golf cart when it's unattended? I just stare at Spencer and shake my head. You watch entirely too many crime documentaries. And you don't watch nearly enough. He shakes his head right back at me. All of a sudden, there's a loud thump against my front door, and we both scream at the top of our lungs. Oh, shit, Spencer whispers as we both turn on our stools and stare with wide eyes at the door. They've come for you. Rolling my eyes and realizing we're not on a TV show, I slide off my stool and walk over to the entryway just as my doorbell rings. As soon as I fling open my door, a body falls right through the doorway with it. I have to quickly scramble my feet and dart forward with my arms out as Danny pitches face first right into them. Sorry about that, my grandmother says as she appears in the open doorway behind her. I propped her up against the door so I could ring the bell. Yay, it's No Bones Day! Danny's shout comes out muffled with her face smushed against my chest. I look over her head at Dottie with a raised eyebrow as I haul Danny up until she's standing. Sort of. She may have had a little too much to drink, Dottie adds with a laugh. I tighten my arm around Danny's waist as her body slumps against mine, and then she presses her nose right in the middle of my chest and inhales deeply. You smell yum, she mutters with a slur, talking directly to my chest, making a grin spread across my face for the first time since she left. I secure my arm around her waist a little tighter when her knees wobble, and she clutches the front of my shirt in her fist for balance. Her head flops down against my shoulder, and I close my eyes and kiss the top of her head. Before I move my lips away, I take my own deep inhale, breathing her in, just happy she came back, even if someone else had to bring her to me. Where did you find her? I ask Dottie as Spencer comes up to join me in the entryway, giving my grandmother a wave. I was walking home from book club and found her about ready to fall face first into the summer sweet pond. Dottie laughs as I pull my chin back to look down at Danny, her head still resting on my shoulder. I bring my free hand up, brushing her hair off her face and out of her eyes that are currently closed, tucking it behind her ear as Dottie continues. She was with Laura's girls and Melanie up at the Dip and Twist, but they were all just as drunk as she was. It was like trying to herd cats on meth. I had to call Laura to come help me corral them. Danny suddenly whips her head up from my shoulder to smile at me with unfocused, glassy eyes and flushed cheeks. I got invited to Spith and Bip. Her face scrunches up in adorable confusion. No, that's not right. Biff and Sitch. What the fuck is wrong with my mouth? Spencer barks out a laugh, and I have to bite down on my lips to stop myself from chuckling as well when she brings a hand up and starts sloppily pawing at her mouth with her fingers. Do you mean sip and bitch? I ask, slowly enunciating the words for her. No idea how I'm not laughing right now. That's what I said. Spip and ditch, Danny mutters. Oh, you're fucked even harder than I thought if she went to a sippin' bitch, my friend, Spencer chuckles with a shake of his head. After being with Emily for so many years, I am well aware of what sippin' bitch is, and how annihilated those women sometimes are after one. I once had to rescue Emily and Ren from up in a tree, and Tess took a swing at me when I snatched away the explosive device she was attempting to make out of a bottle of vodka and a rag soaked with gas. I still have no idea how they even got up in that tree, or how Tess has so many hiding places on her person for Bic lighters. Danny quickly turns her head and focuses on Spencer standing next to me. Hey, it's the eye fucker, she exclaims, finally letting go of her tight grip on my shirt to lunge forward and smack him on the shoulder, making me quickly wrap both arms around her before she falls right down onto the floor. Ah, I see Melanie has been singing my praises again. Spencer grins at her. You sure are a handsome motherfucker, aren't you? Danny says while she squints at him. So glad you noticed, Spencer purrs, taking a step closer to her. Are you fucking kidding me right now? I will punch you in the goddamn throat, I mutter, glaring at him as I hold my arm straight out in front of me to stop him from getting any closer to Danny. And that's how you do it, my friend. Spencer pats me on the back with a smile. Just making sure you were paying attention and don't screw this up for a second time. Sorry, don't mean to interrupt. Dottie, in fact, interrupts as she waves her hand above her head in the doorway, staring at me with such a huge smile on her face that it makes me uncomfortable. I drove Danny's golf cart here, so I need a ride home. Stepping around me and Danny, Spencer bends his elbow and holds it out to my grandmother. At your service, my dear. Dottie finally looks away from me to smile up at Spencer, hooking her hand around his elbow as he leads her out the door. Don't fuck this up, Dottie shouts to me over her shoulder with a wave, making me sigh and Spencer chuckle as he leads her down the steps of my front porch. Have I mentioned lately how much I absolutely adore you, Dottie Wilson? You have, but feel free to give me more compliments on the ride home, she tells him as I stick my foot out and kick my front door closed. When it's finally just me and Danny, I look down at her to find her staring at me. You are too, she whispers, looking at me seriously. I laugh softly, wondering if she's having a drunk conversation in her head I'm not privy to. I am what? I smile at her. A handsome motherfucker. My smile drops, and it takes me a few tries to swallow past the lump in my throat while my heart starts racing. I think I'm gonna puke, she says next, making me let out the breath I was holding, realizing she's drunk and has no idea what she's saying. Never mind, I swallowed it. A laugh snorts out of me, and I tighten my hold on her as I turn us around and start helping her walk farther into the house. Ooh, pot brownies, Danny exclaims, trying to move toward the Tupperware container still sitting on my island. Nope, definitely not, I tell her, steering her body back in the direction of the hallway. When we get to the middle of the living room, she suddenly pushes away from me and stumbles back. Bending my knees and keeping my arms out, I brace myself, prepared to catch her if she can't get her feet steady. You okay? I ask as she sways a little to the side before her eyes make their way up to mine. I'm sad, she whispers, making it feel like someone just punched me in the gut. I'm so sorry, I whisper right back, wishing I could come up with better words to explain to her just how awful I feel and how much I wish I could take it all back and never doubt her for a second. I'm tired, and I think I want cheese, she mumbles in response, staring down at her feet. All I can do is smile, realizing she will never remember anything I say tonight, and I should probably save it for when she doesn't have more vodka flowing through her veins than blood. Danny sniffles and then clears her throat, trying to stand up taller but just swaying some more until she gets herself steady again. And I'm mad, and I'm a meanie, and I shook Barbie Ariel's hand, and Google can eat his dick, and I think I'm supposed to get naked, but there will be no heart attacks here tonight. Before I can decipher what she's trying to say, Danny closes her eyes and shakes her head. Fuck it. I start to move forward when I think she might pass out, but my feet immediately stutter to a stop, and my entire body freezes when Danny suddenly grabs the hem of her gray hoodie that says "cute but psycho" on it, pulling it up and off her body, then tossing it back over her shoulder. Oh my God. My mouth is dropped open, and I'm pretty sure a little drool comes out before I realize what the hell I'm doing, and then I quickly smack my hands against my eyes to cover them. But not before I get an eye full of beautiful, sexy Danny standing in front of me in nothing but a pair of tattered jean shorts and a black lace bra, with her mouth-watering cleavage spilling out of the sheer cups. "Swoon," Danny shouts. My heart pounds and my hands clamped against my eyes get sweaty, wondering if she can read my mind and knows I'm seconds away from doing just that, considering she's standing a few feet away from me topless and I can't freaking do anything about it. "Peace out, nerd. I'm gonna go puke." I hear her feet shuffle around on my carpet, and after a few seconds, I spread two of my fingers apart and take a tiny peek at her stumbling down my hallway and bumping into the walls, making sure she gets to the bathroom without hurting herself. As soon as she disappears inside and the door slams shut, I finally lower my hands from my face. Yep, I nod to myself with a sigh. She's definitely gonna hate me tomorrow.
Chapter 14. Danica. Get your shit together and please put your shirt back on. You can't keep avoiding him, Danny. What? I can't hear you, I shout into my phone. Nice try, asshole, Melanie laughs. She's annoying me right now, but I love how comfortable we've become with each other in such a short time. You turned your music down as soon as you answered the phone. I know damn well you can hear me. PJ Harvey's Down by the Water does indeed play at a more acceptable volume right now out in the garage than the wall-rattling level it was when I felt my phone vibrate in the back pocket of my paint-spattered blue jean overalls. You shouldn't have answered my call if you didn't want me to lecture you, Melanie continues. I repeat, you can't keep avoiding Ryan forever. Don't tell me what I can't do, I muttered to Melanie with my phone pressed against my ear with one hand, while I carefully pour a small bowl of blue paint onto the canvas on the table in front of me. I have successfully avoided him for 4 days, and it's going quite well. No, it's not. You're miserable. Melanie laughs, and I ignore the voice in my head while I exchange the bowl of blue paint for purple, slowly pouring it in a line right up against the blue. One of these days, he's going to come into that garage because he needs something out there, and then you'll have no place to hide, she reminds me. Setting the bowl down next to the 10 other colors I've used when I finish, I sigh and look around the space that has become my home for the last 4 days, since I screwed everything up and made a complete ass of myself. I've got a drop cloth laid down that covers the entire garage floor, and one covering the only wall that doesn't have windows. My easels are set up in front of it with projects I'm working on that I've got covered up with cloth. All of my paint, brushes, and other work tools are organized on a metal shelf against another wall, and I have a stack of finished canvases on a table in the corner that are ready to be shipped out to customers. I love it in here, and I've been working nonstop since I woke up the other morning feeling like absolute dog shit. And when I start working, it's hard for me to stop until I'm finished, and I'll paint at all hours of the night. I forget to eat. I'm too wired to sleep, and I don't want to be disturbed or I'll lose my focus. It just happened to be a very convenient time for me to finally feel creative enough to paint. Inspiration started pouring out of me as soon as I opened my eyes that morning, along with a lot of vomit and shame. Any sleep I've gotten in the last few days has happened in the corner of the garage, on a pile of extra drop cloths with a pillow and blanket from my room. No matter how much I try to tell myself I'm doing it so I can be close to my work and can just pop up and get back to it quickly without any distractions, or not bother Ryan if I'm opening and closing doors at 3 in the morning. I know it's a lie. The fact that I've waited until Ryan goes to work every day or to sleep every night before I even dare enter the house is proof of that. I've made the fastest dinners known to man on my nights to cook and left them on the stove for him before scurrying right back into the garage and turning my music back on. For the first time since I left Chicago, I'm being a complete chicken shit. The worst part of drinking too much isn't the hangover. It's when you don't drink enough to completely black out and forget all the stupid things you did. I sniffed his shirt. I mumble, my cheeks heating with embarrassment just thinking about it as I tip the canvas to the side to get some of the colors to start running together and cover more of the surface. "Don't forget the stripping," Melanie helpfully adds, my humiliation growing by the second, remembering every minute after my forehead was pressed to the front door, and then I just fell right into Ryan's arms when it opened. It's a little hard to forget when a man covers his fucking eyes when you take your shirt off, but thanks for the reminder. I can still see him slamming his eyes closed as soon as I drunkenly flung my sweatshirt off in the living room. Not to brag or anything, but I have pretty nice boobs, and I was wearing one of my good bras, damn it. Waking up the next morning after Ryan had already left for work and finding my sweatshirt neatly folded on the floor right outside my bedroom, with a bottle of aspirin and a bottle of water resting on top of it, was pretty much like a neon sign blinking in my face that read, "Get your shit together and please put your shirt back on." "Did you want him to take advantage of you?" she scoffs as I carefully set the canvas back on the table and wipe the paint that dripped onto my fingers off on the front of my overalls. "No, but he could have at least looked," I mutter petulantly. I don't think I have ever been so mortified in my life. And the guy I gave my virginity to in high school sent an email to the entire student body about it, 2 minutes after it was over, which, coincidentally, was the amount of time he lasted. Jesus, what kind of school did you go to? Boarding school, baby, I inform her with a sigh. Don't worry, I got my revenge. I told everyone he gave me syphilis. I don't think that's how you make yourself look better in that situation, Melanie snorts. Like I really wanted to ever sleep with anyone from that god-awful school again. It was worth it just knowing he never got laid again during his time there. And every year on the first day of school, someone would pack his locker full of hundreds of pills with stickers on them that said penicillin. Someone, she laughs. I can neither confirm nor deny my involvement in this matter. Melanie's laughter trails off after a minute, and right when I think I've successfully changed the subject, she proves she won't be deterred. You need to get over your embarrassment. People get drunk and do stupid shit all the time. I know she's right. I'm going to have to face him at some point. I'd just like more time to get over my embarrassment first. 3 years or so should do it. It's not like he hasn't been avoiding me too, I remind her, walking over to the metal shelf and grabbing an old hairdryer off it that's covered in paint. His extra fridge is out here that holds all of his gross-flavored sparkling water he drinks every day. It's totally fine I've seen empty cans in the trash when I've snuck back into the house, knowing he's getting his fix somewhere else, just to avoid coming out here. Your music is always at full volume when you paint, and you listen to a lot of angry songs. He's probably afraid you'll stab him in the throat with a paintbrush if he even thinks about opening that door. The first morning I skipped out on my coffee run and chat with Melanie. She showed up here to Ryan's house on her lunch break and was knocking on the side garage door for a full 5 minutes before I heard her. The problem is, I don't listen to angry music when I'm actually painting. It's too distracting. Melanie just happened to show up when I was sitting on the floor sketching and was too busy to switch over from my anger management playlist that was still pulled up from the night before. When I'm actively painting, I listen to slower music with a heavy erotic beat that calms, centers, and helps me focus more, and sometimes turns me on. But hey, it fuels my creativity fire, and that's what masturbation is for. Aren't you supposed to be charming customers with your sparkling personality? I question her as I walk the hairdryer back to the table, knowing Melanie doesn't usually get off until 6 and it's only 5. Which reminds me I only have another hour left until Ryan gets home from bowling practice, if I want to sneak into the house and grab a snack. Since it's his night to cook and he's left my food on the stove just like I've been doing for him, I won't eat until at least after midnight when he goes to bed. God, I really suck. I got a job working nights at the concession stand at Wavy Lanes. You should come up and see me Friday night. Now we'll get to hang out even more when you start painting that mural. Did you quit the barge? I ask in shock, plugging the hairdryer into the outlet next to the table I'm working on. Oh, God, no, she laughs. You'll still be able to come up for our morning coffee chats once you stop being an asshole. I just changed my hours. We're both poor. I'm just extra poor. If she knew about the size of the trust fund I walked away from, she would probably hate me and not want to be my friend anymore. No more changing the subject, Melanie scolds as she continues. When are you going to stop avoiding Ryan? Quickly flipping the power switch on the hairdryer, I shout into the phone over the noise. What? I can't hear you. I hear Melanie shout, calling me an asshole again, and I shout back that I need to get back to work and will call her later before quickly ending the call. Turning up the volume a little bit on the side of my phone, I push that conversation out of my mind, and I let the sounds of Santa Gold Superman playing through the Bluetooth speaker help me get my mind back on work. Setting my phone down on the table next to me, I spend a few minutes carefully aiming the hairdryer at the canvas, moving around all the paint I poured. I smile down at my work as my body starts moving along with the beat of the song, happy at how this is turning out, knowing it's going to be the perfect colorful background for this current website order. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the dark screen of my phone come to life, and I quickly glance over at it, expecting to see a text from Melanie calling me another name again for hanging up on her. Ryan. Hi. My heart starts pounding, and my hand wrapped around the hairdryer gets sweaty as I slowly stand back up from being bent over the table and stare at my phone. My quickly beating heart cracks right in half when another text immediately flashes across my screen. Ryan, please don't be mad at me anymore. Swiftly turning off the hairdryer and setting it down on the table, I swipe my phone up from the table, feeling like the asshole Melanie called me that Ryan thinks I've been hiding out in here because I'm still mad at him. I stopped being mad at him the minute I walked out the door the other night and slammed it behind me. I'm not mad. Ryan, can I come in? Please? My phone slips right out of my hand and clatters to the ground, the music instantly cutting off when it lands as my head whips up to the door that leads from the garage into the house. Is he home early? Why is it suddenly 100 degrees in this fucking garage? Looking down the front of me at my paint-covered overalls, with just a white bandeau bra under them that is also smudged with paint, I panic, wishing I would have at least gotten to take a shower and look halfway decent before I had to face him again. My hair is up in a messy bun with a red bandana tied up around it to keep most of the paint out of my hair, but I can feel smudges of stupid paint on my face, and it's on my arms, and oh my God, I look like shit. Smoothing my sweaty hands down the front of me, I take a deep, calming breath that does nothing to actually calm me. Letting it out slowly while I shake out my hands, I give myself a pep talk to stop being a child and start behaving like an adult. And then I quickly race over to the door, not wanting to make Ryan wait any longer. Grabbing the door handle and flinging it open, fully prepared to go racing into the house in search of him, my feet immediately stutter to a stop. Ryan scrambles up from the floor that leads into the kitchen, where he was sitting right outside the door with his back resting against the wall and his phone in his hands. He abandons his cell on the floor by his feet, and he greets me with a shy smile when he's standing up. "Hi." He rubs the back of his neck with one hand. "I'm sorry. I know you probably don't like to be disturbed while you're working." "It's fine," I whisper. So happy to see him again that I forget all about how embarrassed I should be. I've missed seeing him in the t-shirt and basketball shorts he always changes into at the end of the day. I've missed sitting on the floor with him on either side of the coffee table, putting together Legos while he tests out his ridiculous punny math jokes on me before he shares them with his students. And I've missed listening to the scanner with him, finding out what Harold and Sal are arguing about. I've missed everything about him, and it feels like I haven't seen him in a month instead of just 4 days. Clearing my throat, I will my heart to stop racing, but it doesn't happen. "Why aren't you at practice?" "I canceled it." Ryan shrugs. "My head just wasn't in it, and I don't like to have practice when I can't give my everything to those kids." Guilt is like a vice around my chest, and I curse myself for making him lose focus because I've been acting like a baby. "Do you want to come in?" I ask, holding the door open wider and taking a step back, feeling a little ridiculous that I'm inviting him into his own garage. His eyes light up, and his smile gets even wider, like he can't believe I'm asking him. I immediately feel bad that I haven't brought him in here yet and shown him my work. I meant to do it before now, but something kept stopping me. I was nervous as hell to show Ryan my art. It freaked me out more than showing my parents or starting a website and showing the world. This is Ryan. I like him a lot, and I want him to like what I do a lot. And I was nervous that he wouldn't, and scared that he'd think I don't have any talent and that it's silly and a waste of time, just like my family thinks. And I know it would hurt more if he felt that way than them. "Are you sure?" Ryan asks, not moving from the doorway. "No." "Yes." I smile at him with a nod instead of saying what's in my head. Pushing his glasses up his nose with one of his fingers, he tentatively steps into the garage and slowly walks by me. He must have showered when he got home, and I close my eyes for a few seconds, breathing in the smell of his body wash as he goes. "The stuff I've finished is over in the corner." My voice comes out a little squeaky and nervous, and I quickly clear my throat. Reaching into the pocket of my overalls, I grab one of the pieces of Bitto honey, taking it out of the wrapper and pop it into my mouth as Ryan looks back over his shoulder at me, pausing in the middle of the garage. "You want a piece?" I ask, holding up the empty wrapper. "More than anything." Ryan trails off and then quickly shakes his head. "I mean, no, I'm good, thank you." I shove the wrapper in my pocket, fiddle with the knot of the bandana on top of my head, brush some of the pieces of hair that have fallen down from my bun out of my eyes, put my hands in the pockets of my overalls, take them out again, rub my sweaty hands together and shove them back into my pockets. "If you don't want me to, I can—" "No!" I quickly cut him off, taking a few steps closer to him. "I want you to, it's just—" I pause, jerking my hands out of my pockets to crack my knuckles while the thoughts in my head are going a mile a minute. "You make me nervous." I feel like I'm going to throw up. It's way too hot in here, and I want to put my hands over my eyes right now like you did when I took my shirt off in front of you. It's fine. Please, go ahead, I tell him instead, and he turns back around and continues walking over to the table while I finish chewing the candy in my mouth. It feels like time stands still when he gets to the table and looks down at the top canvas on the stack. It makes me laugh every time I look at it, even though it turned out pretty awesome. It's a realism painting of a hand done in black and gray, with the fingers curled down into a fist and the middle finger standing straight up. I added color by painting graffiti all over the hand and some random offensive stickers that the client requested. With some of the best shading and shadow outlines I've done in a while, it looks like the graffiti is actually sprayed onto someone's real hand, with stickers stuck to it as well. It's a great middle finger painting. I was thinking of making a duplicate and sending it to Tristan for his birthday. Ryan chuckles softly when I finally fill the silence, but he doesn't look back at me. I stand here watching him stare down at it silently, while my heart thunders in my chest and butterflies flap in my stomach. After a minute, he slowly and carefully pulls that top painting to the side and sets it down on the table, then studies the one that was beneath it. It's a giant pair of colorful lips, with bright white teeth biting down on the bottom one. Drips of color falling from the mouth, all the way down to the bottom of the canvas. It took me an entire day to get the shading and colors just right, so the lips look freshly glossed and like a real mouth bleeding color. He takes his time, looking at the entire stack until he's got them spread out in a line on the long fold-out table against the wall. And I don't think I've taken a breath the entire time he's looked through them. "Danica," Ryan finally says in a low, hoarse voice, not making it any easier while trying to breathe, when I realize it's the first time he's said my name out loud since I've met him. And he doesn't call me Danny in a friendly way like everyone else. My full name rasping out of him makes my skin heat and my body tingle. I suddenly don't care what he's going to say next. I just want to hear him say my name again. Ryan looks back over his shoulder at me, and there's nothing but shock on his face while my heart continues to pound. "You are amazingly talented. These are incredible," he tells me quietly, almost reverently as he looks at me, down at the paintings on the table, and then back at me again. "It's like looking at a piece of your soul on the canvas. Thank you for sharing them with me." It feels like my heart is going to explode right out of my chest that he gets it. He sees the beauty in the pop art I like to paint and the colorful, unrestrained chaos I pull out of myself and add to each piece. "How are you not famous all over the world yet? I mean, who do I need to speak to? Is there an art manager somewhere? Give me their number." Laughter flies out of me, and I quickly blink away the tears in my eyes. Closing the distance between us, I walk up next to him and look down at my paintings with him. I'm usually the person most critical of my own work and sometimes hate everything I do. But glancing up at Ryan's face as he stares down in awe at my pieces makes them my favorite things I've ever done. "I'm really sorry, Danica." Ryan speaks quietly after a few minutes, my heart fluttering in my chest when he says my name again, and with a sincerity in his voice. I turn my head away from my paintings again to find him looking at me, and I bump my shoulder against his. "I know. You already apologized the other night," I remind him. The corner of his mouth tips up, along with his eyebrows. "You actually remember something from the other night." Closing my eyes with a groan, I bring one of my hands up and drop my face into it. I remember every stupid second, I mutter. For the record, I don't drink like that. Ever. Those women are insane. If you could just not make eye contact with me for the next 5 to 7 business days, that would be great. Ryan laughs, and the sound warms up everything inside of me that froze as soon as we started talking about this.
Only on business days. So Saturdays are a go for you telling me I smell yum and stripping in the living room? Got it.
Ryan chuckles, throwing my words back at me from the night we were texting during his first autocorrect fail.
Can't wait for Saturday, then.
Is he flirting with me? The next words out of his mouth are so quiet I barely hear them.
And if your pants happen to come off as well, that would be wonderful.
Slowly pulling my hand away from my face, I find Ryan looking at me with his mouth dropped open.
Did I say that last part out loud?
He whispers. I just nod, not knowing if I want to laugh or rip my pants off right now.
I didn't mean that. Okay, fine, I did.
He quickly amends, a smile on my face starting to grow when his cheeks get red as he continues to ramble.
I don't like keeping secrets. So you should probably also know I looked when you took your sweatshirt off. But it was only for like 5 seconds. Fine, it was more like 20, but you're really pretty and super hot, and I couldn't help it. But I covered my eyes as soon as I remembered how to breathe and use my arms again. Can I ask you something?
The speed in which he changes subjects after that startling admission makes my head spin. But I couldn't wipe the smile off my face right now if I tried.
Oh, please do.
I nod. I can't wait to hear what's going to come out of your mouth next. He rolls his eyes at my teasing, but he laughs right along with me. And then he suddenly gets quiet and nervous again, running one of his hands through his hair.
Go on a date with me.
I can't help it. I gasp.
I mean, will you? I mean, can you? I mean, please?
Yes. I immediately reply without hesitation, my heart racing for a new reason.
What?
Ryan looks at me in shock, like he never expected me to say yes, and I just laugh. Yes, I will. Yes, I can. And yes, please. I barely finish getting the words out when I gasp again, as Ryan quickly wraps his arms around me and pulls me against him. My arms come up around his shoulders, and he just hugs me. He squeezes me so tight that my toes almost come off the ground, and as much as I'd like him to just slam me against the wall and finally kiss me again, this is really nice, too.
I'm glad you're not mad at me anymore,
he whispers as I rest my chin on his shoulder.
And I really am sorry for being a jerk and letting your brother get in my head, and for your family not being able to see how fearless and talented and truly amazing you are. I see it. I don't know if that means anything, but I see it. I see you, and I really like everything I see. Can you forgive me?
I have to swallow past the lump in my throat as I just nod against his shoulder, while tears cloud my vision.
It was really lonely in the house without you. Please don't sleep out here again tonight. I don't like it.
Curse this man and his sweet words, making me get emotional like a wuss. I'm getting paint all over you, I complain, even as I tighten my arms around him and he starts to gently rock us from side to side.
Don't care. I just want to enjoy this hug.
He's so sweet I can't handle it. Broken pieces of conversation from Sippin' Bitch flash through my mind, particularly the part about Emily and Ryan having shitty, boring sex. Knowing they were probably right about me having to be the more aggressive one with how shy he can be, I shake my head, pushing these intrusive thoughts out of my mind, and just think about the fact that he actually asked me on a date. Want to put together that Lego aquarium after dinner? I ask as we finally break apart from the hug. Ryan quickly grabs my hand and starts dragging me across the garage, making me laugh with his exuberance as he throws his other fist in the air as we go. Woohoo! She's back! I quickly remind myself that one woman's yuck is another woman's yum. No matter how reserved or timid Ryan might be when it comes to making a move, everything about his personality shouts yum yum, and just makes me even happier that things are normal between us again, and has me very much looking forward to our date.
Chapter 15. Ryan. #science. Me. I need your advice. Spencer. Always wear a condom. Bitches are crazy. OMG, not that kind of advice. You really need to start dating better quality women. I have no idea where to take Danny on our date Friday. I could make a reservation at Chez Francois on the mainland. Maybe take her to a club after. That's cool, right? Why are you taking her anywhere when you have a perfectly good cottage to get her naked in? You're not exactly the public sex type of man. This is only our first date. There will be no sex, public or otherwise. Stop being a prude. You've been living with her for over 2 weeks. You are way past your 5-date minimum bullshit at this point. How has your dick not exploded by now? Why am I even friends with you? For my sparkling personality. Take her someplace you're comfortable. Lord knows you're going to be shitting your pants the entire night with nerves, so you might as well go someplace that relaxes you. No stuffy, fancy restaurants or dance clubs where you might run the risk of horrifying her with your dance moves. Stay on the island and keep it simple. Right, so everyone can gossip about our date. The entire island will be gossiping about this date the minute you walk out your front door. If you don't want that to happen, move. Dad, what's this I hear about you going on a date with your roommate tomorrow? Me. My God, it's happened even before I walked out the front door. I don't know what you're talking about, but I hope this is just a rumor. You're supposed to be sending her back to Chicago, not dating her. It's a long story that I don't want to get into right now, but things have changed. I'm not sending her back to Chicago. You have priorities, Ryan. Priorities that are much more important than wasting time with someone who is definitely not mayor's wife material. I've seen her around town. She's going to be nothing but a bad influence on you. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that, since you would never judge someone before you've even met them or know anything about them, right? Who I choose to spend time with is not a decision you get to make. I'm sorry if that was rude. I'll see you Sunday at dinner. Spencer. What are you wearing? Me. I think you sent this to the wrong person. On your date tonight, FFS. I don't know, probably a nice pair of khakis and a button-down. Immediately no. What's wrong with that? I want to look nice. She has seen you wearing that every day since you met. In case you forgot, you haven't gotten laid in that time. Change it up. Wear something that will get her juices flowing. Khakis will make her drier than the Sahara. Jeans, boots, and a Henley. Trust me, there's something about Henleys that get women wet. It's a mystery scientists have been trying to decipher for years. And in case you forgot, she kissed me in khakis, thank you very much. Exactly. You only get kissed in khakis. You get fucked in a Henley. #science. I'm blocking your number. I still don't understand how you had the balls to even ask her out on a date. I don't either. I just blurted it out without even thinking about it. Yeah, do more of that tonight. Less using your brain and more acting on what you want. And you want to get in that woman's pants. Ryan Hutton has blocked your number. Me. I'm going to shower and change at Spencer's place after our staff meeting so you can have the bathroom all to yourself. Danny, you don't have to do that. Shouldn't it be the other way around, since this is your house? There is no way in hell you're showering at Spencer's place. I mean, I would appreciate you not getting naked and wet anywhere but in my shower. Or, fully clothed, taking a shower, whatever floats your boat. You can get naked and wet wherever you like. Or not. I wasn't thinking about you naked in my shower. Or naked anywhere. Is there a way to delete texts after you send them so you can pretend they never existed? I actually meant I could have gone over and used Melanie's shower, but this was way more fun. Please don't be nervous, okay? It's just me. In case I forget to tell you later, I had a really good time on our date tonight. LOL, we haven't even left yet. It doesn't matter. I know I'm going to have a good time because it's with you. See you when I get home. Chapter 16. Ryan. It's time for me to start fondling some balls. Oh, wow, I mutter, turning away from the kitchen island when I hear the click of Danny's heels against the hardwood, and she emerges from the hallway. This isn't too much for Summer Sweet Island, is it? She pauses a few feet away from me, looking down at herself as she tugs on the hem of her clingy dress that stops above mid-thigh. I've never seen her in anything dressy since she got to the island. She mostly sticks to wearing jean shorts and t-shirts, and the absolutely adorable overalls she wears when she paints with her hair up in a messy bun. No matter what she has on or how she looks, she's always beautiful. Wow, I stumble over my words, unable to take my eyes off her. Seeing her now takes my breath away and makes my dick stiffen in these damn tight jeans Spencer convinced me to wear. Her long black hair with the bright red tips is hanging soft and wavy all around her shoulders, and she's wearing a short black t-shirt dress with a skull and roses design on the front that clings to every sexy curve she has. The capped sleeves show off her arm of colorful tattoos, and the short hem shows off a lot more of the ones on her upper thigh and makes my mouth water, wondering just how high up on her leg they go. With a pair of black ankle boots that make her gorgeous legs look even longer, all I can think about is having them wrapped around my waist while I pound into her until this ache in my chest goes away. Spencer's stupid texts about keeping her home and getting her naked are flashing through my mind, while I stand here staring at her like a man dying of thirst out in a desert. It takes every muscle I have to not close the distance between us and rip that dress right off her body. No matter how much I want to do that, Danny deserves more. She deserves a proper first date with a proper gentleman who doesn't try to maul her the first chance he gets. You look pretty wow yourself. Danny's voice makes me blink a few times and focus. Spencer rolled his eyes so hard I thought they would fall out of his head when I showed up at his house with a pair of khakis and a white dress shirt on a hanger. He immediately grabbed the hanger out of my hand, opened his front door back up, and tossed them outside. Thankfully, I also shoved a pair of dark jeans and a stupid, light plum-colored Henley into my backpack, along with an old pair of brown boots, since my nicely pressed outfit was tossed right into a mud puddle. My new contacts are delayed in the mail, so you're stuck looking at me in glasses all night. I clear my throat, pushing them up the bridge of my nose with my finger. Definitely not a hardship, Danny mutters, her tongue darting out to wet her lips. She looks me over again, her fingers playing with the scooped neckline of her dress dangerously close to her cleavage, until I suddenly have trouble swallowing, wanting to shove her fingers aside and replace them with my mouth. Realizing Spencer was actually right about something, my heart starts pounding in my chest as Danny's eyes lazily make their way back up my body. Complicated math equations start flying through my head, trying to stop my dick from getting any harder than it already is, with the way she's looking at me like she wants to lick every inch of me. For the love of God, don't think about her tongue on any part of you. Get it together, man. Here, these are for you, I quickly say, turning away from her to grab the bouquet of flowers I picked up on my way home that I set down on the counter while I remember how to breathe again. They're beautiful. Danny takes them from my hand, closes her eyes, and breathes in the smell of the flowers as she holds them close to her face. They reminded me of your tattoos, I tell her when she opens her eyes, pointing to her arm and the clusters of brightly colored flowers that wrap around it from her shoulder down to her wrist. Funny story about these tattoos. Danny walks around the island and grabs a vase sitting on the window ledge above the sink. Carefully setting the flowers down next to the sink, she starts filling the vase with water. Well, not so much funny, more like tragic, but at least I can laugh about it now. The flowers on my arm and the ones on my thigh are an exact replica of the first painting I ever did when I was younger. The one your dad threw in the fire? I ask quietly, tamping down my anger with this man and just how much I want to punch someone in the face for the first time in my life. That's the one. Danny shuts off the faucet, puts the bouquet in the vase, and turns back around to set it in the middle of the island, cocking her head and smiling at the colorful arrangement. Each flower symbolizes something I felt at the time or wanted to feel someday. She looks away from the flowers to glance down at her arm, and I move around the island to stand next to her. Holding her arm out, she points to each different blossom as she continues. The yellow carnations symbolize rejection, the marigolds for pain, chrysanthemums for honesty, the coriander's flower means hidden worth, edelweiss for courage, and the amaryllis inspires artistic creativity. She finishes, making the urge to fight everyone in her family skyrocket because of the carnations and marigolds. I got them as a sort of fuck you to my father, so that every time he had to look at them, he'd be reminded how hurtful he was that day. Danny's breath hitches when I reach out and run my fingertips over the soft, smooth skin of her arm and all of the beautiful flowers, wishing I could erase every bad thing that has ever happened to her from her memory. But then I constantly kept the tattoos hidden because I was a coward, so that whole fuck you was pretty pointless. She lets out a self-deprecating laugh, and before I think about what I'm doing, my hand is sliding around her waist and I'm tugging her closer. Screw him. You're not a coward. You're the bravest person I've ever met. I don't even know how I managed to speak, having Danny's soft, curvy body pressed against mine. Her breasts are flattened against my chest, her stomach and thighs flush with mine. She feels like heaven and hell all at once, tempting me to do things I've never done before and say things I've never said, making me feel wild and alive instead of walking through life in a boring, monotonous daze. I'm so overwhelmed by how good she smells and how perfect she feels that Spencer's texts start nagging me again, and I seriously contemplate just staying right here and stripping her as fast as possible. And then the loud growl of her stomach between us breaks the silence. "Hungry, Diane?" I question with a grin, using the same quote she did on me the day we met. Danny throws her head back and laughs, the sound making my heart trip in my chest before slipping out of my hold on her and grabbing my hand. "I'm starving, and you promised to feed me a cheeseburger." Lacing my fingers through hers as she starts tugging me to the door, my eyes stay glued to the perfectly round globes of her ass that the material of her dress clings to, wanting to sink my teeth into them instead of a burger. Triangle ABC is a right triangle with its right angle at B. Therefore, AC is the hypotenuse of right triangle ABC, and AB and BC are the legs of right triangle ABC. You didn't really skip out on your wedding before you came here, did you? My question makes Danny start choking on the last fry from her plate she just put in her mouth, and I quickly apologize, pushing her soda closer to her across the table while she pounds her fist against her chest. As much as I wanted to take her somewhere much nicer for dinner than cheeseburgers and fries at the Barge, Danny insisted she just wanted to do something casual here on the island, and it made me like her even more. Once again, Spencer was right. Sitting here having dinner with Danny in a place I come to all the time has made the nerves I've felt since I first asked her on a date completely disappear while we ate and chatted. Even with the Barge being packed during the dinner rush, and even with all eyes glancing our way every so often, it feels like it's just the two of us sitting in a booth in the back corner. "I really should have had you make a list of all the stupid shit my brother told you," Danny complains once she takes a sip of her drink and stops coughing. "I think this is the last of it," I shrug with a guilty smile. She lets out a sigh, pushing her empty plate to the side and balling up the napkin that was on her lap to toss it on top. I do the same until we're both resting our elbows on the table, leaning closer to each other across the top. "I definitely did not skip out on any wedding." She laughs softly with a shake of her head. "There wasn't even an engagement. I did find a ring in Asher's dresser drawer the week I quit my job, but he never gave it to me. At this point, I don't even know if it was for me. I found out he was screwing half of Chicago while we were dating, and I broke things off months before I left town. I probably should have broken his dick off instead." I can't help it. My grin is so big it hurts my face, even though I want to wring Tristan's neck and burn this Asher guy's house to the ground for betraying her. It's not that I would feel any differently about her right now if she really did skip out on her wedding, but knowing she doesn't have someone back in Chicago she's still in love with makes me happier than when my team won the Virginia State bowling tournament last year. Freaking Tristan, I mutter. Just for honesty's sake, the night of Sippin' Bitch, when you left your phone behind, I responded to one of his texts to you. Danny's eyes widen in shock, and then she quickly grabs her phone from the seat next to her, tapping at a few things on her screen while I hold my breath, hoping she doesn't get mad at me. "Oh my God!" she laughs as she looks down at her phone, making me unclench my tightly folded hands on the table in relief. "No wonder he hasn't sent me another message since then." She sets her phone back down on the bench, and then slides closer to me across the table on her elbows, the motion making the neckline of her dress dip until I have an eyeful of her cleavage. "Thank you for that. I think I've reached my monthly limit on how many times I can tell him to fuck off. Just so you know, that was pretty hot. Where to next?" "Home, naked, now." Rubbing my hand against the back of my neck, I quickly lean back in my seat before I catapult myself across the table or say what's on my mind. "What in the world are you two doing out in public?" My hand drops into my lap and my head flies up to stare at my grandmother who just walked up to the table, hoping she feels the power of my glare and remembers she actually does have a filter, even if she chooses to never use it. "I thought for sure you'd spend your date somewhere a little more private, with less clothing," she muses as she looks back and forth between us, making me groan and Danny hold her fist against her mouth to stop herself from laughing. Probably because she knows it's too soon for us to get naked, so stop thinking about her naked. "It's always a pleasure to see you, Dottie," Danny smiles at her. "I shouldn't be the one giving you pleasure tonight, sweetie." "Okay, you can go now." I quickly slide out of the bench seat and stand up next to my grandmother, pulling her in for a hug just so I can whisper in her ear, "Shut up or I will put you in a home." My words just make Dottie laugh as she gives me a squeeze, then pulls out of my hug. Grabbing her to-go container of food she set down on the table, she gives me a wink, tells Danny they need to meet for coffee and tattoos soon. Then she's off, moving over to another table to talk to some friends. "I'm sorry your family really sucks, but you are more than welcome to take mine." I sigh with a shake of my head as I sit back down, making Danny laugh before she grabs her drink and finishes off her soda. "Where were we?" "I think you were about to tell me where we're going next on our date." The nerves are suddenly back, and I grab my balled-up napkin from the top of my plate and start tearing it off into tiny pieces. I thought we could grab some drinks at Wavy Lanes, then maybe play a game or two?" Now that I said it out loud, it sounds like the dumbest, most boring and cliché idea for a first date ever. Danny is quiet long enough that I quickly try to come up with another idea that doesn't sound like a total nerd planned this one. "I was hoping that's what you'd say." She finally smiles at me. "I haven't bowled in years. I'm looking forward to kicking your ass." Once again, Danny surprises me as she lifts her hand and flags the waitress down for our check, and my nerves flutter away. "Repeat after me. I want to fuck your brains out." "Will you lower your voice?" I whisper-yell, looking around to make sure no one heard Spencer, while the two of us lean against the bar at the bowling alley. "Why are you even here? You hate bowling." "Just wanted to make sure you didn't crash and burn on your date." Spencer's eyes flicker over to Melanie at the other end of the bar, who looks a little frazzled as she quickly fills drink orders for one of the Friday night leagues, and I smile at him. "Uh-huh, sure. And it has nothing to do with Dale's new employee you haven't taken your eyes off since you got here?" Spencer huffs out a laugh, taking a quick sip from his bottle of beer. "Definitely not. She's a pain in the ass," he mutters, before turning the focus back on me. "Why are you here at the bowling alley instead of at home fucking your date's brains out?" "How many times do I need to have this conversation with you?" I mutter, taking a drink of my own beer to cool down how hot my body suddenly feels, while visions of me pounding away between Danny's legs while they're wrapped around my waist dance in my head. "Don't blame me because you brought her out in public. You snoozed, and now she's over there flirting with Dale." My beer bottle smacks down on top of the bar, and my head whips around to look where Spencer is pointing, right in front of the concession stand counter across from the bar. I left Danny to go pick out what ball she wanted to use while I got us some drinks. I should feel even more comfortable being at Wavy Lanes with her, since this is my happy place, but I've been second-guessing everything I do since we got here. I just want to run my hands all over her, and I want to pull her up against me again, and I definitely want to kiss the heck out of her. I suddenly don't remember what's acceptable behavior on a first date, but I'm pretty sure punching the owner of the bowling alley for currently saying something that makes her laugh isn't on the list of approved behaviors. I've never been a jealous man in my life. Emily was a professional cheerleader who would get hit on by everyone from professional athletes to famous actors, and I would just laugh it off when she'd tell me. But when Dale puts his hand on Danny's shoulder and gives it a squeeze, my chest feels tight and my skin gets hot, and I suddenly have the urge to rip his arm off his body and beat him with it. Pushing away from the bar, I storm away from a laughing Spencer and across the room until I move right up behind Danny. Sliding my hand around her waist, I tug her back against me until that sexy ass of hers is nestled right against my crotch, calculating a few problems in my head as I smile at Dale over her shoulder. "Hi, we're on a date. How's your girlfriend?" "Jesus, why didn't you just come over here and piss all over her leg, Ryan?" Dale lets out a chuckle, and I switch over to calculus in my brain when Danny's body just sort of melts right into the front of mine, snuggling herself even closer. "Wendy's great. She's right over there in lane 4 with her sister waving at us." Dale gives me a knowing smile over my ridiculous jealousy. "You two have a good evening. I've got you guys set up on lane 2. Danny, I'll see you on Monday." I can't even stop the low growl that comes out of me when Dale walks away, and I feel Danny laugh against me as she slowly turns around to face me. Her body brushes against mine as she moves, since I've still got my arm locked tight around her waist, and there's absolutely no point trying to do math in my head. My dick has a mind of his own, and right now, fuck math and fuck her instead is the only thought going through both of our heads once Danny is pressed up against me from her chest down to her thighs. She rests her hands on my chest and looks up at me, and I hope to God she can't feel the thundering of my heart under her palms. Or maybe I do want her to feel it. Maybe I want her to know how much she drives me crazy in a good way, and how difficult it is being this close to her and not taking what I want. And I want her. "Are you jealous?" "No," I quickly blurt out, then sigh. "Yes. Maybe." Danny pushes up on her toes, and one of her hands slides up my chest and over my shoulder to wrap around the back of my neck as she leans in and presses her mouth right against my ear. My arm tightens around her, and my free hand comes up to grip her hip, wanting to tug the lower half of her against me until she can feel what she's doing to me. "You have no reason to be jealous," Danny speaks softly, her warm breath skating over the shell of my ear and making me dig my fingers into the flesh of her hip so I don't start humping her in public. "I'm right where I want to be, with the only person I want to be with." She pulls back to look at me and smile, and my heart is racing so fast I feel like I might need to sit down soon. "You ready to bowl?" All I can do is nod as Danny pulls away from me and starts walking toward our lane. Glancing back at me over her shoulder, she gives me a wink. "Then let's go. It's time for me to start fondling some balls." I choke out a laugh as I remember how to make my feet move and follow behind her, my nice guy control slipping with every single minute I spend with her. "I take back what I said. I am definitely not going to kick your ass." I grin as Danny walks back down the lane with a frown on her face after throwing a gutter ball, standing up from my seat behind the computer scoring system when she gets to me. "Well, at least you look good at not doing it." I smile at her, letting out a bark of laughter as she dances a little jig in front of me, tapping her bowling shoes against the floor. When she sat down to take off her heels earlier, she complained good-naturedly about how ridiculous she'd look in a dress and bowling shoes, but she looks absolutely adorable even if she hasn't been able to knock down even one pin in the last 2 frames. Sitting back here behind her, watching her bend over in that dress to throw her ball every time, however, has made it extremely difficult to concentrate on my favorite sport. "You sure you're okay bowling in that dress?" I clear my throat, my eyes flickering down the front of her, thinking about how high the hem inches up her thighs each time she releases the ball in her finish stance. "It's not the first time I've bowled in a dress." Danny shrugs. I broke into a bowling alley with a bunch of people after prom one year. Why does that not surprise me? I smile at her with a shake of my head. She takes a step closer to me, pressing one of her hands against my chest, and I wonder if she can feel how fast my heart is beating under her palm. The only difference is, I was wearing underwear with the prom dress. All of the blood in my head rushes a lot farther south as she gives me a mischievous smile before patting my chest and then turning and walking over to the ball return. My eyes are glued to her ass the entire time she bends over to grab her ball that just shot up out of the floor and rolled along the track to get back to her. Until I'm clenching my hands down at my sides to stop myself from walking over there and putting them on her. So many dirty images are flying through my brain from her admission, like shoving her against the closest wall, hiking up that dress a few more inches, and sinking down to my knees so I can finally see if she tastes like honey everywhere until she's shouting my name. Ryan! Yes, more! Ryan! Yes, more, I mumble out loud. Yo, Earth to Ryan! I blink a few times and realize Danny is actually calling my name, standing next to the ball return with her bowling ball in her hand and staring back at me while I was lost in Danny Pornland. Can you help me out here, Coach, and tell me what I'm doing wrong? I give her a tight smile and a nod, pretending like I wasn't just disrespecting her in my head again as I walk over to where she's waiting for me. Come on, let's go up to the foul line and try a little drill I like to do with all my new bowlers. As I hold my arm out for her to lead the way, Danny walks down the lane until her toes are touching the foul line. Moving behind her, I grab onto her hips and tug her backward a little bit. This is a one-step drill, I tell her, dipping my head down so I can speak next to her ear and not have to shout over the noise of pins crashing down in other lanes and Whitesnake's "Here I Go Again" blasting from the sound system. Danny brings her ball up and holds it in front of her while I continue. You're just going to swing the ball back like you normally would, let your ball reach the top of your backswing, then take that final step and release. You're not trying to throw a strike right now. You won't be using any speed since you won't be using your feet. We're eliminating those earlier steps in the approach, so you can just focus on the slide and release. Sliding my left hand off her hip, I tap the side of her thigh. Take that final step with this left leg when you pull your right arm back, then swing through nice and fluid. Danny shifts her hips, rubbing her ass right against my crotch, and I am powerless to stop the groan from flying out of my mouth. Her sweet scent overwhelms me being this close to her. I just want to brush her hair off her shoulder, attach my mouth to the side of her neck, and breathe her in while I'm tasting her skin. How are those blue balls? No, I don't, I shout like an idiot, not even making sense, too embarrassed by Danny's question and wondering if she can read my mind. Wait, what? She looks back over her shoulder at me, raising one of her eyebrows. I said I should have used one of those blue balls. She nods over to the ball return that currently holds 3 black balls, an orange ball, and 2 blue ones. They're lighter than the one I picked. Are you okay? It takes me a few seconds to realize my hand is still pressed against the side of her thigh, while my other one is gripping her opposite hip a little too tightly. I quickly drop my hands and move back from her a few feet, taking a couple of deep breaths. I'm great. Good. Perfect. Go ahead and try the drill. Shoving my hands in the back pockets of my jeans so I don't put them back on her again, I watch her go through the motions I just explained, smiling as the ball thunks down onto the lane when she releases it and soars all the way down the center, knocking over 8 pins. Holy shit! Danny shouts, whirling around with a huge smile on her face. My hands come flying out of my pockets when she launches herself into my arms, celebrating with a few more shouts that make me laugh as I hold her tightly to me. Remember how she said she's not wearing any underwear? When the devil on my shoulder starts whispering in my ear, and the situation in my pants gets more detrimental the longer this woman's body is pressed against mine, I quickly set Danny back on her feet and drop my arms from around her as I point to the ball return. Go ahead and bowl my frame. You might as well keep going while you're hot. While your balls are hot. While you're on a roll. My word vomit comes to an end with me playing air drums, then rolling my eyes at my stupidity. Danny just smiles at me, then walks around me to go grab her ball. All while I wonder if Spencer cursed me and my dick really will explode by the end of the night.
Chapter 17. Danny. Feel free to disrespect me anytime now. It's weird.
Why is it weird?
Because you don't use your fingers.
Not everyone needs to use their fingers.
I beg to differ. If you shove your fingers in there, you'll get better results.
Believe me, I've put my fingers in there before and it didn't end well.
Did you put them in the wrong hole?
There are only 3 holes to pick from. It's not exactly rocket science.
Are we still talking about bowling? Ryan pauses on the sidewalk at my question, dipping his head and chuckling timidly. And I feel bad that I've been egging him on like this all night. But not bad enough to stop doing it. It really is weird to me that he doesn't put his fingers in the holes of a bowling ball and somehow just holds on to that thing with his big, powerful hand before sending it sailing down the lane at an alarming rate of speed for a damn strike every single time. But Ryan is nothing if not a gentleman. He just pats the top of my hand I have hooked around his elbow without commenting on my question. Then we continue walking through town. It's one of the things that makes him so attractive to me, how polite and sweet he is. But right now, it's one of the things driving me crazy. Along with all of the little touches from him all night long, starting when he pulled me against him in the kitchen before we left, getting possessive when I was talking to Dale about starting the mural on Monday, then teaching me how to bowl. Looking as hot as he does, smelling as good as he does, standing close, hands gripping my hips, dipping his head down to speak softly in my ear, watching him rub his hand over his bowling ball every time it was his turn, and having to shift in my seat because I just wanted that hand rubbing me. I've been turned on all night long. It really isn't fair that Ryan doesn't seem to be having any sort of reaction to my attempts at flirting and getting close to him, aside from mild embarrassment when I made a joke.
Looks like the forecast for tonight was wrong. We better take cover.
Ryan quickly darts under the awning outside of Hang 5 Arcade as it suddenly starts to rain, my hand slipping off his arm as he moves, while I stay right where I am. Maybe this rain will cool me off and make me stop acting like a sex-starved freak with one of the nicest and most polite men I've ever met. After we bowled 2 games where I absolutely did not kick his ass, but at least got a more respectable score after Ryan gave me some pointers, we decided to take a stroll through town. We grabbed ice cream cones from Laura at the Dip and Twist and chatted at one of the picnic tables. And then after we finished our ice cream, I pulled him down the street and into the art gallery to show him the paintings I have for sale. The way he looked at them like they were the best paintings he's ever seen, just like he did the other day when I first brought him into the garage, made me want to tackle him to the ground right in the middle of the gallery and screw his brains out. I settled for giving him a kiss on the cheek after arguing with him that he absolutely could not buy every single painting for himself, since I didn't really feel like giving my date a heart attack before the night was even over. We were on our way to the beach for a walk along the water before we end the night, but it looks like that part of the date isn't going to happen now.
"You're getting wet,"
Ryan shouts to me from a few feet away.
"Been that way all night,"
I mutter under my breath. All the tourists and locals who are just as surprised by the change in weather as we are quickly scramble under awnings of local businesses as well. While Ryan says hello to a few people he knows who huddle under Hang 5's awning with him. The sun has set. The sky is even darker with the new rain clouds overhead, and I take a few steps back and off the sidewalk, out into the now empty street. The glow of all the flashing lights from the businesses reflect off the puddles that are forming all around me. I close my eyes and tip my head back, smiling to myself as the rain gently falls on me, not even caring that I'm getting all wet in more ways than one, as Margaritaville starts playing loudly from the tourist information booth speaker across the street. The air is warm, and so is the rain that comes down, And for the first time since I left Chicago, everything just feels right and perfect. And I know the best decision I ever made was the one to get on the ferry that brought me here. I love this island, and I love the people on it. I love that I feel so free here and that I can do anything without people judging me or rolling their eyes at me. Opening my eyes, I throw my hands up over my head and smile at Ryan as I start moving my hips to the music. "You're a nut job," he shouts to me with a laugh. "Live a little, nerd, and come join me. It's time for a little fisting in the rain." I grin at him as I drop one of my arms and hold my hand out, crooking a finger at him while I continue dancing to the song. "I thought we agreed that only happens on Saturdays." Ryan's cheeks are a little red when he goes along with my teasing, but he's still laughing, so that's a good sign. Then he glances to the people on either side of him, shrugs, and darts out from under the awning, still laughing as he splashes through a puddle to get to me. The rain starts coming down a little more steadily, and Ryan doesn't even hesitate. He just wipes some of the rain off his face that still has a huge smile on it, then grabs my hand and tugs me to him. "I can barely see anything with rain all over my glasses, so if I fall, just don't point and laugh at me." With one arm wrapped around my waist and the other holding my hand, Ryan takes the lead, and we start dancing in the rain, laughing and singing loudly to the song. It doesn't take long for everyone else who took shelter under awnings along the street to say fuck it, and before I know it, Ryan and I are joined by a ton of other people in the middle of Summer Sweet Lane, dancing in the puddles and singing at the top of our lungs to Jimmy Buffett. "This is crazy," Ryan laughs, tipping his head back and opening his mouth to drink some of the rain that falls, looking like a little kid who was allowed to play in the rain for the first time. "No, it's spontaneous and fun," I remind him, grabbing both of his hands and making him jump around to the music with me, like we did in his kitchen the night Just a Girl was playing, until we're both giggling like children, splashing through puddles. "I wish I could be more like you." He speaks loudly over the rain hitting the pavement and everyone singing, making me let out a squeal of laughter when he quickly spins me around with one hand, kicking water up all over our legs as I go, then tugs me back to him. "I wish I could just not care what anyone thinks about me and do whatever I want." Wrapping one hand around the back of Ryan's neck as he holds tightly to my other hand and blinking the rain out of my eyes as he sways us from side to side, I just shrug. It's not that I don't care what anyone thinks. I just don't waste my time on people who don't matter. I care what people I care about think. To an extent. Not at the risk of my own mental health or happiness. But the people who care about me should be able to accept me as I am, flaws and all. Love me for me. Understand who I am and what makes me happy, and just let me live my life however I want to, because it's mine to live. You make it sound so easy. Ryan smiles down at me, and I realize we're not really moving to the music anymore. We're just pressed up against each other, while everyone else dances around us, splashing in the rain, still laughing and singing. It is. Just don't make it so hard. Too late, Ryan mutters, his arm tightening around my waist as he looks down at me, chest heaving while he breathes a little faster, making me wonder briefly if we're still talking about the same thing. I feel like we're in a high school Disney musical right now. I laugh, looking around us at everyone having fun in the rain and pretty much shutting Summer Sweet Lane down with all the people out here right now. No room for golf carts to go by. I don't believe the thoughts I'm having right now are suitable for a Disney movie. My head whips back around to look up at Ryan, blinking more rain out of my eyes so I can see him better, wondering if I heard him correctly. My heart starts pounding in my chest when his hand at my lower back curls into a fist, gripping the wet material of my dress in his hand like he's not sure if he wants to tug me closer or push me away. He goes with the first option, pressing us closer from our chests to our thighs until my breath hitches when I feel him. There's no mistaking that hard bulge in his jeans, and I suddenly feel drunk as hell, even though I only had 2 beers at the bowling alley. My skin feels hot, my vision gets blurry, and this entire street feels like it's tilting. I know Ryan is attracted to me, going by some of the comments he's made and then gotten embarrassed by, like me being naked and wet in his shower. But feeling his attraction is a whole different ballgame, especially when he doesn't make a move to pull away, like he wants me to know what I'm doing to him. I have never been so turned on in my life, and I hold my breath while he looks down at me, wishing on every damn raindrop that falls on us for him to kiss me already. But he doesn't move. Neither one of us moves. We just stand in the rain, wrapped in each other's arms, and stare at each other while people sing and dance around us, until I want to scream from wanting his mouth on me so badly. Reminding myself once again that I'm going to have to be the one to make the first move, I start pushing up on my toes and pulling on the back of Ryan's neck to get him to bring his face closer to mine.
Nope, can't do that.
Ryan laughs nervously and then suddenly lets go of his tight hold on me to take a step back. Now I really do feel like a sex-starved freak who keeps pushing this man to do something he clearly doesn't want to. Most of the dates I've gone on, I've spent the evening pushing the guy away when he got too handsy, or shooting down his advances because I wasn't interested. Now I feel like the asshole who just isn't getting the hint, and his rejection feels like a hot knife being shoved into my stomach. Right when I seriously think about throwing my head back and screaming in frustration, wondering what the hell I'm doing wrong, a loud clap of thunder booms overhead. The High School Musical in the street quickly comes to an end, and everyone races back under awnings and inside buildings to take shelter again.
We should probably make a run for it and head home. I think this storm might last a while,
Ryan says, grabbing my hand and tugging me back onto the sidewalk so we can walk under the awnings toward his cottage. All this wetness just going to waste.
Did you say something?
Ryan asks, looking back over his shoulder as he quickly pulls me down the sidewalk, weaving in and out of people huddled in front of businesses. Nothing that matters, I sigh, giving him a smile before he looks away from me again to watch where he's going.
I should probably get us some towels.
Ryan pauses at the other end of the entry right before he stepped into the kitchen and turns back around to face me. I just nod at him, leaning my back against the door after I closed it behind us. We ran the rest of the way home from town, with Ryan's hand tightly gripping mine, laughing through the pouring rain the entire way, and I'm still having trouble catching my breath. But now it's less from jogging across town in heels through puddles, and more from the fact that we're finally alone. I've been on plenty of dates, and they've never made me nervous. But this is Ryan, and everything is different. I've never wanted anyone as much as him, and I've never felt more confused about how someone feels about me. No matter how hard I try, the butterflies in my stomach just won't go away. Kicking my ankle boots off and over to the side, I moan in relief when my toes aren't being pinched by them any longer. Towels would be good. I'm so wet I'm dripping everywhere. I trail off, wincing at my choice of words. I honestly didn't mean them in a dirty way this time. I was just stating a fact. My hair is plastered to my face, and I'm getting water on Ryan's floor. But there's no mistaking the low growl that comes out of him in the quiet house as his eyes trail down the front of my body, with my wet dress clinging to me. My skin instantly heats, and my heart starts pounding faster when Ryan takes a step toward me, then suddenly stops. It's dark in the house now that the sun has gone down, since Ryan only left the light from the range above the stove and a small lamp in the corner of the living room on before we left. But it's enough light for me to see the storm raging in his eyes as he looks at me, competing with the one outside, when a flash of lightning coming through the windows momentarily brightens up the dim entryway even more. His chest is heaving with every breath he takes as he looks at me, with his wet shirt clinging to all of his muscles and water dripping off his hair and down into his face. Time stands still while I wonder what the hell he's thinking and what he's going to do next. I've already made enough first moves, and I keep getting shot down. The ball is in his damn court now. Yup. Towels, Ryan mutters as his eyes finally meet mine, making no move to turn and go get them, or come any closer to me. I feel dizzy with his eyes on me, and I feel like I can't catch my breath. I just want him to move, kiss me, touch me, do something. With my arms hanging down by my sides, I have to press my palms harder against the door behind me before I melt into a puddle on the floor along with the water dripping off me. My muscles are tense, locked tight in anticipation, until the silence and stillness between us becomes too much for me, and I can't take it any longer. "Why didn't you kiss me?" I suddenly blurt out, wishing I could take the words back as soon as I say them. I sound like I'm complaining and annoyed, which I am, but I don't want him to think I didn't have a good time tonight. I had the best time I have ever had on any date. Right now, desperation is taking the lead and making all my decisions for me. "What?" Ryan whispers, another flash of lightning brightening up the room, and a loud crack of thunder rattles the walls. With a frustrated sigh, I swipe at some of my wet hair stuck to my face. "Out on the street," I continue, since there's no use acting like a wuss now. "I wanted to kiss you, and I thought maybe you wanted to kiss me too, but you pulled away. Am I doing something wrong?" Not even the dimly lit entryway can hide the darkening of Ryan's eyes as he takes another step toward me, then quickly stops again, until my heart is pounding so loudly in my chest it can probably be heard over the thunder outside. I watch him open and close his mouth a few times before quickly snapping it shut, stopping himself from whatever he was about to say. His hands clench and unclench down at his sides, and I just wish he would freaking talk to me. "Just say it," I beg. "Whatever you're thinking, just say it. Even if you need to say you're not attracted to me, I promise it's fine." "No, it's not, you liar. If that's the case, we're calling Tess and burning it all to the ground, goddammit." "You think I'm not attracted to you?" Ryan whispers in shock, and I just shrug. He takes another tentative step, then stops, rubbing his hand against the back of his neck, until I want to close the distance, grab that hand, and shove it between my legs. "You drive me crazy." "The feeling is mutual," I mutter, making the corner of his mouth tip up into an adorable grin before he gets serious again. "You're not doing anything wrong. You do everything right. I feel like I can't breathe when I'm around you. I feel like I'm losing my mind every time I look at you. You have no idea how much I wanted to kiss you out in that rain." He pauses again, swallowing a few times. Then he clears his throat. "If I kissed you out on that street, in front of all of those people, I wouldn't have been able to stop. I wouldn't have wanted to stop. That's the only reason I pulled away. I didn't trust myself to stay in control if your mouth was on any part of me." Holy shit. I wouldn't have minded, I quickly tell him, having a difficult time swallowing with how dry my mouth has become from how hard I'm panting after his admission. His eyes study mine for so long I feel like my knees might give out as I push away from the door and take my own step toward him, stopping when Ryan lets out a frustrated grunt before swiping his hand through his wet hair.
The things I want to do to you right now feel very disrespectful for a first date,
Ryan says in a quiet voice, making my stomach flop, wondering exactly what this man thinks of as disrespectful. I really hope it's everything going through my own mind at this moment, but I'm guessing it's probably a little more PG. Feel free to disrespect me any time now, I whisper on a shaky voice. Ryan's eyes widen for just long enough that I wonder if that was a little too much for a first date, like he said, until there's a loud crack of thunder outside that shakes the house.
Fuck it,
Ryan suddenly mutters, and now it's my turn to look at him in shock when he curses. Why in the hell is him saying that word so hot? And then he moves. Before I can take another breath, Ryan stalks toward me again. He closes the distance and doesn't stop this time until he grabs my face and crashes his mouth down to mine. I sigh in relief as soon as his warm, wet lips are on mine, and he crowds me back against the door with his hard body pressed against me, pinning me against the wood. Clutching the front of his wet shirt in my fists as his tongue finds mine and winds around it, I moan into his mouth at the first taste of him again, the sound spurring Ryan on, making him kiss me harder, deeper, until the room really does start to spin. I built that first kiss in a pizza shop up in my head so much that I was worried it wouldn't be as good the next time, and I was right. It's not as good as the first kiss. It's so much better. He kisses me like he's starved for me, lips never yielding, tongue never slowing with its sweet torture, until his hands drop from my face to wrap around my body, yanking me closer, hips jerking against me so I can feel how hard he is. My body thrums with need with each swipe of his tongue through my mouth, until I'm wrapping my arms around his shoulders, hooking my ankle around the back of his leg and pulling him closer, rubbing against him, needing him to soothe the ache in my body that's been there since the first time we did this. He kisses me senseless, scrambling my brain with every swipe of his tongue against mine. And when his palm trails up my spine to grip the back of my neck like he did that day at Giovanni's, I'm wet and aching for him so badly I think I'm going to explode. When the hand I watched rubbing his ball all night glides down to grip my ass and grind my lower half harder against him, I'm pretty sure I do explode from the completely bold and unexpected move out of this quiet, shy man. Just as quickly as it began, Ryan is suddenly ending the kiss, wrenching his mouth away from mine and taking a few stumbling steps back from me, with his hands up in the air like someone is pointing a gun at him. I have a hard time drawing air into my lungs, and my body suddenly feels cold and empty, now that he moved away, and now that his lips aren't on mine any longer.
I have a 5-date minimum rule,
he quickly announces, having his own trouble breathing as he pants while his eyes stay locked on my mouth.
But I really, really want to break it right now.
I don't know what that means, but if it has anything to do with you not fucking the hell out of me at this point in time, I don't really care.
Sweet Jesus.
Ryan breathes out the words on an exhale, slowly dropping his hands back down to his sides and staring at me in awe. Or staring at me like I've completely lost my mind, which I have. My head thumps back against the door as I look at him, my body tingling with anticipation and need, especially after that kiss. I've never been kissed like that before. Like he couldn't hold back and he didn't think about anything. He just acted on what he wanted. And Ryan wants me. I can see it in his eyes, and I can definitely see it in the bulge in his jeans that I can still feel rubbing against me. I'd really like him to do more acting and less thinking, but I fear I may have broken him by not using my filter. Fuck it. I mutter the same thing Ryan did right before he kissed me. Then I quickly grab the hem of my wet dress, pulling the material up and off my body and tossing it to the floor, until I'm standing here in the entryway in nothing but a red lace bra and matching thong.
Are you trying to kill me right now?
Ryan lets out a guttural moan as his eyes move all over my almost naked body, making my wet skin feel like it might go up in flames, even as it breaks out in goosebumps. Oops, I lied. I guess I am wearing underwear. Ryan blinks at me a few times as I bite my bottom lip.
Not for long.
My breath hitches, and my mouth drops open at his deep, raspy statement.
I'm trying to be a gentleman,
he mutters, hands clenching and unclenching down at his sides once again. And now that I know he's doing that because he wants those hands on me, it's even hotter than it was before. Feel free to be a gentleman whenever you want, just not when I'm naked and wet. A low growl comes out of Ryan from deep in his chest as his eyes trail down my body, and I have to rub my thighs together to try to soothe this ache that won't go away.
You promise me you'll tell me if this is too much too soon.
Yes. I tell him in a daze, staring at his crotch, except I shake my head no. Ryan clears his throat and my eyes snap up to his.
I'm serious, Danica.
The pleading way he says my name, and how he's looking at me like it would actually kill him if he did anything that was too much for me and I didn't say anything, makes me wonder if it's possible to fall for someone before your first date is even over. I promise, I quickly answer him. Nothing you do to me right now could ever be too much. I assure you. He stares into my eyes for a few beats until he knows I'm telling the truth. And I start to wonder if it's possible to have an orgasm just from having someone look at you.
Excellent. I'm done thinking now.
Ryan finally nods.
I'm gonna need you to handle that. The thinking, I mean, for a minute. Maybe 2, if I feel like taking my time.
And then he suddenly drops to his knees right in front of me, making good on his previous statement that I wouldn't be wearing my underwear long. My breath leaves me with a shaky whimper when his fingers hook into the scraps of red lace on my hips, and he roughly yanks my thong down and off my legs. A loud, desperate moan comes out of me when his face is right in front of my throbbing sex, and I thank God for the door behind me I'm leaning against. Otherwise, my knees would have given out by now.
You are so hot. How are you letting me do this right now?
Ryan whispers with a touch of awe in his voice, making my heart race as he runs one of his hands over the ink on my thigh that goes all the way up to the side of my hip. I have no earthly idea how I'm supposed to think for the both of us right now, when I can't even remember what day it is. Before I can ask him if I really did do something to break him and make him act so out of character, he tightly grips my upper thighs, then buries his face between my legs without any hesitation. Holy fuck! Shit! My hands fly out to grip tightly to the hair on top of Ryan's head when he lazily swipes his tongue right through me, licking all of my wetness as he goes, just like he did to his ice cream cone an hour ago.
I knew you'd taste like honey everywhere.
He breathes against my wet, pulsing flesh, and I get dizzier by the second with how hard I'm trying to take in more air. I look down at him while he just stares at my pussy, making me jerk my hips toward his mouth, needing it back on me.
Are you sure this is okay?
Ryan asks, eyes momentarily flickering up to mine with the bite of his fingers digging into my thighs, like he's trying to hold himself back before he makes sure I'm good with this.
If you stop right now, I will slit your throat.
I pant down at him. He just grins up at me, making my heart flop in my chest. Before I can brace myself or wonder where this Ryan has been hiding all this time, his mouth is on me again, making me forget my own name. His lips wrap around my clit and sucks, flattening his tongue and stroking it against me with the same intensity as when he kissed my mouth. He groans with pleasure as he devours me, and the sound coming from his lips working against me sends a shot of heat through my entire body. He spreads me open wider with the heels of his hands, and his tongue laps against my clit with steady, firm strokes, like he's been eating me out his entire life and wrote the owner's manual on my body. He licks and sucks, and he pushes me closer to the edge in the blink of an eye with his expert mouth and tongue, my body shaking and my hips churning, rubbing myself against his mouth, needing to come so badly I don't even know what words and curses are flying out of my mouth. Oh my God, don't stop. Jesus, fuck. I'm just a mess of whimpering and shouting, gripping the hair on the top of Ryan's head as he bobs and moves it between my thighs, greedily lapping at me, until I'm afraid I might pull some of it out by the roots. One of his hands lets go of my thigh to hook my leg over his shoulder, spreading me wider, proving my point that you really do get better results when you use your fingers when he sinks one long, thick finger inside me, easily with how wet I am. I choke out a gasp, my hips churning faster while he flicks his tongue back and forth over my clit, pumping his finger in and out of me in quick, shallow thrusts. The fire burning low in my belly spreads until my thighs are shaking, and I'm pulling his face closer, rocking against his mouth and chanting his name like a prayer. With the rain pounding against the roof and the thunder crashing outside, Ryan makes me come with his mouth against his front door in record time, until I'm squeezing my eyes closed and shouting his name as my orgasm washes over me, pulsing against his hungry mouth. I've barely had time to come down from the high he just gave me before my leg is sliding off his shoulder as he quickly stands back up, sliding his body against mine as he goes, the rough, wet fabric of his clothing scraping against my bare skin, lighting that fire in my belly all over again.
You're as hot as hell when you come, and you taste like heaven,
Ryan mutters, eyes glued to his hand as he skims one of his palms down my flushed chest and right through the cleavage of my push-up bra. Wrapping my hands around the back of his head, I yank his mouth against mine and kiss him, getting turned on all over again when I taste myself on him and remember what he looked like down on his knees, going to town on me with this mouth just seconds ago. His hands roam all over my bare skin, wherever he can reach, squeezing my ass, sliding around my hips and up my sides to pull my breasts, touching me without any hesitation or shyness.
Who even are you right now?
I mutter when he breaks the kiss to look down at his hands. He jerks down the cups of my bra, freeing my breasts from the lace, and the rumbling growl that comes from deep in Ryan's chest has my pussy pulsing with need all over again. Like I didn't just have a screaming orgasm a few seconds ago.
I have no idea, but you drive me crazy and I like it,
Ryan mutters, making me smile as his eyes stay focused on my naked breasts, until he swipes one of his thumbs back and forth over my nipple, and it hardens under his touch. He suddenly dips his head and wraps his mouth around my nipple, sucking it into his mouth and swirling his tongue around it. and already I'm throbbing for him and panting, realizing Melanie was right. Ryan really is a nerd in the streets and a freak in the sheets, and I like it. I need you inside me, please, I beg, tugging Ryan's mouth away from my breast and bringing him back to my lips. He moans into my mouth, and it's like my words flip some sort of switch in him. He pulls back just enough to yank his wet shirt off and over his head and readjust his glasses, and I have just enough time to appreciate how freaking hot he is and run my hands down the hard planes of his chest before he shocks the hell out of me for the second time tonight. You better hold on tight, honey. Ryan suddenly bends his knees and grabs the back of my thighs, lifting me up against him and making me wrap my legs around his hips, fusing his mouth back to mine as I cling tightly to his shoulders. I've lost count how many times this man has made me forget how to breathe tonight. But when he whirls us around without breaking the kiss, and I hear the crash and clatter of bowling trophies being swiped off the entryway table a foot away against the wall, I'm struggling once again to pull air into my lungs, as he deposits me on the now empty table that sets me perfectly waist-high to him. Oh my God, I mutter, glancing quickly around as I hear the sound of Ryan unzipping his jeans between us with my legs still wrapped tightly around him, the sharp hiss of his zipper opening making my pussy clench again, even while I'm staring in shock at what he just did. It's fine. I've got glue and I can just win more. Ryan mutters against my mouth as I pay attention to the desperate, needy sound in his voice, finally getting back with the program. Reaching between us to quickly help him pull his jeans and boxer briefs down just far enough on his hips for his cock to spring free. Big dick energy. I nod in awe, staring down at what is indeed a monster cock jutting out toward me. I have condoms in my room, but I'm on the pill, and I've never done this without one. But I trust you, and I really don't want to waste time going all the way to my room when I just want you inside me. My rambling cuts off when he lets out a guttural groan. How are you so perfect? He whispers with his forehead pressed against mine, making my heart skip a beat. One of his hands holds my hip, and the other one wraps around his cock, and I can't stop the moan that flies out of me when he grips the base of it and nudges himself against my opening. Can we stop talking now, so I can fuck the hell out of you? Ryan cuts off my gasp of surprise at his words with his mouth, not even understanding how one little word from this man can turn me on so damn much. He kisses me senseless, sliding the tip of his cock through my wetness at the same time, until I'm clawing at his back and tightening my thighs around him, needing him so badly I can't think straight. All hell breaks loose when he reaches behind me and wraps the thick tangles of my wet hair around his fist, and with his tongue plunging through my mouth, this quiet, nerdy man just pulls his hips back, then fucks right into me, making my breath come out of me with a whoosh. Jesus Christ. Fuck, Ryan mutters, panting against my mouth, his cock pulsing inside me while he holds himself still, as deep as my body would allow, while I cling to him so tightly I might be cutting off circulation. You feel so fucking good. Oh my God, where the fuck can't I stop saying fuck all of a sudden? Fuck. I feel myself clench around him when he grunts out that last fuck, needing him to move, wanting to laugh at how desperate he sounds, but nothing is funny about how good it feels to finally have this man inside me, stretching me in such a perfect way that I know I'll never be the same again. I need him to say more bad words, because nothing has ever been hotter than hearing Ryan Hutton lose a little bit of his control and curse all because of me and how I make him feel. You can say whatever you want, just move, and don't hold back. Please. I beg him, and with his forehead pressed tightly to mine, when I swivel my hips, it makes him mutter another curse. Ryan's fist immediately tightens around my hair, tugging on it until my head tips back. And then he drops his face and latches his mouth onto the side of my neck, the scraping bite of his teeth against my skin making me jerk my hips against him, pulling him in deeper until we both groan. Gone is the shy, timid Ryan I've spent the last few weeks with, and in his place is just a hot, hard, needy man who does what I beg for and finally loses the rest of his control. He pulls his hips back and thrusts roughly into me again until the table underneath me smacks against the wall, and I can't breathe with how good he feels. I don't want to at this point anyway. I could happily die right now as I lock my ankles together tighter behind his back and lift my hips up off the table to meet him as he starts moving in earnest, thrusting in and out of me while I continue to beg him for more. He really is good at keeping his promises, and he does indeed fuck the hell out of me. Each drive of his powerful hips between mine sends the entryway table banging into the wall behind me. It's in perfect harmony with the sound of our slick skin smacking together with each of his thrusts, until Ryan's lips jerk away from the side of my neck to find my mouth once again. He's wild and unrestrained as he moves between my thighs, one of his hands gripping my hips so tightly I know he's going to leave finger marks behind as he jerks my body up to meet him each time he drives his cock into me. If this is what it feels like to make Ryan lose control, then he can mark my whole damn body if he wants. Fucking hell, Danica. Ryan pants against my mouth, another orgasm quickly working its way through my body with every word out of his mouth, and how desperate he is for me, breaking half of his bowling trophies just so he could have me as soon as possible. It's hot. Ryan is hot. Every uninhibited thrust of his cock into me is hot. My fingernails claw against the skin of his back as I hold on tight, while the root of his cock smacks against my hypersensitive clit each time he pounds into me, bringing me closer and closer to another release. The table beneath me creaks when it smacks, smacks, smacks against the wall each time he drives into me, making everything hotter and knocking a picture frame loose hanging to our left, sending it crashing to the floor along with all the trophies. Neither one of us gives a shit about the carnage we're leaving behind. Oh, God, I'm coming. The words choke out of me just as Ryan rips another orgasm out of me, faster and more intense than the first one, dragging it out and making it even better when the feel of me coming around his cock makes Ryan smack one of his hands against the wall above my head and let out another string of curses. Fuck. Oh, fucking hell. If I thought Ryan making me come with his mouth was hot, nothing compares to this man falling apart on his own. Using his hand on the wall behind me for leverage and wrapping his arm around my waist, he fucks me harder and faster until he tumbles right over the edge with me. He buries his face into the side of my neck, slamming his cock into me one last time, coming inside me with a roar against my throat that rattles my chest. His hips jerk between my thighs through his release, and he curses up a blue streak that almost makes me blush. And nothing has ever felt more right than being with this man. Nothing has ever felt so perfect, and I never want this feeling to end. It only takes 5 seconds of us clinging to each other and trying to catch our breaths while Ryan is still pulsing inside me before a nagging bit of worry starts to make its way through my mind, hoping he doesn't freak out about what just happened. My body feels deliciously sated and used in the best way possible, and I'd rather be thinking about how soon we can do this again than whether or not I'm going to have to talk him down from a ledge, thinking I lied to him and let him lose too much control without saying anything, even though that's exactly what I wanted him to do. He pulls his hips back and pulls himself out of me, and I hold my breath, waiting for the inevitable to happen.
I can't believe we just did that in my entryway, out in the open.
Ryan pants against my throat, with a sound of wonder in his voice as his hands work between us to tuck himself back into his jeans and zip them up.
That felt very scandalous with my ass hanging out for anyone who walks through the door to see.
Some of my worry floats away with a laugh as Ryan wraps his arms around me and hugs me tightly to him. I let out a squeal and wrap my arms tighter around his shoulders when he suddenly scoops me up from the table, with my legs still locked tightly around his hips. He tips his chin up and gives me a sweet, soft kiss, then pulls back and smiles at me as he turns and starts walking us quickly toward the kitchen, making the last of my worries disappear.
Let's go. I only have 8 more hours until a tutoring session in the morning, and I've got a lot more rooms in this house I need to disrespect you in.
Chapter 18. Ryan. For the love of God, man, stop getting a boner. You're freaking out. No, I'm not. Your panic attack says otherwise. Is it hot in here all of a sudden? Why is the stupid air off? I told you 10 times already, I'm fine. Stop freaking out. You're not fine. It's too much too soon, and now I ruined everything. I'm pretty sure this was my idea. Nothing is ruined, I assure you. Are you in pain? Blink once for yes and twice for no. Of course I'm in pain. Are you freaking kidding me right now? But it's fine. I can handle it. Oh my God, I knew it. I can't believe you let it go this far. You promised you would say something if it wasn't okay. It's fine, I swear. I wanted this. I actually begged for it, if you'll remember. Hottest moment of my life. See? Everything is just fine. What if he fucks it up? This is permanent, Ryan. You know I can hear you, right? The tattoo artist mutters to Danny, his needles piercing into the back of my shoulder, never stopping, as the man thankfully continues to concentrate on what he's doing. Sorry, you're doing excellent work, my friend. Keep that shit up. Danny smiles at the man, making me chuckle while also trying to hold perfectly still. And then her smile turns upside down when she looks back at me, squeezing my hand harder. I can't believe you're actually doing this. It's the most adorable thing in the world that she's freaking out about me getting my first tattoo. I'm sitting backward on an ergonomic chair with my shirt off. It has a lowered headrest for my chin and a padded armrest to set my elbows on, while the tattoo artist works quietly behind me on his stool. And Danny has been sitting on her own stool right next to me, gripping tightly to one of my hands, biting the thumbnail off her other hand, and worrying about me the entire time. I have to say it's a nice change of pace after I spent most of the night last night after we had sex, and all day today freaking out that I behaved like too much of an animal for our first time, or for any time for that matter. I tried to call a timeout and get myself back under control after that earth-shattering kiss against my front door that made me practically maul her, but it didn't work, especially when she took that dress off her body before I could do it myself. I took one look at her standing in my entryway, dripping wet in red lace against all that smooth, pale skin, telling me she didn't want me to be a gentleman, and all I heard in my head after that point was static. She wanted me. She really wanted me, and it was overwhelming how good it made me feel, and also how crazed it made me feel. I just wanted to mark her, claim her, make her mine, and make her come until the ache in my chest went away and the wild animal inside me calmed down. But the ache didn't go away, and it didn't calm the beast down. It just made him hungrier for more. Thankfully, we were both too exhausted to go for a second round, no matter how much I wanted to. I was too afraid I wouldn't be able to control myself again. We changed into pajamas, ate bowls of cereal standing up and leaning against the kitchen counter, not saying a word and just smiling at each other over our bowls like lunatics. Then we curled up on the couch to watch some TV, both of us immediately passing out. I know she liked it. The sounds of her begging me for more and her shouting my name when she came, twice, will be ringing in my ears and making me hard until the end of time, no matter where I am or what I'm doing. Like right now, while my shirt is off and another man is touching my shoulder. Totally not awkward at all. But as soon as we got changed last night, I felt like a jerk. I could have been gentler with her, taken my time and worshipped every inch of her body slowly, instead of ramming into her on a table in my entryway. But my God, the way her body fit me like a glove, and the scratches she left down my back from her nails digging into me, her voice in my ear hoarse after screaming my name from the first orgasm I gave her. Harder, more, more, more. For the love of God, man, stop getting a boner. Whatever you're thinking, stop it. I'm trying to, believe me, I mutter to Danny. She rolls her stool closer to me until my bent knee is between her legs. Resting her hands on top of my thigh, she leans her face closer to mine, not helping matters down below in the least. I'm fine, she speaks quietly, stating the same thing I kept repeating to her about getting this tattoo just moments ago. Lips so close to mine that I can smell the cherry chapstick she put on them, and I just want to lick it off. Last night was perfect. I don't know how many times you need me to say it, but I'll keep saying it until you finally believe it. 5 times should do it. Some of my worry goes away when she inches her hands up higher on my thigh, her fingers slipping under the hem of my basketball shorts as she scoots her chair even closer to me, until I have a hard time swallowing when my knee is pressing right into the juncture of her thighs. Her smooth, bare thighs, pressed against either side of mine in her tiny, tattered jean shorts that I can still feel locked tight around my waist last night when I pounded into her tight, wet heat. Well, I believe that was number 4, so... Danny pauses, moving her face to the side of mine, pressing her cheek against mine and her lips close to my ear, lowering her voice and making this boner situation extremely precarious. I really liked what happened last night, and I really liked that I could make you lose control, and I really, really liked your monster cock, and I'd like it inside me again as soon as possible, please and thank you. I don't even know what kind of sound comes out of me. Part choke, part cough, part dying man. Every time you say the word cock, an angel gets its wings, I whisper, wondering where this woman has been all my life and why it was so utterly boring before she got here. And every time you say the word fuck when you're inside me, a Danny gets an orgasm. And now a gurgling sound comes out of me like I'm drowning in my own spit I'm having a hard time swallowing, and she pulls her face back from mine with a smile. Still right here, and I can still hear you, my tattoo artist mutters as he pulls the machine away from my shoulder, rubbing his gloved hand over his work and making it burn even more before he dips the machine into the tiny container of ink and gets back to it. But please keep going. This is the best thing I've heard all week. Danny laughs softly, while my stupid cheeks heat in embarrassment. I still can't believe you're doing this. You just walk in the door from tutoring math this morning and announce you want a tattoo? I feel like I should check your temperature. And I still can't believe you got one in solidarity. I smile at her, flipping over our joined hands and looking at the new ink on the inside of her wrist. Since my tattoo is going on the 2-hour mark, Danny took off the cellophane wrapping on hers a little bit ago to wash it off, and it no longer looks like a gross, bleeding, messy blob of ink mixed with whatever gel stuff was spread over it. It's a small paintbrush on the inside of her wrist, with colorful swirls of paint coming off the brush. It's beautiful, and perfectly her. The only way Danny would have let me get a tattoo and believe I was serious was if she got one first, and I still wanted to do it when she was finished. I think she assumed I would change my mind while I waited, but watching her get inked, kicked back in the chair with her feet up and crossed at the ankles, alternating between playing solitaire on her phone and easily chatting with me like someone was painting the brush on her wrist instead of stabbing her with a bunch of needles that felt like knives, was honestly hot as hell, while also a little disturbing that she didn't even flinch the entire time like a nut job. Like my nut job. My nut job who likes a little pain. Jesus, is it hot in here all of a sudden? I get what you mean now, though. I nod, trying to think about anything other than Danny tracing circles on the inside of my thigh with the tips of her fingers. It hurts, but it's a good pain. Kind of addicting. Yes, Danny moans softly, biting down on her bottom lip with her eyes locked on my mouth, the sound making flashes of last night scroll through my head until I want to drag her into the closest empty room and bend her over something so I can hear it again. All right, we're all finished here. Go ahead and take a look. The tattoo artist finally shuts off his machine, wipes a wet paper towel over the back of my shoulder one last time, then scoots his stool back so I have room to get up and off my chair. Walking over to a floor-length mirror in the corner, I hear Danny gasp as she looks at the tattoo before I do, then turn my back to the mirror to look at it over my shoulder. It's good, right? I ask Danny's reflection in the mirror as she gets up from her stool to join me. She stands by my side and rests her hand on my shoulder, and I turn toward her. It's perfect, she sighs, her fingers tracing all around the back of my shoulder and around the tattoo, careful not to touch it. I am a firm believer that tattoos should always mean something. Even if you get them on a whim without a plan, they should still have significance. You did good, and you didn't even cry once. I smile and shake my head at her teasing. Regardless of the little bit of guilt I still felt when I woke up this morning, I also felt wild and free. It was the strangest thing. I just felt happy and excited, and I wanted to do something to permanently remind myself that I need to stop being afraid of doing what I want and live my life how I want to, whether it's dancing in the rain, screwing this woman's brains out, or holding on to that reckless, wild feeling and getting a tattoo. Looking back over my shoulder in the mirror, I continue smiling at the black and gray tattoo of a set of bowling pins flying in all sorts of directions. The only color comes from a red bowling ball smacking into them in an obvious strike. I'm never more confident than when I'm bowling. I know what I need to do to achieve the outcome I want, and I just do it. Without any hesitation, and without any fear, I walk down that lane and throw my ball. I want that confidence in every other aspect of life, and I want this tattoo to always remind me to keep striving for it. When you throw a bowling ball, you never know which way the pins will fly. You could throw a strike, or you could throw your ball right in the gutter. It's totally chaotic, just like in life when you take a chance on something new. In the end, I always win at bowling because I'm always confident that I will. It's time for me to start winning at life in the same way. I feel like I'm a bad influence on you, Danny laughs softly, but there's a look of worry on her face I don't like one bit. Remembering that my dad said the same thing about her, it makes me just as angry to hear her say it. Don't do that. Danny's eyes meet mine, and I reach out and tuck a lock of hair behind her ear. Don't you dare feel any kind of responsibility over the choices I make. I wouldn't have done this if I didn't really want to, okay? Would you still have done what you did last night if I hadn't begged you? She questions. Yes, I reply without hesitation, because I really wanted to, but the begging was a pleasant surprise. And super hot. I grin at her, and the tension in Danny's shoulders immediately slips away. The tattoo artist walks over to us and rubs the same junk on my tattoo that he did with Danny's and rattles off the aftercare instructions as he tapes a piece of cellophane over the back of my shoulder. While I stare at Danny the entire time, she stares at the back of my shoulder, licking her lips like she wants to lick my body. Yes, please. So good, Danny mutters, and really, really hot. She fiddles distractedly with the neckline of the cropped t-shirt she's wearing, biting down on her bottom lip while she stares at the tattoo with a glazed look in her beautiful blue eyes. Static starts buzzing through my head, and my heart starts pounding in my chest because I know that look. I've seen it on her face now several times since we met, even if I only realized last night what it actually meant. Are you turned on right now? I whisper as the tattoo artist moves back over to his workstation and starts cleaning up. Oh, yeah. Danny just smiles and nods, still staring at my tattoo. I mean, you're hot under normal circumstances, but watching you get ink, pretty sure I had an orgasm. Excuse me, where's your bathroom? I immediately ask the man on the other side of the room over my shoulder. Down the hall, last door on the right. Take your time, he tells me, not looking up from what he's doing as I grab Danny's hand and start pulling her toward the hallway. Or don't. If you add to those scratches on your back, I'll tattoo them on you for half price. Just let me know. I hear the man chuckling as I round the corner, stalking down the hall and dragging a giggling Danny behind me as I go, feeling wild and crazy and freaking amazing and never wanting this feeling to end. Holy Shit, are we going to have sex in public? Danny asks, practically bouncing up and down in her Doc Martens as soon as I shove her into the bathroom, closing and locking the door behind us. Looks that way. What the hell is even happening to me right now? It's probably a little bit of adrenaline from the tattoo. Good stuff, right? She asks with a wag of her eyebrows. And then that needy look in her eyes returns, and she runs her hands over her breasts and down her bare stomach, pausing when she gets to the button of her shorts, until it feels like my dick is going to rip a hole right through mine, like the Kool-Aid man running through a brick wall. Turn around and take your shorts off. Good God, who even am I right now? Oh, goody. I have just enough willpower to chuckle at Danny when she claps her hands together in glee, and then she quickly follows my order. Good girl, I mutter, really enjoying the throaty moan that comes out of her at my words. Well, hello there, new kink unlocked. All of my guilt since last night should be coming back tenfold right now as I quickly move behind Danny and crowd her against the sink, pulling my shorts down just enough to free my cock. I feel like I can't breathe until I'm inside her again, with Danny's hot, naked ass wiggling in front of me in anticipation as she rests her hands on the edge of the sink and looks back at me over her shoulder. We're in a bathroom, a tiny public bathroom in a tattoo shop with a toilet 2 feet away and the words, "When did I eat corn?" scribbled on the back of the door in Sharpie. It's a clean bathroom at least, but it's still a damn bathroom with the muffled, aggressive sounds of Slipknot blasting through the tattoo shop's sound system, and not a bed filled with rose petals, with candles lit and soft music playing, or something else equally as romantic that Danny deserves. But as soon as I wrap her hair around my fist with one hand and give it a tug so I can kiss the side of her neck, she moans. And when I grip tightly to her hip with the other hand, she does it again. And then she's begging, pleading, rubbing her ass against my cock, reaching back and digging her nails into the side of my hip to get me to move. And if there's one thing I've learned recently, it's that I'm powerless to stop myself from giving this woman whatever she wants. And she wants me to lose control with her. The guilt never shows back up, because as soon as I'm inside her again and feel how wet she is for me, everything feels right. Oh, fuck yes. Quick, say that again. Danny sighs with pleasure as I pull my hips back and thrust into her harder. Danny needs an orgasm. I don't think I've ever laughed while having sex with another woman, but it happens with this one, and it's perfect. But as soon as I remove the tight grip I have on her hip to slide my hand around the front of Danny's body and between her legs while I pump in and out of her, nobody's laughing anymore. And 2 minutes later, before Slipknot finishes screaming about being insane, a Danny gets an orgasm. Hey, Ryan, how's it going? Nice bowling shirt, nerd. Do you even own any other shirts? What did you just call him? My hand slowly lowers from reaching up to give Eric Washington, a fellow teacher at Summersweet High School, a fist bump against the one he's holding out to me when Danny practically hisses at him. It's okay. He's a friend from work, I tell her. He's not, actually. He's kind of a jerk who always makes fun of me, whether we're away from school or in front of students, but whatever. Eric just laughs at Danny's glare, and I reach over and give her shoulder a squeeze on our stools at the bar at Dockside Eddie's, where we met for dinner after I got done with bowling practice, and Danny finished up a painting she was working on. Lighten up, Eric laughs, making me feel really, really bad for the guy for the first time in my life when Danny's shoulder tightens under my hand. Ryan knows it's just a joke, don't you, buddy? Danny slowly turns her head to look at me. Jokes are supposed to be funny. Are you laughing, buddy? I think about all the comments Eric has made to me over the years about my choice in clothing. The number of times he's passed me in the halls and held his hands up for a high five, only to quickly snatch it away as soon as I go to smack it, then laughing about how stupid I looked. How he turns the lights off on me in the faculty bathroom whenever I go in there alone. And that one time at a pep rally when he was trying to recruit people to sign up for the wrestling team and said, "It's pretty sad the bowling team has more members than the wrestling team, am I right?" I am not. I finally answer Danny's question until she turns back to look at Eric, and I have to bite down on my lips to stop myself from laughing. You're a special kind of asshole, aren't you? She continues to glare at him as Eric's smile falls. You're a grown-ass man making fun of another man for something he likes. If you ever call him a nerd again, I will cut off your tiny dick that you feel the need to compensate for by picking on someone else and shove it down your throat until you choke on it." "Jesus, I'm sorry," Eric mutters. "Tell him, not me," Danny orders with a nod in my direction while I try not to get a boner at how fiercely she's defending me. "I'm sorry, man. It's cool you like bowling and shit," Eric shrugs. "It's fine." "It's not fine," Danny growls, making my dick uncomfortably harder as she continues staring Eric down. "You teach children who are on Ryan's bowling team and shouldn't be made to feel less than because they enjoy it. Do better." Eric just nods in embarrassment before scurrying away without even waiting for the drink order he placed when he first came up to the bar next to us. "Was that too much?" Danny asks, both of us looking back over our shoulder as Eric hustles out the door. "No, that was incredibly hot watching you defend my honor." "No one's allowed to call you a nerd but me," she mutters, turning back around to look at me. "You know I'm not being mean when I say it like him, right?" Leaning forward, I press my lips to hers, then pull back and smile at her, wondering if my heart will ever stop racing whenever I'm around her. "I know. I like it when you say it." "Don't put up with that shit, okay? I won't always be here to threaten to choke someone with their own dick. It's okay for you to do it yourself." A flash of panic works its way through me when she talks about not always being here, and I hope to God she just means in general and not that she's planning on going anywhere. We've only known each other for a few weeks and just started sleeping together a few days ago, but I already know I would be a mess without her. I'm fairly confident I won't use that exact terminology, but I promise I will stand up for myself next time, I reassure her. I'm rewarded with a smile before Danny turns back to face the bar and continue eating her dinner. "Hey, Ryan, how's the bowling team?" "Choke on a dick, Chad." Danny's the one who immediately starts choking on our turkey club when I respond to Chad Samuels, one of the high school football coaches who stops next to our stools without missing a beat. "Okay then, good talk." Chad just gives me an awkward salute, then quickly turns and moves to the other end of the bar. "Wow, I guess I was wrong." I nod. It really does flow right off the tongue. "Oh my God, Ryan," Danny laughs. "I really am a bad influence on you." "Nope, you're the best influence. That guy has been a jerk to me since middle school. That felt really good." "That was also really hot." She scoots closer to me on her bar stool, putting her hand on my thigh and sliding it upward until it's resting right over my crotch. "Wanna go home and make me choke on a dick?" "Check, please." "Coach, your girlfriend's here." For a minute, I think Josh, one of my seniors, is talking to someone else, until I turn around and see the most beautiful woman in the world sitting on one of the folding chairs with a small handful of other people who came to watch today's bowling match. I have to blink a few times before I realize Danny isn't a figment of my imagination. She didn't say anything about coming when I left her in bed before work this morning, and she sleepily told me to have a good day, nor during our text exchanges throughout the day about what we should do for dinner when I got home from this match right after school over on the mainland. Danny smiles at me and mouths, "Hi," giving me a little wave. I still have to blink a few more times and shake my head, not even understanding how she's here right now, and still reeling from the fact that Josh called her my girlfriend. We've never talked about what we've been doing over the last week and a half, or put a label on it. I know this means something, her showing up to watch me do my thing, and it makes my chest crack wide open until my heart is racing so fast I feel like I might pass out. No one has ever come up to watch me coach over the years. Not Emily, not Spencer, not even my dad or Dottie, and they're my biggest supporters. I've always told them it's super boring and that they don't need to waste their time, and I've always been fine just giving them the highlights over the phone when I got home. I mean, not even half these kids' parents come up to watch their own children bowl. They just drop them off at the ferry dock to me when we have a game away from the island and tell their son or daughter to text them when they're finished. The fact that Danny took time out of her day to come up here and surprise me, to just watch me stand around giving encouragement and not even bowl myself, makes me want to jump right past the "what are we" conversation and just beg her to never ever leave me. My head knows it's too soon for that, but my heart doesn't agree. Danny's eyes leave mine to glance to either side of her, and then she looks back at me again with a sly smile on her face, quickly grabbing her unbuttoned flannel and pulling it open. Laughter flies out of me when I see the t-shirt she has on under the flannel, with the words, "My lane is freshly waxed," printed across her chest. She quickly pulls the shirt closed again when a few of the kids on my team turn around to see what I'm laughing about. My heart skips a beat when she blows me a kiss and gives me a thumbs up, settling back into her seat and crossing her legs. To watch a boring, high school bowling match. For me. Wearing a punny bowling shirt. For me. Putting her day and paintings I know she needs to finish on hold to support me. Begging this woman to stay with me forever is getting harder to keep to myself. Turning back around, I call the team over, and everyone puts their hands on top of each other's in the middle of our huddle. "Wildcats on 3, I shout as everyone starts bobbing their pile of hands up and down as I count, before cheering out the school mascot's name, then breaking apart to get ready for this match to begin. Whether we win or not, I already know this is going to be the best game ever, all because of the woman behind me, who cheers louder than everyone when they announce our team, being here to support me without me even asking. "I don't know about this." "You'll be fine. Just concentrate on driving this golf cart." "I'm sorry, you expect my brain to still be in working order right now? I can't— Oh, sweet fucking hell. Don't hit a tree." I do, in fact, almost hit a tree when Danny dips her head back down and swipes her tongue around the tip of my cock for a second time, which she pulled out of my shorts a few moments ago. Thankfully, it's pitch black outside, and for some reason, all the side streets on the island are empty tonight. We've been having sex for 2 weeks now, and every time is amazing and blows my damn mind. I should be used to Danny's spontaneity by now, but when she asked me to pick her up from the bowling alley after she finished working on the mural for the day, then wanted to take the long way home, I never expected it would be for a blowjob. "Oh God, Danica," I can barely get the words out when she wraps her lips around my cock and sinks down, taking me in her mouth as deep as she can go as we rumble down the street. A very, very good blowjob that has me gripping so tightly to the steering wheel as I drive down the empty streets at an alarming rate of speed that I almost yank it right out of the dashboard. Especially when she pulls her mouth back, sucking hard as she goes, then swirls her tongue around the tip again until I swear to God I almost pass out. Jesus, holy shit, oh fuck, I moan loudly as Danny swallows my cock again, bobbing up and down faster and swirling her tongue around my shaft, her warm, wet mouth driving me insane while I drive this golf cart who the hell knows where. I quickly jerk the cart to the left and turn down another side street before I crash us into a giant shrub, having no idea where I'm going and not even caring. I can barely keep my eyes open, let alone on the road. One of my hands flies off the steering wheel to rest it on the back of Danny's head as my balls throb and tighten while I cruise past a row of dark, empty cottages. I quickly turn the cart around another corner, cursing loudly when I feel the vibration of Danny moaning around my cock as she sucks the hell out of me, knowing I'm seconds away from coming in a golf cart out in the open, flying down the street. Yes, oh fuck, yes, My orgasm quickly shrivels up and dies along with my testicles when I turn another corner and realize where all the people missing from the side streets and cottages have gone. "Oh no, oh no, get up, I shout, my hand that was gently resting on Danny's head in my lap now tugging on her ponytail when people start screaming, shouting, and clapping, and I realize what the hell I just did. The streets are no longer dark because I accidentally turned onto Summersweet Lane with all the flashing lights of the businesses and extra twinkle lights added to the trees just for tonight. "What's wrong? What happened?" Danny asks in a panic, jerking upright, and her eyes widen in shock and a little bit of horror as I quickly tug down my t-shirt and hold it over my deflated dick that there's no use trying to shove back into my shorts at this point. "Just smile and wave, honey. It seems I have driven us right into the middle of a parade." Danny throws her head back and laughs, and there's really not much I can do at this point but laugh right along with her, considering this golf cart is now wedged between two floats, and I won't be able to turn off of Summersweet Lane until we get to the other end of it. Danny immediately reaches into the pocket of her jeans, pulls out a handful of her favorite bit of honey candy, and starts chucking it into the screaming crowd as we inch down the street. I still have one hand on the steering wheel and one hand tugging the bottom of my shirt over my lap, and this whole situation is absolutely insane, but neither one of us can stop laughing. Until halfway through the parade route when Sal steps off the curb in his sheriff uniform and walks out onto the street and up to our cart. And that's pretty much the story of how I got arrested for indecent exposure. Worth it, even with a denied orgasm, shriveled balls, and the need for bail money. Chapter 19. Ryan. Please take me to the emergency room. Danny. How's your day going? Me. Good. Just finished grading some papers, getting ready to eat lunch. What's on the menu today? A vagina burger. Wow, Summer Sweet High is very progressive. Sounds delicious. Did they put special sauce on it? Veggie burger. That sounds way less exciting. I could stay home tonight and actually have that first option, you know. No, you're going. Seriously, go and have fun with the boys. I have some sketching I need to finish, and you're too distracting when you're here. How exactly am I distracting? Do you need me to stroke your ego? I need you to stroke something other than my ego right now. Ryan Hutton, are you sexting me at work? It seems I am. Probably not a wise idea. I cannot get a boner at work. I still can't believe you got me an invite to a party at the cool kid's house. What if they don't like me? There will be none of that nonsense, mister. They will love hanging out with you. You'll be fine. Take off your shirt and show them your tat, winky face emoji, or your mugshot. Either will do. I don't think you're supposed to smile in a mugshot. That's definitely not cool. It's a very good picture of you. I'm going to make it the wallpaper on my phone. Of course you are. Also, I'm not sure taking my shirt off in front of a bunch of very cool, very badass men and professional athletes will make them think I'm cool or that I should be hanging out with them. Just relax and be yourself. I promise you will have a good time with them. I love their women. They are amazing and would not be with losers, and only a loser would think you are anything but amazing. And when you get home, I'll let you have a vagina burger and put your special sauce all over it. Good God, woman. Damn it. Now I have a boner at work. So you've got Palmer down at the end of the table ironing some glitter decals on shirts for me. Bodie is over there at the bar cutting out some vinyl for a few coffee mugs, and I'm refilling my glitter containers with a new shipment I just got in over there in my craft room. Dean is working on his latest craft. It's not a craft, dipshit. Laura's husband cuts him off, while Shepard pointed around his finished basement at everyone for me. I don't craft. It's a latch hook. Call it what it is and stop making me sound like a pussy. Shepard sighs and rolls his eyes while I smother my laughter. Dean is close to 60, but looks like one of those badass biker guys on the show Sons of Anarchy, with his salt and pepper, neatly trimmed facial hair, and tattoos up and down both of his giant arms. He would probably kick my butt if I laughed at him right now. Right, so Dean is latch-hooking a very pretty pillow with a unicorn and a rainbow on it like a big, strong, manly man. Shepard finishes his explanation, while Dean glares at him from the other side of the table in front of us. Fuck off. Dean drops his head back down to concentrate on pulling colorful pieces of yarn with some sort of tool through the holes of the canvas he's holding. It's for Nora's bedroom. It's the only room in Tess and Bodie's house that's allowed to have color, so I'm making it extra colorful. Much obliged, Bodie shouts from the bar. Sometimes I go in Nora's room and take a nap on the floor, just so I can remember what joy feels like. So pick your craft. Shepard pauses when Dean growls at him, amending his statement. Pick your activity, grab a drink from the bar, and let's have some fun. All I can do is stand here, blinking as I look around the room as Shepard disappears into his very large craft room. I've wanted to see the inside of Shepard and Wren's huge mansion ever since the retired professional baseball player bought this home on the island for her. It's every bit as amazing as I thought it would be, with an indoor batting cage, full gym, movie theater, and this awesome man cave and bar down in the basement. Although, with all the glitter and a room filled with floor-to-ceiling white shelves containing every color of every type of craft necessity one would need for any project, I use the term man cave loosely. Ever since Emily's friend group got twice as large once everyone found the loves of their lives, I admit I've been a little jealous not being a part of the cool kids club with all the cool professional athletes and tough guys the women have fallen in love with. But they seem to be just as nerdy as I am, and it warms my freaking soul to learn this information. I mean, I kind of knew Shepard was a bit of a crafting nerd when we ran into each other at the craft store last year while I was designing my Christmas newsletter, and he talked my ear off for 10 minutes about glitter. I just had no idea how deep his nerdiness ran, or that all these strong, cool men participate in his obsession. "Yo, Ryan, come in here for a second," Shepard shouts from the craft room, sticking his head out of the doorway and waving me over. I'm even more impressed with his crafting supplies once I'm inside the room than I was looking at it from out in the main area. He even has one of those rolling library ladders attached to the shelves so he can reach items up by the ceiling. This is really amazing. Oh my god! I have to do a double take when Shepard walks over to a long white table pushed up against one wall in between the shelves and points to it. A table filled with all of my bowling trophies that are no longer in a box in my garage in a bunch of pieces. I just finished them. Danny dropped them off a few days ago and asked if I could fix them and wanted it to be a surprise. She said I could show them to you when you got here, Shepard explains. I can't wipe the smile off my face when I move up to the table and look at the long line of 15 bowling trophies dating back to when I was in high school, standing tall and freshly polished, looking like they weren't swept off a table so I could be very ungentlemanly with Danny. She said there was a little accident in your entryway when you got home from a date one night. I look over at Shepard, and he gives me a knowing smile. And for the first time, I don't feel embarrassed that he probably knows exactly what happened. I feel freaking cool as hell. I did that. Me, Ryan Hutton, the biggest nerd on Summersweet Island, broke 15 trophies having sex and put a dent in the wall behind the table. Damn right I did. Getting to the end of the trophy line, I laugh when I see an additional 16th trophy standing tall with all the rest, except this one was put together with glitter, glue, and paint. I've never been asked to craft a trophy before, but that was fun as hell. I might have a new product to add to my website. Shepard laughs, and I bend over to get a better look at it. It looks like a flower pot that's been flipped over and painted silver. Attached on top is a very large purple eggplant made out of papier-mâché and sprinkled with purple glitter. An actual trophy plate is attached to the center of the silver flower pot, and it's been metal stamped. Ryan Hutton, Monster Cock Award, you're number 1. This might be the best trophy I've ever won. I laugh again, standing back up to follow Shepard back out to the main seating area. All the guys want me to make them a cock trophy, too, he informs me as we take a seat at the table, and Bodhi joins us, setting a beer down in front of me. I'll box them up for you before you leave. Speaking of monster cocks, heard you had a little trouble at the Crabfest parade the other night, Palmer snorts, leaning back in his chair across from me with a smile. The most embarrassing part about that night wasn't the fact that freaking Sal, with a smug look on his face, felt the need to take me to jail. It was the fact that I completely forgot the annual crab festival that lasts for a few days started that night, and it always kicks off with a night parade through town that ends down on the beach with fireworks. Please tell me you didn't hear it from so-and-so at the grocery store who heard it from so-and-so at the salon until it trickled all over the island and got to you, I groan, taking a huge sip of my beer. Sal promised that if I paid my fine without any fuss, the news would never leave the sheriff's station, but this is Summersweet Island. Nothing stays secret for long, but I'd really, really like my father to never catch wind of this information. I'm not ashamed of doing something completely crazy and fun, even if it didn't exactly end well. I just know him, and I know he'll find a way to blame Danny for my choices. It's why I've been avoiding his calls and texts over the last 2 weeks, telling him I'm busy and that we'll talk soon. I've canceled on him for 2 Sunday dinners in a row. He's not going to be held off much longer before he tracks me down. Don't worry, man, Bodhi nods at me. The only reason I know about it is because I was at the station that night paying one of Tess's fire code violation tickets when you got booked. I only told these guys, and I swear on my favorite bong it will never leave this room. Blowjob in public. Nice. He leans across the table and holds his fist out to me, and I just shrug, bumping mine against his. It was nice, until freaking Sal came along. I can't believe I got arrested for getting a blowjob in public. I shake my head, but I can't exactly wipe the grin off my face, and I take another drink of my beer. No, you got arrested for still having your dick out in a parade after the blowjob, Shepard laughs, holding his own fist out for me to bump. It's so stupid, Bodhi scoffs. Sal is the only one who even saw anything. He definitely has BDE. Why would Sal have big dick energy? Palmer scoffs. No, big dick envy, Bodhi corrects him. He took one look at Ryan's monster cock and immediately felt the need to give him a ticket for carrying a lethal weapon in public. Boom! Bodhi mimes dropping a mic, and all the guys cheer, clap, and bang their fists against the table. Shepard pats me on the back, and my cheeks start hurting from how much I'm smiling. I've never had a group of friends like you guys before, I suddenly blurt out, quickly backpedaling when the room gets quiet. I mean, I've never had any group of friends before, except for online ones. I'm not saying we're friends or anything, but I mean, if we were friends, then this would be really cool, and, you guys are cool. I lean back in my chair and guzzle the rest of my beer so fast, some of it drips down onto my chin. We're not cool, Bodhi chuckles. We're idiots, but we're not assholes, so at least we've got that going for us, but we are totally friends. You've been invited into the secret craft lair. Activity lair, fucker, Dean mutters. Whatever, the point is you're cool, we like you, but even if we didn't, who gives a fuck? We're nothing special. You do you, bro. Bodhi slides a new beer in front of me, then holds his bottle out to clink it against mine. You've seriously never had a group of friends before? Shepard asks, leaning forward to rest his elbows on the table. You're a really nice guy. That makes me sad. And mad. I don't like it. Didn't you two go to high school together? Bodhi points his beer bottle in Shepard's direction. Don't make me feel like even more of a dick that I don't really remember him from then. Shepard quickly gives me an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, man, I had my head up my ass all through high school, just focusing all my time on baseball. And wanting to get in Ren's pants, Bodhi adds with a smirk. Yeah, that too. Shepard shrugs with a smile. But seriously, I hope you don't think I was an asshole in high school. I quickly shake my head. I don't, because he really wasn't. Sure, he was a jock and one of the more popular guys, but he always had a smile for everyone and was friendly to every kid in school, no matter who they were. I wasn't exactly outgoing in high school, so I was easy to forget. I was on the bowling team and the math club, wore clothes that were 2 sizes too big for me, and played Dungeons and Dragons every weekend. With online friends, who I still play with today that I have never met in real life. I shrug. Oh shit, you play D&D? No way, man, I freaking love me some D&D. Bodhi smacks his hand down on the table, and all the beer bottles rattle. You gotta invite me over the next time you play. We've got a game scheduled 2 weeks from today, if you're up for it. Right on. Bodhi smiles at me, and I realize Danny was right. I'm having a really good time tonight. I have to be honest, I thought when you guys invited me over that you'd be doing something a little more... not this. I chuckle when Dean starts cursing up a storm that he ran out of pink yarn. I thought maybe you'd be watching the game or something. Oh shit, Quinn had a preseason game, Shepard suddenly shouts, grabbing the TV remote control sitting in the middle of the table, aiming it at the giant flat screen hanging on the wall above a fireplace in the lounge area, and changing the channel from an episode of Vampire Diaries to ESPN. We should probably watch the highlights so we can tell him how amazing he was, otherwise he's going to cry like a baby if we missed something. A commercial is currently playing when Shepard switches the channel, and being honest once again, I'm a tiny bit glad Emily's boyfriend is missing from the group tonight. He's a really nice guy from the few times I've been around him, and I've been a fan of his since he played ball in college, but it's still a little awkward to be around the professional quarterback, nervous he might suddenly change his mind and want to beat me up just because I dated his woman. I know the feeling. Just thinking about Danny's ex back in Chicago makes me want to flip a table. If I had to be in the same room with another guy who's had sex with her, I might vomit. So what's up with you and Danny? Palmer asks over his shoulder, looking away from the TV and back at me, and the collar of the polo shirt I'm wearing suddenly feels too tight. Have you told her you're in love with her yet? My beer bottle smacks back down onto the table with a thunk, and my hands get so sweaty I have to wipe them off on the thighs of my khakis. The commercial on TV ends and immediately goes to a clip from the earlier Sharks game, and Palmer quickly turns his head away from me before I can answer him, thank God. The camera angle on the clip playing on TV zooms in on Quinn shuffling away from the line, pulling his arm back and sending a rocket of a pass all the way down to the 5-yard line to land perfectly into his open receiver's hands for him to turn and dart into the end zone. The ESPN announcer starts rattling off some of Quinn's stats when Shepard's phone rings on the table. "Did you guys see that fucking amazing pass in the third quarter to Wrigley? They just showed it on ESPN," Quinn says in greeting as soon as Shepard answers the call and puts him on speakerphone. "Sure did, buddy," Shepard tells him, motioning with his hand for all of us to cheer and shout. "Watched the whole game and it was awesome. Ryan's hanging out with us tonight. Say hi." "What's up, man? How's it going? Now I'm really sad I had an away game this weekend," Quinn's voice states through the speaker. "Hi, I'm good. I'm super. Nice game today. I have glitter on my hands," I ramble. Quinn just laughs. "Dude, no one leaves Shepard and Ren's house without glitter on some part of their body. Didn't Ren have to go to the emergency room a few months ago because that edible glitter got in places where it wouldn't come out?" "Ah, the glitter period month," Shepard nods. "The month right before she got pregnant. I just assumed her vagina officially turned magical. Turns out I probably shouldn't have put glitter on the tip of my dick. That stuff got way up in there." Wow, I have really been missing out on things my whole life if this is what it's like hanging out with the guys. Spencer's one-night stands are way less exciting and kinda sad. "We were just discussing when Ryan's going to tell Danny he's in love with her." Palmer leans over the table and closer to Shepard's phone, making me want to slide right off my chair and hide under the table. "He hasn't done that yet?" Quinn complains, making me roll my eyes. "No, I haven't done that yet," I mutter, and all eyes at the table are on me. Dean even puts his latch hook down to stare at me in shock. I don't even know what we are. Are we dating? Are we keeping it casual? Is it just sex? Are we friends with benefits? Will I sound like an idiot if I ask her? I don't know anything. Now I'm sweating, and my heart is racing as soon as I say what I've been keeping to myself ever since the night of our first date. We spend every waking moment together. We eat together. We sleep in the same bed together. She lets me hang out with her in the garage and watch her paint. We text each other whenever we're not together, and we sneak away to make out when we're up at the bowling alley together. Not to mention all the disrespectful things she lets me do to her body. And I know it's not exactly cool to ask a woman what we are and where this is going, but I just want to know what the hell we are and where the hell this is going. Spencer is a good friend, and he's easy to talk to, but all he keeps telling me to do is screw her until I get bored, and I know that will never happen. Plus, he avoids love like the plague. Talking to him about the possibility that I'm falling in love with Danny would be pointless. There's no better people to talk about this with than my new friends, and I feel like they're the best people to give me the best advice about this situation. I can't stop thinking about her, I keep going with my word vomit while Quinn is completely silent on the phone and everyone else stares at me with bated breath, not moving a muscle, waiting for me to continue. More specifically, I can't stop thinking about being inside of her, and I'm inside of her all the freaking time. I feel like a beast who could leap tall buildings and pick up a car with one hand every time she has an orgasm. I can't touch her enough. I can't kiss her enough. I can't screw her hard enough to make this ache in my chest go away. And every single second I spend with her makes me feel like someone drugged me. I jerk my head in Bodhi's direction. Is this what it's like being high? Feeling so disoriented and like you have no freaking clue what's going on, while also feeling so warm and fuzzy that you just want to curl up and die from happiness? Bodhi reaches under the table down by his feet and pulls up a familiar Tupperware container, sliding it across the table to me until I stop it with my hand. You should get high and calm down, because you're totes in love with her, my dude, he chuckles. Yep, you're a goner, Dean nods. Definitely past the point of no return, Palmer adds. No, he should not get high. Shepard rolls his eyes and pulls the container away from me. He should just tell Danny how he feels. I've seen you two around town the last few weeks. If that woman is not in love with you, I will never pick up another baseball or bat again and never coach another game. My heart starts racing so fast I feel a little lightheaded. I don't know how she feels or what she wants, and I don't know what to do. I sigh, rubbing my hand against the stupid ache in my chest. Loving Emily was as easy as breathing. She was sweet and nice to me and one of my best friends who definitely only dated me because she felt sorry for me. But it took me a very long time before I realized I wasn't actually in love with her. She never made me nervous. She never made my heart pound every time she looked at me. She never made me count down the seconds until I could see her again. And she never made me feel wild and free and like I could do anything I wanted. Being in love with Danny, because, let's face it, I totes am, scares the heck out of me. But maybe that's how I know it's real. If something is worth doing in life, it should make you a little nervous and excited. And Danny is worth it all. "Well, what should he do, boys?" Bodhi asks the group. "Don't pretend it's just a fling," Dean sighs. "Don't act like she's just a friend," Palmer grumbles. "Definitely don't stop talking to her for a year, then just show up out of the blue acting like you weren't an asshole," Shepard adds. "Don't fake date her and make her think it's all fake," Quinn says through the speakerphone. "Just keep fucking the hell out of her with your monster cock until she comes around. And make sure you always have a fire extinguisher close at hand," Bodhi shrugs, making Palmer scoop up a handful of popcorn from a bowl and throw it at his face. Reaching over and grabbing the Tupperware container Shepard pulled in front of him, I lift the lid and stare down at what looks like regular chocolate chip cookies. Maybe I should get high. "Yes!" Bodhi cheers, throwing his fists up in the air. "I don't know about this," Shepard trails off, his eyes darting nervously between my face and the cookie I just pulled out of the container. Bodhi's right. I need to relax. "Have you ever even been high before?" Palmer questions, biting his bottom lip and staring at me nervously when I take a bite. It tastes just like a chocolate chip cookie, with a little bit of weird, earthy aftertaste that isn't horrible. "I took Tylenol with codeine once when I sprained my wrist a few years ago." I shrug, taking another bite of the cookie. "That was fun." "Oh, Jesus. Danny's gonna kill us and never let you come over to play with us again," Shepard complains. My anxiety immediately floats away, and I'm not sure if it's because these guys are all just so nice to me and fun to be around, or I'm already starting to feel this cookie. How long does it take for one of these things to kick in anyway? "You probably shouldn't—" Bodhi pauses when I pop the last of the cookie in my mouth, then sighs as he finishes what he was saying. "Eat the whole thing." Well, what's done is done. Everyone bow your heads and pray. "Come on, I'm sure it will be fine." I laugh, grabbing another cookie when no one is looking, because these things are really delicious. Danny finally ate one of the brownies you dropped off the other day, and she was fine. She ate like 10 bowls of cereal and didn't stop talking for 2 hours. But other than that, she painted like normal, made dinner like normal, and we put together Legos and watched a movie like normal. She was calm and happy. I want to be calm and happy. I mean, I already am happy. So happy I could cry. But some peace and serenity would be nice instead of getting a boner every time I think about Danny, and my chest hurting every time I think about how freaking in love with her I am, worried that she doesn't feel the same. "How do you feel?" Palmer asks, while everyone at the table looks at me like I'm an animal in a zoo, and they're waiting for me to do something fun or horrifying. I'm fine. 90 minutes later. "How are you feeling there, buddy?" "Please take me to the emergency room." "Oh, Cheetos. Hey, where are my pants?" Pants is a funny word.
Chapter 20. Danny. Fuck, cock, pussy, yay. Well, this is unexpected. I can't believe I had to get a babysitter for this. Jesus, where are their pants? Is my husband puking in the bushes, or is he looking for his shoes? He's definitely not looking for his shoes. My husband is wearing his shoes. Where did they get a dog? Bodhi! Tess shouts from the dock of Dockside Eddies, where Bertie, Wren, Laura, and I are standing, after getting a phone call from Ed, the owner, saying to come get your idiot men. When her man doesn't move, she asks, "Where in the hell did you get a dog?" Bodhi sits up from the sand where he was making a sand angel, and the tiny tan rat terrier that was sitting on his naked chest slides down onto his lap. "He dropped down out of the sky like an angel, and I'm keeping him," Bodhi informs her, scooping up the poor little thing who won't stop shaking and holding him up in front of his face. Nope. Dean quickly stands back up from leaning over into the bushes right at the base of the deck. "He stole it from a yard 3 houses down, because he said it told him to." "Shh,"
He's trying to tell me something again.
Bodhi scolds us, bringing the dog's mouth up right by his ear. Are you done throwing up? Laura asks Dean, resting her hands on the deck railing and leaning over it to get a better look at her husband, standing in his boxer briefs down in the sand.
Nope.
Dean immediately leans back over and starts hurling into the shrubbery again.
I'm too old for this fucking shit.
He groans in between his heaving. While Palmer is sitting on a cornhole board wearing nothing but his boxers and Dean's motorcycle boots, and his legs spread around the hole in the board. Shepard stands 20 feet away, also in just his boxers, pitching beanbags at the board like they're baseballs and narrowly missing Palmer's junk.
Peanut says you're doing great, sweetie, but he'd like to see bigger balls, Bodhi shouts to Ryan. You really want to be able to see those things from the sky.
My dear, sweet, innocent Ryan, who has also stripped off his clothes out on the beach behind the bar and seafood restaurant, is happily hopping through the sand, dragging his feet while he goes, and making sand penises all along the beach a few feet away from where the tide has come in. Thankfully, it's after 10 o'clock on a Thursday night, and Dockside Eddie's is empty, everyone calling it an early night during the work week, except for these 5 ridiculous men. Man, now I know how they feel every time they've had to pick us up from a sippin' bitch. Ren lets out a huge sigh, shaking her head and running her hands over her pregnant belly. We all let out an ooh and wince when one of Shepard's beanbags hits Palmer right in the crotch, and the poor man screams, grabs the family jewels, and then just tips over off the side of the cornhole board and into the sand, curling up in the fetal position and groaning in misery. At least we've never gone streaking, Bertie snorts as we all start making our way down the stairs, grabbing their discarded clothing and shoes as we go. Yes, we have. Tess corrects her while we trudge through the sand. Remember that one time after homecoming senior year when Ren bought that extra slutty dress and then Shepard never even came to the dance because he had to go to some college baseball recruiting camp? Oh, yeah, we drove a golf cart into the ocean that night, Ren laughs. And your homecoming dress got swept out to sea. Do you have any idea how much I paid for that extra slutty dress? Laura complains, rubbing her hand against Dean's back when she gets to him, while the rest of us disperse to wrangle up our own men. Our own men. Ryan is my man. Mine. Right? I mean, Ed didn't exactly call me about Ryan. He called the other girls who then called me, but that's only because he didn't have my number. Ryan is still mine, even if we haven't exactly talked about it or made it official. My heart starts pounding, and I have to wipe my sweaty hands off on my skinny jeans as I make my way across the sand, not even understanding why I'm acting so girly. This is not me, worrying about what kind of label I need to put on what we're doing with each other. As long as we're happy, we don't need to worry about anything else. And I know I'm happy. I've never felt this happy in my entire life. But is Ryan really happy? Or is he doing what he always does and just going along with things to make other people happy? Does he want to have a serious relationship with me? Or am I just a part of this new leaf he seems to have turned over, trying new things to figure out who he really wants to be? I don't care who he is. Whether it's a shy, quiet nerd who just wants to stay in and put Legos together, or a wild beast who gets a tattoo and fucks me in a public bathroom. I just want him to be happy, and I want him to be happy with me, no matter what that looks like. Laughter bubbles out of me, even while my heart is pounding in my chest the closer I get to him. When I see his tongue sticking out the side of his mouth, really concentrating on getting the head of the penis right, as he carefully hops through the sand. It looks like someone has been keeping his artistic creativity a secret. Ryan's head flies up from looking down at his work. His eyes light up, and my favorite smile stretches across his face when he sees me. The one that makes both of his dimples pop and uses every muscle in his cheeks. The same one I'm rewarded with every day when he gets home from work and bowling. "You're here, my favorite person in the whole wide world." Ryan's arms are outstretched as he smiles at me, standing in the sand wearing nothing but a pair of bright red boxer briefs with purple bowling balls all over them, looking hotter than any other half-naked man currently on this beach. My feet never stop moving, and I just walk right into him, sliding my arms around his waist, closing my eyes, turning my head and resting my cheek against his bare chest, listening to the sound of his steady heart beating against my ear as he wraps me up in his arms. Ryan is a hugger. He hugs me every day when he gets home from work. He hugs me when I come back in the house from painting out in the garage. And he hugs me if I just run into my room that I no longer sleep in to grab something, just because he missed me for the 20 seconds I was gone. I have never felt safer or more cared for than when I'm in Ryan's arms, and I never want a day to go by without having them around me. I don't know the first thing about love. My mom pops Xanax and drinks red wine all day just so she can continue to pretend my dad hasn't been fucking his interns for years, or using the company credit card to wine and dine whatever woman he meets at the hotel bar when he goes out of town for business trips. They haven't slept in the same bed in 10 years. They barely speak to each other, and I have no idea why they're still married. Falling in love has always scared me. Putting that much trust in someone else not to hurt you, or break your heart, or lie about out-of-town trips, or why there are flower shop purchases on the credit card statements when he's never given you flowers a day in your life, is not an easy thing to do. But falling in love with Ryan feels as easy as falling asleep. I just closed my eyes and it happened. I ate a pot cookie. Or 3. I figured. I laugh with my cheek still pressed against his warm chest, while Ryan tightens his arms around me. The guys are so cool, and nice, and cool, and they didn't want me being high alone, so they all ate pot cookies with me in solidarity. Isn't that cool and nice? They said if I'm going down for indecent exposure, they're going down with me. We're gonna be best friends forever. Pulling my head back just enough so I can look up at him, my heart races. Just like it always does when he looks at me, or smiles at me, or is just in the same damn room as me. Seeing him so happy and free, and not caring in the least that he's half naked out on a public beach, makes me want to protect him at all costs, so no one ever takes this away from him, and he can be this happy and carefree at all times. You know, minus all the pot that got him to this point in the first place, and maybe wearing a few more articles of clothing. How are you feeling? Instead of answering me, Ryan just dips his head and runs his nose against the side of my neck, making me squirm and giggle. You smell good. He speaks softly against my ear. My arms tighten around his waist and my entire body breaks out in goosebumps when his hips brush against mine, and I can feel how hard he is in those thin, skin-tight boxer briefs. I want to fuck the hell out of you right on this beach. And now I'm seriously reconsidering my stance on having sex on a beach and getting sand in places sand should never go. Oh, I said that out loud. And we aren't naked. I'm back to laughing again at the shock in Ryan's quiet voice as he continues to nuzzle his nose against the side of my neck. One of the things I love most about him is how dirty he gets when we're having sex. Only when we're having sex. He's still the same old Ryan who says things like, gosh darn it, and freaking heck, and blushes if you even mention something dirty when we're fully clothed. But when we're actually having sex, it's like he can't hold back, and every dirty thought and word comes flying out of his mouth. It makes me feel like I'm high every time I'm with him. Hearing him say something so dirty when, like he said, we're not naked is quite a shock while also being really hot. And incredibly adorable that he seems to have lost his filter somewhere in the sand with all the penises. Ryan suddenly jerks his head back from my neck and looks at me seriously.
New plan. We should go home now so I can eat your pussy until you're screaming my name.
Ryan, I gasp, even as said pussy automatically gets wet at his words, like Pavlov's dog.
Attaboy!
Bodhi stumbles past us, still cradling Peanut to his chest, with Tess's arm around his waist, and he gives Ryan a high five, while I just shake my head at this man who smiles down at me like an adorable, dirty-talking puppy.
Pot cookies are fun. I've never said pussy out loud before, unless I'm talking about a cat, but it's weird to call a cat a pussy when the word cat is right there for the taking. I like your pussy, and it's not weird at all. It's warm and soft and wet, and I want to stay there forever. You have a great pussy.
You can stop saying pussy now. I chuckle, wondering how it's possible that I'm turned on at this moment.
I really don't think I can.
Ryan scrunches up his face in confusion while I pull out of his arms and hand him his pants. I have no idea where your shirt is, I tell him, laughing when Ryan just tosses his pants back into the sand and then points out to the water.
It's out there, sinking deeper into the ocean, just like how I want to sink my cock deep into your pussy and fuck your brains out. But not actually fuck them out, because I like your brains. Brains is whatever. Fuck, cock, pussy, brain, yay. I love pot cookies.
He's like Buddy the Elf discovering New York City for the first time, and I don't know whether to lock him in a room until this passes and let him do whatever he wants to me, or just let him get it all out of his system right here on the beach. Before I can make up my mind, I let out another loud squeal and a bunch of giggles as Ryan bends his knees and grabs the back of my thighs, scooping me up and against him until I have to wrap my arms around his shoulders and lock my legs around his waist.
If X is the average of M and N, Y is the average of 2M and 15, and Z is the average of 3M and 18.
What are you doing? I interrupt his mumbled whispering as he stares at my mouth. Smiling at him, I try really hard to stop getting turned on with one of Ryan's hands clutching my ass and the other one traveling up my spine to wrap around the back of my neck.
I've been doing math problems in my head since the day I met you, so every time I was with you I wouldn't strip you naked and fuck you like an animal. Ooh, like that 9 Inch Nails song you play when you paint. That's a good song.
He trails off, lost in thought. And I try really hard not to laugh as he continues his rambling.
But I've fucked you like an animal like Trent Razor told me to anyway, and I keep doing that. You should have candles and flowers and romance.
I don't need any of that bullshit. I reassure him, running my hand through his hair, my heart tripping in my chest when he lets out a happy moan and nuzzles his cheek into my hand. I just need you. But I don't tell him that. He's too high and will never remember, and it's probably too soon for declarations of love, when I don't even know if he's still going to want anything to do with me a week or even a month from now. Once the excitement wears off and he realizes it doesn't make sense for a nerd and a nut job to fall in love, even if it makes perfect sense to me.
My chest hurts every time I look at you, and I keep thinking if I fuck you hard enough it will go away, but it doesn't. And I don't even know why you like me, but I think I love... Ryan Theodore Hutton, what in the hell are you doing?
Every warm, fuzzy feeling I was currently experiencing, holding my breath for Ryan to finish that sentence, turns into a cold block of ice in my chest at the loud, booming voice behind us.
Oh, shit. The jig is up.
Ryan's hands quickly drop from cupping my ass and gripping the back of my neck, and I awkwardly slip down the front of him and put my feet back in the sand. Standing right in front of us is an older and just as handsome version of Ryan, wearing khakis and a white button-down, with closely cropped and perfectly styled gray hair, crow's feet around his eyes, and laugh lines around his mouth. Unfortunately, he's definitely not laughing now. I've seen pictures of Mr. Hutton in Ryan's house, and Ryan has told me plenty of stories about the man and how supportive and kind he is. We've also talked a few more times about how Ryan doesn't want to take his place as mayor, and it breaks my heart for him that he doesn't know how to find his voice with the man who obviously loves him and cares for him a great deal. I know Ryan has canceled the last couple of Sunday dinners at his father's home, reassuring me that it was no big deal and that he just didn't want to spend a minute away from me. I also know I should have encouraged Ryan to go to these dinners and at least give the man a heads up about the two of us, even if it isn't serious or doesn't last. Meeting my whatever's father for the first time while Ryan is standing out on a beach in nothing but his boxers, and I was just draped all around him with Ryan's hand on my ass while he talked about fucking me, isn't exactly the way I imagined it would go in my head. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Hutton. Ryan has told me—"
"Ryan,"
he bellows, cutting me off and ignoring my outstretched hand.
"Why are you naked in public?" "I'm not naked, but I could certainly get naked if—"
"Nope." I quickly smack Ryan's hands away from the waistband of his boxers when he hooks his thumbs into them and starts to tug them down, giving Ryan's dad an awkward smile and a nervous laugh. "Sorry about this. I was trying—"
"Oh, I've heard all about what you've been trying with my son the last few weeks,"
he mutters. The quick flicker of his angry eyes over to me before going right back to Ryan, making me feel about an inch tall. I don't let it get to me, though, and I take a deep breath and square my shoulders as I quickly run and scoop up Ryan's pants from the sand, shake them out, and make him finally put them back on. I can completely understand the man's anger. Ryan has been the perfect son his entire life, and now it seems like he's gone insane and is acting completely out of character, and the only thing different in his life is me. Of course I'm going to be the one he blames.
"I told Chad to choke on a dick,"
Ryan announces happily, his filter clearly never coming back until he's sober again, as I grab onto one of his arms when he sways a little in the sand.
I feel spinny.
"Oh, shit," I mutter, really hoping he doesn't throw up right now.
"Oh my God. Are you high?"
Mr. Hutton takes a step closer and stares deeply into Ryan's glassy, bloodshot eyes, and Ryan just leans in and stares right back.
"I don't know, am I? Are you high? Are we high? Is the world high? Jesus Christ!"
Ryan shouts excitedly, pulling his face back and finishing the curse for his father.
"Wait, you told off Chad Samuels?"
Mr. Hutton suddenly asks, some of his anger being put on hold momentarily.
"The one who taped the sign to your back junior year? You should really eat a pot cookie and calm down."
Ryan nods as I close my eyes and shake my head, wondering if this situation could possibly get any worse. Mr. Hutton's anger starts to grow again after that little pause, and his son really doesn't help matters.
"Where the heck is my shirt?"
Ryan mutters, turning around in a circle and completely forgetting he tossed it out into the ocean at some point this evening.
"Is that a tattoo?"
Mr. Hutton bellows, his eyes so wide staring at the back of Ryan's shoulder when he turns that I'm surprised they don't pop out of his head. "It's fine. I promise. I know this doesn't look good or sound good, but he's okay. He's still the same sweet Ryan you know and love." I reassure the man as I grab Ryan's arm again when he stumbles in the sand and mumbles about the ride he's on is spinning too fast. He's just letting off some steam and having some fun. I probably should have kept my mouth shut.
He shuts down Summer Sweet Lane and causes about 1 million traffic and safety violations to make a spectacle of himself in a thunderstorm, is telling off his coworkers, doing drugs, getting a tattoo, and got arrested for having his privates flopping in the breeze in public. What exactly is fun about any of that? He shouts, making me take another couple of deep breaths before I start shouting right back at him. Hey, Ryan complains. My dick was not flopping in the breeze. It doesn't flop at all, does it, honey? He smirks, throwing his arm around my shoulders and making me stumble a bit in the sand when I take most of his weight, quickly wrapping my arm around his waist as he starts tipping to the side. This is all you're doing. Mr. Hutton points at me, making me bite down on my tongue so hard I taste blood. I told him you'd be a bad influence on him. I don't bother telling him Ryan is a grown man who can make his own choices, that I didn't hold a knife to his throat and make him do any of those things. And I'm certainly not responsible for him being high at this moment in time. It's fine. He can blame me for whatever he likes. I'd rather he be mad at me than Ryan. He doesn't know me, and he doesn't know that I would never do anything to hurt Ryan, and that's okay. For now. We have a very important meeting on Sunday about the future of this island, and I do not need to deal with you having a midlife crisis at 32. He scolds Ryan, while I wisely keep my mouth shut this time. Get it together and remember what's important. Spending your time being distracted by a pretty girl who doesn't care about your future or your reputation, isn't it? He speaks to Ryan like I'm not standing right here listening to him insult me. And I decide to just concentrate on the part where he called me pretty, instead of insulting him right back. Excuse me, has anyone seen my dog? An older woman in a robe and flip-flops shouts to us from her yard up at the edge of the beach. Ryan starts laughing. His father starts cursing under his breath, and I quickly pull my phone out of my back pocket and send a text to Tess to bring Peanut back. Get him home before anyone else sees him acting like a fool. Mr. Hutton practically growls at me before pointing his finger at Ryan. Be at my house on Sunday at 4, and for the love of God, be yourself, not whatever the hell this is. With that, Ryan's father turns and stalks away, kicking up sand as he goes. I should have told him to shove it, Ryan mutters, swaying a little as I help him turn and start walking back to the deck of Dockside Eddie's. I think you've scarred him enough for one night. Ryan leans over and kisses the top of my head as we walk, tightening his arm around my shoulders. You're not a bad influence on me, he says quietly, with his cheek resting on top of my head. I know, I whisper back, even though I feel partly responsible, and I want to beg Ryan to take me with him on Sunday, so I can be there for him and explain things to his father. I don't do anything I don't want to do, and right now, I want to lick your sweet, not at all weird pussy and fuck my woman with my #1 monster cock. I just sigh and smile up at him as he pulls back to look at me while I help him walk up the stairs of the deck without tripping. Maybe I am some sort of influence on him, but I refuse to believe it's a bad one. Hopefully his dad will come around after Ryan sits down with him this weekend and has a serious, non-pot cookie-fueled conversation with him. Chapter 21. Danny. Romance the shit out of him. Have I mentioned how much I hate you a little bit right now? Tell me again about the bathroom sex at Ink City and that thing he did with his fingers last Tuesday. I'm taking notes. I laugh at Melanie, tucking my phone between my ear and my shoulder as I grab a box of strawberry Pop-Tarts from the shelf and toss them in my basket. You can hate me all you want for all the good sex I'm having, as long as you don't hate me for skipping out on our morning coffee dates and not returning your calls.
While Ryan was busy with a private bowling lesson this morning, I decided to run to the store and finally have a long overdue chat with my friend, instead of staring at the clock, counting down the minutes until he's finished. I've spent the last 20 minutes while I walked the aisles of Summer Sweet Grocery telling her everything that's been going on the last few weeks. Even though we've worked together at Wavy Lanes a few times since then, she's always been too busy, and I've been stuck behind a giant draping of fabric Dale hung up in front of the wall I'm painting to keep what I'm doing hidden until it's finished. We haven't had time for more than a quick, "Hey, how are you?" which was definitely not enough time to talk about everything that's happened. I've never had a girlfriend like this who I could spill all of my intimate details to, and I didn't realize how much I needed someone like this in my life who wouldn't judge me and would just encourage my dirty behavior. Honestly, I've never had good intimate details like this to share anyway. I've had nothing but boring missionary faked orgasm details before now, and I'm more than a little excited that I actually have something to brag about. Like waking up most mornings with Ryan's head between my thighs, rousing me awake with his lips and tongue until I forget about screaming for coffee and just scream his name. Or coming up behind me while I'm staring at a canvas, frustrated and struggling to come up with an idea, and then slipping his hand into my shorts, whispering in my ear about how beautiful and talented I am, stroking my body with his fingers and my heart with his words until I believe them. The tension leaves me and I can get back to work. Sex on the kitchen table in the middle of dinner when Ryan got turned on because of the way I licked my spoon. Him clutching my ass and ordering me to ride him harder on the couch while Gossip Girl played in the background. Finally giving him a blowjob that didn't end with blue balls in the middle of a parade. Listening to him shout curses and feeling him lose control until his body shook with pleasure as he came down my throat in a storage closet at Wavy Lanes. Every intimate moment between us flashes through my head like the most epic porno until I'm turned on in the grocery store and side-eyeing the eggplants. It's because of all this good sex that I'm forgiving you for flaking out on me. I'm living vicariously through your vagina right now, since mine is growing cobwebs. Melanie sighs as I slowly make my way down another aisle, trying to remember what all we need at home. My feet stutter to a stop in front of the cereal, wondering when I stopped calling it Ryan's house and started thinking about it as home. I've completely forgotten I'm supposed to be waiting for a cottage to become available to rent, and I don't even remember the last time I checked in with Stephanie at Sandbar Cottages. I just know that I'm currently hoping I never hear from her. I love Ryan's house. I love the view. I love having a garage to paint in. I love waking up to Ryan hugging me to him in his sleep. I love seeing him off to work and telling him to have a good day. And I love being there to greet him with music and dancing when he comes home. I love having a person in my life who accepts me for who I am. Messy, insane, mouthy, and all. A real partner who I can trust and share everything with. I love everything about being with Ryan, and I never want to leave. I think I'm in love with him, I whisper, blindly grabbing a box of cereal and tossing it in my basket. This isn't exactly a brand new revelation, but saying it out loud to another human being certainly is. Well, duh. Melanie laughs through the phone. You should tell him that. I can't tell him that. His dad hates me. He's got a lot on his plate right now, and I don't need to add to it and stress him out more. Just thinking about my first interaction with Ryan's dad the other night makes me nauseous. Knowing Ryan has to face him later today makes me want to bend over right here in the cereal aisle and vomit up the scrambled eggs he made us before he left this morning. Why would you telling him you're in love with him stress him out? Because he's Ryan, I remind her, tossing a bag of his favorite trail mix into my basket. He still looks in the mirror and sees a huge nerd who thinks he doesn't deserve someone like me and doesn't understand why I even like him. He's always so surprised that I'm still here when he comes home from work, and he always makes these little comments like, "I can't believe you're letting me do this," whenever we have sex. It's like he doesn't believe me or trust that I want to be with him and that I like being with him. And that's why I'm holding back. Because I trust Ryan completely and fully. There isn't a doubt in my mind that he would never do anything to intentionally hurt me. But I don't think he trusts me back in the same way, and that worries me. What time does he have dinner with his dad? 4, I sigh, pulling my phone back from my ear to check the time. Not only have I regaled Melanie with all the dirty details of Ryan's and my relationship, but I've also told her about naked pot cookie night on the beach. He's planning on telling his dad he doesn't want to be mayor today, and he says he's going to make sure his dad knows the changes he's made in his life aren't bad, and they aren't my fault, and how much he's going to adore me once he finally gets to know me. But I don't know. What if his dad really does convince him I'm a bad influence on him? What if he regrets everything that's happened between us, because it's caused a rift between him and his father? I can't get in the middle of family, Mel. Families are messy. We both know that. But Ryan has a good one. I don't want him to have to choose between me and them, and I'm afraid that's what it's going to come down to. He's still so afraid of disappointing his father, and he's definitely already done that by being with me. I'm pretty sure him not wanting to be mayor is going to make Ryan's dad forget all about you and your supposed bad influence. And I'm pretty sure that man will still find a way to blame me for it, even though Ryan's been feeling this way since long before I got to this island. I sigh again, grabbing a bag of his favorite sourdough pretzels and putting them in my basket. I let the mayor thing slip when I was giving Melanie my tell-all of the last few weeks, but I know I can trust her. She knows how scared Ryan is about this decision and how much it's been bothering him, which just makes this ball of nerves in my stomach continue to grow. Ryan is throwing a lot at his father at one time, and I really don't think it's going to end well, no matter how much he insists it will be fine. You just need to remind him how awesome it is being with you, because you've done nothing but make his life better. And you're a badass. Melanie makes me laugh, which is always better than crying, and I quickly blink the stupid tears away that started blurring my vision as I made my way up to the checkout. Didn't you say he also keeps talking about how you deserve hearts and flowers and romance? Maybe he keeps saying that because that's what he needs. If you don't want to say the words, you can at least show him how you feel. Dig down deep into the bowels of your black soul and romance the shit out of him. That way, when he does go to Daddy's cold and disapproving house later, he'll still have your love to keep him warm. And the memory of your warm vagina, because I'm sure you two can't go even one day without banging. I'm laughing all over again and shaking my head, even though Melanie can't see me. Until I'm suddenly not laughing anymore, and a light bulb goes off in my head. Excuse me, do you guys have any plastic tarps and duct tape here? I ask a grocery store worker who walks by me. No, but the hardware store should. I thank the man and quickly get back in the checkout line. I said romance him, not set up a crime scene. Melanie laughs, and I start making a mental list of other items I need to pick up before Ryan gets home. You do romance your way, and I'll do it mine. Fine, she sighs. If you need help moving a body later, I get off at 11. Man, it really is nice having a ride-or-die friend in my life. Hopefully after today, I'll also have a ride-or-die love in my life. I quickly explain my plan to Melanie as I flip through a sports magazine with a picture of Quinn on the cover, waiting for my turn to check out, knowing it's a good idea as soon as Melanie says, "It's official. I hate you. You're going to have such good sex today, you bitch." You're still an angel. My body jerks in surprise at the sound of Ryan's soft voice, even though I've been standing out here in the garage, staring at the painting I finished last night, anxiously counting down the minutes until he got home. Willing the butterflies in my stomach to calm the hell down, I look back over my shoulder to find him leaning against the doorframe with his hands in the pockets of his khakis, and a perfectly pressed blue polo shirt is tucked into them. He looks handsome and sweet and clean, and my heart starts beating faster in anticipation, knowing that in just a few minutes I'm going to dirty him up a little bit. "Your tattoo," Ryan says, pointing to the back of his own neck when I must still be looking at him in confusion, and he repeats his comment. "You're still an angel." My hand comes up to run my fingers over the back of my neck with my hair up in a messy bun as he pushes off the door frame and takes a step into the garage. Remembering the day after I left Chicago when I got the tattoo, even angels fall, in a fit of rage as another fuck you to my father. "You didn't fall anywhere, except right where you belong." He smiles at me, making my heart flutter in my chest. I'm supposed to be the one romancing him right now, but this man oozes romance every time he speaks to me. I feel like I'm out of my league, trying to do something sweet and special for him, and now I'm starting to feel like this idea was really, really cheesy, even for Ryan, who is a big fan of all things cheese. He takes another step closer to me and stops. "Did you really leave a trail of rose petals for me from the front door to the garage?" Cheesy, stupid idea number one, coming right up. "Yep," I sigh, rubbing my hands together in front of me to try to get them to stop sweating, as I glance behind Ryan and see all the red petals on the floor of the hallway that leads back into the house, which Ryan carefully walked around and didn't disturb. Ryan takes another step and then pauses to slowly look around the garage. "And you lit like 100 candles all over the place out here, with soft romantic music playing?" Cheesy, stupid ideas number 2 and 3 at your service. "I borrowed them from Shepard," I shrug, as Bloodstream by Stateless plays softly from my Bluetooth speaker, wiping my still sweaty hands down the front of my cotton shorts. That man has a ridiculous amount of candles in his craft room. Ryan laughs, but his eyes are bright and wide, and his mouth is dropped open in a little bit of shock, or possibly horror, when they come back to me. "You did all this for me?" Now he's whispering, and his face is so sweet and full of disbelief that I just want to blurt out how much I love him. But I keep my mouth closed and let the romance and shit do the talking for me. Turning away from him for a second, I grab an envelope from the easel I put there when I set everything else up, and quickly walk it over to him before I can change my mind and channel Tess to use one of the candles to light it on fire. Cheesy idea number 5. Insert huge sigh here. I turned the main overhead light of the garage off, and it's a pretty cloudy day today, so there's not much natural light coming through the windows. With all the candles I have on the floor, the shelves, and covering every available surface, there's still plenty of flickering light to see by. And I can see Ryan carefully tearing open the envelope, gently pulling out the card from inside, and reading the absolutely cheesy message on it out loud, but one that made me think about him as soon as I saw it at the store. "The first time you kissed me, I could swear time stopped." Time really does feel like it stops as Ryan slowly opens the card and reads what's printed inside. "But maybe it was just my heart. Happy anniversary to the one who still makes my heart stop." Ryan stares down at the card in his hand for so long that these butterflies in my stomach try to claw their way out. "I know it's silly, but it's the 6-week anniversary of the day we first kissed, and I thought..." 6 weeks, 2 hours, 17 minutes, and... Ryan looks down at his watch. 38 seconds, to be exact. My heart feels like it bursts wide open in my chest and starts spraying out rays of sunshine and rainbows that he knows down to the second the exact time we kissed at Giovanni's.
It's not silly. It's perfect, and I love it. I love everything. I've always wanted someone to give me a card like this, and I'm never throwing it away. You really are an angel. A hot, talented, sweet, and sexy angel. I can't believe you did all this for me.
There he goes again, being sweet and romantic without even trying, while also still not trusting what I feel for him. It hurts my heart, but that's why I'm doing this. So he'll see it, and hear it, and feel it. Everything he means to me and everything I feel for him. And that I'll suffer through all the cheesiness with a smile on my face if it makes him happy. And afterward, he'll always have a keepsake to remember this moment and what it meant. Pushing aside the twinge in my heart, I switch gears and focus on the next part of my plan and the fun part of our afternoon. Taking the card out of his hand, I set it down on a nearby table next to some candles. Take off your pants. Ryan quirks an eyebrow at me. Yes, I know you usually give the orders when we get naked, but you're in my domain now. So, get naked. Without hesitating a moment longer, Ryan toes off his sneakers, pulls off his socks, and tugs the hem of his polo out of his pants, stripping out of his shirt and tossing it to the side, just narrowly avoiding it fluttering down on top of a candle and going up in flames. The happy, eager smile on his face suddenly drops, and his fingers pause in the middle of unzipping his pants. Wait a second. Ryan finally notices what I set up in the middle of the garage floor right behind me. Why does this suddenly feel like a scene from Dexter? Is someone getting murdered here today? More importantly, am I getting murdered here today? A quick burst of laughter flies out of me, and I look behind me at the plastic drop cloth I duct-taped the entire garage floor, along with a few others I hung on the walls around the room for extra precaution, because I have no idea how messy this is actually going to get. In the middle of the room, I laid down a huge square of carpet on top of the plastic that I found rolled up in the corner of the garage that was left over from when Ryan got his bedroom recarpeted last year, with a large white canvas tarp draped over the carpet. Just like Melanie when I rattled off the things I would need for this, Ryan thinks it looks like a crime scene. I can't help but smile that it will probably look even more like that once we're finished. Don't worry, I tell him, watching his eyes darken as I pull my tank top up off my body, tossing it over by his polo shirt, before doing the same with my cotton shorts. The only murdering that's going to happen here today is what your penis does to my vagina. But Ryan laughs when I make a corny joke that ends with air drums, but he quickly stops laughing when I unhook my bra and toss it over with our clothes. Feel free to join me, I tell him nonchalantly, even though my hands are shaking as I slip out of my lace thong, and Ryan lets out my favorite growl from deep in his chest when I'm standing in front of him naked before he blindly fumbles to get his pants and boxer briefs off and kick them to the side. You're so beautiful, I can't even handle it, Ryan mutters, his eyes trailing up and down my body, making the muscles between my thighs clench tight and my skin tingle. Seeing him standing here looking just as beautiful in all his hot, naked glory, with his cock stiff and thick, jutting out between his legs. As soon as I open my mouth to explain what we're going to do, and why it looks like I've set up a romantic kill room, Ryan grabs my face and pulls my mouth against his. He kisses me until I'm breathless, and he swipes his tongue against mine until I'm on fire, his cock hard and heavy between us until I'm wet. Pulling my mouth away from his takes Herculean effort, but I do it, and I'm panting as I hold one finger up in front of him. Hold that thought. Ryan swipes his thumb over my bottom lip as he stares down at my mouth, and I wrap my lips around the tip of it and suck until another growl rumbles from Ryan's chest as he watches me. Pulling his hands off my face, I tug him over to the edge of the canvas tarp, where I've set out a bunch of bottles of paint in various colors. Letting go of his hands, I bend down and grab a bottle of blue and a bottle of purple, handing him one of them. I thought you could help me with a little art project today. Ryan's eyes light up as we both use our thumbs to flip open the lids of our bottles of paint. And I love that we're standing here naked and turned on, and he's not even questioning why I'm suddenly making him play with paint. First, we're going to squirt a bunch of this paint on the canvas. I lean over and squeeze the bottle, flinging streams of paint onto the white, pristine surface in random spots in the middle, and Ryan quickly does the same. We do it with each bottle of paint I've set out, stopping to kiss and for our hands to roam all over each other's naked body, getting turned on all over again in between each color, until we've used them all, and the canvas is now splattered in an array of beautiful colors. Don't worry about messing it up, I tell Ryan, grabbing his hands and pulling him onto the canvas, tiptoeing carefully through the paint so we don't slip and fall, before pulling him right down onto the paint in the middle. We're both lying in it on our sides, laughing, with our heads resting in the hands of our bent arms, facing each other. And don't worry about paint getting in places it shouldn't go. It's all organic, water-based, and non-toxic.
Oh my God, it's so cold,
Ryan laughs, never once questioning why I'm making him lie in wet paint. He leans forward and gives me a sweet, soft kiss, with the candles flickering all around us and soft music playing, before pulling back and smiling at me.
What do we do now?
Trailing my hand through the paint on the canvas in the few inches of space that separate us, I bring my hand up and then drag it down his chest, leaving a trail of blue, purple, and pink behind. Now we make art. I smile at him before wrapping my paint-covered hand around the back of his neck and tugging his mouth to mine. This art project was supposed to be silly and fun. We definitely spend plenty of time laughing as we kiss and get a little silly as we roll around in the paint, squealing about it being cold and making jokes about how wet I'm getting in more ways than one. But we both stop laughing when I get Ryan on his back and straddle him. With my fingers laced through his, I hold his hands above his head and pressed against the paint-covered canvas, my mouth never leaving his as I rub my wetness up and down over his cock, reveling in the sound of him moaning into my mouth and his hips jerking up against me.
How are you so perfect?
Ryan mutters against my lips, closing his eyes and groaning when I lean back on my knees on top of him, dragging my paint-covered hands down the underside of his arms. I smear them over his chest as I go, leaving a trail of color on his skin until they're pressed over his rapidly beating heart, and I'm seated right on top of his cock. I'm not perfect, I whisper, swallowing past the lump in my throat as I lift my body and reach between us, wrapping my hand around his thick shaft and guiding him to my entrance. Ryan's hands quickly fly up from above his head, one to tightly grip my hip and the other to reach up and rest against my cheek. And I get even more turned on when I feel the wet paint on his palm as I swivel my hips and start to push myself down on his hard length.
You're just perfect for me. Oh, sweet fucking Christ.
Ryan's words are cut off with a moan when I sink the rest of the way down on him, widening my thighs around his and taking him as deep as I can, letting out a sigh when I feel him thick and pulsing inside me, right where he belongs. He quickly sits up, keeping one hand pressed against my cheek and wrapping his other arm tightly around my waist, tugging my mouth to his. He kisses me hard and deep, and I wrap one of my arms around his shoulders and the other around his back as I start rocking my body against him. He presses his forehead to mine, and an ache builds in my chest when he gently rubs his hand up and down my back, his breath shakily coming out of him each time I swivel my hips. I slowly push up and sink down on my knees, the slick glide of his cock in and out of me driving me insane, and the way he pulls his head back just enough to look into my eyes and keeps one hand pressed against my cheek while I move on top of him drives me deeper and deeper in love with him.
You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. You know that, right?
He prompts as he looks at me like he can't believe I'm real and like I'm the most precious thing in the world, rubbing his thumb back and forth across my cheek, his eyes fluttering closed with a quietly grunted fuck whenever I move a little faster up and down his cock. I just want to tell him the feeling is mutual and that I don't know who I was or what the hell I was even doing with my life before I met him. And nothing made sense or felt right until I kissed a stranger in Giovanni's. But I don't want these emotions in my head and my heart to overwhelm me right now, when I feel so good everywhere else. So I press my mouth to his instead. I tell him everything I can't say with my lips and my hands and my body, turning it into art beneath us that I already know will be the best piece I've ever created. Because I'm making it with Ryan. We start off sweet and slow, just like every time we're together. It doesn't always stay that way long. We kiss and touch everywhere we can reach, completely forgetting about the paint we're leaving all over each other and spreading around the canvas beneath us, until he's gripping the back of my neck, tightly clutching my ass to help me move up and down on his cock harder and faster. I feel like I can't breathe, and I feel like I can't pull him close enough to me or take him inside my body deep enough until he finally realizes I might not be perfect, but we are. More. I pant against his mouth as his hand comes off the back of my neck to smack against the floor, giving him leverage for his hips to come off the ground and thrust up into me, not even knowing what I'm asking for. Just knowing I need more. I need everything. In the blink of an eye, Ryan wraps his arm around my waist and whirls me around, flipping us over until I'm on my back, his cock never leaving me as I wrap my legs around his hips. His mouth comes back to mine and he grabs my hands this time and tugs them up and over my head, pressing them down onto the canvas as he fucks me harder, deeper, knowing exactly what I need and giving it to me.
Jesus, you feel so fucking good.
Ryan groans against my lips, the wet strokes of his cock thrusting in and out of me until I'm dizzy, wanting to come so badly I can taste it, but never wanting this to end. Dirty words continue to fly out of him as he clutches tightly to my hands he holds over my head, my naked body sliding up and down through the paint underneath me with each drive of his hips between my thighs. I swallow the words of love that are on the tip of my own tongue, knowing it's cheesier than anything I've done today to tell someone you love them when they're inside you, rocking your whole entire world. One of Ryan's hands lets go of mine and wraps around the front of my throat as he kisses me, deep, hard, and deliciously rough, each powerful drive of his cock in and out of me pushing me closer and closer to the edge, until he pulls his mouth back just enough to grunt one word. Mine. His hand around my throat adds just enough possessive pressure to let me know he means that word. And with one more slam of his cock inside me, I fall apart, panting his name, my body shaking as I come, squeezing my eyes closed to stop a tear from falling out. Just that one word. That's all it took for everything inside me to break wide open. I hope he can feel it and hear it and know that I'm his and he's mine and I love him so much that it hurts and it scares me and it overwhelms me. But it feels so right and perfect that I've never loved anyone else before him. He deserves to be the first. He deserves every good thing. and I hope he thinks my love is one of those good things. Wrenching my arms out from under the tight hold he still has on them with one hand above my head, I wrap them around his back and hug him as tightly to me as possible as he grunts and moans and bucks his hips between my thighs, chanting the word mine against the side of my neck until it feels like my heart might explode. His arm snakes around my waist between my back and the ground, and he squeezes me tight, like he can't get close enough to me either, and he thrusts into me roughly one last time, coming with my name groaning out of his mouth. I love you, I love you, I love you. I chant in my head as Ryan jerks his hips between my thighs, pulsing and coming inside me, making me feel wilder and more alive than I ever have before.
Best art project ever.
Ryan pants a minute later with his head still buried in the side of my neck while we try to catch our breath. Our bodies still pressed tightly together shake with laughter, and I hug him to me even tighter, locking my ankles behind his back and running one of my hands through his hair. Now we get to wash all of this paint off of us, I remind him, starting to feel this stuff all over us. Now that we're not distracted and my heart isn't trying to pound out of my chest from all these stupid feelings I'm suddenly feeling. Carefully pulling apart and performing a little bit of acrobatics, we help each other off the canvas without messing anything up to stand at the edge and look down at it. It's one giant, beautiful mess of purples, pinks, blues, white, and black, with streaks through the paint from our hands sliding through it, and our bodies writhing around on top of it. Looking at it just turns me on all over again, as does glancing down my body and seeing a perfect Ryan handprint over one boob, and feeling another one starting to dry and flake off around the skin of my throat. Still able to hear his raspy voice saying, mine, when he put his hand there.
It turned out prettier than I thought. We make good art together.
Ryan smiles as he wraps his arm around my waist, leaning down and kissing the top of my head. Everything we do together is good, and I hope every time he looks at this canvas that I plan on getting stretched and framed for him that he remembers it. I want him to bundle up all of this happiness he's feeling right now, and all the happiness and freedom he's felt over the last few weeks, and take it with him to his father's house. I want him to have the strength to be who he wants to be, and to tell his dad he just wants to do what makes him happy, whether it's stepping down as the next mayor of Summersweet Island or just being with me. And I hope his dad can understand that and not make him be someone he doesn't want to be. Because even though I've given him everything I have to give, I still don't know if it's enough for him to want to fight for his happiness and to believe in me. In us. Last one to the shower has to stand away from the warm spray and freeze their ass off, I tell him, pushing up on my toes to give Ryan a quick kiss, feeling him laugh against my lips before I take off running out of the garage.
You're gonna get a spanking for that. Ooh, another new kink unlocked. Bring that sexy butt back here,
Ryan shouts, making me laugh as he chases me through the house to the bathroom. I just hope he knows I gave him my heart today by romancing the shit out of him, and I'm trusting him to be strong, take care of it, and make good choices.
Chapter 22. Ryan. I hope it wasn't anything I said. It's nice to see you remembered to wear clothing. I'm in too good of a mood to let my father's dig get to me when he stands up from a chair at his dining room table to quietly greet me out the corner of his mouth. Sorry I'm a little late. I was cleaning up a mess. I wouldn't be able to wipe the smile off my face right now if my life depended on it. Taking a shower with Danny was almost better than the reason we needed a shower in the first place, and not even seeing a crowd of people I didn't expect at family dinner can make me feel bad that I'm 15 minutes late. Washing all that paint off led to Danny being naked, wet, and soapy in my shower, and I took full advantage of it. The sound of the conversations happening around my father's dining room table disappear until all I can hear in my head is the sound of Danny moaning my name, her voice echoing around my small bathroom as it filled with steam, while I got down on my knees and used my tongue to make sure she didn't miss even one speck of paint. "Cleaning up a mess shouldn't make you smile like that," my dad mutters, and I'm more than a little thankful he can't read my mind. "You seem to have a lot of messes in your life to clean up lately." And just like that, he finds a way to make my smile falter and my good mood threaten to leave me. I ignore his comment, think about Danny, and look around the table instead. "Aside from one, these don't look like family members," I whisper out of the corner of my own mouth. I smile and nod at a few of the familiar faces sitting around the table who look my way in the middle of their conversations and try not to laugh when Dottie rolls her eyes and then pretends like she's falling asleep. "I told you we're discussing the future of Summer Sweet Island today, so I invited City Council to join us since it concerns them as well. This news is going to be hard for some people to hear." A flare of hope takes away some of my nerves that maybe my dad has actually been paying attention. Maybe he just somehow knows I'm not ready to become the next mayor in a few months, or ever, and he's going to make the announcement today. "I hope you've gotten whatever's been going on with you out of your system. You don't need any distractions, especially now. I expect you to behave like the responsible future mayor of this town going forward." All hope dies immediately, and all I can do is sigh. My dad doesn't give me any chance to argue about what he thinks of as distractions as he looks away from me and takes his seat at the head of the table again. It's not like I can actually argue or have an honest discussion with him now anyway, not with City Council sitting right here. I would never want to hurt him or embarrass him in any way in front of them. I don't want what's going on with me in my life to ever affect how they see him, because at the end of the day, he's a good mayor. He is a great mayor who has earned the town's respect by being fair, kind, and understanding. A pillar of the community and an upstanding citizen who has never even received so much as a jaywalking ticket. He's the type of man who stops and talks to everyone when he's in town, asking about someone's last hospital stay or holding someone's new baby, whether he's in a hurry or not. He listens to complaints with an open mind, and he makes decisions with a fair and honest heart. And he's continued to do these things even while his personal life has blown up in his face since my mom left. I just hope he remembers who he is when I tell him who I want to be. Just a simple high school math teacher and bowling coach who gets to come home every day to the woman he loves, who makes him feel wild and free and happy. "We need to do something about those flower boxes in front of the pharmacy, Ted." My dad joins back in on a conversation about the landscaping on Summer Sweet Lane, and I take one of the two empty chairs next to my grandmother when she smiles at me and pats the seat of the one right next to her. "You look about as happy to be here as I am," she whispers when I sit down, and everyone starts helping themselves to the containers of takeout from Dockside Eddie's in the center of the table while they talk. "I'd much rather be home, curled up in bed with Danny," I whisper back, stabbing a piece of grilled chicken with my fork and putting it on my plate. Dottie pulls her head back with a smile and studies my face, my own smile fighting to come back when I think about Danny as I help myself to some green beans. "So it's going well, I see. Good for you for not letting your father get in your head. He's been on a rampage about her being a bad influence on you. I told him Danny was the best thing that ever happened to you and to eat shit." My father looks over at me with a glare when I snort loudly around a mouthful of chicken. "Thank you for that, but I think I'm ready to fight my own battles now." Dottie studies my face for a few more seconds, and I swear I see tears in her eyes, but she quickly blinks them away. "I'm proud of you, Ryan. No matter what happens between you and your father, and even if he never pulls his head out of his ass, you still have me. And Danny. Having the love of a good woman suits you." Some of the water I was in the middle of drinking dribbles down my chin when I cough, and I quickly pull the napkin off my lap and wipe it away. Even though I've still been too much of a wuss to actually sit down and have a conversation with Danny about what we're doing and where this is going, it almost feels like I don't need to after today. There was something different about what happened this afternoon, and it wasn't just her crazy, amazing idea of making a sex painting. It was the flower petals and the candles and that freaking awesome card she gave me. It was the way she was nervous giving it to me, like she was worried I would think it was weird, when that's usually my MO. It was the way she looked at me and kissed me and touched me and held on to me tighter than ever. It all felt different and so much more than any other time before. It made me feel like the king of the world and like I could do anything. It gave me the confidence to walk into this house with my head held high, not ashamed in the least about my behavior recently and fully ready to defend it. I had fun. I am having fun for what feels like the first time in my life. I'm happy and I have cool friends and I'm in love, and this wonderful, sweet, badass woman might just love me right back. It feels like nothing can break me and nothing can make me doubt myself or the decisions I've made, because I have her, giving me some of her own amazing strength to borrow, believing in me and trusting me. I think we can table the landscaping discussion for the next meeting. My father interrupts everyone's arguing about replacing the flower boxes or just repainting them. Everyone quiets down but continues eating as he continues. I know there have been some concerns about a few of the smaller businesses and their continued inability to increase their profits, namely the florist, the art gallery, the dog groomer, and that newer upcycled furniture store that went into the old craft store building. Before we decide whether or not these places will be able to last much longer and put these hard-working citizens of Summersweet Island out of business, I have someone who has been pitching me a few ideas over the last week. He was going to be in the area traveling on other business, so I invited him here today to speak with you all. Setting my fork down after taking a bite of potatoes, I look back over my shoulder at a man around my age who quickly walks into the dining room from the kitchen, ending a phone call and shoving his cell into the inside pocket of his three-piece suit that looks like it cost more than what I make in a month as a teacher. My apologies, Ted. I've been waiting for that call from London for a few days. Next time you're out that way, you must stop by my place in Kensington. We can pop open a bottle of Chateau Lafite, and you can enjoy the best view of the city money can buy, from my balcony. My dad smiles and nods, saying he'll have to take him up on that offer, even though he'll never just be out that way anytime soon, or ever. My dad hates to fly and hasn't gotten on a plane in over 30 years. Him jet-setting out to London for a bottle of whatever this guy was talking about is comical. I scoot my chair closer to Dottie when the man takes the only other empty seat at the table, next to me, talking about a trip he took to Greece a few months ago and having dinner with George Clooney. He kind of looks like Chuck Bass from Gossip Girl, which Danny and I are almost finished binging, and he even acts like him as well. Hair slicked back with expensive product, perfect skin most likely from weekly facials at a fancy spa, charming all the women at the table with his cocky smile and enthralling all the men by bragging about how much money he has and the famous people he's rubbed elbows with, acting like he's better and smarter than everyone because he believes he's better and smarter than everyone and no one has ever told him otherwise. I smiled to myself, remembering Danny's words about the character Chuck Bass on our first night living together when we found out we were both watching the same show. He's hot, but he's a douchebag, so that cancels out all the hotness and just makes him a loser. I feel a little bit bad about judging someone without even knowing them, just like my father is doing to Danny. Even Chuck had a few small, redeeming qualities. I quickly sit up straighter in my seat and lean forward to rest my elbows on the table and pay attention when this guy finally stops talking about himself. "Where are my manners?" he laughs, patting me on the back like we're already good friends, then relaxing in his chair and flinging his arm over the back of mine. "You guys let me go on and on without even letting me introduce myself." I try not to roll my eyes that he's blaming everyone else for his inability to stop talking about himself long enough to give his name, grinning again as I take a bite of my roll, knowing that Danny would have called him out on it. God, I wish she was here. I'm Asher Montgomery. You might have heard about a little firm I work for called the Brewster Development Company. I immediately start choking on a piece of roll that gets lodged in my throat. While everyone else at the table laughs at his joke about the little company he works for, he reaches over and starts patting me on the back. "Get your freaking hand off me," I cough out as I jerk away from him, snatching my glass of water out of Dottie's hand as she gives it to me with a shocked yet happy look on her face. "Ryan!" My father scolds me like a child from a few seats away before chuckling and giving everyone an apologetic smile before his eyes land back on Asher. "You'll have to excuse my son today. He's been feeling a little out of sorts lately. Please, Asher, continue." I glare at the man next to me, who just gives me that stupid, cocky smile as he leans his face closer to mine. I know we have a little something in common, but we can be professionals about this, right, buddy? Asher whispers, arm still casually resting on the back of my chair, cocky smile still on his face, not even waiting for my answer before he leans back in his seat and continues talking to everyone else at the table at my father's stupid request. A million thoughts are running through my head as I look at the man Danny used to date while he talks, and none of them are good. She's only mentioned him by name once, referring to him as Voldemort the other few times he came up in conversation when we discussed her life back in Chicago, but it's definitely him, the man I thought Danny left at the altar, the one who screwed half of Chicago and betrayed her, the one who still works for her father's company and is definitely here to try to screw this island as well. My hands clench into fists in my lap, and I want to probably not punch him in the face, because I've never punched anyone before, and it would really hurt and definitely cause a big scene, but I certainly want to call him some really bad names right now. Except I don't, because my dad expects me to behave, and no matter what kind of rage I'm feeling at the moment, I'm not an ill-mannered Neanderthal who's going to start shouting obscenities at the dinner table, no matter how much I want to. It's a simple, easy solution where everyone wins. The Brewster Development Company will come in and make a few minor adjustments and... Asher's dumb voice fades away, and I don't even pay attention to the words that are coming out of his stupid mouth. I've heard this spiel before about what Danny's father's company does, when she was telling me how corrupt they are, and I know all about the lies they tell to people in small towns. I want to smack my hands down on the table and call him a liar and a thief. I want to shout at everyone around the table to open their eyes and realize that his proposal will do nothing but ruin this amazing island. But I don't. I take a few deep breaths. I keep the rage inside, and I let him talk everyone's ears off, acting like he only wants what's best for this town and the people in it. I let him say his piece, and I don't give him the satisfaction of making a scene in front of everyone. I refuse to do anything to make my father look like a fool, and him trusting and believing in someone just because of the Brewster name and inviting this person to Summersweet Island to take advantage of our kindness would definitely not make him look good. I can be patient and calm down, and I can tell my dad how misguided he was as soon as everyone leaves, explain the entire situation to him and what the Brewster Development Company is all about when this room isn't filled with all of his coworkers and people who respect and look up to him. And try not to lose my mind on him that he didn't even think to give me a heads up about this, considering I'm living with and dating someone from the freaking Brewster family who could have given him all the information he needed. I know you'll probably have a ton of questions for me, and I'm available at any time to answer them and set your minds at ease that the Brewster Development Company wants to see nothing but good things for Summersweet Island. The room is filled with the sounds of clapping when Asher finally finishes his explanation with a satisfied smile on his face, thinking he's fooled everyone at this table. They all start chatting amongst themselves about some of the things Asher mentioned, and he takes the opportunity to lean over and speak quietly to me again. When she said she was going to work her magic and come out to the island and sweet-talk the next mayor here so we could do some business, she probably should have went after your dad, am I right? Asher laughs, and all of my heated anger immediately turns into ice in my veins. Don't worry, I won't say a word to him about you not wanting the job. Tinsley told me it was a secret. Every good thought in my head I walked into this house with disappears in the blink of an eye, and I feel like I can't breathe. She wouldn't. There's no way she would have told him this information. She told me she hasn't spoken to him since she left and blocked his number. Danica, I manage to mutter, my heart pounding in my chest while everyone around the table continues with their conversation. She goes by Danica. Right, Asher chuckles, shaking his head. She can never make up her mind about anything. Seriously, no hard feelings, man. This is all just business. When she first suggested Summersweet Island to us as a possible town to help out, and her coming here to charm you, I have to admit I was a little skeptical and didn't see the potential for business. But I can see it now. I've been here for a few days, and I really think this is going to be a great opportunity for this place. Stop it. She wouldn't do this. She wouldn't lie to your face like this, Ryan. Get out of your head. There's no way that's true, I mutter, my father's laughter booming around the table when Barb Stegerwald makes a joke to him about the dog groomer in town. Which part? Charming you or scouting Summer Sweet Island? Asher smirks. I can already tell she's got you wrapped around her finger like she does so well, so I'm assuming you mean the list. She thought she could quit Brewster Development, but I knew it would only be a matter of time before she missed the thrill of working there and decided to help us out again. Good thing she did. This place is a hidden gem. I didn't even realize I'm panting and having a hard time bringing air into my lungs until Dottie leans over and quietly asks me if I'm okay. I wave her words away, my eyes never leaving Asher as he pulls a folded piece of paper out the inside pocket of his suit coat, opens it up and sets it down in front of me. It's an email dated over a year ago, from Tinsley Brewster, sent to at least 10 other email addresses that end in brewsterdev.com, with the subject line, Small Town Leads, Important. And right in the middle of the page, in between a handful of other small town names, is Summer Sweet Island, the only one with an asterisk next to it. She lied. I even asked her why Summer Sweet Island one night when she was telling me all the other places she tried to live after she left Chicago. She just shrugged, said she made her way to Virginia Beach and was starting to get restless. She told me she saw the sign for the ferry walking the boardwalk one night and thought, sounds cute, why not? She said it was a fluke, fate, destiny that brought her to this island and to me, plus her brother knowing someone here she could stay with. She never said she put my name on a list over a year ago or that she planned to come here. That she really did know who I was and thought she could use my friendship with Tristan to come here and charm me, so we'd just hand over Summer Sweet Island to them. I know I shouldn't believe anything that is coming out of Asher's mouth. There's no way Danny would have planned all this and then come right out and told me what her family's business is all about if she really did want to, as Asher said, help them out. I know he's a liar and a cheater and works for a company filled with liars and cheaters. But everything Danny has said to me swirls around in my head with everything Asher is saying until I don't know what to believe or what to trust is real. Has she been talking to him since she got here? About Summer Sweet Island? About me? How else would he know about me not wanting to be mayor? No, she would never do that. She wouldn't. Right? She sent an email. It's right there in black and white, sitting on the table next to my half-eaten food that feels like it's turning into a rock in my stomach. I know I should be smart and not let him get in my head. I know there could very well be a rational explanation for that email. It could be photoshopped for all I know, and Asher could be making all this up just to get to me. But it's working. Even if this is all made up and the email is somehow fake, she still told him about me not wanting to be mayor. There's no other way he could possibly know this information. She told this man, who she claimed to hate, something so personal to me that I thought I could trust her with. I hear Asher chuckle next to me, and when he pats me on the back this time, I don't even bother telling him off or swatting his hand away, while everyone else around the table laughs at something my father says, like I'm not on the verge of falling apart right across from them. The room starts to spin, and all the anger I was feeling moments ago disappears in the blink of an eye. It turns into doubt and embarrassment, and all of a sudden I'm thrown back in time to middle school, high school, and even just a few months ago, with everyone laughing at me behind my back. Not privy to the joke, because I am the joke. Has she been laughing at me this entire time, just like Asher is doing right now? She's probably the most exciting thing to happen to you, but hey, at least you got laid out of it. She sure is a wildcat in bed, am I right? Asher nudges his elbow against my arm, and I have to swallow down the vomit that makes its way up my throat when he winks at me. Although I've heard it hasn't always been in bed, I think she was trying to make me jealous, telling me about you getting freaky in a tattoo shop and not being able to keep your hands off her after breaking a few of your trophies. I know the feeling, man. I know the feeling. But we're ancient history, so you enjoy that good time all you want. No. This isn't happening right now. This has to be a nightmare I'm going to wake up from soon. She really has been talking to him since she got here. Why would she share those things with him? So they could both laugh at what a fool I am and how out of control I get whenever I touch her? Before I can stop it, every bad memory from my past comes back to haunt me. Signs taped to my back that said loser on them, a girl asking me out in 7th grade just so she could go back to her friends and laugh when I eagerly said yes, stacks of books being knocked out of my hands in the school halls, being made fun of for things that made me happy, never being invited to birthday parties, never being picked for any teams, always feeling less than and not good enough. I want to tell Asher off. Use my voice that I've just recently found to put him in his place. Make him stop talking about Danny like this. Make him stop telling lies and messing with my head. But I can't make the words come out. I'm hurt and confused, and I want him the hell out of my father's home, and I want him the hell off this island, but I can't move, and I can't breathe. I just want to curl up into a ball and give up. Whatever it takes to make the pain go away. Someone asks Asher a question about financial reports, and he answers the question with ease. But all I do is see his mouth moving, not hearing the words coming out, my heart pounding so loudly that it's all I can focus on. Everyone at the table starts talking about whatever he just said, and Asher turns and looks at me again. Right when I think there's nothing else he could possibly say that would make me hurt any worse than I already do, he leans in closer and lowers his voice. I see you've got a little paint behind your ear there. Did she do that crazy sex painting thing with you too? I mean, we didn't work out, but I've still got a few of them hanging in my penthouse. You don't just throw away hot art like that. There's suddenly a buzzing in my ears that won't go away. Black spots flashing at the edges of my vision, and I have to close my eyes and focus on my breathing before I pass out. I thought that was special, just for us. Something she'd never done before and wanted to share with me. I feel sick, and I feel like a fool. It never made sense, the two of us together. I never understood why someone like her, so wild and free, would want to be with someone like me, so boring and plain. But I thought what we had was different and special, and that everything she said to me and everything we did together was real. Asher's right about one thing. She is the most exciting thing that's ever happened to me. But none of it was special. None of it was just for me. And now I don't even know if any of it was real. When my eyes open back up, Asher is answering a question my father asked, wrapping his hand around his glass of water. All I can see is that hand wrapping around Danny's throat while he has sex with her on a tarp filled with paint instead of me. His mouth kissing her lips, and his body bringing her pleasure while she calls out his name. Until my anger comes flying back like a bullet shooting out of a gun, slamming into me with enough force that I pound my fists against the table so hard, all the silverware, plates, and glasses rattle, then jump up from my seat so fast my chair goes toppling to the floor behind me. "Ryan!" My dad's voice is loud and full of shock, immediately making a pang of guilt go through me at my outburst. I feel bad. I didn't want to do anything today to embarrass him, but I can't be here anymore. I have to get out of this house so I can think and breathe and not feel like my heart is breaking into a million pieces and everyone is laughing at me behind my back. "I'm sorry," I whisper, shaking my head at Dottie when she starts to get up and follow me as I step back from the table, quickly righting my fallen chair. "I'm just not feeling very well. Please excuse me." "I hope it wasn't anything I said." The smirk on Asher's face proves that he knows damn well it was everything he said, and instead of punching that smirk right off his face like I should, Danny's body covered in paint flashes through my mind, and I turn and walk away from the table before I throw up, wondering if she at least used different colors with him.
Chapter 23. Danny. Get fucked. Me. How's it going? Me. Why do plants hate math? Because it gives them square roots. Me. I just found some paint I missed behind my knee. We might need to take another shower when you get home, winky face. Me. Hello? Is this thing on? Now look what you've done. You've got me telling dad jokes. Seriously, is everything okay? Me. All right, now I'm starting to get worried. Where are you? Stop checking your phone. Dinner probably just ran late. Melanie orders as I set my phone down on the diner counter at the barge with a sigh. It's been 4 hours. Why hasn't he replied to any of my texts? I prompt. Melanie holds up a carafe of coffee in her hand and raises her eyebrows, and I quickly shake my head. No more coffee. I'm already seeing sounds and hearing colors. I don't even remember how many cups of coffee I've inhaled in the last hour, but I know it's probably an unhealthy amount, considering how fast my heart is racing. After my third text to Ryan that went unanswered, I decided pacing around the cottage wasn't healthy either. So I came up to see Melanie so she could convince me I'm worrying for nothing. Too bad it's not working. I'm sure everything is fine. He's probably been sitting at his father's house in a catatonic state after the sex painting excitement and you being all mushy and shit. I laugh, but something still doesn't feel right. Ryan was happy, and he was confident, and he was full of hope and excitement when I kissed him goodbye before he left for dinner, and he told me he'd keep me posted. I wasn't worried at all that he'd be able to handle things. Even with the shock of his father finding out he didn't want to be mayor, I had all the confidence in the world that Ryan would be able to work things out with him and make him understand. I look down at the screen of my phone again when Melanie walks a few seats down and tops off someone else's coffee, wishing this knot of worry in my stomach would go away. It's not like Ryan to ignore my texts. He texts me back in the middle of class or during his bowling matches, even when I'm sitting right there a few feet away from him. So this is where you've been hiding out. That knot of worry in my stomach turns into full-blown dread when I hear a voice behind me that actually makes me physically ill. Slowly turning around on my stool in complete shock, my hope that maybe I'm hearing things, or that someone bashed a rock against my skull and I'm concussed, or I fell asleep at the counter and am currently in the middle of a nightmare is quickly dashed. What in the actual fuck are you doing here? Asher just smiles that stupid cocky smile at me, slipping his hands into the front pockets of his suit pants and rocking back on his loafers. A year without seeing his stupid, smug face wasn't nearly long enough to remove the impulses of wanting to gag every time I see him. It makes me wish for the 100th time that I never would have tried to get my father to love me by dating someone he approved of. There's no way Ryan not answering my texts and Asher suddenly showing up on the island aren't related. And that pit of dread gets so large that my stomach rolls with nausea. Just wanted to check out my competition. Although, I wouldn't exactly call him competition. Asher snorts. His khakis were adorable, though. What did you do? I can barely get the words out. My throat is so tight with emotion and worry. But I won't give this asshole the satisfaction of letting him see he's getting to me at just the idea that he was anywhere near Ryan. You mean, what did you do? Asher sneers at me, taking a step closer until I have to lean away and shove my back into the edge of the counter behind me, just so I don't have to breathe the same air as him. You fucked me over when you left, Tinsley. Are you kidding me right now? You're stalking me because I dumped you and your ego is bruised. Get a life and move on, Asher. He just shakes his head and chuckles. Don't flatter yourself. You're trash now. I would actually be embarrassed to take you out in public. His words don't even bother me. Asher's favorite pastime is putting people down so he can feel better about himself. This is nothing new, and I'm immune to it at this point. But I know someone who might not be. It's fine. Ryan is fine. There's no way if Asher was anywhere near him that Ryan let this idiot get in his head. I put in the time, damn it. I kissed your father's ass. I kissed your ass, and I even played nice with your moronic brother, and you fucked me over. That company should have been mine. I worked hard for it, and I deserved it. 1/3 of that company is still yours, and if you hadn't gotten all bent out of shape about a few random women, it would have been mine. You owe me. Oh my God! You really are a narcissistic prick. I shake my head at him in disbelief, my worry for Ryan put on hold. I don't know why I'm even surprised in the least he only dated me because he wanted Brewster development, or that he's admitting it. You should have done your homework a little better. My father made me sign away my shares the day I quit. I have absolutely nothing to give you. Maybe go try fucking my brother for his portion instead. He's a little dumb. He'd probably go for it, and you two could live happily ever after, running Brewster development together.
And then be unsatisfied by 2 Brewster offspring?
No, thank you. He smirks. This man couldn't find my clitoris if an OBGYN was giving him an anatomy lesson over his shoulder. But sure, whatever makes you feel better about yourself, asshole.
I told dear old Dad if I didn't get what I wanted, I'd go public about all the dirty business he does.
All I can do is laugh and shake my head at the first words out of Asher's mouth that actually make sense. So that's why my father was suddenly calling me and demanding I come home and make nice with you. Because you were blackmailing him. I scoff. Not even hurt that my father would put his business before me. I'm used to that as well. I think you're forgetting I give 0 fucks about what happens to that company. It can go down in flames for all I care, and you can go with it.
Don't be so obtuse,
Asher laughs, giving me a placating smile.
I just made that threat to scare him a little. Like I really want to shoot myself in the foot and ruin what should be mine. It gave me the upper hand to make a deal with him. I bring in a big fish so my promotion looks legit when I get a stake in the company, and I keep my mouth shut about your dirty dealing daddy. And Summer Sweet Island is the biggest fish of all, a cash cow the likes of which your father has never seen, which will have the board eating out of my hand. I want it, and you're going to get it for me by getting Teddy Boy to sign that contract.
Good luck with that, I laugh. And I laugh and laugh and laugh until I have to swipe tears away from my eyes. Listen, it's a good joke. It's a great joke even, but I need you to stop. Asher completely ignores my hysterical laughter, but Melanie comes rushing over to make sure I'm okay, standing quietly behind the counter when I wave her away to let her know I'm fine. I might have only spent a few disastrous minutes with Ryan's father, but I know damn well he is way too smart to fall for Asher's bullshit. Besides, I've already told Ryan all about Brewster development. There's no way he'd let his father fall for it. And there's no way in hell I would ever help Asher out with anything, especially doing something that would in any way harm this beautiful island. I continue laughing right in Asher's face, until he reminds me just how low he's willing to go when he wants something.
Get me what I want, and I'll stop fucking with your new boy toy's head.
My laughter immediately dies. My blood runs cold, and all of my worry about Ryan comes back tenfold when he continues.
Get me Summer Sweet Island, or I will make his life a living hell. And you know I can do it. Look how much hell you're going through right now. Wondering what I said to him, wondering if he believed it, wondering if your magic pussy is enough to make him trust you, or me. And I've only spent 30 minutes with him at his daddy's house. Imagine what I could do in a week, a month, or even a year. The possibilities are endless. I really thought he was going to throw up right there at the table when I told him I knew about him not wanting to be mayor, and knew about your little romp in the tattoo shop bathroom. And the breaking of trophies. For some reason, he thinks you told me all those fun little details. Isn't that wild?
There's no way Ryan would believe that. No fucking way. My hands start shaking, and I glance over at my phone and recall all my unanswered texts. I cling to every piece of hope I have that after what I did this afternoon, and after all the time we've spent together, he knows me, and he trusts me, and he believes in me and in us. Ryan is stronger than he even knows, and there aren't many people who are strong enough to handle Asher's bullshit. I'm barely keeping it together, and I know him, and I know the kind of devastation he likes to leave behind just for fun. He once spread a rumor about a girl in college that she had sex with one of our professors, and she wound up getting kicked out of school, all because his rowing team's practice got canceled and he was bored. I might have even made up a teensy little lie about us doing that sex painting thing together, too. Splendid idea, really. Maybe if you would have been a little more adventurous with me, I wouldn't have strayed. Melanie? I shriek, my head whipping around to my friend, the only person I shared all of this stuff with. I don't understand how Asher knows any of it, and I want to scream at the top of my lungs if he really did say this shit to Ryan. Because I really don't know right now if Ryan would believe me. Or him. Stop it. Ryan would never think I've been talking to Asher behind his back or that I actually trusted Asher enough to make a fucking sex painting with him. That's just ridiculous. I didn't say anything. I swear to God, Danny. Who in the hell is this dick? I immediately feel bad that I yelled at Melanie. I know she would have never betrayed my trust. Asher is a snake. God only knows how he found out all these intimate details and then used them to hurt Ryan. Nope. Ryan is not going to be hurt, damn it. He's going to be fine, because I love him and he knows it. I'm sure he took one look at Asher and called him a douchebag. In his head, of course, because he's a fucking gentleman. Asher Montgomery, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. He leans over the counter with his hand out to Melanie. Get fucked. Asher just laughs when she crosses her arms in front of her and refuses to shake his hand. Sliding it back into his pocket, he turns his head back to me, and a slow smile spreads across his face. You really shouldn't speak so loudly when you're on the phone while grocery shopping, Tins. Anyone could overhear you. Everything inside me curls up and dies, and my heart breaks right in half when I realize I really am the one who shared all those intimate details with Asher, without even knowing it. This motherfucker followed me around the grocery store and listened to everything I said to Melanie this morning. I feel like an asshole and such an idiot. And I don't know if Ryan will ever believe me or forgive me. Shut up, Danny. Of course he will. Once you explain everything to him, it will all be okay, and you're both going to laugh about how ridiculous it all was. I really wish I had the power to reach over, grab my fork from the counter, and stab it into Asher's smug face. But suddenly I can't move, and I can't breathe, worrying about Ryan and what he must be thinking right now. I should have prepared him better. I should have warned him more about what an awful human being Asher is. But who the hell wants to talk so much about their loser ex when they have the most perfect man in the world right in front of them? How in the hell was I supposed to know he'd do something like this? Calm down. Ryan could just be cooling off. None of this means he actually believed anything Asher said to him. He's good and kind and smart, and I know he loves me even if he hasn't said the words either. This will be okay. It has to be okay. Don't worry. I'll keep the part about him not wanting to be mayor to myself. For now. Until I just don't want to anymore. Get me what I want, Tinsley, or this hell is just beginning. Get out of this diner before I stab you with this fork. Thank God for Melanie. My friend comes around the counter with my fork clutched in her hand when I still can't move or speak, aiming it right at Asher's chest until he holds his hands up and backs away with a laugh. See you soon, sweetheart. He winks at me, and I have to swallow down the scream that is clawing at my throat as he turns and walks out of the diner. My phone dings with an incoming text, and I quickly snatch it off the counter, my worry not going away at all when I see it's not Ryan finally replying to me. Spencer. Come get your sad boy before he depresses everyone at the bowling alley. What the hell happened to him? It's been easy for me to forget about my family and the bullshit back in Chicago. Easy for me to pretend like they don't exist when I've been wrapped up in a bubble of bliss with Ryan. starting a new life on this magical island that makes me forget all my troubles. Forgetting them didn't make them go away, and I should have known that. They just came back with a vengeance, wreaking havoc and fucking up your life because you've ignored them for too long. I ignored this problem for too long, and now I have to pay the price. I just hope it doesn't cost me Ryan. I spot Ryan as soon as I fly through the doors of the bowling alley, after having run here from the barge as soon as I got Spencer's text. I let out a sigh of relief when I see the back of his head, where he sits over at an empty lane behind the computer scoring system, surrounded by people bowling on either side of him, while he just sits there staring into space. What the fuck happened today? Spencer is suddenly right in my path to Ryan, and I have to quickly jerk to a stop and pull my body back before crashing into him. It's a long story, I sigh, trying to be nice, even though I want to scream at him to get the hell out of my way so I can get to Ryan. Well, fix him, please. He won't talk to me. He's just been sitting there staring for hours. He didn't even laugh at any of my ball jokes. I had some good ones, too. Totally wasted on him. I just blink at Spencer a few times before he rolls his eyes. You're not even gonna ask to hear any of the ball jokes? I'm going to punch you right in your own balls if you don't get out of my way, I mutter. Yep, right, carry on. Spencer moves to the side and bows, making a sweeping gesture with his hand. Since I'm grateful he sent me a text, I keep my fist to myself as I walk by him, glad that Ryan has someone who cares looking out for him when I'm not around. Guilt stabs into my chest like a knife that I wasn't there for him today, and he had to deal with Asher alone. I know he's probably just in shock, and as soon as he sees me and we talk, everything will be fine. I hurriedly make my way over to him, walking around behind him and quietly sliding into the seat next to him at the small table the scoring system is attached to. I stare at his profile, willing my heart to stop beating so fast and wiping my sweaty hands off on my jeans when he doesn't turn to face me or even acknowledge that I'm here. Shit. This might be worse than I thought. No wonder Spencer sent me a text. You've had a lot of Shirley Temples. You definitely need a designated driver. I joke, counting 6 empty cups with a cherry in them, and a half-filled drink right in front of him, with a cherry floating on top with the ice. He still doesn't turn to look at me, and some of the hope I've been clinging onto starts to slip away. Swallowing past the lump in my throat, I reach over and rest my hand on his arm, giving it a squeeze. I'm so sorry, I whisper while I stare at the side of his face, just wishing he would look at me. I don't even know what I'm apologizing for right now. For Asher, for even dating someone like that in the first place, for not being there with him at dinner, for ignoring my problems, for not being more careful on the phone with Melanie, for even mentioning the mayor thing to her in the first place, for everything I never said, and everything I never warned him about that I should have. Ryan still doesn't look at me. He just pushes a piece of paper across the table until it's in front of me, and he finally speaks. Did you really send that? His voice sounds just as miserable as he looks, and I want to crawl over onto his lap and wrap my arms around him, to give him one of the comforting hugs he always gives me, but I don't know if that would help matters right now or not. I stay where I am, slowly drop my hand from his arm and look down at the paper he put in front of me. I'm trying really hard not to lose my mind right now, but I don't think I can handle knowing you actually did this. Seeing an old work email in front of me is not at all what I thought he'd lead with, and I'm more than a little confused. And a little annoyed, especially when I see what's got him so upset right in the middle of the page. I honestly don't remember doing this, but I probably did. The wounded, miserable sound that comes out of Ryan would have been enough to make me drop to my knees if I was standing right now.
And you didn't think to mention it to me that you put Summersweet Island on a fucking list to be screwed over by your family.
My head jerks back when Ryan swears, and he finally turns his head to look at me. My heart pounds at the anger in his voice and darkening his eyes. I've never seen Ryan angry before, and it really hurts that it's aimed at me. I've been so proud of him for standing up for himself and finding his voice, but having him use it on me for something so ridiculous pisses me off. He honestly thinks that, what? I planned to come here all along and, like he said, screw over this town? Ryan, I honestly do not remember putting Summersweet on there. It was over a year ago. Do you have any idea how many of these lists I would make and send on a weekly basis? That was my job. All I did was Google small towns and put them on a list. Period. Hundreds of them a week, one after the other, handing them over to our financial advisors to make a final determination. That asterisk next to the island means it probably isn't worth our time. Don't tell me you actually think me coming out here was some sort of plan all along. Is that what Asher told you?
Please do not say his name to me right now, because all I can hear is you screaming it when...
He trails off and looks away from me, smacking his elbows on the table in front of him and dropping his head in his hands. And I feel sick. Sicker than I did hearing Asher said all these things to him. Because I was right. My worry was justified. It got to him. He let fucking Asher get to him. He let that asshole get in his head and replace all the good memories we've made together with some delusion that I ever screamed Asher's name, unless it was in anger. First of all, I never said anything to him. He was following me at the grocery store earlier and heard me having girl talk with Melanie. And I am so very sorry I wasn't more careful. But I kind of forget everything around me when I talk about you and how amazing you are. He doesn't respond to that, or even lift his head from his hands.
Did you make a painting with him?
He asks quietly, and my heart drops right down into my stomach, and it feels like someone is stomping on it.
Did you do all the same things with him that you've done with me? Because I don't want to believe it, but he was pretty convincing, and now I can't get those images out of my head of you with him, and I'd like them to stop now.
When he finally lifts his head, and the pain on his face should make me completely break down in tears. But my anger has increased with every word he said, until I'm almost afraid to open my mouth for fear of what will come out. I was pissed that Asher dropped this bomb on Ryan. But I'm heartbroken that Ryan is the one lighting the fuse, blowing it all up in our faces. Again, he overheard me talking to Melanie about my plan for us earlier. I've only had sex in public. With you. I've only given a blowjob in a moving vehicle in public. With you. And I've certainly never covered myself in paint and fucked anyone else before, because you are the only person I have ever trusted enough in my life for any of those things. God damn you for doubting me, I whisper angrily. Ryan winces. And God, I hate myself for these harsh words. I hate myself so much I want to curl up on this chair and cry. But I've spent my entire life being weak and not having a voice, and I won't do it anymore. I've also cried more stupid tears since I've been on this island than I have in my entire life, and I'm over it. I'm over forgetting that I don't deserve this shit, not even from the nicest guy in the world. You don't trust me, and that really sucks. I have done nothing but show you that I am always on your side. But you've never really been on mine, have you? I can see Ryan's anger wash away in the blink of an eye and guilt take its place. But I'm pissed, and I'm hurt, and maybe I should shut my mouth, but I don't. because that's not me anymore. I've gone too soft since I've been on this island and gotten addicted to this man's hugs. My sex life with him was filled with me faking orgasms so he would get the hell off me. Do you want me to tell you every single unsatisfying detail about what I did with another man before I met you? Because let me tell you, I certainly don't want to hear about anything you did with Malibu fucking Ariel, and I like her. Because I don't give a shit about the past. I only care about right now. And right now, I can't believe you would even have the nerve to ask me those questions. That you wouldn't know better. That you wouldn't know me better. My anger flies away like the pop of a balloon, and all I feel is numb. Danica. Ryan's voice cracks when he says my name, and I have to squeeze my hands in my lap to stop my natural instinct to reach out and comfort him, protect him, or give him a reason to smile again. I'm sorry, Ryan's apology cuts off when I shake my head, take a deep breath, and open my eyes. But I take too long staring at him, trying to figure out what the hell else to even say to him now. And unfortunately, adorable word-vomiting Ryan comes out. But it's not as cute this time. I was an idiot. I know, and I'm sorry. But it's just a lot to take in, and I was confused. And I've always been confused about why you're even with me. A lot has changed with me, and I'm doing things I wouldn't normally do and making scenes in public, and maybe I made a hasty decision about not wanting to be mayor. I mean, it's not all that bad, and I'm not saying you're to blame for anything, because you totally aren't, but I got a freaking tattoo, and my dad's already on edge with my mom leaving, and now we have to worry about your dad's company pushing their way in, and My hand quickly comes up and covers Ryan's mouth, because I just can't take it anymore. He's sabotaging this because he's afraid. He's afraid of being happy, and he's clearly afraid of trusting me. He's forgetting how amazing and strong he is, how absolutely deserving he is of love. He's put me up on a pedestal so high he can't even see me anymore. When I slowly lower my hand after a few seconds, he gives me a sheepish smile, and I just shake my head at him, wishing he would have taken better care of the gift I gave him this afternoon. I'm sorry I couldn't convince you how absolutely wonderful you are until you finally believed it. But I can't keep giving you my strength, because you're starting to take what I need. And right now, I need to do this. Leaning forward, I press my lips to his. As soon as Ryan starts to turn in his seat and reach for me, I pull back, and he looks at me in confusion. Without another word, I turn, slide out of my seat, and walk away. Waiting for him to shout my name, waiting for him to call me back, waiting for him to race after me, say something, do something, anything. Fight for me. Fight for us. Show me that you aren't really just going to sit there and take it, like you did with Asher when you so easily stopped believing in me. Show me that you really do trust me, and that I wasn't a fool to fall in love with you. I can't keep making the first move. Not with this. But Ryan stays right where he is, and my anger comes back in a flash. I pause in front of the wall I've been working on for the last few weeks, with the draping of fabric clipped to a pole in the ceiling still hanging down in front of it, keeping it covered until the big reveal Dale was planning on doing tomorrow. Feeling the heat of Ryan's eyes on me, because I can always feel them on me, even when I'm pissed at him. I grab onto the fabric with both hands and yank as hard as I can. A section falls down onto the floor at my feet, and I move along the wall, tugging the rest of it down, until the mural is fully on display, and I know Ryan is staring right at it. I wonder if he'll believe me now. Without looking back, I stomp away from it before I start crying just looking at it again. Smacking my hands against the door so hard as I leave, it slams against the wall outside and rattles the windows.
Chapter 24. Ryan. Who's soft and weak now, asshole? Oh, this is just pathetic. I don't even bother looking up at Spencer when he uses his spare key to let himself in, or move from where I've been curled up on my side on the couch since last night, staring at the screen of my phone I have propped up against a jar candle on my coffee table. I've seen his texts flash across my screen, and I've ignored 3 of his calls, so I knew it would only be a matter of time before he showed up here. Are you seriously cuddling a stuffed animal right now? Spencer leans over the back of the couch, and I pull the stuffed dog away from my chest, blindly flinging my arm back in his direction. Can you put him in the microwave for 45 seconds? He got cold again. Spencer snatches the dog out of my hand and chucks it across the room. As soon as it smacks against the far wall and slides down into a heap on the floor, I quickly sit up and glare at him as he walks around to the front of the couch. Hey, that's my boo-boo dog from Dottie. It's taking the pain in my heart away. Doesn't look like it's working. Have you even showered at all today? Looking down at myself, I realize I'm still wearing yesterday's clothes, the ones I put on after Danny and I showered, the ones I wore to that horrible, awful dinner, and the ones I was wearing when she walked away from me like I always knew she would. I just didn't think it would happen so soon. I definitely knew it would hurt this much. I'm sorry, but what the fuck, Ryan? Spencer shouts, making my body jolt as he stands in front of me with his arms crossed. I know being with Danny finally gave you some balls, but did she take them with her when she left? As soon as he reminds me that she's gone, all I can do is put my elbows on my knees and my head in my hands. By the time I got home from the bowling alley, she was gone. Every piece of her removed from this house. All of her painting supplies gone from the garage, all of her clothing and shoes gone from my bedroom, where they had migrated from the spare bedroom over the last few weeks. I spent too long just sitting there in my seat at the alley, staring in shock at the mural after she ripped the fabric down and walked out. Long enough for Danny to disappear from my home and my life, like she was never even here. That mural was beautiful, wild, and amazing, just like her, and I've done nothing but stare at the picture of it Spencer took and sent to me since I walked in the door last night. The only thing she left behind was a note on the kitchen island that said, "Good news, Stephanie from Sandbar Cottages called, and she finally has a place for me. You won't have to worry about my bad influence any longer." I could hear the anger and hurt in her voice just looking at her quickly scribbled note, and I'd never felt like more of a jerk in my life. What happened to the guy who shut down Summer Sweet Lane and danced in the rain? That caused a lot of traffic violations and caused a scene, I mutter with my head still in my hands. Bullshit, Spencer scoffs. Dottie said she's been fielding phone calls at City Hall left and right from tourists about that night, talking her ear off about how magical the island is. They all think it's something that happens here all the time, like the parades at Disney World. Try again. I told Chad Samuels off. That was out of line. I indeed try again, but my voice is as weak as my argument, and Spencer knows it. You mean the guy who suddenly has a shit ton of respect for you and has been kissing your ass at school since it happened? Eric Washington even brought your bowling team lunch from Chipotle after you guys won that last match and had the entire lunchroom chanting for them. Next, Spencer orders. My dad... Nope, Spencer cuts me off. I'm not even going to let you finish that ridiculous excuse. You haven't even spoken to him about you not wanting to be mayor or about you and Danny. And don't even bother bringing up the kick-ass tattoo you got or the indecent exposure fine, because no man in their right mind ever complains about getting a blowjob from a sexy woman, no matter where or when it happens. Seriously, dude, where are your balls? And what are you actually so afraid of right now? Letting out a sigh, I finally drop my hands from my face and look up at him. That it's not the same for her as it is for me, which is obvious since she left. Spencer just shakes his head at me. I say this with nothing but love. You are the most idiotic, smart person I have ever met. Before I can defend myself, Spencer turns and grabs my phone off the coffee table. Did you even look at the mural she painted? That's all I've been doing, thank you very much, I mutter. Spencer flops down on the couch next to me, moving his hand and my phone into my line of vision, and my heart hurts all over again, looking at the picture he took that I've already memorized every detail of. A colorful bowling alley lane has been graffitied on the entire wall, with a red bowling ball smacking into the center of the pins, looking very similar to the tattoo on the back of my shoulder. And down in front of the lane is a huge silhouette of a couple kissing. The woman is holding one of her arms out to the side, and there's a pizza box in her hand with the words "Lucky Strike" painted above their heads. It's the coolest thing I've ever seen, and the fact that she put the two of us and that day of our first kiss on the wall of the bowling alley makes my heart soar and confuses me even more than I already am. She walked away. So what the heck does this even mean? You clearly didn't look closely enough. Spencer sighs, pressing his thumb and forefinger against my phone screen and zooming in on the picture. I'm assuming you didn't look at her signature. Grabbing my glasses off of the coffee table, I slide them on and lean forward to look at the zoomed-in area of the picture, the far left bottom corner of the wall. Right underneath a cursive scribbling of Danica Brewster in thick, bold, black-painted strokes are the words, "I love you, nerd." Oh my God. Just like how it happens in the movies, my life flashes before my eyes, but not my entire life. Just the parts with Danny, since nothing in my life feels like it even mattered before her. Every time she smiled at me, every time she asked if we could put Legos together, every time we danced in the kitchen, every time she laughed at my punny math jokes, every time she touched me, every time she made me feel alive, and every time she looked at me with so much love lighting up her entire face that I can't believe I never noticed. "You're an idiot," Spencer mutters as I quickly snatch my phone out of his hand and hold it in my currently shaking ones. "You had a freak out after dealing with that absolute nightmare of a human being she used to date, and I get it, but you lost your shit on the wrong person. You think she changed you, but you don't even realize that strong, fun, wild part of you was in there this whole time, just dying to be set free. You just needed someone to bring it out of you, someone to stop making you so afraid of hurting other people's feelings when they've done nothing but hurt yours. Someone who lets you be whoever the hell you want to be because she loves you no matter what that looks like and just wants you to be happy no matter what that takes. Wake the hell up, man." Spencer smacks me in the arm, and I smack him right back. "I'm awake!" I shout, suddenly feeling like I want to hurl this phone across the room and hurl up whatever might be left in my stomach since I last ate something. "How are you the voice of reason about love right now?" "I don't know. I think maybe someone roofied me last night." Spencer shakes his head in confusion. If there was any humor left in my system at this point, I would laugh. But there's nothing inside me right now except all the regret in the world about the things I accused Danny of last night, and the fear that I screwed up so badly I will never be able to make it right. Every time I close my eyes, all I can see is the look on her face when she realized I doubted her again. I hate myself for hurting her like that. I hate that I let myself forget I'm not a weak little kid anymore who just takes everyone's crap. She gave me that power. She gave me that confidence, and I just let it slip right out of my hands. I hurt the one person who never made me feel like I wasn't good enough. Why didn't I see what was right in front of my face? She was telling me she loved me before she even painted those words on that wall, and I ignored it because I was too afraid of getting hurt. I didn't see it because I was too stuck in the past. She trusted me with her heart, and I didn't take care of it. I just crumpled it up in my hand right in front of her face and tossed it in the trash, and I feel sick just remembering the look on her face when she kissed me goodbye. Like she believed in me, and I let her down. I've spent my entire life making sure I never did anything to hurt anyone, and in the blink of an eye, I suddenly became the one doing all the hurting. I became the heartbreaker instead of the heartbreakee. I turned into the bad guy. My phone starts ringing in my hand, and I groan when I see it's Dottie calling me. I'm sure by now she's probably heard about what a jerk I was, and she's calling to tell me off. "You need to get your tush to City Hall right now," she whispers loudly into the phone as soon as I put it next to my ear. "There's a storm brewing, and your girlfriend is right in the middle of it." Hearing Dottie call Danny my girlfriend gives me hope that news hasn't made it around the island yet that I'm an idiot, and I quickly jump up from my couch when I hear shouting in the background. "What's going on? What's happening?" I race into the kitchen and grab my golf cart keys off the hook and then fly past a confused Spencer, who stood up from the couch when I did and started following me. "That pompous dipshit who was at your dad's place yesterday is here, and Danny is ripping him a new asshole," Dottie laughs. Spencer shouts after me as I run out the front door, but I ignore him, not even bothering to close the door behind me. All I see is red, knowing that man is anywhere near Danny, and everything I should have said to him and done to him yesterday is flying through my head so quickly I can't see straight. "This is fun, but she might need backup, or at least someone stronger than me to hold her off of him before she catches a charge and you both have fancy mugshots." When I end the call with a promise that I'll be there as quickly as possible, Spencer hops into my golf cart as soon as I start pulling away from the garage. "What are we doing?" "Jesus, slow down," Spencer shouts, grabbing onto his armrest as I peel out of the driveway, taking the turn too sharply and running right over a shrub by the street. "I'm going to kick that mean guy's ass," I growl, slamming my foot down on the pedal. "Oh no," Spencer mutters. "A piece of shit, and you need to get the hell off this fucking island." I fly through the doors of City Hall with Spencer right behind me, both of us pausing right next to Dottie by the welcome desk. Some of my anger withers away as soon as I see Danny, so beautiful and fearless as she stands across the room with her back to me and her head held high. She's a few feet away from Asher with her hands on her hips, definitely ripping him a new asshole just like Dottie told me. "Where's Dad?" I whisper, glancing around the lobby at the 5 other employees standing quietly against one wall, eating this whole thing up as Danny flings a few more insults at Asher. "He had a meeting. It's a shame he's missing this." She glances at me, looks me up and down, and then frowns. "Why do you look like shit and like you slept in your clothes? What did you do?" "It's fine," I reassure her under my breath. "I'm here to fix it." "Sorry, folks," Asher laughs, glancing around the room at the City Hall employees. "This is why you shouldn't mix business with pleasure, am I right? Ex-girlfriends are—" He pauses to bring one hand up by his head, swirling his index finger around in a circle by his temple in the universal sign for crazy, and my anger starts to brew all over again. "No one gets to call her crazy but me, damn it." "I think you need to calm down, sweetheart," he tells her. As soon as that jerk drops his hand and speaks to Danny again, and he uses a term of endearment for my woman, my anger is back, and my entire body vibrates with the force of it. I stalk away from Dottie and across the lobby, with Spencer right behind me again, my hands clenched down at my sides, really hoping this doesn't hurt too much. Trying to remember if I'm supposed to tuck my thumb under my fingers or over them when I make a fist to throw a punch. I wish I would have watched a few boxing YouTube videos before I came here. "I'll give you $3 million. My feet immediately jerk to a stop at Danny's words, and Spencer slams right into the back of me, both of us stumbling forward until he grabs onto my arm to steady us. "Every penny of my stupid trust fund is yours. Take it and go the fuck away. This island is the most beautiful place in the world, and I'm not going to let you ruin it." Man, it really is too bad my dad isn't here right now. He would immediately adore her as much as I do. Danny takes a step closer to Asher, and everything inside me is shouting at my feet to make them move and go over there, pull her back and not let her even breathe the same air as that guy. But I am completely frozen, listening her defend my home, and defend me. "All you care about is money anyway. Take it and go, and don't you ever even think of putting Ryan's name in your mouth again. You don't know him, you don't talk about him, you don't so much as even think about him again. He is 10 times the man you could ever even dream of being, and you are a disgusting human being for what you did to him yesterday." You know what's funny about this entire thing, aside from you embarrassing yourself in public in front of all these lovely people? Asher just gives Danny that ugly, cocky smile of him, while my heart feels like it's bursting right out of my chest, and I honestly can't believe I was ever jealous of him. "That nerd over there made you soft and weak since you got here." Danny spins around and finally spots me when Asher nods in my direction, and for a moment I forget where we are and what's happening when her beautiful blue eyes are on me. I see shock, I see anger, I see concern for me, and, now that I'm not being an idiot, I see love. It's still there, and it's still aimed at me, and that makes my feet remember how to move as soon as Asher opens his dumb mouth again to address the room. I'm sorry you're having to witness such a childish outburst when I'm only trying to help this beautiful island thrive. He gives the room a fake salesman smile before turning back at Danny with a scoff. You are such trash. Oh shit, Spencer mutters from behind me when I immediately start charging toward Asher, who is still looking at Danny with that smug grin on his face that definitely needs to be removed. Thumb in or out, in or out. I've got $20 on my grandson, I hear Dottie shout to another City Hall employee who wanders out of her office to see about the commotion as I go, with nothing but messing up Asher's pretty, dumb face in my mind. Please don't let this hurt too badly. Ryan, no! Danny is suddenly right in front of me, using all her force to push her hands against my chest and get me to stop, my eyes still on Asher's grin and my fist itching to do some damage. Until Danny's hands are on my face, turning it away from him and forcing me to look at her. This isn't you, okay? She speaks softly, both of us momentarily ignoring Asher's laughter behind her, until all I want to do is lean down and kiss her, breathe her in, wrap my arms around her, and never let her go. You are amazing and kind and sweet, and even though I'm so pissed at you right now I could spit nails, you can't do this. You would regret it as soon as you did it. You are not a fighter. Isn't that cute? The psycho has to protect her poor excuse for a man. Asher continues to laugh at me. A growl comes out of Danny that probably shouldn't turn me on right now, considering the situation. But it does, as well as the slow, evil smile that spreads across her beautiful face as her hands drop from holding onto my cheeks. You're not a fighter, but I am. With that, she whirls away from me, bringing her arm up as she goes, her fist slamming into Asher's nose so hard that he drops right down to the ground, screaming at the top of his lungs. You broke my goddamn nose! Ah, yes. Thumb out. I nod as Danny shakes out her hand. Damn it, I lost $20. Dottie complains, while Spencer whistles and claps. Who's soft and weak now, asshole? I'll break a hell of a lot more than your nose if you don't get off this fucking island, Danny shouts as she leans over him, and blood pours through Asher's hands he's holding against his face. You bitch! I just had a nose job! I quickly have to wrap my arms around Danny's body and start pulling her backward when she lunges for him again, my feisty little fighter. Thank you for doing that. It was really hot, I speak quietly against her ear. She suddenly stops struggling, and her body just melts against the front of me, her hands holding onto my arms wrapped tightly around her. Danny was right, and she knows me so well. No matter how much I wanted to punch that man in the face for insulting both of us, and still kind of do, I would have felt bad about it as soon as I did it, and I'd be embarrassed about losing my temper. I'm a teacher and a coach, and those kids look up to me and expect me to lead by example. I love her so much right now for protecting me, it hurts. But it's a good kind of hurt this time, and I don't mind it in the least. What in the hell is going on here? Danny immediately pulls out of my arms, and we both turn around to find my dad standing next to Dottie, looking more than a little unhappy that there's a man bleeding and screaming on the floor of City Hall. Oh, fuck. Shit, Danny mutters, shaking out her hand again. I gently grab her wrist so I can look and see what kind of damage she did, but she quickly jerks it out of my hand, taking a few steps toward my dad. I'm sorry I'm making a scene, she tells him, and then quickly thinks better of it. You know what? No, I'm not. This is who I am. Take it or leave it. I'm not about to let some asshole insult the man Insult your son. She was going to say the man she loves. I just know it. But I was an idiot, and I ruined everything. But I am sorry this jerk is here because of me. Does anyone even care that I'm fucking bleeding? Asher shouts from the ground. And since no one cares, everyone ignores him as Danny continues. I know you don't like me, and I know you think I'm a bad influence on Ryan, and maybe I am, but whatever you do, don't make any deals with Asher. He's a liar, and he's a greedy, manipulative jerk who just wants to take advantage of you in this amazing island. I wouldn't blame you if you don't believe me, but please check with other small towns the Brewster Development Company has gotten their hands on, and you'll see I'm telling you the truth. Don't let them ruin this beautiful place. My father doesn't say a word, and when I try to reach for Danny again, she backs away from me, her eyes staying on mine just long enough that I almost forget how to speak. But I have a lot of things to say to her right now, and I'm not going to be a wuss about it any longer. Danica, spare me. She cuts me off with an adorable roll of her eyes before turning in a huff and walking right out the doors of City Hall, disappearing into the sunshine. Yesterday, I felt like I wanted to curl up into a ball and die when she walked away from me. Now all I can do is smile that she used a bowling pun on me before she left. I love her so freaking much. Of course you do. My dad sighs from right next to me before waving Spencer over and then pointing down at Asher. Spencer, take care of this mess, please. Can I rough him up a little bit more? Spencer asks my dad as he leans down and grabs Asher's arm, jerking him up to his feet more aggressively than necessary. Danny can't have all the fun around here. You're all fucking crazy, Asher shouts, yanking his arm out of Spencer's hold before stomping away across the lobby and out the doors, whining the entire way about the blood all over his expensive shirt and how this island is filled with a bunch of losers. I don't want to be mayor. The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them, and I don't even feel bad when my dad gasps. Just being in Danny's presence for 5 minutes made me feel strong and happy and free. But she was right last night. I can't keep taking her strength away from her. I have to find my own and finally use it. After a few quiet minutes, when the employees go back to work after the excitement is over, my dad finally sighs. I know. Now it's my turn to gasp, and my eyes widen in shock when I look at him, wondering if Asher got to him before I could. I'm your father. I raised you. You don't think I know when my son doesn't want to do something or isn't happy? You don't throw temper tantrums like you did when you were younger, but I can still see it. I can still feel it. I guess I just thought if I pushed enough, you'd change your mind, which is probably exactly where I went wrong with your mother. I don't want to lose you, too. I feel bad that I'm letting him down and hurting him, but not bad enough to take the words back now that they're finally free. You'll never lose me. I'm right here, and I'm not going anywhere. I don't think I ever wanted to be mayor. I just didn't realize it until recently. And just so you know, it was long before Danny even got here. She has nothing to do with my decision, I explained to him, hoping he also sees, feels, and knows just how wonderful she is. Did you know I was never invited to any parties in high school? Or college, for that matter? I never had friends, and I never got to let loose or have fun or figure out who I even am or what makes me happy. I was too concerned about being the perfect son and becoming the next perfect mayor. But Danny lets me do all those things, and she doesn't care if I'm perfect. She just wants me to be happy. I need you to accept that and just let me be happy on my terms. And I need you to let me be happy with her. If she'll still have you, you fucked up, Spencer reminds me with a pat on the back. What did you do? Dottie asks me again. Leanne Ritchie called Betsy Leff, who called Julie Repertor, who called me, but I had to hang up on her when the fireworks started here. Whatever he did, I'm sure he's going to fix it, and probably make a scene doing it. My dad sighs again, and I just smile at him. Probably. Just don't get any more tattoos, he mutters. I make no promises. I will, however, try to avoid my dick flopping in the breeze this time. That's all I can hope for at this point.
Chapter 25. Danny. Oh, snap out of it. How's the hand there, Rocky? I look up from the purple picnic table at a busy dip and twist to find Emily smiling down at me. It hurts like a bitch, I tell her, looking down at my red, swollen knuckles that finally stopped throbbing when I woke up this morning. Thankfully, after a trip to the hospital that Melanie insisted on yesterday, I found out nothing is broken. I won't be able to paint for a little while, but at least I didn't do any permanent damage, acting like a nut job. What are you doing here? Laura called us. She said you were trying to have a sippin' bitch tonight all by yourself. Glancing over at the side pickup window, Laura waves and blows me a kiss before moving to one of the front windows to wait on a customer. I look back over my shoulder to find Melanie, Tess, Bertie, and Wren smiling at me. One does not just attempt a sip-and bitch alone. There are rules in place for this, Bertie informs me. With a sigh, I look back down at the table, unable to even crack a smile when I see someone carved Melanie's and my name into the table, next to old carvings of all the other women's names. Tess grabs a tray of boozy slushes Laura just held out the pickup window, and everyone takes a seat at the picnic table around me. "You're wallowing," Tess says, sliding a slush in front of me. Of course I'm wallowing. I roll my eyes, taking a sip of my drink. Now Ryan's dad definitely thinks I'm evil incarnate. Oh, snap out of it. Tess bangs her fist against the table. "You punched an asshole in the face yesterday defending this island and your man, for defending his son. That deserves a celebration, you badass." Everyone cheers, bumping their styrofoam cups together in the middle of the table. They keep holding them there when I don't join them, staring at me until I finally give in. Okay, fine, it was a little badass. Everyone cheers again when I bump my cup against the circle of cups, bringing the straw back to my mouth and taking a drink, wondering how much vodka I'll need to consume to make this hurt go away. "I know it's probably not very comfortable to be friends with me," Emily suddenly says, making me slowly pull my drink away from my mouth. "If one of Quinn's ex-girlfriends was in my face all the time, wanting to be my friend, I probably would have killed her by now. But I just need you to know that he really loves you. Every time I see him looking at you, I cannot even tell you how happy it makes me. He never looked at me that way, and frankly, I think I would have been a little freaked out if he did." We both share a laugh, but my heart is hurting even more than it did before she sat down at this table. But I'm thankful she's so cool and understanding and trying to be helpful. I can see now how this group of friends came to be. No matter how different each one of them is, they are still good people with big hearts. Just like Ryan. "I just wanted him to fight for me," I whisper, taking another sip of my slush to try to get rid of the lump in my throat. I think you took the fight out of his hands." "Literally," Bertie laughs. "You know what I mean. I wanted the stupid fairy tale, all right? I wanted my knight in shining armor to come charging after me, telling me he was a fool and never should have let me walk away, proving his love with a grand gesture or some shit." Everyone's quiet around the table for a few minutes. The hum of conversation from all the ice cream stand patrons sitting at the other picnic tables, and the sounds of a busy Summer Sweet Island evening filling the silence. "I'm sorry, but have you forgotten where you live now?" Ren finally laughs. "Seriously," Bertie laughs with her. "This is Summer Sweet Island. Magical fairy tale shit happens here all the time." "Right. Except he let me just walk away for a second time and..." I trail off when I suddenly hear really loud music playing from somewhere. And it's one of my favorite songs. A song from one of my playlists I listen to all the time, instead of the typical island music that can usually be heard on the main drag. Turning and looking back over my shoulder, I see a bunch of people rushing towards Summer Sweet Lane, including half the people who were sitting here at the picnic tables. What the hell is... My words cut off when I turn back around to our picnic table, just in time to watch the girls all smile at me. My heart is suddenly racing, and butterflies start flapping around in my stomach, and I have no idea why. "Did someone ask for Summer Sweet Magic?" Melanie continues grinning at me. "What's going on right now?" I ask, when Laura suddenly puts the closed sign on the stand, runs out the back door and around the building past us and out to the crowd of people. No one answers me. All the girls just quickly get up from the purple picnic table and race to join everyone else as the music gets louder, with Tess moving a little slower. "I really hate all you assholes right now. No one better be filming this," she gripes. And then she's off, running out onto the street with her blue hair flying, and I have no other choice but to get up and hurry after them. As soon as I push through the crowd of people lining the street and make it to the curb, my eyes practically pop out of my head, and my jaw drops right down to the pavement. There are easily over 200 people standing out in the middle of Summer Sweet Lane right now and shutting down the street. Everyone performing a dance routine to All I Know So Far by Pink, a song I've made Ryan dance to numerous times when he came home from work. What the hell? I mutter, unable to wipe the shocked smile off my face or calm my racing heart. All my friends, all their men, Ryan's bowling team, Shepard's baseball team, Quinn's teammates from the Sharks, Emily's cheerleaders, and half the damn island, from what I can see, are all performing a flash mob out in the street, dancing in sync and singing at the top of their lungs to the song blasting from the tourist information booth speaker. And right out in front in the middle of everyone is a nerd who is not wearing a shirt, shaking his ass in khakis. He's at least 5 moves behind everyone else, completely out of step, but he's singing the words to the song louder than everyone else as he looks right at me. How in the hell is this even happening right now? I mutter, my eyes filling with tears as I shake my head and laugh at the completely adorable, insane, frustrating man who shut down Summer Sweet Lane for me to make a fool of himself. Ryan had me make up the dance and post a video with instructions on when to be here in the island social media group last night. Emily informs me, her shoulder brushing against mine as she does the moves to the dance on the sidelines, shouting at someone when they do something wrong, like the cheerleading coach she is. Jazz hands are in the next 8 count. Oh my God, get it together, people. You've had 14 hours of practice. Before I can even get over the shock of Ryan setting up a flash mob for me, all of a sudden, water starts falling down on everyone out in the street. No one is even fazed that they're getting all wet, continuing to perform their routine without missing a beat, except for Ryan, who spins around when everyone is facing forward and then just shrugs and keeps going, dancing his fucking heart out while he gets drenched. Tears are falling down my cheeks, one right after another at this point, when I see Ryan had the fire department park their pumper truck off to the side, and they're showering water down on everyone in the street. But the only person I have eyes for is the man singing and moving out of sync as he awkwardly dances his way over to me standing on the curb, holding his hand out and curling his finger at me. "Get out here and fist in the rain with us," he shouts, wiggling his hips, making me shake my head and laugh. I let him grab my hand and pull me out onto the street, and the water falling down from the fire hose mingles with my tears and washes them away as Ryan tugs me out into the middle of the crowd and makes me dance with him. We jump all around, and we sing and laugh and splash through the puddles until the song slows down, and Ryan tugs me up against him, our sopping wet bodies pressed together, just like the night of our first date. We stand in the middle of the wet street, staring at each other, with people pairing off and dancing slower all around us. I feel Ryan let out a huge sigh as he tightens his arms around me, and I rest my hands against his slick, naked chest, like he can finally breathe now that I'm in his arms. Dipping his head and putting his mouth right by my ear, he sings the last few words of the song to me, about being with me until the world blows up, and my broken heart is suddenly put back together again. "I'm sorry," he whispers, hugging me to him as I wrap my arms around his shoulders. "I love you so much. I got scared and confused, and I was a fool, and I never should have let you walk away. I'm so sorry I didn't believe what was right in front of me. I'm sorry I let someone else get in my head and make me doubt you. That mural is so beautiful and perfect, and I love you so much for painting us there, in my happy place, so I'll always be able to look up and remember the day my life got so much better. But you're my happy place too, okay? I'm crazy about you.
and I hate myself for hurting you. I promise I will never let that happen again. If you give me another chance. Come back home, Danica. Please.
He kisses my cheek, holding his lips there for a few seconds, and I close my eyes and let out my own huge breath of relief at hearing him say these words. Pulling back just enough to look at him, I grab his face in my hands and make him keep his eyes locked on mine. It's okay if you have a little doubt, or you're a little scared. This relationship is still new, and we're still kind of getting to know each other and build trust as we do that. But you have got to start believing in yourself, Ryan. I tell him as he nods in agreement in my hands. You are just as wonderful and amazing as you think I am, and so absolutely deserving of having my positively badass self in your life, just like I'm lucky to have you in mine. We're a lucky strike, baby. Ryan's face lights up with a grin when he realizes why I chose those words to paint above our heads on the bowling alley mural.
I promise I'll do better at remembering how awesome I am.
He smiles down at me, turning his face to kiss my palm.
Does this mean you forgive me for being an idiot? I will take my shirt off and dance awkwardly in the middle of the street every day for the rest of my life, if that's what it takes. Please don't.
I quickly drop my hands and move away from Ryan when his dad is suddenly standing next to us, holding an umbrella over his head while a new song starts playing over the speaker, and even more people come out onto the street to dance in the fire hose rain.
Hey, I got the proper permits to shut down the street this time.
Ryan grins at his father while I just laugh as I look at the man I love, who likes to be wild with me sometimes, but still likes to follow the rules. Mr. Hutton turns to look at me then.
You left City Hall yesterday before I could say something to you, young lady.
Here we go. Ryan might love me and finally realize he's strong enough to handle me and deserve me, but his dad probably isn't going to be so easy. He pauses, and Ryan puts his arm around my shoulders, letting me silently know he believes in me, and in us, even if other people don't.
Nice right hook, Miss Brewster.
That is not at all what I expected to come out of his father's mouth, and I'm even more shocked when a slow grin spreads across his face.
We have a saying in our family. You should never throw the first punch, but you damn well better throw the second.
Ryan finishes for him with a big smile on his face that matches his father's. Yeah, except I kind of threw the first one, I remind them sheepishly.
He insulted you and my son, and he was trying to take advantage of this island. I'd say that was the first punch. I'm sorry I misjudged you, Danny. I won't make that same mistake a second time.
He holds his hand out, and I gladly shake it, unable to wipe the smile off my face.
I hope I'll see you at family dinner this Sunday.
I wouldn't miss it. Mr. Hutton drops my hand and then sighs.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to let Sal arrest you, since Asher pressed charges before he left.
Sal suddenly appears next to Mr. Hutton, holding up a pair of cuffs with a smile entirely too big on his face.
Come on, Dad. You seriously can't pull a few strings and get her out of this?
Ryan complains as I step out from under his arm and towards Sal with my wrists out. I wouldn't respect him if he did, I tell Ryan. Mr. Hutton smiles at me, and I smile right back with a nod, as Sal starts to put the cuffs on my wrists in front of me. He thinks better of it and pulls my arms behind my back to arrest me. Oh, come on, I'm not going to punch you. I shake my head at Sal as Ryan and his dad laugh.
Privates out in public, blood all over the floor of City Hall. I don't trust you as far as I can throw you, Sal mutters. But we can stop and get a hot fudge sundae before I take you in. We're right behind you, and we'll have you out in a jiffy. I promise, Mr. Hutton shouts after me. Don't worry, we've got a jar on the counter in the kitchen designated for bail money, Ryan informs him. Of course you do.
Mr. Hutton sighs with a shake of his head. I blow Ryan a kiss without the use of my hands as Sal walks me toward his police golf cart.
I love you, you nut job,
Ryan shouts after me. You better, nerd. I'm doing time for you.
Make sure you smile pretty in your mugshot. We'll use our matching ones in my Christmas newsletter this year.
He gives me a thumbs up, and his dad just shakes his head again, grabbing Ryan's arm and pulling him up onto the curb in the opposite direction. I happily let Sal take me to jail, knowing when I'm done I'll get to go back home to a man I'm positive will take care of my heart this time. And not just because he might be a little bit afraid of my right hook, but because a nerd fell in love with a nut job. And that's some Summer Sweet Island magical fairy tale shit you just don't mess with.
Epilogue. Ryan. This is our life. 3 months later. This is a new piece. It's beautiful. Does it have a name? It's I try not to blush as I stammer while my dad stands in the middle of my living room, staring at the huge framed painting that takes up half the wall and hangs above the love seat, filled with splatters, streaks, and smudges of purple, blue, pink, black, and white paint. Danny immediately steps up next to me and wraps her hand around my elbow, saving me from having to try to explain that the painting my father is currently studying was made while we were naked. It's called Baiser sur le sol, Danny tells him in perfect French that immediately makes me want to drag her back into our bedroom and rip her clothes off. Then she pushes up on her toes, puts her mouth right by my ear and whispers, loosely translated to fucking on the floor. I immediately start choking on the sip of beer I just took, and Danny smirks at me as she pats my back. I'd love to have one of these in my home, maybe with tans and grays to match my color scheme, my father muses as he continues to stare at the painting while I cough even harder. Can I order one from you?
Ah, oui, Danny nods. I'd love nothing more than to make another one of these.
Don't get a boner, Ryan. Now is not the time to get a boner. I just love the sound of the French language. You're going to have to give me some lessons at our next Sunday dinner. My dad smiles at her. Just not that first particular phrase, please? I warn her quietly with a smile as my dad walks away to join everyone else out in the garage. You ready to do this? I wrap my arm around her shoulders and give her a squeeze as we follow behind him. We both pause in the doorway that leads out to my garage that is currently filled with all of our friends and family, everyone sitting in front of easels that Danny set up, with drinks in their hands, waiting for her to begin. This isn't a stupid idea, right? Turning to look at her, I hold her face in my hands and give her a reassuring kiss. It's an awesome idea, and it's going to be amazing just like you. I love you. I love you too. She smiles at me, and I know I'll never get tired of hearing her say those words to me and actually believing them. We both turn back to face the full garage of happy people, and I watch her take a couple of deep, calming breaths, the smile never leaving her face. Even though Danny told Asher he could have every penny in her trust fund, there's no way my dad or I would have ever let her do that. This is our home, too, and we weren't about to let her fight for it all on her own. Thankfully, Asher had enough of Summer Sweet Island after getting punched in the face, and he took the next ferry off the island, never to be heard from again. Well, except for in the news, as the Brewster Development Company went down in flames when it was leaked that they took bribes from contractors, and Asher went right down with it. Last we heard after Danny gave her statement to the authorities about the things she witnessed while she was employed there, he couldn't afford a lawyer and is having to use a court-appointed one. I still can't believe she came, Danny mutters, shaking her head and staring at a woman sitting at an easel next to Tess. You're looking a little uptight. Tess nods at the woman wearing a dress and an expensive pair of pearls around her neck that probably cost more than this cottage, her blonde hair pulled back into a neat and tidy bun, with an apron covering the front of her just like everyone else. Want to light something on fire? You can use my shoe lighter, and I'll use my bra one. Sweetheart, stop trying to make fire happen and just enjoy our evening sans baby. Bodhi leans around the woman to speak to Tess, while said woman looks back over her shoulder at us with wide eyes, making me laugh. Your mom's trying. Give her a chance. Corinne Brewster's nervous look disappears, and she holds up her wrist and taps her watch at her daughter. She's trying to get on my nerves, Danny huffs, but there's a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth as she rolls her eyes at her mom. As soon as the news exploded that a secret insider spilled the beans to the authorities about what kind of business the Brewster Development Company does, and Tristan sang like a canary, confirming everything so he could cut a deal and avoid prison, Danny's mom reached out to her. I'm not saying she was the one who spilled the beans, but Danny and I have both agreed we would put good money on it. Her mom never had the same cruel words for her daughter that her father did while Danny was growing up, but her silence and ignoring the problem did almost as much damage. But they've been working on their relationship, and Danny was only mad at me for 3 hours, 27 minutes, and 14 seconds when she found out I invited Corinne here today. Tell me again you don't think it's stupid I bought Gretchen out, and that I'm going to try to see if adding a paint and sip event to the weekly schedule of the art gallery will increase profits when I reopen next weekend, Danny orders. When my father and I both told Danny her trust fund was staying right where it was in the bank, I wasn't at all surprised that the next words out of her mouth were that she wanted to use it to buy the art gallery and figure out a way to save it from going out of business. She told me if any of that money came from her father's dirty dealings, she would have just given it away to charity. But I was surprised to learn that Corinne Brewster is actually the one with all the money. Her family was the one who gave Danny's father the funds to start the Brewster Development Company, and Danny's mother was the one who set up the trust fund for her daughter with her own family's money. I have never been prouder of Danny that she's doing what she wants and what makes her happy, and I get to be here to watch her shine. It's not a stupid idea. It's the best idea ever, and you're going to kick butt owning that gallery, I remind her. Everyone loves you and is here to support you. We're not going to let you fail because we all believe in you, my little nutjob. Lacing my fingers through Danny's and giving her hand a squeeze, we both stare around the garage. Corinne is now enthralling Tess with a story about an abandoned barn she and her friends lit on fire back when she was in high school that landed her in jail for a night, a grin spreading across my face when I realize where her daughter got her wild streak. Bodhi is elbow deep in a sandwich bag of pot cookies. Bertie and Palmer are leaning toward each other from their stools, making out. Shepard is showing Ren the nursery ideas Pinterest board he made on his phone. Emily keeps laughing and smacking Quinn's hand away when he tries to slip it up her thigh and under her skirt. My dad and Dottie are arguing like usual over a memo that went out from City Hall, while Dottie traces her fingers over the small tattoo she got on the inside of her wrist that Danny took her to get during one of their weekly lunch dates last month. And Laura has her head resting on Dean's shoulder, holding her left hand up in front of her and wiggling her fingers, smiling as the light catches on her diamond wedding ring. "Will someone please trade seats with me?" Melanie complains to the room. "You don't have to be so obvious that you just can't handle my animal magnetism." Spencer smirks. "I just threw up in my mouth. Probably from that entire wheel of cheese you've eaten since you got here." "Oh, bite me, Spencer." "No thanks. I don't want to get rabies." "If no one is going to trade seats with me, I'm going to need more alcohol," Melanie complains, leaning over and snatching Bertie's glass of wine out of her hand and then shooting it back. "Samesies," Spencer mutters, taking Shepard's beer out of the cup holder attached to his easel and doing the same. "Good God, they're going to kill each other," Danny mutters with a shake of her head. "Maybe I should move some seats around before I get started." "I'm pretty sure there's another four-letter word you're looking for that they want to do to each other, and kill isn't it." We both watch Spencer stare at Melanie's profile while she isn't looking and nervously run his hand through his hair. And then we watch Melanie do the same to him when Spencer turns and starts talking to Shepard. "You're right. This is going to be fun to watch." Danny nods with a smile. "A few months ago, I had a small handful of people in my life who I considered friends and/or family. Now I have an entire garage full of them, and I have a badass, amazing woman who constantly surprises me. Whether she's almost giving me a heart attack by welcoming me home from work as she sits on the kitchen island wearing nothing but a smile, like she did last month, or by signing us up for a couples bowling league like she did last week. And for the first time in my life, I don't doubt that I'm good enough or deserving enough to be this happy, because Danny never lets me forget it, and I actually believe it now." "You're the best thing that's ever happened to me, nerd." My throat gets tight with emotion as I look away from the crowded garage to find her smiling at me. That was very romantic, I reply, smiling right back.
I know, I feel gross and like I need a shower now. You're lucky I love you so much to say such cheesy things.
Stop stalling, get in there and kick some butt. Tugging Danny against me with her hand I'm still holding on to, I lean down and whisper in her ear, and when you're finished and we politely kick everyone out, I'll fuck the hell out of you for being a good girl. Danny shivers against me before pulling back to look at me.
I think I've created a monster.
Only with you, honey. I smile, leaning down and kissing the tip of her nose. Only with you. With that, I give her a little shove out into the garage. I lean my shoulder against the door frame and slide my hands into the pockets of my khakis, and I watch my woman walk around to the far side of the garage to stand in front of everyone sitting at their easels. She quickly reaches into the front pocket of her blue jean overalls, pulling out a piece of bit of honey candy, unwrapping it and shoving it into her mouth. I have to shift my feet where I'm standing and subtly readjust this stupid boner that won't go away, while Danny tortures me over there with her honey-flavored candy without even realizing it.
Thank you all for coming, she smiles around the room. I just wanted to test out this paint and sip thing before the first official one at Island Art next weekend. Even if you've never picked up a paintbrush before, I swear I'm going to make this really easy. You will all be artists by the time we're finished, and you will have a beautiful piece of art to take home with you.
Can we paint a dick?
You gonna whip yours out for us and be a penis model? We might need a magnifying glass.
Why doesn't any of this paint have glitter? Can I use my dick as the paintbrush?
Will you stop talking about your dick? Let Danny speak.
I'm gonna need more wine for this.
You've already had 3. I'm not fishing any of you out of the Summer Sweet Island pond tonight.
Anyone want a pot cookie? No! The entire room, including myself, shouts at Bodhi when he holds up his baggie. He shrugs, helping himself to another one, and Danny just gives me a look over everyone's head that says, well, these are our people, and this is our life now. And I just smile as she starts instructing everyone what color they're first going to use to start painting a picture of a beautiful beach scene at sunset, which she painted yesterday and hung up on the wall for a sample today. She turns away and dips her brush in the blue paint, and everyone follows her instructions and mimics what she's doing as she starts slowly dragging her brush across the middle of the blank canvas in front of her. I've never felt happier, more alive, or more listened to about what I want, all because of Danny. I get to be a simple math teacher and bowling coach, and I get to come home every day to the most amazing, talented, sexy, badass woman I've ever met who did the wildest thing she's ever done by kissing a stranger in a pizza shop. She loves me a little bit nerdy, and she loves me a little bit wild. She just loves me for me, no matter what that looks like. Khakis, polyester bowling shirts, Legos, and all. It's a powerful feeling that I've quickly learned to trust and to believe in. And by her helping me finally be honest with my father, it made him admit he wasn't quite ready to retire as the mayor of Summersweet. He loves the job too much to let it go, and he's going to run for another term in a few weeks, which I know he'll win by a landslide. I don't know if he'll ever really heal from my mom leaving, but at least he no longer gets sad when she calls to check in and doesn't ask to speak with him. I even overheard him asking Danny for dating advice last week when we were over there for dinner. "Yo, Ryan," Bodhi shouts, "get that monster cock in here and paint with us." All I can do is groan with a smile on my face while a blush heats my cheeks as Palmer, Shepard, Quinn, and Dean all clap and cheer when I step into the garage to join them, taking a beer that Palmer offers me as I sit down.
Can I continue teaching you all how to paint now, or do you want to keep talking about dicks and cocks all night? Danny asks, and all I can do is cheer and shout right along with my friends like a bunch of immature fools when she says those words. This is our life, our perfect, somewhat crazy, amazing, magical life on Summersweet Island. Friends with all the cool kids, surrounded by people who support us and love us no matter what wild things we might do together, and I wouldn't have it any other way. And next week, when we go over to the mainland for the state championship bowling tournament that my awesome team made it to the finals of again, Danny and I just might make a stop at Giovanni's on the way home and get another free pizza, where I just might be planning to get down on one knee and propose to her, for real this time. But I'm totally going to go back and pay for the pizza even if they insist, because it's the nice thing to do. This concludes Spare Me by Tara Sivec, narrated by Tim Page and Kelsey Navarro. Copyright 2022 by Tara Sivec.
This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Tara Sivec, care of Brower Literary and Management, and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.